Chen found himself traversing into a world dominated by beast tamers. Yet lamentably, he was unable to forge a pact with any creatures due to his soul's transmigration, destined to remain an ordinary individual. With no other recourse, Chen resigned himself to the notion of not becoming a beast tamer. Instead, he busied himself with idle boasting, sketching whimsical illustrations of imagined skills and fabricating fanciful evolutionary paths. Unbeknownst to him, the esteemed scholar of evolutionary studies, the world's foremost authority, often visited him to engage in discussions about these very evolutionary concepts. The beast he entertained with his fanciful ideas was, in fact, the most revered divine creature of the age. The seemingly intoxicated individual who cherished his demonstration drafts was none other than a top-tier beast cultivation master. And the heated debates amongst those clamoring for custom skills were among the elite beast tamers of the world. Senior Su's skill demonstration diagram encapsulates profound truths of the universe. I have gained invaluable insights from it. I have comprehended supreme skills through Senior Su's teachings. By following Senior Su's evolutionary direction, I have evolved into Chapter 1. The Self-Crafted 3,000 Thunderclaps. In a newly established beast taming daycare, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the wooden counter, where a subtle fragrance of perfume lingered in the air. A handsome young man sat behind the counter, his slender fingers deftly wielding a simple pen, while a somewhat coarse sheet of paper lay before him. His mind brimmed with countless ideas yearning for expression, yet he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Let's just draw something at random, he finally muttered. No sooner had the words left his lips than he set the pen to paper. At the moment the pen's tip met the surface, it seemed to be infused with vitality. The ink danced across the page like a wisp of dragon, at times sharp as a blade, at others as fluid as water. Before long, a skilled demonstration diagram, reminiscent of a primary school pinnacle, sprang to life on the page. From beginning to end, it illustrated the entire process of a skill, complete with annotations. Though the artistic skill may have been rudimentary, it bore an inexplicable elegance that belied its simplicity. The mastery displayed within the strokes was far beyond that of an elementary student. The lines appeared haphazard, yet possessed a unique rhythm. Evidently, this style was not a true reflection of his ability, but rather a deliberate choice. The artist gazed upon his creation with immense satisfaction. Who could conceive such a dazzling skill? He decided to name this skill 3,000 Thunderclaps. It exuded grandeur, sophistication, and an air of distinction. It perfectly embodied the quintessence of lightning attributes. He had even penned meticulous annotations. This piece truly pleased him. Had he been in his previous life, this notion could have easily transformed into a captivating game skill or a mesmerizing visual on screen. Yet now, it was merely a fruitless endeavor. While the idea sparkled with brilliance and creativity, it ultimately bore no practical application. He placed this somewhat satisfactory drawing in a corner of the counter, propping it up with a few items. Nearby, the trash bin contained numerous similar sheets of paper. He felt a sense of contentment with this piece. Otherwise, it would have been crumpled and discarded long ago. As the fervor of creation waned, a trace of melancholy crept across Chen's visage, dimming his expression. He was not an ordinary person, he was a transmigrate. Having resided in this world for 2 decades, he had achieved naught. This realm centered around beast taming, where powerful tamers wielded the lion's share of resources. Every aspect of life intertwined with beast taming. Constructing homes required beasts. Generating electricity necessitated beasts. It was evident that aspiring to reach the pinnacle of this world necessitated becoming a beast tamer to ensure stability. He recalled the fervor with which he had first arrived in this world, brimming with ambition, convinced he could unlock a golden finger like other transmigrants and ascend to an unparalleled state of existence. Yet, he never anticipated that his soul's transmutation would render him incapable of forming contracts with beasts. Thus, he possessed no innate talent for beast taming. Establishing a bond with a beast was the most fundamental requirement to become a tamer. Without the ability to form such contracts, he could never ascend to that role. The lack of innate talent was secondary at most. He could assist beasts. Consequently, he had bypassed the college entrance examination and directly entered society. Believing himself to be the protagonist, he found he was not even an NPC in this life. The prospect of becoming a beast tamer appeared bleak. Without the ability to contract with beasts, he could not grasp their thoughts, nor could they comprehend his. In combat, the chaos that ensued was palpable. The inability to engage in battle was one matter, the inability to command them was paramount. Moreover, he had to endure the potential for beasts to attack him. Without any golden fingers, he was left to rely solely on himself. In light of this, he chose to open a small shop, seeking to navigate the latter half of his life with tranquility. The shop had just opened, yet not a single customer had graced its threshold. Fortunately, its location was decent, adjacent to a high school, ensuring he wouldn't face destitution. With idle time on his hands, he began to concoct various skills and evolutionary methods. With no theoretical foundation, it was mere fabrication. His reliance was solely on intuition. After years of traversing this world, the skills he fabricated appeared flawless to the untrained least in previous discussions. He had posed his theories to several individuals, none of whom could point out any flaws. They had marveled at his insights, exclaiming how enlightening it was. But what good did it do? No matter how formidable his invented skills appeared, they remained fictitious. Even the most basic skills of ordinary beasts far surpassed his whimsical constructs. If only his hastily drawn demonstration diagrams could rival those in skill manuals. Each skill book held considerable value, representing the swiftest and most reliable means of mastering skills. If that were the case, he might have garnered some financial stability. Chen had once been deeply convinced that he simply had not discovered the correct path forward, believing that somewhere, in a hidden corner, a system awaited him. He thought that he just had yet to uncover it. However, 2 decades of mundane experiences had long since dulled his edges. The fervor and discontent of yesteryears had transformed into a serene acceptance. Beasts, after all, why cling so desperately? If he could not form contracts, so be it. The world was not solely inhabited by beast tamers. He had long since come to terms with it. Running a small shop and managing it steadily could also lead to a fulfilling life. Such days were quite agreeable. As for the distant dreams, he would let them drift away with the wind. In the days to come, he would continue to manage his little shop, occasionally concocting skills and evolutionary paths. Living as a leisurely slacker, perhaps that would not be so bad after all. As the jarring sound of the alarm clock reverberated through the air, Chen glanced at the time. It's nearly time to open the store, he mused. His decision to establish a shop in this vicinity stemmed from a nostalgia of having attended high school here, a longing to relive those formative years. Primarily, the rationale behind his venture was that most students were free from the burdens of financial strain, allowing them to spend liberally. Operating a business near the school ensured a more prosperous livelihood. However, he was aware that during vacation periods, business would inevitably dwindle. Chen's establishment, a beast care service, primarily catered to customers by bathing their magical creatures, providing temporary lodging, and offering a selection of beast-related supplies. After setting up shop, Chen settled into a chair, casting a glance at the date. There's still some time left until the student college entrance examinations commence. Things will surely become lively then. He imagined that, by now, the school had already begun its intensive training sessions. Having been unable to form a contract during his own time, he naturally missed out on such training. What if he procured a batch of premium supplies and resold them to these students? It could yield a substantial profit. With this thought in mind, he placed a large order for various supplies from his suppliers, including supplements and high-energy crystals. Each item more luxurious than the last. Parents who aspired for their children to excel were more than willing to invest in these resources. Having been a student himself, he recalled that many in his class had indulged in high-end supplies. After all, the college entrance examination was a pivotal juncture in one's life, and it was not an exaggeration to treat it with utmost seriousness. Even the most impoverished families would strive to secure resources for their children's magical creatures. Becoming a high-ranking beast master offered the possibility of transcending social classes. Chapter 2. The unreliable skill demonstration at 5:30 in the afternoon. The high school students poured out, marking the end of the unified school day. The vicinity of the school buzzed with a throng of students. Despite the impending college entrance examination, those in the regular classes continued their daily routines, undeterred. Meanwhile, some affluent students, dissatisfied with the school's facilities, opted to return home to train their beasts at private training centers. After all, who would choose to endure the cramped confines of the school when superior equipment awaited them elsewhere? The remainder consisted of indifferent students who saw no need to train their beasts. Among them was a graceful young lady clad in her school uniform, cradling a lightning mouse and a bag of snacks. As she munched on the treats, her eyes wandered to the shops lining the street. With the mouse's food nearly depleted, she recalled the existence of a beast care center nearby. After meandering for a while, she finally spotted the modest sign of Chen's shop. The words Beast Care were inscribed plainly, lacking any flourish, suggesting a reluctance to even devise a proper name. A cursory glance revealed that the sign was hand-carved, not mass-produced, exuding an odd allure as if imbued with hidden significance. However, after 2 seconds of observation, the girl could discern nothing further and decided to step inside. The bell chimed as she entered, prompting her to scan the surroundings. The shop was small yet impeccably tidy, with a subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Various supplies for beast care adorned the shelves: food, supplements, and treats, among other items. Chen, who had been slumped over the counter, roused himself at the sound of the bell, reluctantly standing to attend to the customer. "I would like some universal beast food, preferably at the primary level with a level 1 certification," she requested. Upon hearing level 1 certification, Chen's interest peaked. Clearly, this was a customer of means. For level 1 certification represented the highest standard mandated by the state, denoting the utmost quality available for civilian use. The distinction between level 1 and level 2 was not as pronounced as one might expect, yet the price difference was substantial, often nearing double. Today, a fresh batch had just arrived. Chen approached the shelf, retrieving a bag of food and placing it on the counter. "Here you go, state certified and top brand," he remarked. Wealthy individuals may have money, but that does not imply foolishness. After placing the lightning mouse down, the young lady scrutinized the product for authenticity. A large bag of food was no trifling expense. "Authentic. I'll make the payment now," she declared, pulling out her phone. Just as she prepared to transact, the lightning mouse, seemingly captivated by something intriguing, darted across to a corner of the counter. With its tiny paws, it picked up a piece of paper and waved it excitedly. Through her beast contract, the girl sensed her lightning mouse's fervent desire for this paper. As she noticed the mutual gaze between her and the mouse fixated on the curious item, her cheeks flushed slightly. "That's just something I doodled," she said after a moment's thought. "Boss, my lightning mouse is quite taken with this. If you could give it to me, I'll buy some treats as well." Chen relished this kind of transaction, as the paper was merely the fruit of his imagination. Now, it could earn him some goodwill. "No problem," he replied. Without even examining the contents, the girl gathered her purchases and headed home. Living conveniently close to the school, she carried the hefty bag of food without trouble. Upon returning home, she found her lightning mouse still clutching the paper, which struck her as odd. What on earth could be so captivating that it disregarded its toys? As it studied the paper intently, she furrowed her brow. Had it been treated with some enticing agent? No, her mouse hadn't eaten the paper. It was merely observing and sniffing it. She approached her lightning mouse to share in its curiosity. Since training time hadn't yet arrived, indulging in a bit of amusement seemed harmless. The most prominent words on the paper caught her attention. 3,000 thunder movements. What a peculiar phrase. It sounded like a skill, yet she had never heard of it. It certainly had a grand ring to it, so she continued to read. Requires a contract with an S-class lightning-type beast. Core mantra: thunder pierces the marrow, and scathed in form. 3,000 thunder patterns forge the spirit. Training steps: utilize lightning elements to inscribe the thunder pattern meridian simulation map within one's own meridians. Following this was a series of doodles. Place blood ink on the spiritual center of the forehead, envisioning the formation of a miniature thunderstorm within. When blue static patterns emerge on the skin, sprint in a zigzag pattern. It is said this can achieve the realm of 3 thunder shadows per step. Reasons for failure: did not consider the ordinary human body's capacity for enduring the extreme energy of thunder patterns. Plagiarized the circuit diagram of an electric mosquito racket, crossed out. The so-called thunder core condensation method was inspired by shaking carbonated beverages, crossed out. The lightning mouse appeared engrossed by the content, while its owner couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident this was an absurd fabrication, yet it was undeniably entertaining. Observing her beast being so easily beguiled by such nonsense filled her with a sense of pride in humanity's superior intellect. Such a scheme could scarcely deceive a 3-year-old child, yet it managed to ensnare a naive little mouse. After some time spent reading, the girl decided it was time to train. Today's regimen was particularly intense, given the approaching examination. Cradling the lightning mouse, she made her way to the training center downstairs. Today's focus is on speed. If you can achieve last year's top score, I'll treat you to a thunder crystal to savor. Upon hearing this, the lightning mouse could hardly contain its excitement, practically itching to begin. Once the testing room was prepared, the girl took her place in the observation area, eager to watch her lightning mouse undergo the speed trial. While the speed test primarily assessed velocity, it also gauged agility and reflexes. The method involved continuously launching rubber balls within a confined space. Being hit would result in point deductions. Initially, the lightning mouse navigated the course with ease, evading all rubber balls. However, as time progressed, the intensity escalated. Soon, it reached its limit. The girl in the observation room couldn't help but break into a sweat, watching as her mouse approached the final stretch. If it could achieve a perfect score, perhaps it could gain admission to a prestigious academy. As the test reached its climactic phase, the lightning mouse finally succumbed. Getting struck by a rubber ball and failing to secure a perfect score, a sigh escaped the observation room. Time was running out, and without a breakthrough, she could only aim for a top-tier institution. Just as she contemplated calling her lightning mouse out for rigorous training, the beast's thoughts echoed through the contract. It was unwilling to concede. It wanted to try once more. After a moment's deliberation, she acquiesced, reasoning that perhaps the previous attempt had been a fluke. The speed test allowed for 3 more chances. She reset the mechanisms in the testing room. The difficulty continued to mount, but in the final moments, the lightning mouse suddenly transformed into a streak of lightning, weaving expertly between the rubber balls. 3,000 thunder movements. Chapter 3. Stop pretending, you're a master. She had seen that paper before. It was a hastily concocted skill demonstration, complete with some annotations. The entire presentation was exceedingly slapdash, not to mention the chaotic scribbles. Those crossed-out sections were not lost on her. To claim inspiration from carbonated drinks and the circuit diagram of an electric mosquito racket? Pray tell, do you truly believe this skill can be manifested? Could it be that this piece of paper is a skill book? Skill books represent the most stable and successful means of acquiring skills at present. Yet, which skill book is not a culmination of the painstaking efforts of its creator, featuring exquisite illustrations, a scientifically developed process, and comprehensive descriptions? Moreover, they are of considerable value, often costing millions, yet remain scarce in the market. They are also singular in nature. Upon mastering a skill, the book vanishes. And now you tell me that this scrap of paper is a skill book? It bears a skill name, complete illustrations, descriptions, and various annotations. It seems to possess all the essential elements of a skill book. How can this be? She distinctly recalls a heap of such papers in the nearby trash bin. Could it truly be a skill book? Is that young man actually a skill book creator? Before she could fully process this string of astonishments, a thunder mouse suddenly appeared on her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her. The girl, momentarily frozen, picked up the thunder mouse from her shoulder. Had it not been for the thunder mouse discovering that sheet of paper, she might have missed a significant opportunity. Today, she would indulge in an abundance of thunder crystals. Without a second thought, she hurried home. Upon arriving, she found the paper on her desk had completely vanished. She quickly accessed the surveillance footage and indeed saw that after the thunder mouse utilized its skill, the paper flashed and disappeared. This is a skill book. Not forgetting her promise to the thunder mouse, she placed it among the pile of thunder crystals and then teleported to that inconspicuous little shop. The shopkeeper has closed for the day. Please return tomorrow if you need anything. Alas, she stared at the sign, trembling with urgency. No need to panic, tomorrow it shall be. She must seize this grand opportunity. She took a leave of absence and decided not to attend school the following day. At the break of dawn, as the sky brightened with a hint of dawn, she awaited Su Chen's arrival to open the shop. As Su Chen arrived on his electric scooter, he spotted the girl who had placed an order the previous day. Wasn't today still a school day? Why was she at his shop? Did something go awry with the feed he sold yesterday? Hesitantly, he approached the girl. Miss, is there something you need? Upon recognizing him as the young man from yesterday, her mind raced with a barrage of questions. Master, was that paper you had yesterday truly a skill book? Subway, elder mobile phone. Young lady, are you feeling unwell? How could that nonsense I drew yesterday possibly be a skill book? Yet, she had confirmed for quite some time that it was indeed a skill book. And a formidable one at that. If sold in the market, it would fetch at least tens of millions. This young man could not be an ordinary person. He must be a powerful beast master or a top-tier skill book creator. His denial surely had its reasons. Her persistent inquiries felt somewhat inappropriate. The words that nearly escaped her lips were swiftly retracted. It's nothing. I just found the skill introduced on that paper too dazzling. I simply adored it. Su Chen's eyes brightened. This was a kindred spirit. He truly was a master in the realm of improvising skills and evolutionary directions. Indeed, I am quite satisfied with that thunderous 3000. I specifically designed it for a yellow-furred rodent. A yellow-furred rodent? Her thunder mouse was also yellow-furred. Could this master have designed it specifically for thunder mice? She had fortuitously stumbled upon this opportunity. The saying great talents hide in plain sight had previously seemed implausible to her until reality struck her hard. Master, do you have any other similar skills in your previous drafts? Su Chen pondered for a moment and realized he truly had no comparable creative ideas to thunderous 3000. No, the excitement visibly drained from the girl before him. Realizing this, Su Chen thought she might have lost interest due to the absence of similar skills. This simply would not do. Having found a kindred spirit, he could not allow his lack of similar skills to dampen her enthusiasm. Although I do not have any skills, I have contemplated the evolutionary direction for yellow-furred rodents. Upon hearing the term evolutionary direction, The girl's excitement surged once more. A master of such caliber. If he were to share even a fragment of his insights, she would surely excel in her studies and gain admission to a prestigious institution. May I inquire what the evolutionary direction is? Come inside, and I shall tell you. Only then did they realize they had been standing at the shop's entrance. Su-chan unlocked the door and exchanged a few casual words. The girl introduced herself as Zhao Yuyu, a student who had taken a leave of absence today. Oh. It appeared that this girl was so enamored with his improvised skills that she neglected her studies, suggesting her academic performance was less than stellar. And perhaps she was somewhat playful, as her teachers seemed indifferent to her antics. Su-chan retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from a small cabinet beside the counter. This is the evolutionary direction for yellow-furred rodents. Zhao Yu eagerly took it and examined it closely. Pikachu evolution path, speed version. Yesterday, she had not grasped what Pikachu was. But today, it all became clear. It was the Thunder Mouse. The evolutionary path for the Thunder Mouse was the speed version, and coupled with yesterday's Thunderous 3000, it would undoubtedly be unmatched in speed. She eagerly continued to read. Materials required. Thunder Mouse body must be in overclocked state. Gravity crystal, superconductive metal, Thunder core. Method of operation. Consume the Thunder core to activate the internal elemental energy in the overloaded state, producing an effect akin to a lithium battery igniting. The inspiration came from electric vehicle batteries. The gravity crystal and superconductive metal should be combined directly, allowing the three elements to merge thoroughly. Insufficient fusion means insufficient electricity. Consume another Thunder core if needed. Had this been yesterday, she would have scoffed at this evolutionary method, deeming it utterly unscientific. If such a transformation were possible, surely it would result in an explosion, leaving the beast masters remains scattered. Yet today, after the baptism of the skill book, she found herself acknowledging her own lack of knowledge. Observing Zhao Yuyu's keen interest in his work, Su-chan felt a flicker of satisfaction. At last, someone appreciated his creations. Master, what does Pikachu evolve into? This question caught him off guard. Should it be called Heavenly Thunder Cataclysm or Desolation Abyss Thunderhaunt? After much deliberation, he found both names appealing but could not decide. I have no name. You may choose one. Chapter 4. You mean to say you mastered evolution and skill book creation by the age of 20? Me name it. Each evolutionary direction represents a brand new species. A groundbreaking discovery. The act of naming is profoundly significant and holds immense importance. Most researchers place great emphasis on it. This master, so nonchalant, allows her to name it? Indeed, just name it. I have plenty of evolutionary directions on my end, so I am not lacking this one. This statement revealed two pieces of information. 1. The master's casual demeanor, and 2. The plethora of evolutionary directions. A plethora? What do you mean by a plethora? Is it truly a mere heap of such papers? Even if there were thousands of evolutionary directions, such a remarkable outcome is unheard of. Even the most elite researchers might only engage in a mere dozen or so projects throughout their lifetimes. To focus solely on evolutionary paths. Even if all were to be explored, I would wager that 100 directions would scarcely scratch the surface of this master's expertise. Therefore, this notion is utterly implausible. That pile of papers is likely just a casual remark, not to be taken seriously. The master is still quite young. How could he possibly have accumulated so many research projects? After much contemplation, she ultimately decided upon the name Superconducting Thunderstorm Mouse. According to the annotations, the final evolutionary form should possess levitation, superconductivity, and lightning attributes. This name, while conventional and devoid of flair, certainly does not stand out. Su-chan remained silent for a moment, offering no commentary. The young girl, despite her earnestness, found that the name lacked the panache of the one she had previously wrestled with. However, the decision was made. And it was not as though the evolved creature was a mythical beast. Even the fanciful names I concocted could not overshadow this reality. Zhao Yuyu smiled shyly, sensing that the master was not particularly satisfied with the name. What were the names you considered earlier? I would love to hear them. Thunderstorm Shadow, Nine Heavens Lightning Erosion, Abyssal Thunder Hunt, Eternal Night Thunder Abyss, Lord of Annihilation. But you possess such literary talent, and you want me, a high school student, to name it? Those sound magnificent. While my superconducting thunderstorm mouse feels like something a grade schooler would come up with. Noticing her discomfort, Su-chan attempted to mitigate the situation. I am simply accustomed to naming mythical creatures. This style indeed does not suit this particular creation. Zhao Yuyu refrained from speaking further. The notion of naming mythical beasts had made the master appear far more formidable than she had initially imagined. The more she conversed with him, the more she realized the depth of his hidden talents, causing her to feel increasingly constrained. Offending such a person could lead to dire consequences, and she would likely remain oblivious to her fate, especially when Su-chan remarked, "Do not keep taking leave. High school is a crucial period." She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing that the master disapproved of her intrusion into his life. Understood, master. I shall return to school immediately. As Zhao Yuyu departed, Su Chun felt a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, a good deed was done today, aiding a dropout in returning to the academic fold. Yet, that young lady hailed from a well-off family. Purchasing top-tier feed was a trivial matter for them, and indulging in idleness was not due to a lack of resources. Perhaps her admonitions could further elevate their standing. Standing on the shoulders of their family, achieving success is made considerably easier. After all, it would be a waste not to capitalize on a fortunate birth. However, such matters were not her concern. She could afford to be a slacker. Inspiration struck her. While the superconducting thunderstorm mouse excelled in speed and attack, its defense was woefully inadequate. Today, she would contemplate a skill for it. She named it superconducting repulsion field. When attacked, the field would redirect the attack's trajectory, allowing it to merely graze past. I am indeed a genius. Upon returning home, Zhao Yiyu promptly ordered the materials listed on the earlier paper. Some items were too advanced for the master's small shop, particularly the thunderstorm core, valued at millions. The master's excuse for not stocking such items was a lack of sufficient funds. She refrained from questioning further, recognizing that he might simply be seeking to experience life. She had already intruded enough. Would he truly miss her contribution? Moreover, purchasing from the master felt like an imposition. However, she did not possess millions in pocket money. Such matters required discussion with her parents. Before she could make the call, her father rang her. Yiyu, I purchased the core materials for the evolution of the Thunder Mouse into the fluffy electric tail mouse, costing a total of 8 million. Upon hearing this, her heart raced. While her family was affluent, 8 million was no trifling sum. Can it be returned? I have discovered a new evolutionary direction. Not hearing his daughter's excitement, he instead expressed skepticism and inquired about this new evolutionary direction. His expression turned peculiar. Among the known evolutionary paths for the Thunder Mouse, the fluffy electric tail mouse was undoubtedly top tier. For her to abandon this choice, the so-called new direction must be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, he had not received any information regarding new evolutionary paths for the Thunder Mouse. Thus, he concluded that his daughter was likely deceived. Sweetheart, let's discuss this when I return. I will bring you the thunderstorm core. As her father ended the call, she realized he was overthinking things again. Glancing at the clock, it was barely past 10 in the morning. After clarifying with her father, she would head to school. Shortly after, the door swung open. A middle-aged man in a white shirt appeared, his hair slightly graying, holding a small box from which crackling sounds emanated. Seeing his daughter in the living room playing simple games with her Thunder Mouse, he felt relieved. Thankfully, the child had not been deceived to the point of disobedience. Yiyu, what is this new evolutionary direction you mentioned? Anyone who claims to know such things sounds like a fraud. I searched for ages on my way here and found no new evolutionary paths for the Thunder Mouse. Aware of her father's skepticism, she provided a brief explanation. However, this only muddled the situation further. You are saying that a young master, skilled in skill book creation and an expert in evolutionary paths, has opened a small shop near your school, and he is only in his 20s? After summarizing her words, Zhao Yuyu, though reluctant to concede, nodded in affirmation. Before she could lift her gaze, her father's hand rested on her forehead. No fever, then. He still did not believe her. Suddenly recalling the skill book, Zhao Yuyu pulled out her phone and rewound the surveillance footage to the moment the book vanished. To her surprise, her father dismissed it with a wave. Just a trick. Do you truly believe the Thunder Mouse has learned it? Thunder Mouse, 1,000 thunder roars. The resting Thunder Mouse lifted its head and glanced at its owner. Seeing her nod, it executed the move, 1,000 thunder roars. Look at that. Before she could finish, the Thunder Mouse darted onto her shoulder. Chapter 5, Overwhelming Pressure. The Thunder Mouse had indeed performed the so-called 1,000 thunder roars. Zhao Yuyu's father stood frozen in place. As a powerful beastmaster, he recognized that this 1,000 thunder roars was not merely a complete skill, but an incredibly formidable one. If the base attributes of the Thunder Mouse were as he understood them, then this skill was at least of A rank. By that alone, its value would exceed 100 million. Moreover, considering the Thunder Mouse's relatively low level, this indicated that the skill had a low entry threshold, making it highly likely to be a non-ranked skill. Consequently, its worth would not merely be in the hundreds of millions, but rather in the tens of billions. Unless this Thunder Mouse possessed extraordinary insight and the qualities of a mythical beast, his daughter's claims were undeniably true. He was all too aware of the Thunder Mouse's situation. Eliminating all possibilities, what remained was the truth. The existence of a 20-year-old master skilled in skill book creation and a seasoned expert in evolutionary studies was indeed real. Zhao Yuyu's expression seemed to convey, "See, I told you so. Why didn't you believe me?" Struggling to conceal his astonishment, the middle-aged father found his body trembling uncontrollably. If this line is crossed, my daughter, what is your relationship with him? What manner of man is he? At least for now, he has been rather kind to me. and I have not sensed any impatience from him. However, he does possess an air of a recluse. Upon hearing that their rapport was relatively amicable, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Not that they were particularly close, at least they were not adversaries. As for the recluse aspect, what master lacks a few eccentricities? Perhaps he simply wishes to remain unrecognized. Such individuals are typically easier to engage with. One should strive for a calm demeanor in communication, avoiding excessive veneration or probing into their identity. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yo-Yo, you mentioned your evolutionary direction. It wouldn't happen to be derived from that master, would it? Yes, it was indeed that master who provided it. After briefly recounting the events that transpired, the father of Yo-Yo grew increasingly anxious, particularly when he spoke of the name bestowed upon Zhao Yo-Yo for her evolutionary form. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Upon learning the name, Thunder Calamity, Nine Heavens Thunder Erosion, his heart raced uncontrollably. As he continued to narrate how his daughter was named Superconducting Calamity Thunder Mouse, the master did not exhibit any signs of anger, which allowed him to breathe a bit easier. Had the master been displeased, it might not have mattered at the moment. But a casual remark during a future conversation could unleash a catastrophic fate upon them. After absorbing this experience, Zhao Yo-Yo's father found himself lost in thought, especially considering the materials required for evolution she had inquired about. Evolution is no trivial matter. Even if it is a creation of that master, one must exercise utmost caution. After all, no individual is flawless. As a responsible adult and a father, he would undoubtedly approach this matter with great prudence. Come with me to pay our respects to that master. We shall discuss the evolutionary direction thereafter. Zhao Yo-Yo felt somewhat reluctant, as the pressure in such a situation was overwhelming. However, thinking of her future, she gritted her teeth and followed along. Sitting in the shop, Su Chen idly played solitaire. Having lived 2 lives, he found little enjoyment in intense games, nor did he have much fondness for the internet. Thus, he chose to live a leisurely existence. Ding ding. Upon hearing the doorbell ring, he casually remarked, "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Only then did he turn his gaze. To his surprise, the underperforming girl who frequently took leave was trailing behind a middle-aged man with graying temples. His initial reaction was one of dismay. Oh no, have I done something wrong? This middle-aged man was likely the girl's father, and the situation could go either way, either a blessing or a curse. He had done nothing wrong. Encouraging her to study diligently to become a beast master should be viewed as a good deed, right? Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhao Yo-Yo's father was taken aback by how young he appeared, just barely over 20. After surveying the surroundings, he immediately stated, "I have brought my child here expressly to express my gratitude." Gratitude? Could it be that his well-intentioned advice had successfully guided this girl back on track, prompting her parents to come and express their thanks? Judging by the father's graying hair, he must have faced considerable hardships. Oh, it's nothing. There's no need for such formalities. We simply share a connection, and I offered a few words. Zhao Yo-Yo stood to the side, hardly daring to breathe, fearful of incurring displeasure. This only affirmed Su Chen's suspicion. The girl must have been quite troublesome before, as even a slight change in her demeanor had her father eager to offer thanks. Yet, what he had casually said transformed entirely in the ears of the other. Sharing a connection and offering a few words seemed like an everyday occurrence, but that skill was anything but ordinary. Having been in business for years, he had encountered many people, from the affluent to high-ranking beast masters, but never had he felt so flustered and at a loss for words as he did today. He had even forgotten his original purpose until his daughter nudged him. "Master, I have come to inquire about the evolutionary direction you provided for my daughter. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Bowing slightly with his hand resting on Zhao Yo-Yo's head, he spoke. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Could it be that this father was also a connoisseur, fond of fabricating skills and evolutionary paths? A glance at the master revealed a hint of displeasure. He should not have come. The master must believe he was doubting him. After all, a mere slip of paper from the master could be an A-grade. Even a boundless skill book. How could he presume to question such a person? It would suffice to relish the evolutionary direction in secret without prying into others. A grave sin indeed. Yet, he felt a responsibility for his daughter and her beast. If the master were displeased, he would accept full accountability. Hoping the master would not blame his daughter, "Do feel free to ask any questions you may have." Upon hearing this, he released a breath he had not realized he was holding, taking a couple of deep breaths. It appeared the master was indeed quite benevolent. Standing tall, he dared not pose too many inquiries, merely asking a few questions about reactions he struggled to comprehend. However, Su Chen answered each one flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. At the very least, the father and daughter duo could find no fault. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, they exited the shop after finishing their questions. "Dad, can we use the master's evolutionary direction?" After pondering for a moment, he resolutely replied, "Let's first find a lightning mouse for a trial." The cost would only be equivalent to a Thunderstrike would. Even if we fail, it won't matter. With that, he cast a lingering glance at the shop signboard. If possible, he truly wished to avoid experiencing such pressure again. The master's furrowed brow indicated the burden weighed heavily on him. Nonetheless, the master had mentioned that his daughter shared a connection, which might allow for further exploration. Chapter 6, Epic Quality Beast Mastery. Though beast evolution occurs incessantly, it is not to be taken lightly. Zhao Yoyo's father exchanged fragments of Thunderstrike wood for a Calamity Thunder Core and some cash. Should the evolution fail, it would be akin to throwing money into the void. However, success would affirm the master's prowess. When faced with an evolutionary direction lacking data validation, one must tread carefully. A misstep could result in the death of the beast. Regardless of the source of the evolutionary direction, it must be approached with caution. Unless it is a direction already listed on the official website. Those plans have seen thousands of successful instances and thus warrant no concern. Father and daughter cautiously placed the lightning mouse intended for the experiment into the evolution chamber, stepping outside to enter the observation room. Zhao Yoyo's father employed a temporary contract to control the body of the lightning mouse. The evolution commenced. After administering the Calamity Thunder Core, he activated its inner power through overload. Finally, he added the remaining materials. Gradually, the original lightning mouse was enveloped in a thick cocoon. This layer belonged to the energy entity, indicating the evolutionary direction was viable. Only the emergence of an evolution cocoon could ensure the safety of the beast. In a brief moment, the exterior of the evolution cocoon revealed a creature the size of a domestic cat within. The aura swirled, and the cocoon emitted its final radiance, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity in the air. Before their eyes, a superconducting thunder rat, adorned with translucent scales that shimmered with a cold blue-violet glow, materialized. Indeed, the master is truly remarkable. The mere mention of an evolutionary direction yields such exalted results. For the moment, disregarding this experimental creature, the father and daughter duo focused on the significant lightning mouse. Lightning mouse. Species talent value. 15. The higher the number, the stronger the species. Quality X. The individual differences within the same species. The higher the number, the stronger. Remarks. Quite ordinary, yet possesses substantial evolutionary potential as a beast of possession. This was the entry in the Pokédex for the lightning mouse. It was rather unremarkable, with a species talent value of 15, insufficient to qualify as exquisite. In contrast, the fur-tailed electric mouse boasted a species talent value of 189, categorizing it as a fine specimen. Judging by the current momentum, the talent value of the superconducting thunder rat would surely exceed this. With lesser expenditure, a more formidable beast had been created. Zhao Yuyu cradled her superconducting thunder rat and placed it upon the Beast Taming Institute's testing apparatus. XXX, unrecorded. Species talent value, 501. Quality, 36. Level, 11. Physical fitness, 1263. Mental strength, 541. The evolution was complete. It had broken free from the confines of the 10th level, advancing to level 11. Typically, beasts of possession have an opportunity to evolve every 10 levels, yet few undergo multiple evolutions. This is primarily due to the limited evolutionary routes available and the fact that evolution does not always equate to increased strength. It may even result in diminished capabilities. While evolution at the 10th level is compulsory for departing the juvenile phase, subsequent evolutions do not impact the combat prowess or development of the beast. Zhao Yuyu's father gazed upon this panel, his admiration for the master reaching new heights. A species talent value of 501. This was indeed an epic quality beast. He himself, though nearing level 60 with his main beast, still possessed only a refined quality. This exemplifies how rare epic quality beasts are. His daughter, in her novice phase, had directly acquired one. This would undoubtedly bolster her prospects in the upcoming college entrance examination. Yuyu, you should head to school now. I'll take care of the remaining matters. The master specifically advised you to focus on your studies. Zhao Yuyu nodded, preparing to return home for a brief respite before setting off for school. Typically, such testing devices are connected to a network, and when encountering a novel beast, most individuals opt for public disclosure. However, if she were to disclose it, it could lead back to the master, and that would jeopardize his tranquility, as well as her own standing. She hastily input her daughter's chosen name to create a record, refraining from any further actions. To ensure privacy, only the individual involved can unlock the records with a password. Otherwise, the information remains confidential. Should a second superconducting thunder rat be tested, it would merely indicate that a name had already been registered. As for the remaining superconducting thunder rat, he had personally contracted it. Selling it, or otherwise disposing of it, would be rather inconvenient. He needed to consult the master. Reflecting on this, he realized that the master currently resided in seclusion, and there were indeed matters he could manage himself. After all, it would be inappropriate to involve the master for trivial issues, given his extensive connections, including top-tier beast tamers and divine beasts. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He felt confident in his ability to handle minor issues on his own. Yet, the thought of returning to face the master caused a surge of anxiety within him. It will be fine. It will be fine. The master is quite genial. After a few moments of self-reassurance, he marched resolutely towards the unmarked little shop. Has that little one gone to school? Yes, she has been safely enrolled. Then what brings you here today? As Chen observed the return of this gentleman to his shop, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Hadn't they already exchanged pleasantries? To his surprise, the gentleman produced a business card and carefully placed it on the table. If you encounter any minor troubles, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I can still resolve certain matters in Huiguang City. He picked up the card, Zhao Zhiheng, followed by the name of a prosperous corporation. Ah, still in construction, I see. However, there was no position indicated, suggesting he was likely just a mid-level manager. It appeared the family had some capital, and being a local gave him a certain advantage. All right, I shall keep this. Should I require assistance, I will certainly reach out. Though he considered himself a local, he was solitary, without parents or a support network. Establishing this connection might help avert some significant troubles. Some situations are undoubtedly easier to navigate with acquaintances. As Zhao Zhiheng limped out of the shop, Chen couldn't help but marvel. Some individuals appeared quite illustrious. Yet he hadn't anticipated the limp. That little girl had returned to school. Presumably, her beast taming results wouldn't be stellar. Ah well, she comes from a wealthy background. Why should I, a pauper, concern myself with her affairs? What? You say your beast has evolved to epic quality, with a new evolutionary direction, and you named it yourself? On the school rooftop, a girl posed a soul-searching inquiry. The one confronting this existential question was none other than Zhao Yuyu. Shoo, this matter should not be broadcast. You may know, but that is sufficient. You're speaking from a position of comfort. You've reaped all the benefits and still want let me voice my excitement? No. You must reveal to me the location of that shop, or I shall not be amicable with you. Zhao Yuyu's expression turned conflicted. On one side stood the master. On the other, her dearest friend. Although she understood her friend was jesting, it did not preclude her desire to procure some advantage for her. After a few encounters with the master, she found him quite amiable. However, merely meeting him should pose no issue. Should anything feel amiss, she would depart immediately. Fine. After school, I'll take you there. Chapter 7. Is this a fake? Can this even be called a skill book? Yuyu, are you certain this is the place? As the daughter of the district chief, she prided herself on having met numerous people, yet the youthfulness of this master was beyond her imagination. She had expected an elderly figure, but was instead confronted with someone appearing to be in their early 20s. Was it possible that Yuyu had fallen victim to a fraud? However, she recalled that Zhao uncle had visited, confirming that this master was indeed genuine. A small beast taming shop had been established at their school, rather casually, it seemed. What had transpired to make him so nonchalant? Peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she noted that the space was not particularly large, indicating that he was genuinely living in seclusion. Before she could observe further, Zhao Yuyu ushered her inside. Master. As Chen, engrossed in a game of Minesweeper, glanced up, he greeted her. Oh Yuyu, feel free to browse. Everything is on the shelves. I brought a friend to discuss your creative ideas. As her words faded, the game concluded victoriously. You're seeking me? Could it be yet another wealthy girl who neglects her studies? He scrutinized her, noting her fine demeanor, clearly not one nurtured by mere wealth. She exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting she had encountered her fair share of worldly experiences. Could she be from a family of officials? Both Zhao Yuyu and her friend felt an acute tension, uncertain of how the master would respond to others. Well, I have nothing pressing to attend to, he said, rising from his seat to allow the two students to sit. How should I address you? Yu Xueqiao, it's a pleasure to meet you, master. Despite being the district chief's son, he felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of important figures, though he managed to conceal it well. This quality certainly eclipsed that of Zhao Yuyu's father, Zhao Zhiheng. Perhaps it was the audacity of youth that rendered him oblivious to the formidable nature of casually revealing an epic evolution path or an A-level skill book. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation gracefully transitioned from campus life to the realm of artistic creation. Observing that the master had entered a state of focus, Yu Xueqiao discreetly tapped Zhao Yuyu's thigh beneath the table, subtly signaling her intent. Yuyu, attuned to her friend's unspoken message, recognized the opportunity to offer her a favor. The ambience was indeed conducive to such a proposition. Seizing a moment, she ventured, Master. My dear friend here is quite fond of your work and has recently encountered a minor quandary. Given the relevance of the topic, her words did not seem out of place. What is the issue? Let me see if I can assist, the master responded. prompting a wave of relief to wash over Yu Xueqiao. You see, Master, I have been designing an attack skill for the three-colored fire spirit, but I find myself lacking in inspiration, unable to harness the full potential of the three flames. Might you have a solution? Though the design was a pretext, it effectively communicated her quest for such a skill, ensuring the master felt appreciated without misrepresenting her intent. Let me ponder for a moment. You. Would you be so kind as to fetch me some paper and a pen from the counter? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuyu approached the counter, only to discover a solitary pen without any paper. Master, there's only a pen, no paper. There's paper in the cabinet. A cabinet? Zhao Yuyu casually opened one, and upon seeing its contents, she gasped involuntarily. It was brimming with skill books, at least dozens of sheets adorned with demonstration illustrations, each title hinting at extraordinary craftsmanship. Not daring to linger, she retrieved a single sheet of blank paper and hurried back to the table. The master was still awaiting her return. Zhao Yuyu had only heard whispers of skill book creators, never having encountered one in person. However, Yu Xueqiao had, and even witnessed the intricate process involved in creating skill books. Those artisans wielded specialized pens and a variety of meticulously crafted inks to produce their masterpieces. Seeing Zhao Yuyu return with a mere ballpoint pen, Yu Xueqiao exclaimed, Yuyu, you must have misjudged. That's just a ballpoint pen. Su Chen took the pen, affirming, No, I have not erred. In that moment, Yu Xueqiao's worldview experienced a subtle upheaval. The pen was indeed a commonplace ballpoint, and the paper was ordinary as well. But wait, that is not how skill books are created. Could it be that the master does not wish to craft one for himself? Yet, with the master present, she hesitated to inquire further about Zhao Yuyu's situation. As Su Chen accepted the paper and lifted the pen, he instantly immersed himself in a creative trance. There were no swirling energies or otherworldly phenomena, simply a young man in his 20s engaged in drawing. Yu Xueqiao was perplexed. This was unquestionably not the process of creating a skill book, as she had seen it before, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. It seemed destiny had not aligned in her favor. Moments later, a piece of artwork emerged, reminiscent of an elementary student's peak artistic expression. Quite good. I shall name this piece Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. He handed the artwork to Yu Xueqiao, who, though somewhat disappointed, returned a perfectly polite smile. Thank you, master. After a few more exchanges, noticing the time, Su Chen suggested that the two young women take their leave. After all, you are still children, your families must be waiting. Upon exiting the shop, and ensuring that Su Chen was out of sight, Yu Xueqiao exhaled. It seems the master does not wish to provide me with a skill. Zhao Yuyu regarded her with a puzzled expression. Why didn't he give it to you? That piece of paper was a skill book, wasn't he it? Suddenly recalling something, she paused and rephrased her question. Is the skill book you received similar to that? Indeed. At that moment, Yu Xueqiao's worldview was not merely shaken but plunged into doubt. Could it be that Uncle Zhao and Yuyu had been deceived? This possibility, though slim, was not entirely unfathomable. Before long, a phone call from Yu Xueqiao's home interrupted their conversation, compelling them to part ways. Upon returning home, she discovered a familiar face among her parents, a renowned skill book creator, the esteemed local magnate, Yin Bo. Uncle Yin. Her mother reproached gently, Why are you so late returning? Dinner will be ready shortly. All right. Just as she intended to retreat to her room, the thought of the skill demonstration paper she had just acquired struck her. With a skill book creator in the house, she suddenly realized the opportunity at hand. If she couldn't discern its significance, perhaps he, being an expert, could shed light on it. After depositing her school bag, she summoned her three-colored fire spirit from its beast space, providing it with fodder before approaching Yin Bo with the skill demonstration paper. Uncle Yin, could you take a look at this for me? Yin Bo, who had been engaged in casual conversation with her father, paused. Certainly, what is it? However, upon seeing the item she offered, he nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming, A non-ranked skill book? Yu Xueqiao's father, in the midst of sipping tea, spluttered, and her mother peered from the kitchen. Yin Bo, visibly excited and incredulous, asked, Xueqiao, where did you acquire this? His reaction was understandable. Such a rarity had likely never graced the hands of a high school student in the city, and it appeared freshly crafted. What's the matter? Yu Xueqiao exclaimed, startled by his outburst. Once she comprehended Yin Bo's words, she whispered in astonishment. Is this truly a skill book? Her mother, frightened, came out of the kitchen, turning off the stove. A non-ranked skill book was no trivial matter. If it were valued even slightly higher, it would be worth a fortune. Even her father, usually composed, began to fidget. Xueqiao, from whence did this skill book originate? A master created it. In that instant, she fully believed that this piece of paper was indeed a skill book, and furthermore, a non-ranked one that required no learning level. As soon as Yin Bo finished his exclamation, he seized the paper from her hands. After verifying it multiple times, he nodded at her father, adding, "Although it lacks a specified rank, it is at least an A level." In that moment, the atmosphere in the house seemed to freeze, silence enveloping everyone. Her father attempted to speak, yet multiple attempts to vocalize his thoughts resulted in no sound. Her mother, though not exceptionally powerful as a beast master, understood the significance of a non-ranked skill book, especially one of at least A-level quality. The most awkward person in the room was undoubtedly Yen Bo. Assessing the atmosphere and reflecting on the situation, he sensed that this was not something he could involve himself in. Despite his good rapport with Yu Xueqiao's father, he decided it best to withdraw from the matter. "It seems I shall not be staying for dinner," he remarked. With a resigned sigh, Yu Xueqiao's father, Yu Yifeng, replied, "Apologies, Uncle Yen, but I must address this matter. Let us arrange to dine together tomorrow." Both parties understood the unspoken agreement. Once Yen Bo departed, Yu Yifeng ushered his daughter into the study. "Please, do tell me what transpired." Yu Xueqiao recounted the events of the day in great detail. Given her father's demeanor, she felt compelled to speak. Upon hearing her account, he suddenly posed a question. "Xueqiao, do you comprehend the significance of an unranked A-class skill book?" Noticing the lack of the gravity he anticipated in his daughter's expression, he continued, "From my position as district head, the information at my disposal suggests that there are fewer than 10 individuals in the world capable of such feats. If what you have learned is accurate, the master you mentioned would rank among the top 5 skill artisans globally." Initially, Yu Xueqiao grasped little of this, but her father's assertion provided her with a clearer understanding. In society, the status of skill book artisans was already elevated, and that master occupied the pinnacle of this hierarchy. The latent power behind it was beyond her imagination. Her perception of strength was akin to her father's formidable beast, an elite quality beast at level 61. However, the energy the master commanded was undoubtedly on a different scale altogether. Was it a level 99 ultimate beast? Or perhaps one that exceeded level 100, or even a divine beast capable of transcending to level 120? The possibilities were daunting, and she dared not contemplate even higher tiers. Reflecting on her actions today, she concluded she had neither offended anyone nor committed any missteps. Thus, she breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze now imbued with newfound seriousness. Observing his daughter's realization of the implications, he continued, "There is no need for undue anxiety. If the individual seeks seclusion, it may very well be an opportunity for you, and for our family. As long as you regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves, everything will fall into place. After school tomorrow, do not leave. I shall come to assess the situation. As for that skill book, since it is intended for you, cherish it and allow your 3-colored fire spirit to learn from it." Upon returning to her room, Yu Xueqiao entrusted the skill book to her 3-colored fire spirit for study. Shortly thereafter, the skill book radiated a brilliant light before vanishing, signifying that her fire spirit had successfully acquired the skill. Though she was eager to experiment with it, she restrained herself. After all, she could not risk setting her home ablaze. The following day, Chen resumed his regular business operations. During this time, he had amassed considerable earnings from selling beast-related supplies, having invested heavily in a substantial new stock. With the looming high school entrance examinations, he faced no challenges in sales. Given his proximity to the school, business was thriving. Despite having opened only a few days prior, a new competitor had emerged nearby, also dealing in beast custody and supplies. With a relatively quiet morning on his hands, Chen occupied himself with video games. Having recently upgraded to a new computer, he was finally free from the limitations of the pre-installed games. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, prompting him to look up. A rotund gentleman entered, and Chen initially assumed he was there to make a purchase. However, as the man spoke, the situation took an unexpected turn. "You are the owner, correct? I have opened my own custody shop, and your establishment can close down." As Chen stood, he was taken aback by such brazen words and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? How could one possibly drink so much after just a few dishes?" The man, rather than getting angry, let out a cold laugh. "Do you know who my brother is? He is a leader at the Bureau of Beast Supply Supervision." Chen had heard of this bureau, which regulated the sale of beast supplies. Typically, selling such items required a permit issued by them. "Well, I don't care about your connections," he replied boldly. "If they revoke my permit, let them try. I have plenty of time on my hands and a bit of savings to tide me over. If that fails, I know someone at the Prosperous Group, Zhao Zhiheng. He could assist me, being a leader himself, adept at handling such matters." "So what?" The man reiterated. "I will say it again. My brother is a leader. And what of it? He cannot prevent you from running your shop," Chen countered. You. The man stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response after being met with such defiance. In this exchange, it was evident that the one who appeared indifferent and composed held the upper hand. Chen remained unfazed, while the man grew increasingly agitated. "Just wait. Your shop won't last till tomorrow. You'll see. Take care on your way out, Mr. Su Chen called after him, watching as the man stormed out, visibly incensed. Once the door closed, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. The morning brought some business, albeit modest. Perhaps the size of his shop paled in comparison to the more appealing appearance of the rotund man's store. Ah, if only I had the funds for renovations. I would expand my shop to become the most impressive in the district. He mused, lamenting his lack of inspiration for skill designs after years of practice. Unsure of what direction to take, he contemplated creating designs for equipment instead. In this world, for reasons unknown, there were no beast equipment. He sketched a draft, intending to carve it from wood and see where it led. As the school day drew to a close, Yu Xueqiao arrived at the store's entrance, accompanied by her father, the district head. Meanwhile, a directive was issued by a leader from the Bureau of Beast Supply Management to investigate a particular shop. Chapter 9. My father, Zhang Xueqiao. This is the shop, correct? Without her guidance, he identified Su Chen's store just by observing the sign. While lower-tier beast masters might not recognize it, those whose primary beasts had reached level 60 or above would discern the underlying essence. The aura emanating from the sign was formidable. Beasts of level 60 and above already possessed terrifying foundational attributes. With such values established, the next discussion would revolve around mechanisms. The essence itself was a mechanism, and a powerful essence significantly influenced skill enhancement and the exploration of one's potential. Yu Yifeng inquired of his primary beast within the beast space. Can you discern the level of the essence? It's too chaotic to determine, but even a hint of it is at least of S-class caliber. Upon hearing this, Yu Yifeng inhaled sharply. That's terrifying. Ding. The computer screen displayed Su Chen's face. Xueqiao, who is this? Before she could respond, Yu Yifeng interrupted, stating, This is my daughter, a modest official in our district. Today, we have come to meet the master. Ah, another one. Do you also enjoy concocting skills and evolution paths? Indeed. I would greatly appreciate the master's guidance. Oh, in the 20 years since I crossed over, I encountered few individuals with such interests during school. Now that I am in society, I have found many. It has been less than half a month, and already 2 pairs of fathers and daughters share this passion. Oh, welcome to discuss. Please, have a seat while I prepare some tea. Su Chen set aside the wood he had been carving and rose to fetch the tea leaves, brewing it in the traditional manner, rinsing the leaves before placing them in the pot. Now that the master sat across from him, Yu Yifeng observed him closely. Indeed, he appeared to be in his early 20s, showing no signs of having undergone any alterations, nor did he exhibit any energy fluctuations. Is it truly the case that the master is merely in his 20s? Initially, when Xueqiao stated that he was merely 20 years old, he assumed that the senior was merely putting on a youthful facade. However, it has now become evident that this is far from the truth. He genuinely is in his 20s. While young individuals in their 20s are commonplace, those who rank among the top 5 in a particular field at such a tender age are exceedingly rare. In fact, they are virtually non-existent. His mind was in a whirl, attempting to comprehend this revelation. Eventually, he relinquished the effort, lifting his teacup and taking a couple of sips. This was no ordinary tea. After finishing his drink, Yu Yifeng distinctly felt a subtle enhancement within his beast mastery space. He inquired within his heart, did you sense it? Within the realm of his beasts, astonishment echoed. Not only had the intensity of their space increased, but they also sensed a hint of profundity. Such pure energy. Yet, it was clear that this energy did not emanate from the tea leaves themselves. Indeed, it was the energy radiated by that master. Hearing the response from his beasts left him profoundly shaken. The tea leaves may have been ordinary, but the master's brewing transformed them into something extraordinary. Su Chen, observing the slight shock displayed by the two as they savored the tea, felt a swell of pride. This was exquisite tea he had just acquired, reserved specifically for esteemed clients. He had merely brought it out now because he learned that Yu Xueqiao's father held a government position. Although he was unperturbed by connections, possessing one would certainly ease many burdens. If he had known someone in authority, he could have countered the obnoxious beer belly's provocations. Unfortunately, he had no inkling of Yu Xueqiao's father's actual position, a minor official, perhaps. If he were a district chief or director, he would have boasted about it upon entering. After all, he was no eminent figure, and there was no need for him to feign humility before Su Chen. If only he were a high-ranking official. In that case, if any issues arose with his credentials, he could simply seek assistance from this individual. As the three engaged in lively conversation, the doorbell chimed, and the beer belly from the morning entered, flanked by several officials from the Beast Material Management Bureau. Upon entering, the bureau officials announced loudly, "We have received reports that your establishment is selling prohibited products. We now require you to close the shop and submit to an investigation." The beer belly stood at the forefront, wearing a smug expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, this shop is under investigation." If you wish to purchase anything, you may do so at my shop. His gaze was fixed on Su Chen, laden with an unmistakable challenge. Su Chen cast a glance at Yu Xueqiao and her father, his countenance darkening. While losing business was a minor concern, the embarrassment was substantial. Yu Yifeng sensed the master's grim expression and inwardly cursed the situation. What an absolute disaster. As for the Bureau's claims regarding the sale of prohibited items, he dismissed them entirely. What illicit goods could the master possibly be selling? There was no motive for such behavior. It would be utterly foolish to risk everything for a paltry sum. After scrutinizing the master, he was taken aback when the master spoke. I apologize for putting you two in an awkward position. Let us pause for now. I shall handle this matter. Handle it? How do you intend to handle it? He thought, troubled by the weight of the master's tone. This could spell disaster. If the master grew angry over this incident and it was traced back to him, how could he possibly retain his position as district chief? Master, allow me to take care of this. I will ascertain the situation and provide you with a resolution, he offered, feeling a cold sweat forming. The beer belly, overhearing this exchange, clapped Yu Yifeng on the shoulder. Uncle, how do you plan to resolve this? Do you truly believe you can manage this? He boasted. My father is Zhang the director of the Beast Material Management Bureau, and my brother is Zhang Dajiang, the leader of the frontline investigation team. The officials from the bureau pretended not to hear, continuing their search of the store's merchandise and sales qualifications. Without a badge, Yu Yifeng found himself at a loss for targets. Zhang you say? I've heard of him, he replied, brushing the beer belly's hand away. He then turned to the master and whispered, Master, I'll make a call. I can handle this. With that, he strode out of the shop and immediately dialed Zhang Er's number. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Beep, beep, beep. In that moment, he felt an urge to throw his phone against the wall, particularly given the master's increasingly dark demeanor. Inside, the beer belly sat on a stool, glaring at Su Chen. Kid, to survive in this world, you need power and connections. What do you have to play this game? He smirked, adding, Little sister, your father cannot resolve this issue. Let him in. There's no point in wasting energy. After several failed attempts to reach someone, frustration mounted. Outside, Yu Yifeng was indeed on the verge of losing his temper. Having called the bureau 3 times without a response, he was seething with rage. Whoever picked up would surely regret it. Had the master not been reclusive, he would have simply asserted his position as district chief, halted the investigation, and assessed the situation. However, given the master's discretion, a district chief's visit would hardly be appropriate. Finally, after the second attempt to contact the director, the call went through. It was Zhang and a groggy voice answered, District Chief, is there something you need? Suppressing the urge to unleash his fury, Yu Yifeng managed to remain composed. I don't care where you are or what you're doing. Return the management team near the first high school immediately. The urgency in his tone did not go unnoticed, and Zhang now more alert, responded, Understood, District Chief. I'll handle it right away. Just as he hung up, he recalled that his second son had mentioned wanting to find a beast boarding shop, which happened to be located near the first high school. What a predicament. Meanwhile, the beer belly continued to boast in the shop. I told you to close down, and you must comply. You young people never listen. Su Chen found it pointless to engage with such a person, especially as he noticed Yu Yifeng signaling him with an okay gesture, suggesting the matter had been resolved. He was relieved. Having been prepared to make a scene at the bureau, it seemed that the situation had been handled effectively. However, he still had no clear understanding of Yu Yifeng's actual position. He certainly did not appear to be the minor official he had claimed to be. In fact, he seemed quite influential. Within moments of Yu Yifeng's signal, the bureau officials received a call. After a brief exchange, they ceased rummaging through the store and whispered a few words to the beer belly. His previously confident demeanor faltered, and disbelief washed over his face as he glanced between Yu Xueqiao and Yu Yifeng. District Chief? As I gaze upon Su Chen before me, I recall the title the district chief bestowed upon him moments ago. What was it? Ah, Master. Master? To attain the position of district chief, one must possess at least the prowess of a 6th-tier beast master, signifying that their primary beast's level exceeds 60. Under such circumstances, to address someone as master? This young man's status must surely rival that of a 7th or even 8th-tier beast master. At this moment, my composure is rapidly slipping away. Yet, observing Su Chen's darkened expression, an overwhelming sense of dread washes over me. Accustomed to wielding power with impunity, I find myself bereft of any remedial measures. A misunderstanding, ahaha. Su boss, it's a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave now. Su Chen pays him no heed, while at the entrance, Yu Yifeng scrutinizes him closely before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. If the master is angered, you shall surely regret it. Had he uttered these words prior to discerning the other's identity, he would have scoffed, but now, the district chief possesses myriad means to make his life difficult, and he dares not linger for even a moment longer, hastily retreating. What an absurd situation this is. Regaining my composure, I re-enter the shop, stepping back into the role of the calm district chief. Noticing the few individuals from the management bureau still present, I promptly instruct them to depart as well. Is it not enough to further offend the master? Mr. Yu, your influence is quite considerable. Originally spoken with a hint of inquiry, my words are met with incredulous retorts. The master has already discerned the underlying truth. To conceal further would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. Taking my seat, I lower my head slightly and state, the district chief is merely a title. At this, Chen begins to feel a twinge of anxiety. The district chief? Such authority is formidable. Fortunately, I have not incurred his displeasure and have even offered fine tea as a gesture of hospitality, ensuring my first impression remains favorable. However, this district chief bears no airs. Clearly a man of integrity. Faced with such circumstances, his immediate thought was to assist this ordinary citizen. How commendable. Unlike others who wield their power with tyranny. If only all officials were like him, rather than the likes of Zhang who, upon acquiring a modicum of authority, becomes utterly lost. In my opinion, individuals of such character are unworthy of their positions. The speaker's words, though unintentional, land heavily upon the listener. What began as mere venting now serves as a potential justification for Zhang's inevitable downfall. If the master has spoken and is aware of the district chief's identity, should Zhang still occupy his position the following day, it would reflect poorly on his competence. Realizing this, I break into a cold sweat. Rest assured, master, such individuals will undoubtedly be held accountable. Oh dear, having called you master so many times, I must reciprocate. With that, I lead Yu Yifeng to the counter. These are all my creations. Choose anyone as a gift. Just as I begin to open the drawer, Yu Yifeng struggles to maintain his composure. When the drawer finally opens, he can no longer contain himself. An exclamation escapes his lips. Holy cow! So many? Yu Xueqiao, trailing behind, gasps in disbelief. The entire counter is piled high with skill books. Each tome is more dazzling than the last. Here lie those of the lightning attribute, while there are those of fire. The introductions barely register in his ears, drowned out by the ringing. I retract my previous assertion of the world's top 5. The labor and energy expended in crafting a single skill book is monumental. To produce even one in a week is the hallmark of a model worker. The quantity before the master transcends all ordinary comprehension. Though yearning for one, Yu Yifeng hesitates to ask, am I free to choose any? Indeed, and if you're unsatisfied, I can also provide an evolution plan tailored to your needs. Chen thinks nothing of it. His logic is simple, since someone has aided him and appreciates his artistry. Offering a single skill book is but a reasonable gesture. Upon hearing customized, Yu Yifeng can no longer contain his excitement, his voice trembling as he asks, may I request a customized evolution plan? Of course, but first, please specify the non-evolved form. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely states, the evolution plan for the 3-color fire spirit. Yu Xueqiao, who had been passively observing, suddenly hears her beast's name and casts a complex glance at her father, realizing he intends to grant her the opportunity for an evolution plan. Just as she opens her mouth to speak, Yu Yifeng's hand lands on her shoulder, silently urging her to accept. Biting her lip, she acquiesces to her father's gift. Chen is well aware of the 3-color fire spirit, having previously customized a skill for it. To maximize the potential of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, he soon formulates a novel evolution plan, the evolution of the 3-color fire spirit into the 9-variant Emperor Flame. Such a hastily devised evolution plan casts a shadow of seriousness over the faces of Yu Yifeng and Yu Xueqiao. Typically, evolution plans require extensive experimentation. Even the most esteemed evolution scholars would hesitate to make such a rash decision. Yet, the two dare not show any disrespect to the master and accept the evolution plan with forced smiles. Unlike affluent merchants, their family lacks the resources to test the plan. Ultimately, Yu Yifeng resolves to place his trust in the master. After all, with such a plethora of skill books, it seems feasible to derive an evolution plan through human intellect alone. Gazing at the clock, he realizes it is not yet too late. He decides to proceed with his daughter's beast's first evolution this very evening. 3-color fire spirit, race talent value, 34, potential X, remarks, as a novice beast. It possesses commendable potential, yet its 3 colors are overly chaotic, lacking a powerful means of attack. This is the entry for the 3-color fire spirit. Upon evolution, it transforms into XXX, unrecorded, race talent value, 599, potential, 27, level, 11, physical quality, 0, mental strength, 1779, inside the independent testing room of the martial arts hall. The two stare in wide-eyed disbelief at the data before them. Is this truly an epic quality? A race talent value exceeding 501 signifies an epic grade. To evolve once. Transitioning from ordinary to epic? It feels like a dream. Initially, Yu Yifeng had harbored concerns about a potential failure in the evolution process, especially since the materials for evolution were procured using points. As the district chief, he possesses limited funds. High-value resources for evolution can only be obtained through point redemption within the system. This was essentially a high-stakes gamble, and he never anticipated winning. He placed his bet on the Master's capabilities. Now, it is evident that he made the right choice. The Master truly is a master. Furthermore, the evolved beast is of epic caliber. Even if it were to remain unevolved thereafter, an epic beast suffices. Yu Yifeng harbors no lofty ambitions. He merely wishes for his daughter to lead a happy life, ideally surpassing him. Judging by the current circumstances, this aspiration seems easily attainable. Yet, the evening's tasks are far from complete. Zhang, what a calamity has befallen me. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. I shall resolve this matter today. They say he is the director of the Beast Master Resource Management Bureau, but in truth, he merely oversees the local management office. Ultimately, it remains under my jurisdiction. A few urgent phone calls later, an emergency meeting was convened, culminating in the disciplinary action against Zhang, who was compelled to resign. Should anyone seek accountability, they may directly approach Yu Yifeng. Upon opening my store the following day, I discovered that the establishment belonging to the rotund proprietor had already shuttered, with a sign advertising its availability for rent. This was indeed a source of great satisfaction. The district chief from yesterday was neither pompous nor aloof. Rather, he was a sensible and commendable official, and most importantly, he appreciated my work. In the event of future troubles, I could readily seek his assistance. It seems I neglected to obtain his contact information yesterday. Nevertheless, given his position, how could I not find him again? For the time being, I should focus on my shop. Each individual possesses their own beast master space. Thus the demand for custodial services is quite limited. Only those who find it inconvenient to feed their beasts would opt for such services. My revenue primarily derives from the sale of beast-related supplies. I typically spend my time playing games, crafting skill books, and carving wood. A day or two of this is manageable, but over time, it begins to feel somewhat lifeless. Hiring a shop assistant to converse with? I am not particularly affluent, and given my busy schedule, employing someone would seem rather wasteful. After some contemplation, I pondered the idea of acquiring a beast of my own, not one for combat, but rather a decorative or pet-type creature. This would certainly enliven the atmosphere of my shop. Glancing at the time, I noted that there were hardly any customers in the morning, so I decided to close the shop and take my leave. Just as I was lowering the roller shutter, a familiar female voice called out from behind me. "Are you not opening the shop today, master?" Turning around, I found it was Zhao Yuyu. I intended to purchase some items and then reopen in the afternoon. By the way, why aren't you at school at this hour? Today is Sunday, master. There are no classes, she replied. I chuckled awkwardly. Living a life of leisure, the biggest dilemma I faced daily was what to have for lunch. Hardly remembering which day of the week it was. "What do you wish to buy, master? May I accompany you?" She inquired eagerly. "I plan to purchase a decorative pet-type beast. If you have nothing pressing, feel free to join me." Upon hearing my invitation, Zhao Yuyu's spirits visibly lifted. This was a splendid opportunity to cultivate a connection with me, and perhaps fate would grant her further chances. She hardly dared to imagine such prospects. We located my electric scooter, and I handed her a helmet. She readily hopped onto the back seat, and together we made our way to the nearest beast market. Though it was nearby, it was far from mediocre. In fact, it was the largest beast trading market in the city. Even Zhao Yuyu had acquired her beast from this very place. As we perused the offerings, I noticed an exquisite selection of plant-type beasts. There were still 2 treasure-hunting mice available and a star-patterned bear cub with a qualification of 48. Marked down to an astonishing price of 998,000. The market was bustling with the sounds of beasts and vendors calling out their wares, creating a lively cacophony. For a quieter experience, one could ascend to the second floor, though prices there were correspondingly elevated, and the selection of inferior beasts was notably scarce. Zhao Yuyu assumed I would head directly to the second floor, but much to her surprise, I continued to browse the first. "Master, there are no satisfactory beasts on this floor. Let us move to the second. Even for decorative pets, the quality is significantly better up there." I rolled my eyes. "Sister, do you think I do not wish to ascend? The prices on the second floor are well beyond my means. Just because your family is wealthy does not imply that all live in abundance." However, I could not openly admit my financial constraints while she addressed me as master. Clearing my throat, I added, "Such superficiality. The acquisition of a beast is a matter of fate and mutual compatibility. Even the most visually appealing beast would not entice me if it is not meant for me. What if I were to pay?" she proposed. After a moment of silence, I was tempted to acquiesce, but pride held me back. "You are still a student. What does it matter if you spend your money?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuyu promptly offered a way out. You have helped me so much, master. I must express my gratitude. My family may be impoverished, but if I cannot even fulfill this minor request, I would not know how to thank you. Very well then, I shall reluctantly accept your offer. Let us ascend. At that moment, Zhao Yu realized just how accommodating I was. Had I been a more arrogant master, I would have likely become incensed long ago. Do you truly believe I am in need of your paltry sum? I mused inwardly. Yet, I graciously allowed her the opportunity to express her gratitude. My charm was evidently unmatched. Welcome. As we entered the second floor, the raucous noise from below instantly dissipated. It appeared that a beast of sound properties was controlling the ambience, or perhaps it was some other mechanism at play. The purchasing process on the second floor was entirely distinct from that on the first. Here, one simply states their requirements, and an attendant would descend to the first floor to find suitable options, leaving the customer to select at their leisure. Convenient and worry-free. Zhao Yu expertly secured a private booth, and it was not long before someone arrived to inquire about her needs. I contemplated my preferences. I did not wish to acquire a beast too formidable, as I lacked a contract to manage it, so a weaker specimen would suffice. Additionally, it should be socialized and free from toxins. After careful consideration, I narrowed it down to felines and canines. Though they are the most common, they are also the least demanding. Upon understanding my criteria, the staff promptly descended to the first floor to select suitable options. Decorative pet beasts generally commanded higher prices, as most individuals focused on nurturing combat beasts, leaving a scarcity of pet options. Naturally, with demand outstripping supply, prices soared. Chapter 12. Could this dog possess extraordinary insight? Before long, a variety of cats and dogs were brought forth. However, truth be told, they were all exceedingly strong. After a lengthy examination, I found nothing that appealed to me. The staff, noticing my dissatisfaction, remained patient and unperturbed. It was a rare occurrence for a customer to find their desired beast in one go. Affluent patrons are often very discerning, typically requiring several rounds of selections before making a decision. It was not uncommon for them to exclaim, "That first batch was good. Let us take another look at it." Dear customer, is there anything specific you find lacking in this batch? Please let me know, and I shall procure another selection for you. After a moment of contemplation, I replied with a hint of gravity, "They are all too strong. Do you have any purebred dogs with exceedingly poor qualifications?" The attendant, slightly puzzled, noted my request, but did not express any surprise. What do you mean by asking for a dog with poor qualifications? And what exactly constitutes a purebred dog? Our stock here is of high purity. Though he struggled to grasp my meaning, he duly noted my request and went to fetch another batch. Soon, a new selection of dogs, lacking any remarkable attributes and possessing lower qualifications, was presented. Among them, one particular beast caught my eye. Zhao Yu picked up the creature and examined it closely. "Master, are you certain about this choice?" Before us was a beast bearing a tag that detailed its information and qualifications. Earth dog, species talent value, 1, qualification, 1, level, 1. Such values, even when accompanied by formidable mechanisms, can only be deemed as worthless unless the mechanisms are innumerable. Moreover, they lack any semblance of grandeur, resembling nothing more than an unremarkable mutt. Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No, I believe this one is just right. This is the one." While he did not comprehend the reasoning behind the master's choice, he respected it. The master must have his own rationale. Cradling the mutt, he completed the transaction and returned to the shop. On the way, Zhao Yu pondered the entire journey, still unable to grasp the master's motives for selecting this particular dog. In Chen's eyes, however, this was the epitome of a true dog. The fantastical creatures adorned with flames, scales, and horns held no appeal for him. This mutt bore an uncanny resemblance to the pastoral dogs of his previous life, evoking a sense of innate familiarity. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar setting, the dog exhibited no fear, curiously exploring its surroundings. Chen named it Huang Wankai, and it could be referred to as either De Huang or Wankai. With a free afternoon ahead, Zhao Yu decided to amuse herself in the shop. Possessing the superconductive thunder rat, she easily excelled in her entrance examinations. Chen, in no hurry to send anyone away, welcomed the liveliness in the shop and proceeded to the back to boil water for tea. Wankai continued its exploration, eventually locating the spot where its owner kept his skill books. The dog, determined, managed to pry open the cabinet, its entire body delving inside. Zhao Yu, noticing this, quickly retrieved the dog, concerned that it might damage the master's painstaking work if it were to chew on the skill books. At that moment, Chen emerged, teapot in hand. Observing Zhao Yu holding the dog, he inquired, "What is going on? What was that noise?" "Oh, nothing much. The dog jumped into the cabinet where you keep your works," she replied. Chen, unfazed, responded, "It's fine. It's all waste paper. Let the dog play with it." "Waste paper? For the dog to play with? Those are skill books. How could this dog possibly learn? Its aptitude and talent are woefully inadequate, with base attributes that are pitiably low. Is this the master's audacity? Su-chan approached the small table meant for receiving guests, noticing Zhao Yuyu still frozen in place. He reminded her, "Don't get distracted. Please help me close the cabinet." Finally snapping back to reality, Zhao Yuyu prepared to shut the cabinet, only to suddenly realize that many skill books were missing. She had previously seen the cabinet brimming with them, and now it was only half full. "Hey, master, have you moved your works elsewhere?" "No, they've always been right here in the cabinet." At that moment, a thought struck her. The only one who had opened the cabinet was Wang Kai. Could it be that Wang Kai had learned these skills, resulting in the diminished number of books? Was that even possible? Of course, it was, though it seemed improbable. It was akin to a certain city potentially hosting a beast taming competition. Yet it was unlikely that such an event would actually take place. Learning skills in beast taming, while not explicitly capped, does possess a sort of soft limit, perception. Acquiring too many skills could lead to mental overload, making subsequent learning increasingly arduous. With half a cabinet's worth of skill books, certainly hundreds, had Wang Kai truly learned that many skills? Such a notion was unprecedented. If a beast possessed such aptitude, it would be a mechanical anomaly. Even with slightly inferior values, it would undoubtedly reign supreme. Wait a moment. Could this be the master's reason for choosing Wang Kai? Indeed, the master did not simply select a pet. He made a targeted choice, opting for this exceptionally perceptive beast. With her thoughts racing, just as she closed the cabinet, she heard the master's voice. "Good dog, TSK TSK TSK. This dog is indeed clever." In that instant, Zhao Yuyu felt as though she had uncovered the answer she sought. As she suspected, the master was captivated by the dog's intelligence. Seated at the small table, an idea suddenly struck Zhao Yuyu. "By the way, master, the school is holding a training camp, and I might not have much time to hang around here. Just focus on your beast taming. Don't let your father down," he replied. Throughout the afternoon, customers trickled in, purchasing supplies while the two engaged in light conversation. The hours slipping by unnoticed. When it was time for Zhao Yuyu to leave, Su-chan gifted her a wooden carving he had recently completed. "This is my latest work. It's for you." Upon learning it was the master's creation, Zhao Yuyu recognized it as something extraordinary. She carefully held it, observing it for a moment. Yet, with her limited knowledge, she was uncertain of its purpose. The carving depicted a pair of claws, crafted from wood. Unsure of its significance, she resolved to research it online later. After expressing her gratitude to the master, she returned home. In her rented accommodation, pets were not allowed, so Wang Kai had to remain in the shop. Since her establishment was a beast taming daycare, it was a perfect fit, allowing her to keep an eye on the shop while fulfilling her needs. Upon returning home, Zhao Yuyu snapped a photo of the wooden carving and searched online, but found no results. Could it simply be a pendant or something similar? Unable to find relevant information, she decided to let it be. Tomorrow marked the start of the school training camp, where esteemed alumni were rumored to be invited to give speeches. With such prominent figures in attendance, perhaps her beast taming abilities would advance further. Given her current capabilities and the strength of her beast space, mastering an epic-level beast remained a challenge. That evening, the superconductive thunder rat climbed onto the table. Suddenly, the claw-like wooden carving transformed into a beam of light, attaching itself to the rat's paw. Despite its wooden structure, it was exquisitely crafted. The rat found a nearby piece of paper and made a swift scratch across it, effortlessly splitting the paper in two. Sensing it might have caused trouble, it prepared to retreat to its nest. The claw reverted to its original wooden form, resting on the table as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 13, The Lost Wang Kai. The tinkling of the doorbell echoed as Su-chan adeptly lifted his head. "Welcome, Gao Xuanma." The individual entering was familiar to him, his high school classmate, a distinguished representative of the city, currently a sophomore at the Imperial Capital University. "What brings you here?" "I came to check on you. How have you been?" Stepping inside, he noticed the newly crafted skill books on the table and the ambience that filled the air. Despite having seen it countless times, each encounter was as astonishing as the first. Reflecting on the years that had passed, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You still love creating skill books so much?" "Well, it's my only passion," Su-chan replied. Gao Xuanma nodded, silently wishing for a similar passion of his own. His admission to the Imperial Capital University was largely due to Su-chan's assistance. Relying solely on his innate talent could scarcely compete with those truly gifted or affluent individuals. It was all thanks to the skill books that he had been fed. Yet, his good friend had a peculiar habit of daydreaming about retirement, as if he had lost all enthusiasm for the world. Approaching Su-chan, he observed his friend meticulously carving wood with a small knife. "What's this? Are you working on another new piece?" Su-chan, engrossed in his task, paid no heed, his full attention on the carving knife in his hand. "Alas, this is a remarkable item, which I shall refer to as beast taming gear. In layman's terms, it is a weapon meant for beasts. Gao Xuanma furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes scrutinizing the carving knife held by the other party. His esteemed classmate casually possessed a skill book, suggesting a potential evolutionary path. With such formidable prowess, it was evident that this wooden carving was no ordinary piece. How does one utilize this? Chen inquired, caught off guard by the question. Was it not self-evident that equipment was meant to be donned? This wooden sculpture served merely as a model, an imagined product. Could it even be used? How could one apply it? The wooden carving enlarges and is directly embedded into the beast's form. What else could be done? After much contemplation, he could only offer a vague response. However, upon hearing this, his old classmate expressed astonishment. No one had ever contemplated equipping beasts. 4 advanced beasts possess bodily structures far superior to ordinary materials, rendering equipment unnecessary and impractical to carry. Chen had already resolved the issue of portability. The next step was evidently to address the matter of strength. Once the carving was complete, he casually tossed the wooden sculpture to Gao Xuanma. It's a gift for you. Gao Xuanma received the carving, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This is far too precious. Yet, he was met with an eye roll from Chen. Precious? Is this not simply a casually crafted piece? At most, it is a mere trinket, hardly worthy of the term precious. Take it or leave it. I shall take it. Chen's possession was no ordinary item. He simply did not regard its value. The cutting-edge nature of Beast Taming gear promised a significant enhancement in battle capabilities if utilized effectively. As the clock approached 10 in the morning, Gao Xuanma glanced at the time. Are you busy? Would you like to accompany me to the school to observe this year as freshman? From their earlier conversation, he learned that his good friend had been invited by the school to give a lecture. Initially reluctant to attend, he found himself agreeing after witnessing the eager glint in Gao Xuanma's eyes. Suddenly, Wang Kai from the back area barked twice. Chen turned his head. What? You want to go too? Bark 3 times, and I'll take you. Woof woof woof. In the realm of beasts, there are scarcely any places off limits to them. If humans are permitted, so too are their beasts. As long as accompanied by a human, entering the school gates remains a simple task. The two wandered around the school until they reached the teaching building. Suddenly, Chen noticed, wait, where's Wang Kai? Before entering the school, Wang Kai had been trailing closely behind. But now there was no sign of him. For a typical beast master, such a situation would pose no concern. With a contract in place, locating Wang Kai would be effortless. However, Chen was not a beast master, and this predicament became troublesome. The two separated to search for the dog. Meanwhile, on the training field for the senior class, Wang Kai strutted about with great confidence. Numerous beasts were training on the field, and no one paid any mind to this stray dog, assuming it belonged to some student. Gradually, however, some began to notice something amiss. This dog emitted no contract fluctuations, indicating it was an uncontracted beast. What the heck? I thought it was someone's beast. But it's just a wild stray dog. It's disrupting my training. Blazehound, chase it away. Some felt their training was being affected and dispatched their beast to teach the stray dog a lesson. Upon receiving the command, Blazehound unleashed a fireball, aimed to inflict serious harm. When dogs fight, there is no holding back. Unexpectedly, a distortion in space occurred, and the fireball passed harmlessly through Wangkai's body, shooting off into the distance. The onlookers froze in place, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. How did that happen? They all gazed, expecting the stray dog to be blasted away, only to see it pass through unscathed. Before anyone could ponder the reason, Wangkai's form faintly shimmered, and in the next moment, he left behind only an afterimage, reappearing directly in front of Blazehound. With a swift paw, he slapped Blazehound across the face. Confusion, bewilderment, and shock painted the expression of the dog. Wait, how did you just appear here? Did anyone see that? An onlooker asked, only to be met with a chorus of shakes. No one had witnessed the stray dog's movement clearly. After delivering the slap, Wang Kai, disinterested in further confrontation, ambled away. Cooped up in the store, he had longed for the freedom to breathe fresh air. The training instructor noticed a group of students standing idly, unsure of what to do. He approached and inquired, what are you all doing? Don't you want to get into college? Someone replied, Instructor, there's a wild stray dog here. I'm trying to chase it away, but it won't leave. Hearing this, the instructor was puzzled. You can't chase it away? It's just a stray dog. Not a powerful beast. How hard can it be to get rid of? As he approached, he indeed spotted a stray dog wandering nonchalantly across the field. It's merely a stray dog? With a racial attribute value of only 1, you all seem reluctant to shoo it away. As he spoke, he reached forward to pick up the dog. Just like the fireball earlier, his hand passed right through the dog. Spatial skill. The students couldn't discern the reason behind the phenomenon, but the instructor recognized it immediately. This was clearly a form of spatial manipulation. When had a stray dog acquired such a skill? Moreover, this was its initial form, meaning it had not undergone any evolution, boasting a maximum level of 10. The notion that the dog had somehow comprehended spatial skills on its own was utterly implausible. The most likely truth was that someone had used a skill book on this stray dog. As this thought crossed the instructor's mind, he found it hard to believe. Yet, no other explanation seemed viable. Nevertheless, even if a dog under level 10 possessed such a skill, it was still manageable. He summoned his own beast. A level 37 would crystal ape. If he couldn't subdue this stray dog, his reputation would be tarnished. Chapter 14. Are you sending us skill books? Even the most extreme attributes have their limits. While spatial attributes can be particularly troublesome, the skills displayed by this stray dog appeared to be predominantly defensive and evasive in nature. The exact mechanics eluded him, but it seemed to involve spatial layering. As long as the dog was not within a certain space, attacks in that space would fail to connect. I shall witness the limits of your spatial manipulation. Would crystal ape, energy absorption. No sooner had he spoken than his beast planted its hands on the ground. Slender roots sprouting from beneath Wonkai's feet. Although the roots did not strike Wonkai, they began siphoning the elemental energy in the vicinity. This maneuver aimed to sever the dog's energy supply. At level 10 or less, how much energy could a stray dog possibly store? Once the area was sufficiently sealed off, a new command was issued. Crystallize. The roots that had emerged from the ground swiftly transformed into crystalline structures. The complex crystal formations made it exceedingly difficult for Wonkai to maintain his spatial skill. Observing this scene, the instructor felt a sense of assurance. You all are simply too inexperienced. You can't even handle a stray dog. Just a second ago, he had spoken confidently, yet the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The crystallized roots reverted to their original wooden state. The emanating fluctuations caused a twitch at the corner of the instructor's mouth. Temporal skills? The previous spatial abilities had yet to be elucidated, and now the notion of time manipulation was even more perplexing. If these were merely skills acquired from skill books, this humble canine must possess an extraordinary background. Under normal circumstances, a creature of such caliber would not have access to skills of such elevated attributes. It appears to be an unranked skill indeed. Therefore, this canine undoubtedly harbors a formidable lineage, one capable of casually providing skill books pertaining to both time and space. The two sovereign attributes. Previously unnoticed, although there were no contract fluctuations emanating from this canine, it bore a tag. It has an owner. My previous actions may have provoked trouble. The instructor observed the canine, lost in thought. Wonkai. The voice resonated from the direction of the teaching building, causing the canine to momentarily freeze before reluctantly sprinting towards it. Continue your training. I shall investigate the situation. With the excitement dissipated, some students begrudgingly returned to the training ground to resume their beast taming practice. The instructor followed Wonkai to find Su Chun. Upon seeing Wonkai, Su Chun, unfazed, delivered a resounding slap to the canine's face. The instructor watched in astonishment as the individual suppressed the nearby spatial fluctuations, preventing Wonkai from utilizing spatial skills. Can a mere human exert such control over spatial fluctuations? Yet, that was precisely how the spatial energies had been conveyed moments ago. Moreover, this formidable individual appeared rather youthful. Once Su Chun had dealt with the canine, he noticed someone following Wonkai. Judging by the attire, it was presumably an instructor summoned by the school, diligently pursuing the canine. Could this fellow have caused a ruckus? Su Chun hurriedly approached the instructor to offer his apologies. My sincerest apologies. The dog ran off. But it hasn't caused any trouble, has it? Having witnessed the ability to suppress spatial fluctuations, he dared not utter a word of denial. Not at all. Not at all. The instructor yearned to return to the training ground, as the pressure from such a powerful presence was somewhat overwhelming. He had suspected Wansai's significant background, yet never anticipated it to be so profound. Su Chun sighed in relief. As long as no calamity had ensued, all was well. After exchanging a few words, the instructor learned that Su Chun had entered alongside today's speaker. Now that the canine had been located, Su Chun messaged Gao Xuanma to assemble at the training ground. As it was nearly time for the speech, the trio, 2 humans and 1 canine, returned to the training area. Upon their arrival, Gao Xuanma had already commenced his address. This esteemed friend of his was a student at the Imperial Capital University, more than capable of invigorating high school students. A few minutes later, the speech concluded. Gao Xuanma had matters to attend to, and after exiting the school, he parted ways with Su Chun, having idled around the campus for the morning. It was time to return to his shop and resume business. While he faced no survival pressures, the notion of 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets was hardly acceptable. Operating the shop diligently was the true path to follow. During lunchtime at the school, several instructors engaged in discussions regarding Wonkai's affair. To suppress spatial fluctuations with a mere hand. Is that even possible for a human? Indeed, even with the energy reinforcement from Beast Taming, such feats were not easily accomplished. Observing the skepticism among his peers, the instructor, somewhat exasperated, declared, "I have inquired among the students, and that formidable individual operates a shop nearby. During our lunch break, I shall take you to see for yourselves. You will understand whether I speak truthfully." Having reached such a point in conversation, the matter was undoubtedly genuine, for one would not fabricate such tales. Curious to witness firsthand the individual capable of effortlessly suppressing spatial energies, they had already crafted their excuses to visit the shop under the pretense of making a purchase. Given that the mysterious figure operated a small shop, it was reasonable to assume he sought seclusion and tranquility. As long as they had justifiable reasons, it was highly likely that the esteemed individual would not take offense. Moreover, even if he did, they were not ordinary instructors. They were all active military personnel. After lunch, the 6 instructors utilized their smartphones to navigate to the vicinity of the shop. Upon seeing the sign, they began to grasp the magnitude of Su Chun's strength. The sign radiated with profound significance. For an ordinary person, such a plaque would not be displayed at the shop entrance. Rather, it would be entrusted to their beasts for comprehension and study. The act of carelessly hanging it indicated that the individual regarded it with indifference. For him, such profundity was trivial. "Shall we enter?" "Of course, we shall. We are here to purchase." The 6 of them bolstered each other's courage and stepped through the shop's entrance. "Dingling, welcome." Su Chen's voice echoed warmly, though he did not lift his gaze. Engrossed in a crucial moment of creation, the brush in his hand required but one final stroke. Once he completed the painting, he raised his head to regard the arriving patrons. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, seemingly confirming something, their eyes darting back and forth, forcibly suppressing their astonishment. This remarkable figure was also a skill book creator. The skill book they had glimpsed earlier appeared to be of unranked caliber. Although they had never encountered such a thing, the revelation was shocking. However, their formidable mental fortitude enabled them to regain composure. We have come to make a purchase." Despite their mental recovery, their muscles remained tense, and their speech was somewhat halting. "Aren't you the school instructors? Welcome, welcome. What can I assist you with today?" The 6 began to inspect the items in the shop, hesitant to converse further. At the checkout, their attention was drawn to the skill book. That was indeed an unranked skill book. Following their gaze, Su Chen realized it was his own creation. Could it be that they admired his work? "Oh, I shall gift you this one." He placed the skill book into their shopping bag, as their appreciation for his creation warranted such generosity. Initially, the 6 felt a slight relief, but suddenly their minds went blank. One among them, taken aback, stammered, "You're giving this to us? Are you certain?" "Of course. Since I can see your attention is fixated on my work, it is yours." Su Chen spoke with utmost sincerity, devoid of any sarcastic undertone, further perplexing the 6. Were they truly receiving it as a gift, or was he being sardonic? Surely, no one could so casually bestow a skill book. Even a skill book creator would not be so nonchalant about it. Yet the demeanor of this individual suggested he genuinely intended to gift it. One bolder individual sought clarification. "Is this for real?" "Indeed, I have spoken, and my word is as good as a promise. This is for you." As a token of gratitude for that fellow's restraint with Wonkai, all eyes turned to the individual Su Chen had mentioned. He had not anticipated being called out, and could only respond with an awkward smile. Whether he had previously been sardonic was uncertain, but now, it was unmistakably so. As a third-tier beast tamer, he was outmatched by a mere canine, likely not even of level 10. It was not due to leniency. Having unleashed a series of powerful skills, he found himself utterly helpless. Embarrassed, he could only dig his toes into the ground. The 6 departed the shop, clutching the skill book and their purchases, and made their way into an alley. "Brothers, how should we interpret this skill book?" The speaker retrieved the skill book and glanced at it briefly. "Heavenly Palm." Upon merely seeing the name of the skill, it was evident that this ability was extraordinary, a purely physical skill that any beast master with hands could learn. As they continued to read the description, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Finally, they decided to tuck the skill book away. "Gentlemen, let us not linger on this. This skill is undoubtedly at least an A level, beyond our reach. We should turn it in." Submitting it was indeed the simplest option, and they would receive a reward, though it was unlikely to match the value of the skill book itself. However, it would spare them from worry. Moreover, should they take this skill book out into the world, it could incite a tempest of bloodshed. Handing it over to the military would ensure their safety. "I concur with the submission. What about you all?" They were no longer novices. Such matters could not be concealed, and they all supported turning it in. Agreed. After ensuring the skill book was secured, the 6 returned to the school and promptly contacted the military. The matter was reported through multiple channels until it finally reached the ears of the city's military district leaders. What began as a straightforward task, submitting an item and reporting the incident, quickly escalated into something more alarming. According to the individual's characteristics, There was no record of such a person within the archives of skill book creators, and it was discovered that this person was likely in their early 20s. The severity of the situation had suddenly intensified. A person in their early 20s capable of crafting A-level skill books without classification. Upon hearing this news, those who initially thought the six were delusional began to reconsider, especially after the skill book was delivered to the military and subjected to various assessments, confirming the astonishing reality. The general took this matter very seriously. After all, it involved an exceptionally talented individual, and careful deliberation was warranted. After some contemplation, the commander of the city military district made a phone call to the mayor, inquiring if he was aware of the situation. The inquiry continued until it reached Yue Feng. Despite the lengthy process, it took less than 2 hours for those who needed to know within the military and municipal government to be informed. In the mayor's office, all right. Yue Feng, I am aware of everything you've mentioned. Let me deliberate on how to handle this matter. Ultimately, the decision was left to the mayor, who faced the dilemma of a person capable of producing unclassified skill books and evolutionary directions living in his city without his prior knowledge for 2 decades. Furthermore, this individual had remained unnoticed for all these years. Had it not been for the master's intentions, this situation would have been utterly incomprehensible, unless it was merely coincidence. Yet, such coincidences seemed improbable. Now, the master had revealed signals of his existence, which carried significant implications. Was he preparing to emerge from obscurity? Upon considering this, many elements began to align. Providing 2 students with evolutionary directions and a skill book indicated a deliberate strategy. If he couldn't perceive the game, then he was most likely a pawn himself. Delivering the skill book directly unveiled his identity. Had he not done so, he might have lived his life unaware of the existence of such an extraordinary individual in the city. Glancing at the map, swathes of red dominated, with only a scant few patches of green. During the Great War of the Races, humanity's treachery led countless exceptional beings to despair, retreating into seclusion and forsaking worldly affairs. This resulted in a further deterioration of the situation. Although it was later revealed that human treachery was to blame, the damage to public trust had already been done. In recent years, the government finally stabilized and began searching for the hermits of that era. Although this master didn't quite fit the age profile, he undoubtedly possessed a legacy. He couldn't have simply emerged from the earth. Thus, categorizing this individual as a suspicious hermit was reasonable. Possessing the legacy of a master from that time warranted cautious investigation. Since he was orchestrating a plan that would allow him to proceed, at least for now, it seemed that this master harbored no ill intentions. Yue Feng, do not act as district head any longer. Instead, stay close to Master Su and observe what he intends to do. Upon hearing this, Yue Feng was taken aback by such good fortune. If it were any other hermit or master, he wouldn't have been as eager. But this was Master Su, definitely a lucrative opportunity. Given the potential connections to the individuals of that era, investigating this matter would prove difficult. For the time being, they could only watch and ensure the task was completed. The mayor cast a sidelong glance at Yue Feng and issued a directive. While it was said he would serve as a special observer for Su Chen, it could not be too overt. Thus, the mayor appointed him to a minor administrative role in a specific district. At least, that was the official narrative. The true understanding of this matter would reside with only a select few, as the majority would be required to sign confidentiality agreements. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though the district head had been inexplicably reassigned to a street clerk's position. Original colleagues looked on, unable to contain their laughter as Yue Feng gathered his belongings and stepped out, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Has our district head lost his mind? He is no longer the district head. Now he is a street clerk. Shoo, this situation is utterly nonsensical. Perhaps this is a fortuitous turn of events. Which is why Yue Feng reacted this way. A riddle was left unsolved, yet no one could provide an answer. Those in the know were unable to speak. Amidst the chaos, various rumors emerged but were swiftly suppressed. Su Chen remained blissfully unaware that a piece of his work had inadvertently stirred such a significant commotion. Meanwhile, Yu Xueqiao, sitting across from him, was oblivious to her father becoming the designated observer of Master Su. One was engrossed in carving, while the other engaged in casual conversation. Master, how does one reject another's confession? Upon hearing this, Su Chen promptly set down his carving knife. Do elaborate. The daughter of a district head had received a confession. If her father were to find out, it was certainly a story worth telling. Inside the room, the conversation continued, while outside, at a distance yet able to observe the shop, 3 individuals clad in high school uniforms emerged from the shadows. What on earth is this guy doing? Closing up so late? 2 of them yawned widely, one checking the time. It's 11 o'clock, just the right moment to act. This shop has been doing well lately. Even without cash, we can snatch some beast supplies. The trio confirmed that the street was deserted. The leader, a buzz-cut youth, produced a wire, and began to pick the lock. Click, click, click. In just 3 attempts, the lock on the roll-up door was defeated. The lock picker couldn't resist boasting. There's no lock I can't open. Hurry up. I'd rather not end up with a buzz cut myself. All right. With a loud clatter, the roll-up door was lifted, revealing that everything inside was in order, and the shelves were stocked. The 3 eagerly stepped inside, having done this countless times, and triggered no alarms. Wankai awoke early, already aware of the petty thieves attempting to pry open the lock. Yet, it refrained from intervening. Having completed its own studies of the skill books within the cabinet, it pondered whether its master might be displeased, considering the abundance of tomes. The trio of thieves seemed fortuitously matched, should they successfully pilfer the items and make their escape. It would appear that they alone bore responsibility for the theft of the skill books, leaving Wankai entirely unscathed. However, the presence of surveillance cameras would ultimately reveal the truth of their actions. At this juncture, guidance from Wankai would become essential. As the 3 rummaged through the cabinets, Wankai exuded confidence and stepped forth. Woof! The trio, already on edge, nearly lost their composure at the sound of the barking. Upon realizing it was but a mutt, their irritation flared. What? Am I truly to be frightened by a mere street dog? Yet, after the initial bark, the dog remained still, its paw pointed in a certain direction. Just as the leader was about to take action, one of his companions interjected, "Boss, it's alerting us to the surveillance." The leader turned to see the speaker indicating the very direction the dog had indicated. Following the gaze, they indeed spotted a glaring camera. Casting a glance at Wankai, the leader remarked, "Good dog, even reminding us of the surveillance." With that, he casually seized an object from the table and hurled it at the camera, causing it to shatter and lose power. Only then did he continue to ransack the cabinets, selectively appropriating items of value, particularly those precious crystals. The 3 scoured through the premises, extracting a considerable sum of cash alongside various valuable supplies. Wankai watched as the trio departed, then, after a brief interval, leapt onto the counter and used its paw to dial the emergency number. "Hello, this is the police station." Woof, 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 woof. The line went silent. A few dark lines seemed to appear on Wankai's face. It had forgotten that humans could not comprehend canine language. Was it to wait until the morrow for its master to discover the theft? Such a notion would render it utterly useless. Moreover, if too much time elapsed, the criminals might squander the stolen goods, leaving its master at a loss. In a moment of desperation, it stumbled upon a business card, Zhao Zhiheng's card. Without hesitation, Wankai dialed the number inscribed upon it. At 12 o'clock, a weary Zhao Zhiheng had just returned home, collapsing onto his sofa after inspecting a construction site. Suddenly, his phone rang. As he prepared to dismiss the call, he noticed the caller ID, and his expression turned grave. It was the phone number of the master's shop. Although this was the first instance of the master using the shop's number to contact him, he had long saved it from online sources. Upon answering, he was met with barking. Why is there a dog barking? He wondered. It seemed that Master Su had once purchased a dog, as Yo-Yo had mentioned previously. The combination of the shop's phone ringing at this hour, coupled with the sound of barking, puzzled him. Despite his fatigue, he summoned the strength to investigate downstairs. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, he sensed something was amiss. The lights were off, yet the door stood ajar. He hurried over, flashlight in hand, only to discover the shop in disarray, with items strewn about. Wankai, spotting his arrival, eagerly leaped down and barked. "Has the master's shop been robbed?" "You called?" Wankai nodded. "Robbed?" Wankai nodded once more. Observing the chaotic scene, Zhao Zhiheng did not hesitate to report the crime. The theft of the master's shop was a significant matter, yet he refrained from immediately surveying the scene to preserve the evidence. Moments later, the police had not yet arrived, but military personnel had. Among them was Yu Yifeng. Upon realizing that it was a familiar face who had reported the incident, Yu Yifeng quickly updated Zhao Zhiheng on the situation. With a body camera in tow, the two entered the shop to assess the damage. Money had vanished, along with precious beast-keeping supplies. Su Chun eventually arrived, fuming. "Those thieving scoundrels have stolen from my shop." Upon arrival, he intended to unleash a tirade but was met by the sight of former district chief Yu Yifeng, along with Zhao Zhiheng and a cadre of soldiers. He had encountered police before, but military uniforms hinted at a more serious situation than mere theft. Yu Yifeng rushed over, stating, "Master, some cash and valuable beast-keeping supplies are missing. Please check if anything else has vanished." Upon entering the shop, he spotted Wankai beside the counter and sighed in relief upon ensuring the dog's safety. Yet, as he approached the counter, an anguished wail escaped him. "Where are my paintings?" The moment he uttered this, both Yu Yifeng and Zhao Zhiheng tensed with alarm. "Master, what do you mean?" Seeing Su Chen's fury, they sensed that this was indeed a grave matter. "My paintings, my creations, every single one has vanished." This revelation detonated in their minds like a nuclear bomb. Skill books. A whole cabinet of skill books? Gone. Yu Yifeng nearly buckled under the weight of the implications. He had refrained from assigning personnel to monitor the shop, not anticipating such audacity from a thief to target the master's establishment. Had he done so, this incident could have been averted. If accountability were to be assessed, the major responsibility would fall upon him. Yet, there remained a chance for restitution. As long as the culprits were located, there was hope for recovery. This matter is far from over. Mobilize all available resources to track down the thieves. He turned to Su Chen, assuring him, "Rest assured, master. We will undoubtedly retrieve your works." In that moment, Su Chen felt bewildered. His paintings had vanished, and while his heart was consumed by anger, he was perplexed by the fervent mobilization of forces. The military had been summoned, and it seemed the entire city was engaged in the pursuit of these three miscreants. Did the world truly place such significance on the crime of theft? In a second-hand market on the outskirts, the leader of the trio, with two accomplices in tow, carried a backpack filled with their ill-gotten gains. 200,000. Deal. With cash in hand, the leader departed the market, oblivious to his impending fate. Chapter 17. A series of misunderstandings. Shortly after the leader's departure, a task force descended upon the second-hand market. Report. We've located a second-hand market, and our beast companions have detected the suspect scent. Requesting permission to proceed. Permission granted. Each member of the team, accompanied by their beast partner, stormed into the market. Before they could act, the market manager, upon hearing the commotion, nearly lost his mind. How did the military find us? Did someone sell something they shouldn't have? Just as he was about to inquire, the commanding officer brandished his identification and bellowed, "Everyone, remain still. This area is now under military control." It was confirmed. Someone had indeed sold prohibited goods. The scene, though chaotic, maintained a semblance of order. No one dared escalate matters with the military personnel. Not long after, the lost supplies from Su Chen's shop were located. A report confirmed that the missing cash and beast taming materials had been recovered, yet no skill books were found. Within a mere 5 minutes, the entire second-hand market was surrounded by military beast tamers and personnel. Every individual was thoroughly screened. Although the skill books remained elusive, a fugitive was apprehended. Heaven only knows the state of that fugitive upon realizing the military's arrival. However, the trail had not been lost. The scent remained intact. Some continued the search, while others interrogated the second-hand dealer. In one room, 2 individuals of notable military rank sat upon stools, facing the dealer who had purchased Su Chen's supplies. "Sir, I assure you I know nothing. I merely saw they were desperate for money and bought the goods. I had no idea it was this serious," pleaded the dealer. "Do not call me sir. I demand to know where those 3 individuals are, who frequently sell items here. Do not feign ignorance. Secondly, do they possess any large bags, perhaps filled with drawings, or the like?" The second-hand dealer stammered, trembling. "No bags. Let me think. They must have gone to the Red Romance. They mentioned wanting to be carefree, and according to their habits, it could only be there." Having obtained such crucial intelligence, the military promptly dispatched personnel to the Red Romance. The direction of the scent also aligned with that location. At the Red Romance, the crew-cut individual was chatting with his sister while sipping drinks. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the private room door was kicked open, revealing several vicious beasts alongside armed personnel pointing mechanical guns inside. What is happening? Why such a commotion? The crew-cut individual and his 2 companions were immediately apprehended. Just as Su Chen finished tidying up his shop and prepared to await results, Yu Yifeng rushed in. "Master, we've located the individuals, but there are no traces of your works." "So soon?" Yet, the thought of his years of hard work vanishing darkened his expression. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. His painstakingly crafted works now lay wasted. Let it be. If the works are lost, they are lost. Recovering the supplies and money is what matters. Hearing that the master had not erupted in anger, Yu Yifeng finally felt a sense of relief. Strangely, there was no trace of any skill books, as if that group had never possessed them. The great memory restoration technique had been employed several times, yet they remained tight-lipped. Their resolve was formidable. Moreover, the surveillance footage revealed no evidence of any skill books. The disappearance of the skill books could only imply one possibility: they had been learned. However, in such a brief span, which beast tamer could possibly absorb an entire cabinet of skill books? Zhao Zhiheng did not return home. He remained to assist Su Chen in cleaning the shop. Suddenly, he recalled something Yo-Yo had mentioned. Wang Kai seemed to possess extraordinary insight. Upon glancing at the dog, a realization dawned upon him. At that moment, Wang Kai felt elated, finally settling the score and postponing future matters. At least now, the issue of the skill books was resolved. This dog was indeed a genius. In the midst of his triumph, he was unexpectedly hoisted by someone nearby. "You wouldn't happen to be the one who stole the skill books, would you?" A series of expressions led Zhao Zhiheng to glimpse a fragment of the truth. Observing the dog, He noted its increasingly peculiar demeanor. He became certain this wretched dog was indeed behind it. The three were settling a score with it. Zhao Zhiheng pulled Yu Yifeng aside from his work. I believe I've identified the true culprit behind the theft of the skill books. After a series of explanations, the two turned to regard the dog, which was feigning normalcy. They exchanged glances. So, is today merely a farce? Judging by the master's demeanor, he seemed unaware of the situation, meaning he was oblivious to the fact that his skill books had indeed been fed to dogs. Thus, this matter remained an internal family issue for the master, and they refrained from further discussion. Su Chen approached Yu Yifeng and Zhao Zhiying. Thank you both immensely for tonight. Had you not reported it, the thief would likely have escaped. And thank you, District Chief, for your assistance. Initially, Yu Yifeng had raised his hand to decline. But then he heard Zhao Zhiheng's voice. If it is convenient for the master, could you customize an evolution direction for me? The hand that had been raised slowly retracted. Me too. Su Chen found himself bewildered. Having rendered such significant assistance, the outcome was merely two fabricated evolution directions? Was that not a tad dismissive? How about this? One evolution direction and an additional skill. The two exchanged glances, forcefully suppressing their excitement, striving to maintain a nonchalant tone. All right. The evolution direction for Zhao Zhiheng could be entirely at his discretion since it was purely personal. However, the evolution direction and skill for the other individual bore implications. Although Su Chen stated it was for personal use, everyone understood the resources involved in obtaining such an opportunity. One must be aware of the stakes. First, the customized opportunity would be granted to Zhao Zhiheng, who would report it to his superiors to assess how to handle this reward. Given that this matter concerned Su Chen, it proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The skill books could be retained as his reward. However, the evolution direction could not be kept. It might very well represent a valuable opportunity to enhance the military strength. Most military personnel's beasts possessed at least one standard M95 model of mechanical beast. This model had remained unchanged for years, as a balance had been struck between economic viability and power. To evolve, funding was essential. Yet without promising evolution directions, value for money was lacking. Now, however, perhaps an opportunity had arisen, an opportunity to transform the entire human federation. Once Zhao Zhiheng acquired the evolution direction and skill book, he feigned profundity as he sat aside. Yu Yifeng approached him. State your requirements. Chapter 18. The entire army upgrades their equipment. Master, I desire an evolution direction for the M95, both economical and formidable. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Ah, a challenge. You wish for both? While the affordability is manageable, the demand for strength complicates matters. By the way, isn't the M95 a military model? It was unexpected that Yu Yifeng was also a military enthusiast. I need to ponder this. Your demands are somewhat stringent. Yu Yifeng initially felt anxious, fearing the master might be unable to fulfill the request, but the mere fact that Su Chen was considering it meant there was hope. If successful, his name could even appear in history textbooks. After 5 minutes of silence, an idea struck. Drawing upon inspiration, Su Chen swiftly penned a list of required evolution materials: steel, crystal, titanium, positioning devices. Mechanical beasts differ from ordinary ones. They are artificial creations. Their evolution necessitates the beast's comprehension of the evolution diagram to proceed. To this end, Su Chen employed his limited mechanical knowledge to devise several small structures. The evolution of a mechanical firearm, the M95, has come to fruition. Thank you, esteemed master. Alas, it is I who ought to extend my gratitude to you. For without your guidance, my business may have faltered. A few casual remarks were exchanged, and most individuals returned to their respective homes. Only a couple of small teams remained, tasked with preventing such incidents from recurring. Although the incident regarding the skill book was a misunderstanding, the materials were indeed pilfered. Yu Yifeng, seated in his vehicle, hastened directly to the military camp. The original documents required preservation alongside the various researcher studies. Despite the late hour, the Military Research Institute was ablaze with light. Upon learning of the Hermit Master's proposed evolutionary direction, the researchers rose with a swiftness rivaling that of soldiers. As soon as the original documents arrived at the military district, they were promptly conveyed to the Research Institute. There was no time to waste until dawn. If feasibility could be confirmed today, then the soldiers on the front lines would be able to utilize the new equipment sooner, potentially saving lives and sparing families from grief. Steel, crystal, titanium? Perhaps too brittle. While its strength is indeed formidable, its toughness is lacking. The subsequent fibrous silk might offer some complementary benefits, but could the two materials truly amalgamate? Advancing with an experiment, we shall ascertain its viability. Despite being a master, he had never conducted such an experiment. This evolutionary direction might not prove feasible. Securing resources from the military district, a structural diagram was replicated, allowing a valiant beast to learn. As the radiance of evolution emerged, the entire research institute erupted in exuberant cheers. There is promise. The master is remarkable. This indicates that the evolution is viable and unlikely to fail. Nearby, a designated military recorder awaited this first-hand account. As the glow faded, a beast resembling the M95 appeared before the gathered crowd. The chief researcher, his palms slick with perspiration, eagerly approached and grasped the new M95. It was remarkably lightweight and boasted enhanced functionalities, yet its power remained uncertain. First, we shall test its strength, followed by an assessment of its potency. After half an hour of evolution, the military general had already received the data. The moment the evolution succeeded, he was already awake. Unable to find rest, he paced the office, awaiting the Research Institute's report. Now with the data in hand, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he perused the parameters. The initial figures were incomprehensible to him, and he paid them little heed. He merely sought to ascertain the conclusion. All effective parameters have increased by at least 50. Its power has reached 175 compared to its pre-evolution state. The cost for evolution is merely 5,000 beast coins per unit. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Repeating the word thrice, he pondered whether this was the prowess of those who had secluded themselves during the Great War of the Races, merely through contemplation, without the need for experimentation. Such enhancements could be achieved. Initially, he had been irked by the possibility of a misunderstanding in the report, but at this moment, let there be more misunderstandings. They mobilized everyone. Although it was exhausting and cumbersome, the returns were monumental. In comparison to the gains, the costs were negligible, given the master's generous nature. Even minor matters were treated with utmost seriousness. In this affair, Yu Yifeng had played a pivotal role. After conversing with Yu Yifeng, it became evident that the master had not designated a name for the post-evolution entity. Thus, the honor fell to the esteemed Yu Yifeng, who ultimately named it the X95. Glancing at the time, the general realized that sleep would elude him today. The impending reverberations would not only affect their city, but the entire human federation. Calls were made. Documents transmitted. Wherever contact could be established, there was no thought of extinguishing lights. While some regions faced severe combat conditions, hindering immediate resource allocation, any brief respite would result in the acquisition of new equipment. Upon discovering the incident and reporting it, Zhao Zhiheng returned home to receive affirmation from the municipal authorities. Despite confidentiality and various reasons preventing the disclosure of a reward, they would certainly be prioritized for future projects. Su Chen, having toiled through the night, did not rise until noon the following day. The thought of having lost his work for so long nearly brought him to tears. It was truly a waste. How infuriating to have his creation stolen. He mounted his electric bicycle and returned to the shop to resume operations. Thankfully, he had recovered it yesterday. Otherwise, he would not only face significant financial loss, but also the prospect of closing his store. As he opened for business, Wang Kai dashed out, tugging at Su Chen's pant leg, eager to lead him outside. It suddenly dawned on Su Chen that he had neglected to take this dog for a walk. Moreover, considering the significant contribution he had made by contacting Zhao Zhiheng, he thought it might not be unreasonable to spare an hour for a stroll. Very well. Let us go out. He closed the door he had just opened, suddenly recalling that there were only 3 days left until the college entrance examination, and that the school's training sessions were likely concluding soon. There seemed to be a tradition at Yizhong. At the end of their training, a small public competition would be held at a nearby stadium. Anyone could attend to witness the display of strength, allowing everyone to see Yizhong's prowess this year. Such events typically attracted a considerable number of participants, and perhaps he could join in the merriment. After all, it was rather dull otherwise. Placing Wang Kai in a basket, Su Chen rode his electric bike towards the stadium. Observing the atmosphere within the venue, it seemed they had just begun, with attendees arriving post-lunch to watch the spectacle. Cradling Wang Kai, Su Chen made his way inside the stadium and found a seat towards the front. The majority of the audience comprised parents of students. Just as Su Chen settled down, the host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Welcome to the pre-exam competition hosted by Yizhong. This event is primarily for entertainment, with no rewards. As per tradition, we wish to prevent students from becoming overly anxious about awards, as it could jeopardize their upcoming examinations. Su Chen, having neither participated in the college entrance examination nor attended training, was now afforded the opportunity to rectify past omissions. Just as the competition was about to begin with the drawing of lots, a booming voice echoed through the arena. Wait a moment. How about our school's students join in the excitement? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. The principal of Huiguang Experimental Middle School. Chapter 19, The Challenger. I will go easy on you. The two high schools had always maintained a similar level of prowess. Generally, they kept to themselves, engaging in conflicts that were hardly conspicuous. Such brazen behavior typically signified a strong conviction of victory. Even with such confidence, confrontations between the two would be rare. However, this year, news had surfaced that the college entrance examination might differ from previous years. A powerful individual had enhanced the foundational beasts of the military, leading to a shift in policy towards elite selection. This meant that the focus was now on identifying high-caliber talent rather than adhering to an average standard. The principal of Huiguang Experimental Middle School had received word that a professor from Magic City University would be attending this entertaining competition. The professor possessed reserved slots for admissions. In this era of fierce competition, how could they afford to miss this opportunity? Hence, this reckless challenge was issued. The principal of Yizhong was evidently aware of his opponent's intentions. Previously, he might have been apprehensive, but now, he was confident of victory. Regardless of how one fights, there must always be a first. Perhaps even the top two can be considered. Welcome, welcome. Since your esteemed institution is eager to engage in exchange, let us revel in this occasion together. With a grand gesture, the principal of the experimental high school summoned the students behind him, who promptly called forth their exquisite familiars. As they prepared for the challenge, it was clear that not all students could participate. Only those with a genuine chance of securing a recommendation were present. The audience gasped at the sight of such splendid familiars. However, the individual beside Su Chun remained remarkably composed, cradling a recording familiar and armed with paper and pen to document the proceedings. This immediately piqued Su Chen's interest. This person, without a doubt, was someone of considerable significance. Su Chun instinctively straightened his posture. He could not afford to appear ignorant and lose points. Just look at him, sitting so upright. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Chun, this individual was sweating profusely. There was a reason for that poised demeanor. Good heavens, a master is right beside me. Su Chun's information wasn't absolutely confidential. Anyone with a certain status could access it, provided they ensured discretion. A professor from Magic City University, who possessed recommendation slots, was indeed a figure of exceptional caliber among humanity. He must have been aware of Su Chun's background. Before arriving, he had specifically perused Su Chun's information. And now, unexpectedly, they had crossed paths in the gymnasium. The thought of the Master's achievements and abilities compelled Su Chun to leave a good impression. Most students merely participated for the sake of it, and within an hour, only the seed players remained. The professor from Magic City University also began to focus his attention. Perhaps there were promising candidates among them. Upon observing that all seed players had survived the initial round, the principal of the experimental high school could not help but exhale in relief. Next, they had to secure a commendable ranking and make a favorable impression. As the machines commenced their allocation, the contestants were palpably anxious. Even in the absence of rewards, the spirit of competition thrived among the youth. The first match, Zhao Yuyu versus Wang Haoren. Both principals wore expressions of confidence. The experimental high school was particularly boisterous, even applauding. Old friend, this battle is ours to claim, boasted the principal, for Wang Haoren was among the top 3 students in his school, and his familiar was none other than the elite Dark Knight Spirit Cat. The principal of the first high school couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of what was to unfold, though he knew he could not let that amusement show. What? Does this mean I am destined to lose? Witnessing his old friend's demeanor filled him with joy. After years of often losing, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He patted Wang Haoren on the shoulder, reminding him to show restraint, as the opponent's familiar was merely a rodent. He didn't want to jeopardize anyone's exam prospects. With that, the 1-meter-long Dark Knight Spirit Cat was summoned, and Wang Haoren confidently strode onto the stage. Classmate, I will go easy on you. Please summon your familiar, challenger. Zhao Yuyu smirked slightly. Is the confidence so overwhelming? Yet, despite her somewhat overzealous demeanor, she recognized the goodness in him. Very well, I shall reluctantly show mercy, she replied. Thank you for your leniency. Emerge, superconducting thunder rat. Su Chun watched in astonishment as the formerly small rat transformed into a much larger version. Goodness, how did this rat grow so large? The professor from Magic City University perked up at this remark, as it implied familiarity with the girl and hinted that the rat's evolutionary path was indeed derived from the master's work. He quickly retrieved the latest long-range detection device, pinpointing the superconducting thunder rat and scanning it. Superconducting thunder rat. Species talent value, 501. Due to the nature of long-range detection, only a broad understanding of the familiar could be obtained. The professor pondered. He had never heard of this familiar before, and it left no impression whatsoever. Epic-level familiars were relatively rare, and even if one had not encountered them, they would at least have some knowledge or recollection. Familiars like this, seemingly emerging from the cracks of the earth, often represented new evolutionary paths, coupled with the master's earlier comments. It was not difficult to surmise that this evolutionary direction originated from him. Noticing that the individual beside him was diligently recording, Su Chun inquired, Brother, What are your thoughts on this match? The master had spoken, prompting Chen to wonder if the master had discerned his not-so-ordinary status. However, the information indicated that the master was in seclusion, so Chen knew he must tread carefully. I believe that girl will emerge victorious. Oh, what makes you say so? At that moment, the professor was convinced that the master had perceived something unique, yet he was uncertain of the intent behind the question. Was it an invitation for him to critique his own evolutionary path? This was a precarious situation. Any misstep could provoke the master's displeasure. In my view, this girl as familiar can defeat the Dark Knight Spirit Cat solely based on its formidable base attributes. Chen nodded in agreement. The professor, sweating profusely, felt relieved to have passed that test. The master appeared to be satisfied. However, moments later, he saw the professor shake his head and say, "The Dark Knight Spirit Cat cannot possibly catch up to that rat. Its defeat is inevitable." As Chen noted this down, he reflected that while speed was indeed the Dark Knight Spirit Cat's advantage, even some epic-level familiars could not match its velocity. After all, the current levels were relatively low, and the disparity in values was not significant enough. Perhaps the master implied that the superconducting Thunder Rat possessed remarkable speed? It did not appear so. The rat seemed to embody a strong offensive capability. Chen did not dwell on this. After all, the rat had been called the Lightning Rat prior to its evolution, indicating a swift nature. Post-evolution, it still retained some speed advantages. And the Dark Knight Spirit Cat did not strike him as particularly fast. As the match commenced, both sides exchanged blows. Yet the inherent superiority of epic-level familiars became apparent over time. Wang Haoran sensed something amiss and aimed for a swift resolution. Attempting to leverage the speed advantage of the Dark Knight Spirit Cat against the Thunder Rat, Zhao Yuyu, standing at the sidelines, chuckled softly. Speed. You may not be aware of the terror of the 3,000 thunder movements. Rat, unleash the 3,000 thunder movements. In an instant, the Thunder Rat became a bolt of lightning, zipping to the side of the Dark Knight Spirit Cat, with arcs of electricity crackling from its mouth. Witnessing this scene, although the principal of the experimental high school felt displeased, he accepted the outcome. The referee ultimately announced the result. Zhao Yuyu emerged victorious. Chapter 20. Refusal of the recommendation slot. The professor from Magic City University, who had previously been seated upright, nearly leapt from his chair. What kind of skill is this? A cursory assessment suggested it could be classified as an S or SS level skill. It was improbable for an epic level familiar to independently comprehend such a skill, which meant it was likely learned from a skill book. In this city, the only individual capable of crafting such skill books seemed to be the master seated beside him. If the master claimed that this girl's skill book was not of his creation, he would not believe it for a second, given her displayed prowess. She was more than qualified to secure a recommendation slot, an epic quality familiar with S or SS level skills. This has surpassed countless individuals, surely. She will secure a place in the overall rankings of this year's college entrance examination. As Chen gazed at the final skill, a sense of doubt crept into her mind. 3,000 thunderclaps? Does such taste still exist in this world? It resonates deeply with me. While initially a mere soliloquy, her musings were overheard by a professor nearby, igniting a flurry of speculation. The words 3,000 thunderclaps soon appeared in his notes. On the sidelines, one principal stood in stunned silence, while another feigned embarrassment, taking a sip of water, and then mockingly remarked, "Oh dear, how did you win? I have another contender just like her." The principal of Experimental High School promptly produced a portable remote detection device. Epic quality. Does your school truly have such students? After setting down his cup with a sigh, he corrected himself. Actually, there are 2 such students. Are you just pretending? He scoffed. Wait a moment, 2 epic quality beastmasters? Whose noble offspring are they, to possess epic tier beastmasters as their initial companions? Moreover, they can cultivate a bond. With such prowess, how could they possibly remain obscure? If they were famous, how could he not know? Seeing his old friend racking his brain to fathom how such a person emerged, he couldn't help but chuckle. Stop pondering. They are not noble heirs. While they come from a respectable background, it is not to that extent. They evolved. This revelation left him even more astounded. Evolved? An initial beastmaster of top-tier quality is not a noble heir? Incorrect. It is of ordinary quality that underwent evolution. Speak as you wish. Where could such a formidable evolution scheme come from? The racial talent value for ordinary quality is 100, while epic is 501. 1,000, a staggering gap of over 400 in racial talent value. Are they consuming celestial elixirs? Evolution does not work that way. Who in the world could devise such a method? Among the publicly available evolution methods, the materials required to achieve this are by no means trivial. It must be both economical and powerful. Such an evolution scheme is non-existent. The only recent contender that meets this standard is, suddenly, his gaze fixed on the principal of Experimental High School. You don't want to speak, yet you babble. leading me to wild conjectures. How could those two girls possibly know such a master? The principal of experimental high school wore a look of exasperation. His hand pressed to his forehead. You've already deduced it and dismissed the correct answer. It's that master. This revelation echoed in the mind of the principal of experimental high school like thunderclaps. A master? The one who nearly altered the entire landscape of the Human Federation's military? And he resides in our city? It seemed likely. He had inquired about these two individuals. And although the specifics were vague, the master casually produced evolution schemes. Seeing his old friend and rival in such a state of naive wonderment, he instinctively puffed out his chest. Were it not for me, would you ever have learned of this news? No wonder they allowed me to challenge them. It was all premeditated. Let us not dwell on that. We should visit the master when the time comes. For now, let us watch the competition. Inside the arena, aside from 3,000 thunderclaps, there was nothing else that piqued the interest of the professors from Magic City University. Out of professional integrity, he decided to stay until the very end. Fortunately, this decision allowed him to witness another masterpiece by the master, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Its immense power signified it was undoubtedly an SS-level skill. Unlike the previously mentioned 3,000 thunderclaps, this was indisputable. To his astonishment, the small city of Huiguang boasted not one, but two talents closely connected to the master. Chen remained until the conclusion, regretting that she had not participated back then. No amount of compensation could amend that. If only she had a beast master of her own, to train and excel in the entrance examination, ultimately contributing her final spark for the Human Federation. Alas, lacking such strength, unable to even forge a contract with a beastmaster, how could she shine? Cradling her pet, she strolled around the vicinity of the gymnasium before returning to her little shop, continuing her lackadaisical routine. After the competition concluded, the professor from Magic City University approached the principal of experimental high school. He intended to offer 2 guaranteed admission spots. Upon hearing this news, the principal cast a smug glance at the principal of experimental high school before summoning Yu Xueqiao and Zhao Yuyu. After the professor conveyed his intention, the two responded in unison. Could we decline? The professor was taken aback, as it was rare to encounter such a refusal for guaranteed admission. Those who declined either aspired to be the top scorers or were already reserved by other prestigious universities. Yet these two did not meet either criterion. Why refuse? Did they wish to apply to another university? Could you share your reasons for declining? Zhao Yuyu explained. We both wish to apply to Huiguang University, the local institution. The two principals and the professor from Magic City University were momentarily dumbfounded, their minds racing. Huiguang University? A second-tier institution, and you would turn down an offer from a top university for it? It's akin to forsaking $1 million for 100. Everyone was aware of the disparity between the two. The professor from Magic City University, though well-traveled, could not comprehend their reasoning. Why? These two children did not strike him as foolish. There had to be a rationale behind their decision. However, he received no answer, only a question in return. May I ask if, given my abilities, could I obtain a skill book comparable to 3,000 thunderclaps from Magic City University? This statement was nearly a revelation. She knew the master, and 3,000 thunderclaps was also acquired from him. In asserting this, she showed no fear that the three would misunderstand. Among students, it was common knowledge that a master had optimized the evolution scheme for M95, leading to the changes in the entrance examination. What the public knew was merely vague. Therefore, the information possessed by high school principals and university professors should be more precise, at least providing them with a general location of the master. Moreover, she and her principal had mentioned it casually. The professor from Magic City University fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. You are indeed correct. Magic City University cannot provide such advanced resources. It seems that due to this master, another first-tier city is about to emerge in the Federation. The two principals quickly grasped the implications. Regardless of the prestige of Magic City University, it could not offer S-level skill books, making their pursuit of the master all the more worthwhile. At the very least, they had gained insight into evolutionary direction and secured skill books, with a considerable possibility. The presence of the master could very well lead to the development of the entire city of Huiguang. Especially now, the second-tier Huiguang University might not only strive for first-tier status, but could potentially reach the pinnacle. Chapter 21. Are our students masters? After bidding farewell to the professor from Magic City University, the principal of experimental high school suddenly recalled that while Huiguang University held promise for the future, it was not yet a first-tier or even a top-tier institution. These two promising students, who could have served as promotional figures, were now destined for Huiguang University. He would have to grapple with the implications for his own performance this year. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The principal of experimental high school composed himself, preparing to meet the master in his finest state. He and the principal of Experimental High School drove towards the vicinity of their school. Although he had never met the master, he presumed the individual to be a person of great repute, at the very least, of considerable age. Furthermore, they had pinpointed the location precisely. There was no fear of misdirection. The car came to a halt at the school, and they strolled to the entrance of the shop. Truly a master. The sign exuded an aura of profound artistry. The two exchanged their astonishment before stepping inside. Upon hearing the chime of the entrance bell, Su-Chen looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Principal?" Su-Chen, the principal of No. 1 High School, recognized this student quite well, recalling his outstanding theoretical scores. However, he had been unable to forge a contract with the Beast, leading the student into a period of despair. The principal had been troubled by this for quite some time. To unexpectedly encounter Su-Chen here was indeed a surprise. But wait, isn't this the master's shop? Could it be that Su-Chen is an employee here? It seems quite plausible, considering how long it had been since he last saw this student who once caused him concern. The principal couldn't help but engage in a few more words. Su-Chen responded to each query, and it was evident that a principal like him was indeed hard to come by, yet he was genuinely concerned. Upon confirming that Su-Chen was doing well, the principal felt a sense of relief. "Su-Chen, where's your boss? We would like to meet him." Su-Chen glanced at the two principals and pointed to himself, saying, "I own the shop. I am the boss." The two principals exchanged glances, a notion of absolute improbability dawning upon them. Could the Su-Chen before them truly be the master? Was this even conceivable? The principal of No. 1 High School found himself at a loss for words, his mind momentarily frozen. Just then, the entrance bell chimed again. A professor from Magic City University made a grand entrance, surveying the shop where only the three of them sat in silence. "Ah, both principals are here as well. Welcome. What can I assist you with today?" The professor appeared well prepared, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I came to purchase a few items, primarily to visit the master, as I am fond of his works." Upon hearing this, Su-Chen's eyes lit up, another admirer of his creations, and potentially a benefactor. "Welcome, welcome. Principals, allow me to attend to my guest first." The two principals exchanged glances, muttering to themselves. Could it be that Su-Chen truly was a master? Moreover, why did this professor seem so adept? One could tell he had done his homework, unlike them, who had to guess. It was hard to fathom how a student from No. 1 High School could have risen to such heights in such a short span of time. However, the principals quickly adapted, with the principal of the experimental school promptly stating, "We are here to shop as well and to admire the works. I hope it is convenient for us to join. Of course, please, take a seat while I prepare some tea for you." The three sat awkwardly, awaiting Su-Chen's return with the tea. Before long, he brought forth hot water and tea leaves. As the shopkeeper, he first offered his apologies. "I must apologize for the timing of your visit. My previous works have been stolen, and I have yet to locate them." The professor was aware of the true nature of the so-called theft. It was merely the master's dog having learned something unbeknownst to the master himself. However, the two principals were oblivious to this detail. When it came to the topic of creations, they thought of skill books and evolutionary plans. Stolen? And you have yet to find them? Which esteemed individual could have done such a thing? Indeed, it would be a shame. Those works were your labor of love. They lamented. "Oh, it's nothing more than a sheet of waste paper, devoid of value, merely a source of discomfort," he replied, pouring each of them a cup of tea. The three initially believed it to be an ordinary brew until they took a sip, only to feel a ripple in their beast space. It dawned on them that this was no ordinary tea, at the very least. The tea brewed by a master was exceptional. Regardless of its temperature, they consumed it all in one go. In unison, they exclaimed, "What a delightful tea!" At that moment, the two principals truly confirmed that their former student from No. 1 High School was indeed the so-called master, the one who altered the very fabric of the human federation. Seeing that everyone had enjoyed the tea, he felt reassured that he had made the right choice. Truly, one must invest heavily to obtain tea of such quality, otherwise, he would not have been able to enjoy it at all. "Since you have come here for my creations, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. I shall gift each of you a customized skill to take home and cherish." He rose to fetch paper and pen. The three seated on the stools were momentarily taken aback, nearly spitting out their tea upon realizing they were to receive a skill book. However, when they saw the master return with the most ordinary paper and a ballpoint pen, their excitement diminished significantly. Without professional tools, what sort of quality skill book could be produced? They assumed it would merely be something to keep on a shelf. This was understandable. High-level skill books required exorbitant production costs and stringent material demands. There was no need for the master to offer them top-tier creations. They had simply come to purchase a few items. Nonetheless, they still felt a glimmer of anticipation. After all, this was the handiwork of a master. Even if it were not a powerful skill book, it would still be a worthy addition to their collections at home. Su-Chen steadied himself and glanced at the three. Who would like to go first? No one rushed forward, reluctant to put the master in an awkward position. The professor finally spoke up. I shall go first. Please state your request. Oh, a customized one. The professor continued. Master, I desire an explosive type skill for my beast, the giant palm ape. Upon hearing this, Chen recalled a concept he had previously envisioned, though it was intended for someone else's collection. He could not afford to be careless. Having honed his craft for years, his artistry had become second nature. With deft strokes, auxiliary lines swiftly appeared on the paper, and demonstration illustrations gradually took form. In under 5 minutes, he presented it. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, what do you think? This was not merely a child's drawing. It was at least of a 16-year-old's caliber, though I refer to Picasso's 16-year-old works. There were no anomalies or energy flows, yet the skill book was effortlessly crafted. The two principals were rendered speechless, while the professor gaped in astonishment. He had initially assumed the master was merely more skilled, yet now he realized it was something altogether extraordinary. This was not merely a difference in skill, it was a fundamental divergence. Receiving the skill book from Chen, he examined it with confidence. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. What a commanding name. It's simply magnificent. After reading the skill description, talk of mastering the principles of chaos, spatial collapse, time-space rifts, and the essence of the world's spirit, it was hard to believe this was a normal skill description. If one could achieve such feats, it would surely be an SSS class skill. Savoring it, he exclaimed, this is an unranked skill book. An SSS class unranked skill book. Crafted with nothing but a ballpoint pen and ordinary paper. The information on the document was still conservative. Were the top-tier powerhouses of the pre-war era truly this formidable? They were no mere mortals. They were gods, celestial beings. Struggling to maintain composure, he expressed his gratitude to Chen. Thank you, master. The two principals, having barely contained their excitement, knew it was finally their turn. Clearing his throat, Chen spoke in a rich voice. Please state your requests. Chapter 22. The temptation of awakening level skills at last. The moment had arrived. The two individuals instinctively straightened their postures and spoke in unison. Wait a moment. One at a time. Principal, please go first. The principal of number 1 high school cast a proud glance at the principal of the experimental high school. Behold, this is the power of connections. Approximately 10 minutes later, all three had acquired their respective skill books and, equipped with the materials for summoning beasts, exited the shop. They felt invigorated. Having obtained the Master's skill book, such a formidable tome, there was a distinct possibility that their own prowess would see a significant enhancement. The professor from Magic City University turned to the two principals. If it's convenient, shall we test the potency of our skills together? Absolutely. Acquiring such a skill without putting it to the test would be unbearably frustrating. The trio made their way to the high-level beast testing facility in Radiant City. This place had always been rather deserted. After all, Radiance could only be considered a small locale, with individuals above level 60 being exceedingly rare. The two principals were merely in their 50s. The professor from Magic City University was considerably higher, yet still not far beyond that threshold. His primary summoned beast was only at stage 8, corresponding to a mere 80+ level. Those truly powerful beings were stationed on the front lines or in significant locations. Upon reaching the venue, they summoned their primary beasts and instructed them to learn the new skills. Modern summoned beasts were far from foolish, with their foundational levels established. It took merely a few minutes for the skill book to transform into a radiant flash and vanish. Although they had learned the skills, their execution remained somewhat unrefined. Yet their testing of the skill's intensity was more than sufficient. Colossal Palm Ape, Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. A massive phantom materialized in midair, exuding waves of oppressive force. The phantom swiftly solidified and hurtled towards a designated target with astonishing speed. Before the phantom could reach its intended object, the oppressive force shattered it to pieces. At the moment of contact, there was no sound, nor was there a blinding flash. It disintegrated silently into a pile of dust. The two principals were awestruck by the spectacle. Wow! They exclaimed, what a powerful skill. The sheer intensity and foundational attributes are astounding. Only the professor from Magic City University stood there dumbfounded. Impossible, it cannot be. Previously, he had believed that an SSS-level skill would be an exaggeration. An SS-level skill was valued at 100 billion, but an SSS level had no price at all. It was already an outrageous claim, yet he had still underestimated it. Awakening-level skills. This was an awakening-level skill. It transcended the SSS category, perfectly embodying the essence of an awakening-level skill. There existed a consensus that awakening-level skill books were non-existent. Such skills could only be comprehended when a summoned beast reached level 120 and underwent super evolution, also referred to as awakening. Yet now, he suddenly realized that it was not necessary. One could acquire awakening level skills through skill books. His entire worldview shattered into fragments. The study of summoned beasts was no more. His mind raced with disbelief, grappling with the question of how this was even possible. This was not a matter of skill disparity, nor was it something achievable through effort. This was a realm reserved for the divine. At that moment, the two principals began experimenting with their skills. Susanoo, Supreme Bone, Celestial Hand. Originally thinking that the awakening level skill was merely a coincidence, he observed closely and discovered that both skills were indeed awakening level skills. This implied that the Master's capabilities could now produce awakening level skill books in bulk. Previously, he mused that even if Radiant City were to rise, it would require various investments and time. Relying solely on the Master was challenging. However, after witnessing this, he became convinced that the future of the Human Federation could only flourish in Radiant City. There was no question of its potential for growth, not to mention awakening level skills. Even the wholesale production of SSS level skills would suffice to elevate Radiant City to a super first-tier metropolis. Realizing the significance of this discovery, he sensed an opportunity. The ascent of Radiant City was an inevitable trend. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and pulled out his phone. Sending a message to the Human Resources Department at his school. I resign. I am done. After sending the message, he felt a pang of regret for missing this opportunity for advancement and wished to be closer to the Master. Yet, he could not be too abrupt. He resolved to interview at Radiance University that afternoon. Unbeknownst to the two principals, the skill books they had acquired were so formidable, they continued to express their astonishment. The power of this skill is at least S level, right? I now possess an S level skill. That's an understatement. I believe it might even be SS level. The three were exceedingly satisfied with the skills they had obtained. After leaving the restaurant, the two principals prepared to return to their respective schools to attend to various matters. The former professor from Magic City University, however, planned to pay a visit to Radiance University. He intended to apply for a position. Will they accept me? If not, that's fine. Ding. The Human Resources Department at Magic City University heard the notification sound from a phone and felt as if the sky had fallen. I resign. I am done. Initially, when a regular employee resigned, they intended to close the phone, but suddenly recalled the professor's name in the notes. Professor? Resigning? They reopened the phone and confirmed it was indeed the professor. A professor wishing to resign was a significant matter. Reflecting on it, this professor had been diligently performing his duties, so what prompted this sudden decision? A message was sent inquiring about the reason for his resignation. To their surprise, the response came back immediately. I intend to take a position at Radiance University. Radiance University? The HR representative's mind momentarily faltered. Was there even a Radiance University among the top-tier institutions? After pondering for a while, they searched and found this so-called Radiance University listed among second-tier schools. What could have driven this professor to seek employment there? However, as a mere HR representative, they could not make such a decision. They forwarded the chat history to the vice principal. Upon receiving the message, the vice principal was neither bewildered nor astonished. They were not foolish. There had to be a reason behind it. As for that reason, they were currently unaware. Radiance. Could it be because of that master? A skill book creator capable of producing SSS-level skill books. Was he willing to relinquish the resources of Magic City University for that? That made some sense. One could hardly force someone to stay if they were determined to leave. It was better to maintain a favorable impression. Approved. The message was sent to the HR department, and they promptly followed suit, expediently processing the necessary paperwork. The professor from Magic City University was no longer employed. Upon receiving various documents on his phone, he glanced at the principal of Radiance University before stating, I have resigned. May I now commence my duties? The principal of Radiance University smiled wryly. What a strange turn of events. A professor from Magic City University wishes to join our ranks. The issue is, I may not even match his competence. How can I accept him? Yet, how can I refuse? It's quite the predicament. I cannot simply disregard him. What would it say about us if we turned down a professor who voluntarily wished to join? Though reluctant, he proceeded to process the necessary paperwork for the professor. After securing employment, the professor also visited a government office to transfer his household registration to Radiant City through the Talent Introduction Program. Only upon the completion of all these tasks can the plan be deemed fulfilled. Remaining by the master's side may even afford oneself the opportunity to attain the prestigious title of a 9th-tier powerhouse. Chapter 23. The promotion lasted merely through the morning. The professor who resigned was by no means an obscure figure within the vast expanse of Magic City University. On the contrary, numerous individuals had been keeping a keen eye on him. The moment he tendered his resignation, it was uncertain how many people received the news. No one could fathom the reasoning behind such an abrupt departure. Within the Research Institute, a man of imposing stature, standing at 8 feet tall and possessing a strikingly handsome visage, stroked the stubble that had emerged from many sleepless nights. Why did he resign all of a sudden? After pondering for quite some time, He concluded that his dear friend could not be acting foolishly. There must be a compelling reason behind it. That very day, he purchased a plane ticket to Radiant City. He was not alone in this endeavor. Many others followed suit. The following day in Radiant City, Chen gazed at the stock of beast taming materials, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The inventory had been overstocked. Although items with expiration dates were relatively few, most crystals and similar goods would inevitably lose their energy over time. In other words, if left untouched for too long, they would have to be discounted. With only 2 days remaining until the college entrance examination, the inability to sell these items would lead to considerable losses over the 2-month break. Some crystals would even become waste, necessitating their destruction. To ensure the sustainability of his laid-back lifestyle, he resolved to initiate a sales strategy, selling as much as possible within the next 2 days. He would also commence promotional activities, offering gifts for purchases. He took a small blackboard and placed it at the entrance of his shop, inscribing the promotional products upon it. Around the shop, a small team vigilantly monitored the master's establishment, determined to prevent a repeat of previous incidents. One observer noted the master emerging with a small blackboard bearing promotional wording. Confused, he wondered if the master truly needed to conduct promotions. Pleased with his artistic lettering on the blackboard, Chen returned to the store. By midday, sales had surged by 50. However, the accumulation of goods in the store could only be described as a mere drop in the bucket. Dingling. The doorbell chimed as a man of remarkable height and appearance entered the store. During the flight, he had not been idle. He had perused various materials and finally discovered a breakthrough. The reclusive master. If he were to ponder why his friend remained in the area, it could only be due to this master. Thus, upon disembarking from the plane, he made his way directly to the store documented in his materials. Welcome. Our store is currently holding a promotion. Is there anything you require? The master indeed appeared as youthful as the records had described. However, upon hearing the master's words, the man appeared momentarily taken aback. Had the master truly secluded himself to such an extent? I'll take a look myself, he replied, moving towards the shelves. The items were all authentic, which seemed entirely ordinary, almost too mundane for a master's establishment. It resembled a shop run by an average individual, lacking any distinctive character. He would have questioned the authenticity of the records had it not been for the profound essence conveyed by the plaque at the entrance. Selecting a few items, he approached the counter. Just as he was about to depart, several small objects on the table caught his attention. The energy fluctuations emanating from them bore a striking resemblance to the beast taming armaments he had been researching. Observing the customer's fascination, Chen casually remarked, "These are not for sale, but if your total purchase reaches 100,000, I shall gift you one." He had uttered these words in jest. To his surprise, the man cast a glance at his wooden sculpture and promptly headed towards the shelves, selecting the most expensive items. After gathering his choices, he placed them on the counter. "This should suffice for 200,000. I'll take 2, he declared, his voice trembling with excitement. Huh. Chen was utterly at a loss for words, while the man, seemingly fearful of any potential regret, swiftly transferred 200,000. He then seized the wooden sculpture and his purchases, bolting out the door. This left Chen bewildered, accompanied by an unexpectedly cold balance of 200,000 in his bank account. Who had truly robbed him? His humble wooden sculpture had been exchanged for 200,000 worth of goods, yet the other party appeared to feel quite fortunate. What was happening? With only a limited supply of goods left, the high-value crystals had already been sold. The remaining items posed no threat of expiration or depreciation. Was there even a necessity for the promotional activities anymore? Outside, the military team observed as Chen retrieved the promotional blackboard he had displayed all morning, only to take it down by noon. What did the master mean? Was the promotion still on or not? It seemed that after the recent customer departed, the master had put the promotional sign away. Likely a significant client who had purchased in bulk. This client, clutching the non-saleable wooden sculpture, had confirmed several times that it was indeed the beast taming armament. Even the master would likely feel a pang of regret over such a long-lost treasure, one that was rarely possessed by anyone. As this realization dawned upon him, he eagerly took out his phone to boast to his old friend, the former professor of Magic City University. "Foncaraway, do you know? I snagged a fantastic deal from that master in the records, 2 rare beast taming armaments." Upon receiving the call, his friend, upon hearing the boast, could not help but respond. "Jijiashu, how did you know I obtained an awakening level skill book?" The two paused momentarily, then recalled each other's words. Awakening level skill book? Beast taming armament? Neither spoke further, but they agreed to meet at the master's shop. Within half an hour, they successfully convened. Professor Foncaraway was the first to speak. "Beast taming armament? Does that thing truly exist in the master's possession? Hold on, what on earth is an awakening level skill book?" They briefly exchanged information, and Jijiashu grew increasingly uneasy. He had assumed the master was within the realm of understanding. However, it appeared he was mistaken. It was beyond comprehension. His recent actions now felt rather impolite. Fonkarue glanced at his old friend and said, "All right, let us go apologize." Quickly returned the Beast Taming armament. "I've heard that this item has been lost to time. No one can create it anymore." Fine. Though reluctant to relinquish it, the master had 100 ways to eliminate him. Perhaps he was even upset. If the master were to unleash his wrath and issue a bounty for an awakening-level skill book, it would spell disaster. As they entered the store, the bell chimed, accompanied by Su Chen's welcoming voice. They both instinctively noticed the carving knife in Su Chen's hand, along with a rudimentary form of the beast taming armament. Fonkarue nudged Jijiashu with his elbow. "Is that the beast taming armament you mentioned?" A moment of awkward silence ensued as Su Chen found himself at a loss for words, while the two men stood frozen, utterly speechless. Suddenly, Jijiashu collapsed to his knees. "Master, I wish to learn the crafting of beast taming armaments." Fonkarue, sensing Su Chen's change in demeanor, quickly pulled his friend back. He is reclusive. The master is in seclusion. Upon hearing this, Jijiashu finally comprehended the situation and hastily stood up, only to be met with the sound of applause. What a splendid name, Beast Taming Armament. How did I not think of such a name? The two exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting a sense of disbelief in the eyes of their companion. Su Chen stepped forward, declaring, "The previous term for the beast taming equipment was far too inadequate. I have resolved to adopt your terminology of beast taming armament. Upon hearing your words today, I have made a decision. It shall be called the Beast Master Armament." At this moment, Jijiashu suddenly awoke to the realization. The master had crafted the Beast Master Armament, yet remained oblivious to the designations of these creations. Chapter 24. Another one runs away. This matter, then, takes on an air of dread. The master, unaware of the existence of the Beast Master Armament, has produced it nonetheless. This is akin to my haphazard sketches resembling a skill book, a nonsensical endeavor. At this juncture, Su Chen had tacitly accepted that the handsome gentleman who had just knelt before him was a fervent aficionado of the arts, particularly sculpture and woodcarving. He had just invested heavily in his own creation and now, without hesitation, knelt to beseech the mastery of woodcarving techniques. He had even chosen a name as perfectly pretentious as the Beast Master Armament. Patting the gentleman's shoulder, Su Chen encouraged, "What do you wish to learn? Perhaps I may offer some guidance." Jijiashu brusquely shoved his companion aside. "Now it is my turn. Master, I wish to learn the creation of the Beast Master Armament." Fonkarue, having been pushed away, wore an expression of innocence, perplexed by the sudden shift. "What is going on? Have you forgotten your own friend? How could you be so selfish?" Upon witnessing something splendid, he had completely neglected his companion. No, he too must join in the excitement. Otherwise, it would merely allow Jijiashu to reap all the benefits. "Master, I too desire to learn the crafting of the Beast Master Armament." Su Chen was taken aback to find that the very individual who had requested him to concoct a skill book the previous day also harbored such aspirations. He felt a surge of gratification. "Very well, I shall teach you as well." The three of them approached the counter, where Su Chen presented his spare carving knife. "These are all brand new, unopened items. Do not disdain them." The two friends certainly had no qualms about such tools. They eagerly took the knives and prepared to learn the master's artistry. Observing the master South techniques up close was a rare opportunity indeed. Having obtained the skill book just yesterday was already an extraordinary stroke of luck, and now they found themselves with another chance. Su Chen produced a small block of wood. Thus, and then like this, and finally, this is how the finished piece emerges. In a mere 20 minutes of carving. The two of them did not so much as blink, watching intently from beginning to end. Yet, they remained utterly perplexed. Even Jijiashu, who specialized in this field, was as dense as a wooden block, unable to comprehend. What appeared to be a simple carving of ordinary wood culminated in a formidable Beastmaster armament. How could this be explained? It simply defied explanation. The two stared in astonishment, struggling to grasp the nature of this operation. While demonstrating the intricacies of carving, the master elaborated, "Observe, this area requires inscriptions. Otherwise, the overall aesthetics are compromised, lacking form. One must inject their craftsmanship and soul into the work for it to be deemed a true masterpiece. Do not fear imperfection. It is essential to possess spirit. Do you understand?" Such words resonated differently in the ears of the two apprentices. The essence of artistry lies in its simplicity, especially for Jijiashu. It seemed he had grasped a fragment of the underlying truth. Even this mere fragment was sufficient to occupy his thoughts for an extended period. It was enough to gain entry into the realm of the Beastmaster armament. After the demonstration, the master regarded the two who were still in a daze. To speak 1,000 words is futile. Practical experience is paramount. You must each attempt it yourselves. Only then did the two awaken from their stupor, picking up their carving knives to experiment. Following the Master's explanations, the results became evident. At least they had begun to carve. 10 minutes later, Chen discerned the issue. No, your creations lack spirit. Such items can only be deemed mass-produced rubbish. Fong understood some aspects, but lacked the enlightenment to realize true beauty, grappling with concepts that eluded him. This was somewhat acceptable. However, Jiashu, being in this field, was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the master. Oh God, how does humanity attain such terrifying artistic essence? While observing the master's execution, he had not realized it until he began his own carving. What spirit? That was the essence. A piece carved with essence bore an astonishing quality, entirely suitable for becoming a beastmaster armament. Yet, the two of them were incapable of achieving such depth, not to mention strength. He had yet to fully grasp the essence of the craft. What was he even attempting? A glance at Fong Karue's work filled him with despair. Yet suddenly he spotted a hint of the spirit the master had mentioned. Though minuscule and inconspicuous, it shimmered with unexpected vibrancy. Despite its insufficient strength to qualify as a beastmaster armament, its emergence was utterly astonishing. Chen observed this as well. Your piece, though lacking in beauty, possesses a certain charm, quite impressive. Just as he finished speaking, a customer arrived, prompting Chen to attend to them. Noticing the master was absent, he turned to his old friend, whispering, "How did you achieve this?" "I awakened a skill at the beastmaster level, which has enhanced my capacity to utilize the essence," Fong Karue explained, and as he spoke, realization dawned upon him. "Isn't this cheating? You've employed your beastmaster abilities to assist you." However, upon hearing this, Jiashu felt utterly helpless. Without such awakening-level skills, could he not create? This fellow had already obtained the skill book. Perhaps he too had a chance. "Master, I desire your artistic creations." Upon returning to the counter after attending the customer, Chen was momentarily taken aback by this request. However, recalling that the individual had spent a substantial sum of 200,000, he decided to accommodate the request. The two exchanged glances. Is it really that simple? Following this, Jiashu erupted with uncontained joy. An awakening-level skill book. "I am coming." Chen casually retrieved paper and pen. "State your requirements." "Wind element." Before long, a brand new skill book was born. With that, they had no further reason to linger. After bidding farewell to the master, they departed with the skill book in hand. In a moment, they realized they would not master the intricate techniques of crafting the beastmaster armament immediately. Rather, they would likely never master them at all. They would be better off experimenting with their newly acquired skill, the spiraling sphere. Watching the two leave in a flurry, Chen mused, "How can they be so impetuous? Even more so than I." Before departing, they tidied up the wood shavings and carving knives. Chen resumed his position in the chair, continuing his leisurely existence. Lately, he had been receiving an increasing number of admirers for his creations, an encouraging trend. Moreover, they were all formidable beastmasters. He anticipated they would be so amiable. Before long, the personnel department of Magic City University received yet another resignation notice. When the vice president received the news, he felt a headache coming on. What is happening? Why is everyone resigning? The previous professor's departure had been manageable, but now the director of the research institute was leaving. What was to become of the Beastmaster armament project? Yet, it was impossible to forcibly retain them. What was happening in Huiguang that one person after another was resigning? As he pondered this conundrum, he came across the latest file, Chen's dossier. Suddenly, he began to piece things together. Could it be that this master, whose skills surpassed those of mere mortals, had drawn these two closer to him for their own growth? However, this dossier was not classified. Would any promising students really choose to enroll at Huiguang University solely for the sake of this master? Regardless, one cannot expect to leap from a modest standing to the pinnacle of academia overnight, particularly at Radiance University. Chapter 25, Gathering in Radiant City. The circle of elite beast tamers is quite insular, and when combined with the realm of academia, it becomes exceedingly rare. Essentially, everyone knows one another. Now, two individuals have quietly resigned and turned their backs on their former positions to join Radiance University. There must be some underlying motives at play. Although only the Vice-Chancellor and the Human Resources Department were privy to this information at the time, by that very evening, the entire community was already aware of the development. When questioned, the parties involved remained tight-lipped. Through various documents, the profiles of esteemed masters were unearthed. The fact that two professors from the prestigious Magic City chose to abandon their esteemed positions for a second-tier university, even going so far as to alter their residency status from the Magic City to Radiant City under talent recruitment policies, speaks volumes about the allure involved. However, as the crucial college entrance examinations loom, they are acutely aware of what truly matters. A master? if a master cannot be utilized to their advantage. It is far wiser to focus on ensuring their own family's progeny perform well. With just one day remaining, the monumental event is set to commence. The college entrance examinations are under the scrutiny of the entire Human Federation, including Chen. Perhaps due to his own omission from the examinations years ago, he finds himself inexplicably melancholic when the time approaches. While, in principle, examinees are solely focused on their own assessments and society continues to function normally. There are always those who wish to partake in the spectacle, especially considering the event is being broadcasted live. Tickets, though scarce, are often distributed as gestures. While tidying up, Chen noticed Yu Yifeng entering the shop. "District Chief, what brings you here this time?" "I am no longer the District Chief. I've come to deliver something to the master." He produced an invitation from his coat pocket. This invitation was, in fact, a ticket to observe the college entrance examinations. "Why is this for me?" "Invitations are generally reserved for dignitaries. As an ordinary citizen, it is unusual for me to receive one, especially from the former district chief." However, Yu Yifeng had just declared he was no longer a district chief. Clearly, prior to presenting this invitation, they had anticipated the master's potential inquiries. If the matter was not articulated properly, the master would surely become irate. This year, an individual had declined an invitation, prompting the selection of another from the municipal records to fill that void. Such statements are mere fabrications, intended to gauge the master's reaction. Should the master entertain such excuses, it would imply a willingness to engage with the world. If this excuse fails, they will simply concoct another. The aim is to assess the master's stance on re-entering society. Should the master re-emerge, the Human Federation would gain yet another formidable skill book creator. After listening, Chen contemplated the situation. The attendees would predominantly consist of the elite. With few ordinary individuals like himself, this represents an excellent opportunity for networking. Establishing connections with these figures would undoubtedly facilitate numerous future endeavors. If any issues arose, he would have a reliable contact to turn to, rather than being left in the dark. Had it not been for Yu Yifeng's assistance during the previous incident involving Zhang he surely would have encountered considerable trouble. Grasping the invitation from the table, he confirmed, "I just need to arrive there tomorrow, correct?" "Indeed, master." After bidding Yu Yifeng farewell, Chen returned to his computer, fiddling with the invitation. Once assured that arriving at the designated location in the morning was sufficient, he picked up his carving knife, preparing to engrave something. That very evening, the airport in Radiant City welcomed a multitude of private jets. In an instant, the area designated for aircraft storage was brimming with arrivals. These guests hailed from all corners of the globe, each a genius in their own right. As soon as the master received the invitation, others recognized the opportunity and prepared to send representatives. A master capable of enhancing the M95 to such an extent cannot be underestimated. Should the master emerge, a powerful interest group would rapidly take shape. The earlier one arrives, the greater the advantage is secured. Those who do not come can only be classified as first tier, rather than top tier. True geniuses are groomed to become successors. In their eyes, the leaders of their interest groups hold equal stature to Chen. It would reflect poorly for a successor to mingle with the masses. On the morning of the following day, Chen donned his most formal attire and made his way to the location specified on the invitation, riding his small electric scooter. It wasn't far, so the scooter sufficed. Upon arrival, the security personnel confirmed the invitation and escorted him inside. With some time remaining before the examinations commenced, it was an opportune moment for idle chatter. As Chen entered, he spotted several familiar faces, Yu Yifeng and two current professors from Radiance University. To his surprise, Zhao Zhiheng was also present. The four individuals simultaneously recognized the master's presence, abruptly halting their conversations regardless of whom they were speaking to, and hurried over to his side. "Oh, you all are here too." Initially apprehensive about potential awkwardness, his demeanor shifted upon seeing familiar faces. He was no longer isolated. What was there to fear? Now, the four prominent figures in Radiant City surrounded an unfamiliar individual. The two professors required no introduction, while a former district chief now engaged in a special task, though his specific role remained unclear. The fourth individual, the recent proprietor of a burgeoning conglomerate, had recently achieved a significant advancement in Beast Tamers, ascending to the 6th tier. The fact that such esteemed individuals gathered around one individual suggested he was indeed extraordinary. However, the majority of locals remained oblivious to his identity. Only those visiting from outside, particularly those of the 7th tier and above, possessed any inkling of who Chen was. The focus of the entire venue shifted to Chen. Being someone who was not attuned to the atmosphere, Chen failed to recognize the undercurrents of tension concealed beneath the festive surface, just as onlookers were eager to approach and learn more. The bell signaling the start of the college entrance examinations rang out. Attention diverted from Su-chun as everyone began to focus on the cameras positioned around the room. Is that the Li family's young master? Why is he here for the college entrance exams? Aren't those the daughters of the three prominent families from the imperial capital? Suddenly, it seemed that representatives from various factions had all converged in this small city of radiance. The college entrance exams no longer distinguished between city and provincial champions. Why was everyone flocking to this humble locale? A wave of astonishment rippled through those unaware of the circumstances. Others expressed concern that this year's students from Radiant City might suffer a blow to their morale. Just as Su-chun was preparing to focus intently on the live broadcast, a staff member nearby called out to him, "Master Su, please proceed to the second floor." Without a second thought, he followed the staff member to a private room on the second floor. Upon entering, he was greeted with the words, "Welcome, Master." When had his title gained such renown? As he focused his gaze, he noticed an imposing figure standing straight, bowing in deference. Su-chun immediately returned the gesture, albeit somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Even a casual municipal official would recognize the man before him as the mayor of Radiant City. However, Su-chun remained unaware. Yet, judging by the aura and the opulent decor, he could surmise that this individual held a remarkable status. Chapter 26, Calligraphy. Although referred to as a master, Su-chun was far too humble to presume such a title. Those who arrive here are all distinguished individuals, and those who can stand alone on the second floor are truly the elite among them. It is said online that the wealthy play with fire. If one were to offend them, they might not even find a complete corpse. The mere thought sends a chill down his spine. A misstep could lead to ruin. Upon learning that the master does not recognize him, he hesitates to disclose his position, fearing it may come off as boastful. Better to remain humble. After all, he is not an important figure. Simply addressing him as Chen will suffice. Upon hearing this, Su-chun breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he does not appear to be one of those particularly difficult individuals. If he were to offend someone, it would likely not lead to any serious trouble. Moreover, there are 4 allies outside, which should mitigate any potential issues. Seeing the master standing still, Chen promptly calls for a chair to be brought for him to sit. The purpose of inviting the master today is to observe the performances of the current students. Instead of providing a direct answer, Su-chun poses a question. "I have one inquiry. Why do you address me as master when we have never met?" The mayor, taken aback, momentarily forgets that the master lives in seclusion and cannot casually emerge into the world. After some contemplation, he responds, "I learned of you from director Yue Feng. I have long admired your works." Ah, so he admires my creations. With this realization, Su-chun feels a wave of relief wash over him. No longer concerned about the specter of dismemberment, after all, he is sought after. "Since you appreciate my work, how about I inscribe a character for you? I have been devoid of inspiration for painting lately, but I can certainly manage an inscription." "An inscription? Do you also study calligraphy, master?" The mayor inquires. "Isn't your expertise primarily in crafting skill books and researching evolutionary directions? Even if it's for your own works, it should pertain to skill books and evolutionary paths. Why then suddenly mention an inscription?" Despite his partial understanding, he still instructs someone to bring paper and ink. With the college entrance examinations having just commenced, it is merely a basic assessment and lacks much allure. Building rapport with the master would not be amiss. As for why it is not a skill book or beast armament, it is simply that he has recently grown weary of creating skill books for several individuals, leaving him without any on hand. At the moment he lifts the brush, Su-chun's aura undergoes a sudden transformation, the essence becoming tangible. A formidable presence manifests, taking the form of 9 ethereal dragons swirling around him. Within the building, even the 6th-tier beast masters sense a powerful aura emanating from the direction of the mayor's box. Has the mayor of Huiguang City become so formidable? What an intimidating essence. Only 4 individuals appear somewhat perplexed. This is not the mayor's aura. It resembles the essence of the plaque in front of the master. The pressure felt by Mayor Chen is the most substantial. The dragon-like aura exudes such force that even the weaker beasts within his space are rendered unconscious. Is this truly the extent of human potential? It truly cannot be attributed to some divine beast. As Su-chun dips his brush in ink, the tip emits an invisible essence akin to a blade's edge. Viewed through the lens of this essence, it resembles a flicker of golden light. His wrist raised, it appears almost weightless. Yet at the moment he puts brush to paper, the energy in the air is drawn by the intangible essence. Observers outside the building witness bizarre phenomena unfolding. As the phenomena take shape, all present, even those beneath the 6th tier, begin to perceive something extraordinary as the sensitive beasts become utterly still. A sense of dread, a profound terror, begins to permeate the atmosphere. Consequently, Chen must summon his own strength to contend with the aura radiating from Su-chun. At this moment, a realization dawns on some. This is not the mayor's power. the first wave is not emanating from him. The source of such a terrifying essence must lie elsewhere. Those who have come from afar to escort the young master or mistress are the most perceptive, and they are well aware of the master's existence. It was indeed the master who just released such an immense presence, though the reason for this surge remains unclear. The character, Virtue, unlike the first character, Thick, does not radiate an aura but instead begins to retract inward. Chen, having just entered the flow, finds that the phenomena brought forth by the character are not intentionally released but have inadvertently escaped. Among those present, the mayor is the most attuned to this situation. When the character, Carry, is inscribed, all essence retracts completely, becoming imperceptible from the outside. However, if one were foolish enough to challenge the master's essence or energy, the hidden and balanced essence would impart a valuable lesson. Upon completing the character, Thing, it is as though nothing had transpired. No phenomena, no oppressive aura, no dissipating essence remains. Chen inadvertently begins to applaud. Astonishing. Is this truly the master's genuine prowess? Wait a moment. This inscription seems to be meant for him. No wonder Yue Feng was so elated. Even in the absence of the district chief, he was still overjoyed. So it is for this inscription that the mayor would willingly part with his position. Thank you, master, for the inscription. Chen feels a tinge of embarrassment and waves his hand. Oh dear, I feel I did not execute the character as well as I could have. And I owe you an apology. After all, he was invited for the sake of his work, yet he presents a somewhat flawed inscription. How awkward. No. I am immensely grateful to the master. The character is still splendid, and I am thoroughly satisfied. How curious that these individuals are so agreeable. He had prepared himself for their disdain towards the character, yet they seem entirely unfazed. Is this the allure of personal charisma? As he revels in his own thoughts, Mayor Chen is lost in contemplation. Why has the master suddenly fallen silent? Having received an inscription, should he not perform well? With this thought, he retrieves a small box from his spatial equipment. Master, please accept this as a token of gratitude for your inscription. Chen is momentarily taken aback. A spatial equipment. Anything retrieved from such a device is surely of considerable value. While curiosity piques his interest, it would be somewhat impolite to open it now. He places the small box into his pocket, ensuring it is secure before returning to his seat. By the time he has finished writing, some have already completed their foundational assessments. Next comes the virtual combat evaluation. If there are any students you are particularly concerned about, we can call them forth. After a moment's reflection, he recalls a wealthy student who had been disinclined to attend school until he had persuaded her otherwise. She now occupies a place in Chen's thoughts. After all, she is his initial significant client. Let us focus on Zhao Yuyu from number 1 high school. Can we find her? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Yuyu's image appeared on the display. Accompanying her is a gigantic mouse, and beside her, a standard swift wolf serving as the examination subject. Chapter 27. Defeating Wonkai and Reaping Rewards. One wonders whether this affluent young lady can secure admission to a better university. The so-called swift wolf is merely a virtual model, not an actual beast of the same name. In the realm of examinations, fairness and precision are paramount. Only through virtual models can one ensure equity. Accuracy, on the other hand, is the result of intricate algorithms that calculate scores based on one's battles against the Gale Wolf. This scoring system is limitless. A perfect foundational score does not guarantee admission to top-tier universities. The true differentiators are the practical combat scores. The mouse is warming up. 3,000 thunders. The Gale Wolf has been vanquished. Chen glanced at the mayor beside him. Is this how our college entrance examination operates? Chen, somewhat perplexed by the master's intent, inquired softly. Indeed, is there a problem? Upon hearing this response, he felt somewhat speechless. It was not long ago that he believed the practical aspects of the college entrance examination would be exceedingly challenging. Yet now it seemed that anyone of comparable caliber could effortlessly obliterate the questions. It appeared that even his pet, Wang Kai, could manage it. It was all too feeble. The Gale Wolf posed no challenge whatsoever. A casual remark led the mayor, Chen, to feel a tinge of embarrassment. The Gale Wolf examination question, when compared to past assessments, is considered relatively difficult. To annihilate the Gale Wolf signifies that this student, Zhao Yuyu, must possess remarkable strength. What does the examination question matter? The Gale Wolf has indeed been categorized as a challenging question. Is this truly difficult? Chen found himself at a loss for words. Continuing to observe, Zhao Yuyu achieved a total score of 2,382, although lacking the titles of provincial or city champion. This score ranks as the second highest in Huiguang City over the past decade. The highest score belongs to Gao Xianmo, Chen's contemporaneous peer, who is extraordinarily formidable, boasting an array of advanced skills. It is only now that he realizes this was once the master's creation. After watching several others in practical assessments, all of them had similarly annihilated their opponents. The mayor's initial intention was to showcase the talents of these individuals to the master, leaving a lasting impression. However, all Chen could perceive was, I could do that too. Aside from the initial spectacle of 3,000 thunders, there was little of intrigue left. Each skill exhibited a lack of originality, merely showcasing a barrage of power. Perhaps it would be best to close this down. There was nothing captivating, and he felt somewhat disappointed. Back in the day, he could have easily passed with just any local mutt. The disparity between low-tier and high-tier beast tamers is so pronounced. The strong can shake mountains, while the weak cannot even muster enough heat for a barbecue. And he had not even participated in this level of examination back then. He felt disgruntled, exceedingly so. Observing the master's discontented expression, Chen began to glean some understanding. Is the master lamenting the weakness of the new generation? While the current strength cannot be compared to the era of the Great War of the Races, it is not so lacking either. Master, what do you consider to be an acceptable standard? Humph, at the very least, they should be able to defeat my Wong Kai. Without mentioning anything else. As long as these candidates have someone who can best Wong Kai, I would be willing to fulfill one condition within my capacity. The master's mutt? Its racial talent value is 1, it has yet to evolve, and its level is capped at 10. To be honest, that seems somewhat insufficient. However, the master just stated that as long as one can defeat Wong Kai, they would fulfill one condition. This is indeed a boon for the new generation. Are you certain? I am certain. Chen's conviction stems from the belief that while the two of them engage in casual banter, the other party would not take it too seriously. Should a crowd be called, it would not matter much. Furthermore, who would care about the conditions he set? He is merely the owner of a beast taming agency, lacking any significant social influence. If it were to be called upon, they might not even care. Moreover, he had seen Wong Kai's skills firsthand. He genuinely believed that Wong Kai was superior to these individuals. Chen exited the private room and announced the news to the gathering crowd. The ripple effect stirred considerable excitement. Those in the know understood the implications. For those less informed, the atmosphere indicated that this was a matter of great consequence, likely intertwined with substantial interests, especially when the mayor mentioned the condition of defeating a mere mutt. Everyone assumed the master was here to dispense favors. Defeating a 10-level mutt seemed trivial for the local prodigies. It appeared that the master's skill book was destined to be illustrated, and its evolution path must be drafted as well. Upon returning upstairs, Chen informed Chen that many had accepted this challenge. His expression mirrored that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. Did anyone truly accept this so-called challenge? What could they possibly gain? After further clarification from Chen, he finally relaxed. It turned out they were merely admiring his work. They were all fans. Most likely, they sought illustrations or written content. These things were hardly valuable. They could easily be created. Excellent. I shall go retrieve Wong Kai now. I eagerly anticipate someone acquiring my creation. He fetched Wong Kai from the shop and returned to the examination venue. Although he did not approach Chen, it did not mean he was oblivious to the surroundings. Anyone with ambition, eager to grow stronger, was observing the master's mutt that he had brought. Some even discreetly scanned it with detection devices, confirming it was indeed a level 10 mutt with a racial talent value of 1. There was no evolution, nothing amiss. Could it be that the master truly came to bestow favors? Eyes darting about, he noticed the crowd's similar reactions. What does it matter? There's no loss in it. By midday, the beast examination concluded. Only the written examination remained. However, for combat-oriented candidates, the weight of the written examination scores is relatively minor. As students flooded out of the examination hall, most returned to their homes. Those scoring above 2,000 points remained, primarily locals of Huiguang City, numbering less than a handful. The rest were a diverse array of talents. Upon learning of this matter from their guardians or accompanying personnel, their faces radiated confidence. A mutt? I obliterated the Gale Wolf. I must secure that skill book. Some even began to strategize how to integrate their newfound skills. Perhaps they could gain the power to vie for inheritance. Only 2 locals from Huiguang City looked utterly bewildered. What is happening? No one informed them. However, judging by the expressions of those around, it seemed to be a positive development. Everyone gathered at a designated arena, all placing immense importance on this combat. Except for Chen, who leisurely opened his phone to order takeout. What to have for lunch became the conundrum at hand. Chen, acting as the referee on the stage, observed the master's apparent indifference and wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Those present held formidable backgrounds. Whether he could maintain control over the situation remained uncertain. It was preferable for the master to be indifferent to this matter than to place undue significance on it. The first contender stepped onto the stage. An epic quality beast tamer with a flaming lion, backed by the formidable Li family from the capital. As the inaugural participant, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. This battle was a guaranteed victory. Casting a glance at the mutt before him and the relaxed master, Chen declared, the first match begins. Chapter 28. Victory through connections. Wang Kai was exceedingly reluctant to battle. He would much rather accompany his master for a stroll, but instead, he was dragged out to engage in a skirmish against a horde of Beast Tamers. Unable to channel his fury towards Su Chen, the fiery lion could only focus on his opponent. In his eyes, the adversary was utterly contemptible. Their physical sizes were not even comparable, akin to a mismatch in a boxing ring where the contenders were not even in the same league. Yet, he was compelled to engage. TCH, he thought, opting to unleash a modicum of his elevated pressure to intimidate this insignificant mutt. Royal pressure. The unique aura of a king emanated from the fiery lion, and any ordinary mutt would have already prostrated itself in submission. However, Wang Kai appeared unfazed, casually licking his paw as if the pressure had little effect on him. The fiery lion, taken aback by this unexpected reaction, had anticipated that his imposing presence would elicit submission, yet this mutt stood there unperturbed. It was a blatant provocation. A resounding roar echoed through the air. Su Chen, without lifting his head, merely scoffed. The roar, though loud and fierce, seemed weak and hollow. He was still pondering what to have for lunch, having exhausted all nearby takeout options. Surely, he couldn't continue feasting on pig's trotters. Wang Kai, initially eager to tease his opponent, sensed his owner's discontent from the scoff. This insufferable lion had dared to disrupt his master's leisure. The earlier pressure had been exhilarating, and Wang Kai subtly retaliated with a skill of his own. However, this was not merely a display of pressure. Domain of thought. Royal pressure? Pathetic. Witness the essence of my master's profound insight. In an instant, those who had previously dismissed the battle as trivial felt their pupils constrict. The essence had manifested in a mere mutt? It was astonishing, utterly unbelievable. This creature, possessing a mere 1 in racial value, had grasped such profound insight at the 10th level. With this insight alone, his combat prowess transcended mere statistics. It became clear that the master had not offered such benefits without reason. It was a test. Just as the spectators began to grasp the significance, the match had reached its decisive moment. Wang Kai unleashed his formidable skill, Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger, its shadow looming large, amplified by the essence. The impact was tremendous. After one strike, the fiery lion was visibly on the brink of collapse. Its immense form crumpled onto the arena, gasping for air. Yu Chun had initially anticipated a challenging contest, expecting a fierce back and forth, but the reality was starkly different. It was evident to anyone present who would emerge victorious, rendering further deliberation unnecessary. The result was to be announced without delay. Upon hearing Wang Kai's victory, Su Chen lifted his gaze slightly, only able to see the wagging tail of his companion. Indeed, even a mere mutt of his could surpass these students. How had he not realized this before? Yet, he still harbored a reverence for high-level beast masters, having witnessed the earth-shattering scenes in various videos. He could not help but feel a sense of awe. Next, let us hasten this along. I need to grab a bite, and perhaps a quick restroom break. With that, Su Chen exited, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. The once epic fiery lion from the Li family had faltered against a single strike from a mutt. While carelessness played a part, it underscored the terrifying nature of the skill displayed. Among those present, many were at least at the 7th tier or above. Just moments ago, they had collectively sensed something amiss. What was it about that Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger that felt so off? The essence seemed to have seamlessly integrated into the skill. This was indicative of an awakened level skill. A mere 10th level mutt, not only grasping essence but also wielding an awakened skill. As the audience pondered this, only 2 individuals were privy to the truth. Originally 4 were meant to understand, but 2 lacked the requisite insight. Some astute observers scanned the crowd and noted the 2 who appeared less surprised. Whispers of speculation arose. If only they had been sharper, they might have connected the dots regarding the skill book. However, the consensus was clear. An awakened level skill book could not possibly be fabricated. Or perhaps, starting today, that consensus would be shattered. While minds were racing with possibilities, the battle continued. The second contender, far more cautious than the first, carefully summoned his beast, a riftwing eagle. This time, he sought to exploit spatial advantages, intending to assess the situation further before striking, searching for weaknesses. Wang Kai unleashed the Lotus of Buddha's Fury, a powerful offensive fire-type skill. The initial Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger was a general skill, but Buddha's Fury Lotus was distinctly fire-type. From whence did this mutt acquire such fire affinity? The audience was rife with speculation, each lost in their own thoughts as the battle raged on. After spending a leisurely 10 minutes on his phone in the restroom, Su Chen returned to find the battle had concluded. Well, can anyone surpass Wang Kai? The atmosphere was awkward as the spectators pondered the prowess of Wang Kai. It seemed he had a penchant for targeting these youngsters, perhaps to avoid tarnishing his own reputation. The silence in the room was palpable, and Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. Had no one managed to endure longer? He glanced at Chen. Is there anyone who lasted the longest? I shall reward them with a drawing. The crowd collectively reminisced, attempting to recall who had held out longest. As the referee, Chen also reflected on this, recalling that it seemed to be Zhao Yuyu, not due to her strength, but rather because of her amicable rapport with Wang Kai and her speed, which had allowed her to last an extra 2 seconds. The rest had fallen almost instantaneously. All eyes turned to Zhao Yuyu, who seemed to be grinding her teeth in frustration. Wasn't this akin to taking advantage of connections? Relying on her relationship with a mutt to gain some extra time? The least injured among them was the superconductive catastrophe mouse. The crowd's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Yuyu, and Chen followed suit. Ah, a familiar face. The moment the words left his lips, her cheeks flushed crimson, acutely aware that she had secured this opportunity through connections, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chen requested a ballpoint pen and a small notepad. With a swift motion, he sketched something, tore it off, and handed it to Zhao Yuyu. The crowd gasped. Wait, is he truly drawing? Not providing a skill book? Those knowledgeable in the field suddenly became enraptured, curious about the nature of this skill book. As attention shifted to the paper, an air of anticipation enveloped the room. A skill demonstration illustration. It seems. Energy fluctuations? Was this indeed a skill book? The fervent gazes compelled Zhao Yuyu to hastily stow the skill book away, wary of it being snatched. She expressed her gratitude to the master. Chen nodded in acknowledgement before bidding farewell to the gathering, leaving the remaining crowd to swallow their astonishment, eagerly awaiting the emergence of a standout figure. The members of the large group are eagerly awaiting the initial speaker, who will facilitate the transfer of the skill book. Chapter 29. Departure and Positioning in the Magic City. The reason these dignitaries remain relatively composed is that some among them are contemplating the implications. Is this truly an awakened level skill? If one were to seize it, only to discover it is merely an S grade, or even less, it would be quite absurd. Zhao Jiang, present at the scene, also sensed the disquieting atmosphere. This was indeed a hot potato. Holding it could lead to significant consequences, yet relinquishing it would result in a considerable loss. Given that it was bestowed by a master, one cannot handle it carelessly. Had it been something he picked up off the ground, he would have opted for an auction. However, with a master watching from above, to receive it with the expectation of proper usage only to flip it for profit would be quite scandalous. He hoped that those present would maintain their composure. Though it appeared that everyone was returning to their own affairs and that the matter had concluded, the true contention would arise after the college entrance examinations. Chen returned to his shop, having received a modest shipment, and resumed his regimen for nurturing his stomach. He never anticipated that the college entrance examination would be so straightforward and effortless. The citizens of Huiguang City seemed to be a rather lackluster bunch. It seems that only in grand cities like the Imperial Capital and the Magic City do genuine prodigies emerge. He retrieved a small box from his pocket, which had been given to him as a writing fee by a certain individual. It likely held little value. Just as he was about to casually stow it away in some obscure corner, he noticed Wang Kai gazing at it with eager eyes. You want it? Chen inquired. Wang Kai nodded enthusiastically. Without a second thought, Chen tossed it to him. Wang Kai played with the small box for a moment before placing it in his own nest, though he was unaware of its true nature. The information embedded in his genome conveyed to him that it was a valuable item, a treasure that could aid in his evolution and help him transcend his current stage. Throughout the afternoon, customers trickled in, but few made purchases. He crafted a few new items. When night fell and he closed the shop to return home, Wang Kai, having tired himself out from play, suddenly remembered the great treasure waiting for him in his nest. Clumsily using his paws, he unlocked the outer latch. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from within, illuminating the entire room. The swirling energy patterns indicated that this item was far from ordinary. After a brief gaze, he swallowed it whole, swiftly refining it. In an instant, the light of evolution began to flicker. Wang Kai possessed countless skills, several of which were auxiliary skills related to evolution, ensuring that his chances of failure were minimal. However, the nature of his evolution remained uncertain. Once the shimmering light subsided, Wang Kai transformed into a larger version of himself. Having evolved beyond his juvenile phase, his appearance remained largely unchanged, albeit slightly more robust. Gazing into a mirror, he perceived no drastic alterations and joyfully barked twice, reveling in the notion that his original form was the most handsome. He had no desire for a configuration adorned with horns and flames. That very night, various prominent families received news regarding the Awaken Level Skill Book. This was no trivial matter. If true, it could shake the very core of the human federation. The challenge, however, lay in verifying its authenticity. To seize it outright in another's territory would be quite audacious, not to mention a matter of face. In the days that followed, Chen ambled about his shop in a state of tranquility. Although visitors came to pay their respects, he remained suspicious of their intentions. Their accents were not native to Huiguang City. While he had not noticed during the examinations, upon closer conversation, it became evident that they were all from out of town. Including the two outsiders studying sculpture, the influx of non-locals visiting him seemed excessive. Nevertheless, his shop sales continued to rise steadily, whether they hailed from near or far. Any customer with spending power was welcome. Zhao Zhiheng visited several times, consistently inquiring about Su Chan's opinions on his works. What could he possibly say? If someone adored his creations, they were treasures. If not, they were mere scraps of paper. Upon hearing his words, the other seemed to exhale a significant sigh of relief. Though Su Chen could not discern the source of their pressure. On the evening following the conclusion of the college entrance examinations, an auction was discreetly held. Commissioned by Zhao Zhiheng and conducted by He Yuchen. Not a whisper of it escaped into the outside world. Those who needed to know were informed, while the uninformed remained oblivious. Su Chen's profile was augmented by a layer of utmost secrecy, awakened-level skill creator. Upon learning this news, the upper echelons of various interest groups were unexpectedly unified in their silence. The uproar above continued, yet life below remained unchanged. With the exams concluded, students were free for the summer. After several days of tending to the shop, Su Chen found the business to be less than thriving. It could only be described as a waste of resources. Everyone had gone off to enjoy themselves. Who would come to shop? In 2 months, he might not even earn enough for a month's rent. Casting a glance at the cold figures in his bank account, he realized it was time to spend. He decided to embark on a journey, taking Wang Kai with him. Life is a vast wilderness. He would return to the shop once school resumed. With a glance at Wang Kai, Su Chen promptly purchased tickets to the Magic City. Although life in a small city was comfortable, it lacked excitement. The desire to indulge beckoned. After buying the tickets, Yu Yifeng from Huiguang City was the first to learn of the news. His duty was to monitor the movements of the master, not out of concern for safety, but rather to prevent any potential rampage that could devastate the city. Since the destination was the Magic City, he needed to establish contact with individuals there. His own absence would be conspicuous, and conducting business would be cumbersome. As the government coordinated internally, Su Chen had already gathered his belongings in Wang Kai and made his way to the station. The air was filled with a sense of freedom, wasn't he it, Wang Kai? Wang Kai barked joyfully, thrilled about the prospect of visiting a large city and the opportunity to play with his master. To ensure an enjoyable experience, Su Chen deliberately chose a sleeper berth, saving him a considerable amount of money. Why squander funds on trivial purchases when investing in time was far more valuable? The bustling station thrummed with people from all corners of the world. After securing his luggage and placing Wang Kai in the beast carriage, he found his bunk and rummaged through his backpack to retrieve various snacks. The occupant of the adjacent bunk, a young woman, stared intently as he unveiled his assortment of treats. Noticing her empty backpack, it was evident she was a novice traveler. Would you like to share? He offered. Me? She replied, taken aback. Without further ado, Su Chen handed her a chicken leg, to which she gratefully accepted with hasty thanks. Before long, the two were engaged in conversation. It turned out she was not a local, but a student from Magic City University, here on an assignment. She had exhausted her travel funds on the flight and was reluctant to dip into her own savings, thus opting for a sleeper train back. Upon learning that Su Chen was headed to the Magic City for leisure, she enthusiastically offered to show him around the university. After a satisfying meal, they would rest. And upon awakening, the feasting would continue. Chapter 30. The college entrance examination was just like that. The following day, having slumbered until noon, I awoke to the sound of someone engaged in conversation with a young lady from the magical metropolis nearby. Wow, is Magic City University truly that vast? How did I fail to gain admission? Su Chen, still somewhat groggy, muttered as he sat up. The exam questions this year were exceedingly difficult. That Windwolf stats were rather formidable. One of the others interjected, I found this year's questions to be quite manageable. Anyone could excel. Without further consideration of the impact of his words, he stumbled off, half asleep, to the restroom, only to be called back. Hey, have you watched the college entrance examination livestream? Many did not pass. With a dismissive grunt, he replied, livestream? I watched from the examination hall itself. The livestream had a delay, but the cameras in the hall did not. It was almost real time. I recognized some of those who excelled. Initially, among the three gathered, 2 dismissed his claims as mere bravado, yet 1 took him seriously. May I inquire where you hail from? Huiguang City, he replied before rushing off to the restroom. The young lady from Magic City and the other individual had not given it much thought until they heard Huiguang. Various rumors and whispers flooded their minds. The Inquisitor remarked quietly, indeed, Huiguang City has produced numerous individuals capable of defeating the Windwolf. Moreover, considering his previous statements, it implies this person is no ordinary individual. Those who enter the examination hall are all exceptional. Yet, the question lingered. Why had he encountered them in a sleeper cabin? He certainly did not appear to be a person of great stature. The three exchanged glances, unsure of what to say until Chen returned, laying out snacks and continuing the earlier topic. Those who defeated the Wind Wolf couldn't even match my pet, Wonkai. If I had known the college entrance exam was so effortless, I would never have dropped out. The three listened, increasingly sensing a dissonance in his words. If he were fabricating tales, they were remarkably convincing, and his confidence did not suggest deceit. Yet, the content of his statements felt too far-fetched. The young lady from Magic City University seemed to casually ask a few questions, yet her responses flowed effortlessly. Although she struggled to believe it, it appeared that this individual was a concealed master. While Chen was chatting, a phone rang. Without a second thought, he answered, but the car's interior was somewhat noisy, prompting him to switch to speaker mode. Master, why have you closed your shop? I was hoping to discuss some matters with you. The young lady from Magic City jolted at the familiar voice. Was that not the voice of a professor from her school? She was taken aback to realize that even after closing his shop, he still had fans pursuing him, leaving her somewhat touched. Yet, her travels must continue. I am traveling to Magic City and will return in 2 months. Magic City? You're merely going for tourism, correct? To be honest, Fong Karuei felt a pang of anxiety. He had even changed his residency to be closer to the master. If the master were to leave from Magic City, all his efforts would have been in vain. Just as he was about to respond, someone interjected. The observing young lady quietly remarked, "Teacher?" A brief silence fell over the room, and on the other end, Fong Karuei said, "Master, please pass the phone to the person who just spoke." Oh, a familiar face? Without much thought, he ended the speaker mode and handed the phone to the other. The atmosphere shifted as they busied themselves with snacks, oblivious to the fluctuating expressions of the young lady, which resembled a roller coaster ride. Receiving the call, she absorbed much information from her mentor. Among the most crucial details was the identity of the individual before her. Though there was no mention of awakened-level skills, the implications were weighty. She did not know the specifics, but she understood that he was indeed a master. Given that her teacher was a professor at Magic City University and had referred to this young man as a master, it raised the question of how formidable he truly was. The unknown breeds fear. The mere thought of having such a powerful figure behind her made her feel overwhelmed. Her teacher had also instructed her to assist the master should he require anything. The two observers could distinctly perceive the shifts in the Magic City University student's demeanor. Just a moment prior, they had been jesting about inconsequential matters, unaware that they were in the presence of a genuine expert. After Fong Karuei concluded his conversation with his student, he added, "The master is quite approachable. Seize the opportunity." With a complex expression, he returned the phone to Chen. Chen casually placed the phone on the bed. After finishing a bag of chips, he looked up and remarked, "Why do you all appear so distressed?" Compared to the seasoned individuals, these three were still relatively young and their emotional control was somewhat lacking. They exchanged awkward smiles. And it was the young lady from Magic City University who broke the silence, prompting the four to continue their conversation. As they journeyed directly to Magic City, carrying their luggage with Wonkai trailing behind, they were suddenly halted by someone calling out, "Are you Master Chen?" Upon hearing his name, he glanced at the speaker, unfamiliar with the individual. "And you are?" "I am someone sent by Fong Karuei to assist you in finding accommodation. If it's not too much trouble, just follow me." Fong Karuei had such influence in Magic City, yet it was evident the person before him was not ordinary. Addressing him as a master indicated a level of respect. More importantly, the cost of lodging in Magic City was exorbitant, and this individual had prepared accommodations for him, which would save him a significant expense. Contemplating this, he beckoned Wonkai and followed the stranger. "Where are we staying?" "In the university town of Magic City. The neighboring sleeper cabin has students from Magic City University, and one of them is called Fong Karuei." So Fong Karuei is a professor at Magic City University? He had been too preoccupied with his snacks to register this connection. Realizing now that he was acquainted with such a prominent figure, as they approached the underground garage of the train station, the guide led them straight to a vehicle that gleamed like obsidian, adorned with metallic accents typical of high-end models. Although he could not identify the car, he could discern that it was extraordinarily expensive. It seemed likely it was meant to transport someone of significance. He decided to observe quietly. The person assigned to pick him up approached the vehicle and opened the door. "Master, I apologize for the inconvenience. This is the only car available at the moment." He looked at the person who opened the door for him. "We are getting into this car? Fong Karuei must be quite impressive. So, professors at Magic City University are indeed remarkable." Reflecting on his own past, he mused that had he taken the entrance exam, he too might have attended such a prestigious institution. Not to mention, spending 4 years at Magic City University would have been a delightful experience. Even if he eventually chose a more laid-back lifestyle running a small shop, the thought of attending Magic City University would have made for great conversation over meals and drinks. Yet, he had dropped out. As Chen settled into the vehicle en route to Magic City University, various factions had already been waiting with bated breath. After all, he was a master craftsman of Awaken-level skill books. Chapter 31. The teachings of Magic City University are flawed. Upon boarding the private vehicle, the journey proved to be uninterrupted, leading directly to the esteemed university city of Magic Capital. By this hour, dusk had descended upon the landscape. The towering edifices along the route were aglow with lights, while countless industrious souls toiled diligently into the evening. Upon entering the university grounds, Chen followed his guide to a secluded villa area. The leader approached a villa, produced a key, and, under Chen's slightly bewildered gaze, unlocked the door. He then handed the key to Chen, stating, "Master, you shall reside here. Your information has been registered for facial recognition. Simply scan your face upon entering the campus." After a slight bow, the guide turned and departed, leaving Chen and his dog to wander the empty villa. Wow, Chen mused. This must be the guest accommodation for the University of Magic Capital, reserved for esteemed visitors. Who would have thought I would have the privilege to enter such a place in my lifetime? While Chen considered himself somewhat worldly, his dog, Kai, was utterly bewildered. It explored its surroundings, sniffing and curiously attempting to nibble on various objects, only to be halted by physical constraints. Taking out his itinerary, Chen resolved that since he had arrived at the University of Magic Capital, he would explore the campus the following day, rearranging his plans accordingly. Moreover, he could attend some classes, enriching his knowledge beyond the streetwise tricks he had relied on for years. This newfound education would undoubtedly enhance his ability to persuade and promote products. Additionally, having come all this way, indulging in the campus dining hall was hardly an imposition. Finding paper and pen in his room, he began to meticulously plan his itinerary for the following day. Studying the map, he noted several teaching buildings within the university city. After consulting with Fong Kurue, he acquired a class schedule. Starting with an 8 a.m. class, he would attend for a while, then seize the opportunity to dine before the lunch rush, and spend the afternoon leisurely exploring. It was a perfect plan. To ensure success for the next day, he retired early to bed. As dawn broke the following day, Chen awoke to the sound of his alarm. He proceeded through his morning routine with efficiency and roused the still sleepy Kai, heading towards the university dining hall. At this hour, the university city was already bustling with activity. Numerous students accompanied their magical beasts for breakfast before attending their early classes. Compared to those already weary from the rigors of their 8 a.m. lectures, Chen appeared somewhat out of place, radiating an unusual vigor. Had he not been an experienced traveler from the glimmering city, he might have been taken aback by the atmosphere, filled with curiosity about everything around him. Yet, as a seasoned individual, he remained unfazed. Stepping into a classroom, he casually selected a seat. The spacious room soon filled with scattered students. While the instructor arrived, Chen planned to catch a quick nap. Upon awakening, he realized the lecture had commenced, with the teacher now presenting a PowerPoint. Feeling groggy, he shook his head to clear his mind, inadvertently catching the teacher's attention. For an ordinary student, this might have appeared as a moment of drowsiness. However, the teacher recognized him as the master specifically noted by the principal just the day before. The entire faculty had been informed of the master's arrival and instructed to remember his visage to avoid any embarrassing situations. As the lesson proceeded, the teacher grew anxious, questioning whether he had erred. Seeing the master shake his head and take a deep breath, he pondered the implications. The content presented in the PowerPoint was fundamentally accurate. Yet the master's reaction suggested a discrepancy. An epiphany struck the instructor. Since the master believed there was an error, why not consult him directly? There seems to be a minor issue with what I just presented. I now invite a student to provide their insight. Yesterday, the administration had emphasized the importance of maintaining the master's sense of seclusion, making this an astute maneuver. Not only would it identify the error, but it would also preserve the master's desire for discretion. Several hands shot up, but the teacher pointedly chose Chen, who was stretching languidly. Excellent. This student will provide an answer. Suddenly, Chen felt an overwhelming wave of scrutiny and opened his eyes wide, realizing all eyes were upon him. Although still in a state of bewilderment, he grasped the situation. To his astonishment, he had been called upon unexpectedly. Embarrassed, he stood, glancing around to find everyone focused intently on him, sending a shiver down his spine. He considered explaining that he was not a student of the university, but feared being mistaken for a disruptor and consequently dismissed. With the 8 a.m. lecture already in session, moving to another classroom would be inconvenient. Failing to fulfill his travel objectives would likely leave him dissatisfied. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the PowerPoint, which focused on the theme of evolution and its relationship with skills. The presentation claimed that skills did not significantly impact evolution. The correct assertion, however, was that skills indeed had a substantial effect on evolution. Thus, The error lay in the assertion that skills had no influence. As he spoke, he lacked confidence. But to the teacher, it appeared as though the master was hesitating to voice his thoughts. It was akin to watching a fool debate whether 11 equated to 3 while deliberating whether to expend energy clarifying that it equated to 2. The tension in the room reflected this internal struggle. Among the audience were students who had prepared for the lecture, some observing the unfolding drama while others were bewildered. Those watching believed the teacher was setting a trap to critique the sleeping student, while the confused students wondered how the teacher seemed so animated, as though uncovering a profound truth. The teacher, nearly reaching for his notes to delve deeper into the discussion, reminded himself that the master was in seclusion and that moderation was crucial. Now, could you elucidate why this is erroneous? Just as Chen intended to take his seat, he was interrupted once more. Why was the teacher fixated on him? Although he had a theoretical basis to support his response, he feared that his explanation would reveal itself as mere conjecture. Yet, noticing the collective gaze upon him sparked a sudden surge of confidence. Who knows me here? I can just speak freely. If I make a mistake, I'll claim I simply haven't learned it yet. In time, who will recall this moment? With renewed resolve, Chen stood tall and began articulating his self-constructed theory regarding the influence of skills on the evolution of magical beasts. The students listening grew increasingly uneasy, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the inconsistency. The teacher, too, remained captivated by Chen's presentation. Thus, a peculiar situation unfolded, one where a seemingly insignificant skill bore minimal impact on the evolutionary trajectory, while advanced skills could directly influence evolutionary outcomes. Here is the refined translation of your text. I hold this belief. The instructor at the front, diligently suppressing his emotions, feigned contemplation. After a moment's pretense of thought, he nodded in agreement. What this student has stated is entirely accurate. Let us offer our applause and encouragement. The sound of clapping echoed. Since the teacher requested applause, it was only fitting to oblige. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, a light sheen of cold sweat trickled down Chen's back. He had indeed managed to deceive these individuals. It appeared that his theory, at least on the surface, was impeccably sound. However, Chen preferred to believe this was merely a coincidence. The teacher at the front summarized the lesson and, glancing at the clock, announced the end of class. The first to dash out was none other than the same teacher. This was a significant discovery. Perhaps there would be numerous revelations and topics stemming from the perspective of skills influencing evolution. Moreover, this represented a foundational logic that could potentially overturn the entire field of beast evolution studies. The second to exit was Chen. It was rather awkward. Despite class being over, the students continued to gaze at him. The teacher had stated there was no error, so why were they staring? He thought to himself, time to make my exit. The lecturing teacher, regardless of who was in front, offered no salutation and bolted straight to the principal's office, disregarding the ongoing discussions within. A major discovery has been made. The master mentioned by the principal asserted that skills can influence the direction of evolution. Inside the office, a few individuals engaged in deliberations regarding the allocation of this year's research funding fell silent, their expressions as still as a mirror. Shortly thereafter, several directors of research institutes widened their eyes, fixated on the teacher who had burst in. Are you referring to the master spoken of by the principal? Indeed. They pondered for a moment. After all, beasts had appeared for many years without a single instance proving that skills could alter the evolutionary trajectory. The occurrence of such an event could stem from several possibilities. The skills might not be potent enough, the beast might be too formidable, or the influence of the evolutionary materials could be overwhelmingly substantial. One director, unable to fathom the rationale, realized that such uncritical research would not only incur vast expenses but yield little in results. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he asked, did the master provide any examples? Yes, the teacher replied. The master stated that if a slug were to master skills above grade A, it would undergo a completely different evolutionary path. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the four individuals shifted dramatically. Former allies had now become adversaries. Initially, the topic had incurred substantial costs, not to mention considerable time investments. Now, the experimental pathway had been laid out before them. The funding available consisted solely of some grade A skills. There was no need to calculate the costs for slugs. Such beasts were abundant. If there were none, a slight reproduction would suffice. As the directors prepared to unleash their beasts upon one another, the office leaders swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Stop! The master has already provided the direction. What are you all fighting over? This is not your own research." The director's bravado diminished significantly. Indeed, if it had been their own development, the accolades would have been no laughing matter. However, that was not the case. At most, they had merely toiled in labor, conducting the experiments and penning papers. Their share of the accolades was minuscule. Noticing a slight improvement in the atmosphere, the leader cleared his throat and remarked, "Ahem. Allow me to take charge of this matter. You all have plenty of projects to attend to. There were numerous students in that class, and the content challenged the existing evolutionary framework too profoundly. Thus, it wasn't too long before a post appeared on the student forum. A great master emerges on campus, fiercely challenging the current evolutionary system. Yet, shortly after its publication, the post vanished, deleted directly by the school administrators. Furthermore, all discussions regarding this matter barely lasted 2 seconds. Though online discourse could be curtailed, the news spread like wildfire among the students in the real world. Nothing unusual occurred. It simply meant the school sought to suppress online chatter about the event. This led to much speculation. Whispers circulated that Chen was, in fact, an extraordinary master who had returned from the brink of youth, a veritable savant in the art of beast mastery. Another version suggested he was a powerful being reborn through possession. Regardless, they were all far-fetched. Yet, the truth lay hidden within these rumors, and many had already come to accept Chen as a formidable expert. The tales were chaotic, yet none portrayed him as inept or the rumors as false. According to certain students who had inquired among the faculty, it seemed this individual might indeed be a genuine master. As Chen exited the classroom, the longer he lingered, the more he felt the weight of curious gazes upon him. Occasionally, someone would glance back at him. As time passed, the number of onlookers grew. It appeared they were discussing him. Alarmed, Chen hurried to the restroom for a quick inspection. His zipper was secured, his clothes bore no stains, and there was nothing suspicious about him. He remained himself, handsome, youthful, and radiant. Could it be that his striking appearance was the reason for such attention? Yet, what did it mean that so many boys were turning to look? This was Magic City, not the verdant Tianfu of Shudi. Dismissing this unsettling possibility, he truly could not fathom the reason behind it. Upon leaving the restroom, he continued his stroll around the campus with Wankai, noting that the frequency of glances only intensified. He felt somewhat uneasy. As he walked, he spotted an acquaintance, a student of Fang Kuruei, the person he had met on the train. She cautiously glanced at him. Unable to contain himself, he approached her directly. "Classmate, do you know why everyone is looking at me?" The individual was caught off guard. She was among the few privy to the underlying circumstances and understood the master's current situation. Yet, she struggled to articulate a response. Master, you are now a celebrity within the school." After a moment of contemplation, she could only convey the present reality. Chen pondered for a moment. If he had become famous, did that not make him an internet sensation? It seemed reasonable for people to turn and look at a celebrity. But how did I become famous? Professor Fang shared your work with everyone, which is why you are well known. After much thought, she managed to articulate this answer. It would not do to directly state that his theory had shaken the foundations of the current evolutionary paradigm. If she did, and he pressed further, she would find herself at a loss for words. Would this mean he had completely emerged from seclusion? If the time came for her teacher to seek retribution, she would be branded a historical villain. Initially lacking direction, Chen was taken aback by this revelation. My work has gained recognition? Reflecting on the time he spent painting for Fang Kuruei, he had employed a conventional style. The concept behind the Great Desolation Prison Sky, combined with his masterful technique, had indeed garnered attention, which seemed plausible. Here, they were all highly educated individuals capable of appreciation. He recalled that in Huiguang City, only Gao Xuanma and a few others had appreciated his work. The context was different now. This answer pleased him greatly. After expressing his gratitude, Chen resumed his sightseeing plans. Even if he had gained notoriety, life must continue as usual, mustn't it? He could not simply cease venturing outdoors because of this newfound fame. His next destination was the campus Beast Museum, where he anticipated an even larger crowd. He needed to maintain his composure and at least avoid appearing timid or foolish. Chapter 33. I love speaking the truth, even when fabricating. Inside the laboratory, a group of researchers is intently observing the slug that serves as the subject of their experiment. Typically, such tasks would be relegated to students. However, these individuals are esteemed directors from various research institutions. None are willing to forfeit this opportunity, so they have collectively decided to conduct the experiment together to validate the master's theory. Before the radiant glow of evolution fades, no one can ascertain whether the master's theory holds true. Although it originates from a master, the realm of scientific inquiry demands evidence. Only through experimental validation can one uncover the genuine truth. After an entire morning spent in deliberation, the luminous aura of evolution gradually dissipates, revealing two distinctly different species of beasts on the experimental platform. It is done. The master's theory indeed proves accurate. The first to identify the divergent forms proclaims with conviction. The previously indifferent crowd is suddenly jolted into awareness. Indeed, there are two entirely different sets of beasts. One group consists of slugs that have mastered the advanced skill of the high-pressure water jet, while the other comprises slugs that have not acquired any skills, serving as the control group. This discovery shakes the very foundations of evolutionary theory, providing direct evidence that skills can alter evolutionary trajectories. Evolutionary direction now possesses an entirely new pathway. With the most exhilarating phase of the experiment concluded, the task of organizing the data and drafting the research paper can be momentarily set aside. At this stage, various institutions eagerly await the results, necessitating an immediate announcement. In this moment, the prestige of high-level skill book creators is poised to ascend to new heights. Currently, the world's most renowned skill book creator is none other than Chen. In a previous lecture, the master had alluded to a theory suggesting that within the existing framework, the emergence of divine beasts with innate values exceeding 10,000, was nearly unattainable. However, the combination of skills and evolutionary entities may indeed facilitate the mass production of divine beasts. Should this be accomplished, the notion of every human being akin to a dragon would no longer be mere rhetoric. Yet, the master had not elaborated on how to achieve such combinations. Frustrated by the incomplete nature of this discourse, the researchers find themselves in a quandary. One among them suggests that they might simply inquire with the master directly. Since the master has demonstrated a willingness to share insights during lectures, it stands to reason that he might be open to divulging further knowledge, provided they approach him correctly. Perhaps a casual conversation could yield fruitful results. After a brief discussion, they swiftly set their plans in motion to ascertain the master's whereabouts. Utilizing campus surveillance, they discover that the master is at the Beast Training Hall, prompting them to dispatch their students to find a way to approach him and extract this precious information. Chen, meanwhile, observes the various students from different universities in Magic City as they engage in combat training. It is evident that the strength of the beasts is exponentially increasing within certain parameters. The college entrance examination may be straightforward, merely a contest of fledgling talents. But once the levels rise, the stakes become serious. Regrettably, after watching for some time, Chen finds the skills displayed to be rather uninspired, lacking the innovative flair that characterizes his own designs. After witnessing yet another duel, he cannot help but exclaim, "The power is decent, but the skills leave much to be desired." Though his voice is barely above a whisper, the words reach the ears of the defeated combatant, who, already feeling disgruntled by his loss, turns in indignation, who just criticized the skills as lacking. In the audience, only Chen stands alone, momentarily taken aback, while the challenger is equally bewildered. During a break, a friend had informed him about Chen's prominence, explicitly mentioning that he was a significant figure. As affirmed by the principal, Chen, feeling like a cricket caught in the spotlight, finds himself cornered. Both individuals remain frozen in disbelief. Just as one might gain notoriety, must one also face the risk of downfall? To his surprise, the challenger, upon glancing at Chen, does not exhibit the anticipated aggression but instead bows respectfully, asking, "What insights do you possess?" At this moment, the tension escalates, as the challenger, whether in anger or in jest, is now seeking Chen's perspective. Faced with such a query, Chen is uncertain of how to respond. Acutely aware that the challenger is a high-achieving student and that his hastily concocted theories may soon be unveiled as mere fabrications. Noticing Chen's silence, the challenger lowers his head, fearing that his previous outburst might have displeased the master. Having navigated the competitive atmosphere of Magic City's universities to this point, he recognizes that his prior behavior was indeed inappropriate. Yet, not wishing to squander the opportunity to seek guidance, he continues, "I am but a humble student. Please, enlighten me." Chen, feeling the weight of the moment, can only think of escape. Meanwhile, the students of the various research directors have finally tracked him down, and upon witnessing this exchange, they decide to form a queue. However, to Chen, it appears as if a spectacle has drawn an audience. Trouble brews. For escaping now seems impossible. He awkwardly assists the challenger to straighten up, saying, "I cannot presume to offer guidance. I merely have my own opinions. If I misspeak, kindly disregard my words." The challenger, seizing the moment, eagerly presses, "Please, do share your thoughts." Chen responds, "Your skill focuses solely on amplifying power, yet it neglects the essence of artistry." As he speaks, he observes the crowd growing larger. Initially, it was merely the director's students, but now, onlookers drawn by curiosity have gathered. Frustrated, he quickens his speech. Skills resonate with the flow of consciousness and material. In layman's terms, they embody the essence of artistry. Realizing that the audience is expanding, he contemplates a hasty retreat. Yet, unable to escape without drawing attention, he muddles through his explanation, eventually addressing the students from Magic City. "Do you comprehend? If not, feel free to ignore my musings. I must excuse myself for a moment." Attempting to make his exit, he is swiftly intercepted by the first wave of inquisitive spectators. "Your earlier insights were profound. May I pose a question?" The moment he is caught, he knows he is in trouble. His theories, while sounding impressive, lack substance, and he fears that closer scrutiny will unravel them. Shall we step outside to discuss? He suggests, genuinely anxious, relieved to be moving away from the crowd. He finds a quieter space and realizes he is still being followed. Once the Master's attention is fixed upon him, he hastily poses the question he has been asked. Master, is it truly possible for skills to combine with evolutionary entities to give birth to divine beasts? Upon hearing this question, Chen's heart races. His earlier assertions had been mere fabrications, and now confronted with this inquiry, he feels the urge to abandon the pretense. I was merely speculating. Please do not take it seriously. He shakes off the challenger's grip and makes a swift exit, concluding that he can no longer remain at this university in Magic City. As he disappears around a corner, the students of the directors are left bewildered, feeling as though they were the last to engage with the Master, yet having gained no substantial insights. Returning home, he feared he might face severe reprimands. When his senior brothers finally located him, the directors had also summoned their mentors. What did the Master say? They inquired. The Master dismissed their inquiries, stating, "Those are mere fabrications, not to be taken seriously." Upon hearing this, the directors appeared as dejected as frostbitten eggplants. Was the Master merely concocting tales? Clearly, he was reluctant to share his insights. He had already divulged part of the information but chose now to withhold it, which was infuriating. However, he remained a reclusive Master, unyielding to pressure. Disappointed, the group returned to their research institute, particularly the directors, who were determined to investigate the matter from the beginning. After recounting the entire episode, they began to form conjectures. During lectures, the Master had shown an evident reluctance to disclose the knowledge and techniques he possessed. The attending instructor had mentioned that the Master only reluctantly agreed to correct misconceptions due to their outrageous nature. Even then, he was far from enthusiastic. To summarize, he took advantage of the class time to impart certain truths, and when he remarked on the students' flawed skills, it was out of sheer exasperation. Yet, despite their humble requests for guidance, the Master, known for his inclusive teaching, still shared some insights. However, he had limits. 3 attempts were already too many. Though they had acquired this knowledge, their insatiable curiosity drove them to pursue further inquiries with the Master, who clearly wished to refrain from elaborating. It is only natural for anyone to grow weary of incessant questioning. The case was thus resolved. Yet they had nearly forgotten to inquire about what the Master had specifically articulated. The guidance he provided to the students might have been of utmost importance, especially when the phrase "the skill is the resonance of the flow of consciousness and matter" escaped the students' lips. The directors exchanged knowing glances. Realizing that the Master had indeed shared his wisdom, he had merely chosen not to reiterate it. The skill being the resonance of the flow of consciousness and matter led them to ponder which skill could epitomize this concept perfectly: an awakening level skill. However, why had no one uncovered this before? Because the level cap was set at 120, evolution beyond this point was impossible. Super evolution was distinctly different from complete metamorphic evolution. Thus, this understanding had eluded everyone until now. As for enabling non-evolved beasts to learn awakening-level skills, the most reliable and expedient method was through skill books. The Master was the sole individual capable of crafting such skill books. This revelation could not be subjected to experimentation, nor could they afford to keep it secret, as it would serve no purpose. They decided to announce it publicly. The organization that had secured the skill book at the auction in Radiant City was overjoyed, having never anticipated that awakening-level skills held such potential. All major organizations could only watch helplessly, waiting for the Master to produce another skill book. However, the Master had departed from the academy, and apart from the officials who were monitoring him, no one else had the capacity to observe him. Yet, the officials knew their knowledge was of little use. Chen had been wandering through the food street, indulging in various delicacies until he felt utterly stuffed. As one of the most formidable organizations, the officials could not afford to wait for Chen to present the skill book. They needed to take proactive measures. How long could they afford to wait for a skill book to be drawn? What if the Master finished his explorations in Magic City and chose to retire from crafting altogether? Where would they turn for justification then? They needed to devise a strategy that would compel the Master to produce the skill book willingly. After much contemplation, the officials summarized the Master's tendencies and ultimately resolved to organize an art event at Magic City University, open to non-students as well. However, participants would be unable to reclaim their works post-event, as the university would handle all submissions. To avoid the impression that they were merely soliciting the Master's creations, they included various activities such as dancing and singing. To entice the Master further, they specifically sent him an invitation. As night descended, Chen returned to Magic City University, quietly slipping into his residence, anxious to avoid any further inquiries regarding evolution. It was indeed quite daunting. Upon reaching the door, he unlocked it and noticed something at his feet, evidently slipped through the crack. Picking it up, he discovered a pamphlet for the first art exhibition of Magic City University. An art exhibition? He had not heard of it before, despite having done considerable research. However, the pamphlet contained details about the location, rules, and various prizes. Those whose works were deemed exceptional could earn a cash reward of 10,000. This cash incentive was initially intended to motivate attendance, unaware that it was precisely what Chen sought. With his painting skills at a master level and sculpting and woodcarving skills perhaps at the level of a half-master, he felt confident. Moreover, the exhibition was not limited to these mediums. Singing was also permitted, prompting Chen to strategize on how to maximize his earnings. The time required for sculpting was too lengthy, and he lacked certainty in his abilities. He doubted there were few prominent figures in Magic City. For the sake of that 10,000, he reasoned it would be wiser to play it safe. Moreover, there was a scheduling conflict, as the introduction stated that participants must create their works on site. If he opted for sculpting, he would hardly have time left for painting. Thus, he decided to focus solely on painting, treating the other activities as mere diversions. He pondered whether remaking songs from his previous life would yield a hit in this world, resembling a vibrant entertainment industry. Nonetheless, he resolved to retire early that night to maintain his composure. Failing to be in the right mindset for painting would mean missing out on the 10,000, and that would be disastrous. By morning, the venue for the art exhibition at Magic City University had been thoroughly prepared. When Chen awoke, all necessary arrangements had been completed, resembling a well-orchestrated event rather than a spontaneous idea conceived just the day before. He decided not to bring Wang Kai along, as the creature had little understanding of art and would only serve as a distraction. Upon arriving at the designated venue, he found it already bustling with attendees, including several artists of considerable renown. Hosting such an exhibition at Magic City University was no small feat, considering the disconnect between art and beast taming, especially in a time of war where brute strength was paramount. In extreme circumstances, artworks could easily be disregarded. Thus, the art scene had developed rather modestly. As the hour approached, staff members arranged the drawing paper and pens. Aspiring participants patiently awaited their turn until someone came to organize them. Chen arrived early, among the first batch of artists. Taking a seat, he grasped a pen and with a sweeping motion, created landscapes filled with mountains, waters, and beasts. An art exhibition should not merely depict skill demonstration. That would be a disservice to the very essence of art. Art should flourish in expression. He produced 3 distinct pieces on the 3 sheets of paper, each bearing no resemblance to the skill demonstration sketches he had previously crafted. If one were to argue their merits, it would be the profound essence they conveyed. Yet, essence merely reflects the skills, and reverse engineering it was exceedingly challenging. Chapter 35, An Awkward Scene. Chen brimmed with confidence in his creations. Within such a short span, he had produced 3 paintings, each possessing the potential to become a sensation. Glancing around at the crowd, some were sketching drafts, while others were applying colors. No one had completed their artwork. All were engaged in meticulous refinement. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, and everyone was striving to render their pieces as close to perfection as possible. After submitting his painting to the staff nearby, he intended to explore the exhibition hall. The artwork was not immediately sent to the exhibition, but was first scrutinized by the officials. The artistic essence was profoundly powerful, yet it was not a mere skill demonstration. Ultimately, a highly esteemed connoisseur provided an evaluation, adding that the creator of this piece had no intention of showcasing a skill book. Rather, the goal was to express the artistic spirit. Upon hearing this, the official representative felt a tinge of disappointment. After exerting such effort, they had assumed a master would produce a skill demonstration piece, only to discover this instead. The lack of value as a skill book did not imply that these paintings were worthless. It must be acknowledged that the artistry was remarkable. In an era of peace, one could undoubtedly sustain a comfortable life solely on such artistic prowess. Furthermore, this painting exuded artistic essence that transcended the limitations of peaceful times, rendering it invaluable even now. Although it could not function as a skill book, the essence it contained could be continually contemplated and would not vanish like a skill book. It was reusable. Should one glean even a hint of the master's artistic spirit from it, it would significantly aid in the enhancement of their abilities. Hence, after careful consideration, these 3 paintings were deemed worthy of preservation. Currently, during the exhibition phase, if the master were to return and find their work absent from the display, it would surely raise suspicions. Consequently, all 3 paintings were placed in the exhibition area, surrounded by various plainclothes personnel. Most students were not particularly fond of this art exhibition, yet there were some who appreciated artistry. While perusing the exhibition, a disturbance rippled through his beast taming space. Following the fluctuation, he eventually located Chen's painting. What on earth? An artistic essence demonstration piece. Something that requires credits at school is now on display at the art exhibition. And not just one, but three. An increasing number of people began to notice this painting, giving rise to a peculiar phenomenon. An art exhibition that typically drew few visitors was now brimming with attendees, all queuing to get in. When the officials prepared to unveil the piece, they had anticipated a certain turnout, yet they had somewhat underestimated the numbers, necessitating the formation of a long queue to manage the crowd. Chen, who had originally intended to return to see if his work was displayed, temporarily shelved this thought upon witnessing the extensive line. When had there been so many people appreciating paintings? Wasn't the majority of the populace solely focused on enhancing their beast taming abilities? Paintings, after all, couldn't improve beast taming skills. Realizing he could not squeeze in, Chen opted not to push further. Yesterday's arrangements dictated that today he would participate in two events, one for painting and the other for singing. Art. He awaited the expressions of those in this entertainment-deprived world as they experienced the melodious sounds from another realm, allowing them a taste of exotic charm. However, the singing stage would not open until close to noon. One segment followed another. With little else to do, he wandered around. Meanwhile, the officials were devising ways to procure a skill book from Chen. The painting segment had not yielded results, and aside from this event, it seemed the master had also signed up for singing. They would arrange for personnel and think of strategies. The presence of the master's painting had drawn many students from the campus to the exhibition, creating a lively atmosphere. The master would likely be somewhat pleased. It was essential to keep him happy first. As for singing, the master would certainly need an audience. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward for him to perform without anyone present. Ignoring the situation, they needed to devise a solution. Suddenly, a new task surfaced on campus. A gathering at noon for the art exhibition to listen to music, which would grant credits. Any student who caught wind of this task was left in bewilderment. The task was not posted by an individual, but by the school. Various rumors circulated. But as a performance schedule leaked, it seemed everyone began to piece together the puzzle. The master? Was that the renowned master among the performers? Though rumors suggested the school was attempting to curry favor with the master, it was still just a source of amusement. Who had such influence to compel a prestigious university to seek the master's goodwill? Nevertheless, this task offered credits, making attendance unavoidable. As the noon singing segment approached, the hall was filled with students eager to join the fray. The first performer was not Chen, but rather a local pop singer from the city. He had been oblivious to the number of attendees while waiting backstage. Upon stepping onto the stage and witnessing the packed audience, he briefly believed he had transcended to another realm. In the beast taming world, where could such a multitude of listeners come from? Hello, esteemed audience members, he greeted, met with a smattering of responses and predominantly silence. It was an awkward situation, one he had dreaded. The singer was drenched in sweat. Being the first performer already carried immense pressure, and the lack of enthusiasm was disheartening. Are you here to enjoy the music? He wondered, fearing that many attendees were merely there for credits. After confirming he could not uplift the atmosphere, he abandoned his struggle. The accompanying band commenced their performance. Following one song, the response was tepid, with only a few scattered claps. The singer's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he hurried off stage, utterly humiliated. Who could bear such a burden? In a state of disarray, he brushed past Chen. Why did they pass each other? Because he was the second performer. The atmosphere felt as frigid as ice. If the first performer faced considerable pressure, surely the second would not be exempt? Witnessing the previous performance's lack of response made him shudder, and he could hardly fathom the reality that he was beginning to regret participating. People had come, yet not a single reaction. Was this not a form of mockery? But escape was not an option. He could only ascend the stage with trepidation. He was rather anxious. He had submitted the sheet music to the accompanying musicians well in advance. If all went well, he would only face an awkward silence. But a mistake would render him a laughingstock. Singing at the university and becoming a subject of ridicule would be a stain he could never erase. He steeled himself. He had learned not to ask if they were enjoying it. Instead, he would simply announce the song title. Greetings, everyone. The song I will perform today is The Lone Brave. As the audience members, engrossed in their phones, lifted their heads, it was not merely the song title that caught their attention, but the recognition of the master's voice. Rumors had circulated about a video of Chen's lecture, and anyone who had seen it would instantly recognize his voice. Yet, the atmosphere was so painfully awkward that everyone merely glanced up, revealing vacant expressions as they stared at the stage. Chen felt goosebumps rise at being scrutinized in such a manner, but he reasoned that it was better than complete indifference. Thus, he mustered the courage to signal the accompaniment to start. The first note, accompanied by the backing track, resonated throughout the hall. Even from outside the venue, one could catch a hint of the melody. The audience present, engrossed in the accompaniment, were momentarily oblivious, including Chen, who lacked a beast space and felt nothing at all. Yet, Those who heard the song experienced a ripple within their beast spaces. As the music unfolded, the entire atmosphere seemed to come alive, dancing gracefully. The official staff initially aimed merely to please the master, but this song was something extraordinary. It had the power to resonate deeply within the beast spaces of all present. Moreover, the beasts within those spaces were not restless. Instead, they fell silent, attuned to the ebb and flow of the energy. Some perceptive beasts even gleaned a hint of comprehension from the experience. And this was merely the beginning of the performance. The vice principal, who had come merely to observe, felt the golden waves radiating through the air backstage. As the rhythm approached its zenith, someone was astonished to discover that their beast had actually learned a skill. Though this was a rare occurrence, it was enough to leave everyone in awe. In the span of a single song, they had acquired a skill and even earned credits. At this moment, the accompanist sensed the shift but could not halt the performance, enduring the fluctuations of the beast space while continuing to play. No one had informed them that such phenomena could occur. As Chen displayed his vocal prowess, he noticed the audience's attention had sharpened, their expressions no longer vacant. He gradually found his rhythm, feeling that his singing had touched the hearts of those present. As he concluded with the line, "Who says only those standing in the light can be called heroes," the hall fell silent for several seconds. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon it erupted into a fervent ovation from the crowd. Was this merely a song? This was an opportunity, a comprehensive growth in beast space, beast levels, skills, and comprehension. Seeing his vocal performance earn such acclaim, Chen exhaled in relief. It had been an arduous endeavor, filled with trepidation throughout the entire performance. Yet, the outcome was splendid, as the atmosphere had been wholly invigorated. Unlike the previous performer who had left things awkward, he had not faltered, nor had he become the subject of ridicule. Thankfully, the next performers were left in a state of bewilderment. How could you possess such talent here? How are we to follow that? We were all doing fine until you arrived like a phoenix, making us appear utterly foolish. As Chen stepped off the stage, the first contestant had inadvertently chilled the atmosphere. Even though the audience had seemed cooperative, he felt an overwhelming tension. Now off stage, his legs felt slightly weak. Lunchtime was approaching, and the afternoon would bring evaluations of the art exhibition, determining who would receive awards. Rather than linger here, it seemed prudent to seek nourishment. Having already stirred the ambience, the subsequent performers should not be too disheartened. Upon exiting the venue, he promptly made his way to the cafeteria. One cannot deny that the dining hall at Magic City University was quite commendable. The upcoming performers were not naive enough to believe that the atmosphere had been uplifted and to attempt some form of interaction. They lacked the capability. They understood that the applause from the students was a response to the earlier song, not to the song itself. The atmosphere remained frozen, devoid of any warmth. One by one, the singers faced their shattered aspirations. The officials and faculty had never anticipated such an outcome. Today had been a windfall for the students, who enjoyed not only a free showcase of artistic comprehension, but also an enriching musical experience, all while earning credits. Had they known the effect would be so profound, they might as well have simply granted credits instead of organizing the exhibition. Yet, their ultimate goal remained unachieved. They still had not acquired an awakening-level skill demonstration from the master. Did it truly mean they would have to resort to obtaining it from someone who had already achieved it? In the end, they decided to experiment once more, this time with a more straightforward approach. They would send someone to request the skill demonstration directly. If the master granted it, splendid. If not, they could turn to a director or professor from Magic City who possessed such a demonstration. They were not yet at level 120. They had merely been nurtured without the specialized training that would yield stronger results. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen had managed to rest for half an hour before arriving at the exhibition hall. By this time, the crowd had thinned considerably, save for the painting display area. Due to the artistic comprehension illustrations, many students were still present, and numerous individuals benefited from the experience, grasping a fragment of understanding. When it comes to performance, one must commit fully. The officials maintained a clear stance on this matter, ensuring that the master would not perceive it as a calculated ploy to exploit his works. Thus, judges were still necessary. However, in the realm of Beast Era, the judges were not masters from specific fields, but rather formidable beast masters. For this exhibition, the judges included the vice principal of Magic City University, the event coordinator, and student representatives. Their ability to appreciate art might be lacking, yet they were regarded as authoritative figures in the eyes of the audience. Some artists even marveled, "My goodness, participating in such an exhibition is a blessing from my past life. This is exceedingly rare." On a smaller scale, this meant they had achieved authority. On a grander scale, it signified a renaissance for the art world, no longer relegated to obscurity. As the area designated for the painting exhibition was currently being cleared, they began evaluating other sections first. The scores for singing and dancing had already been assigned, They were simply awaiting announcement. Now they proceeded to examine the calligraphy and sculptures. Several contestants eagerly anticipated the scores for their works, trailing closely behind the judges. Chen, too, followed suit, observing the proceedings. Upon reaching the sculpture section, which featured nearly 100 sculptures, each one was a testament to the artist's dedication. As Chen gazed upon the collection of wood and stone, his expression remained unperturbed. In this world, sculptures reflected the beauty of beasts, yet the limitations of technique resulted in a lack of intriguing creations, rendering the works devoid of soul. One by one, the sculptures were announced alongside their scores. Next came the calligraphy section, where the pieces were unremarkable, lacking any groundbreaking masterpieces. It was not until the crowd arrived at the painting exhibition that the number of participants peaked, albeit with a wide disparity in skill levels. After dismissing a plethora of subpar works, the audience arrived at Chen's painting, only to find themselves momentarily speechless, lost in contemplation. At this moment, those who had previously pondered whether their own paintings might contend for first place fell into silence. This painting was unparalleled. The judges too recognized its exceptional depth of meaning. Once the rankings were revealed, there was little debate among the attendees. The evaluations were generally fair. Seeing Chen appear to be in high spirits, the officials dispatched a student representative who had recently served as a judge. "Master, I truly admire your painting. Might you create a skill demonstration illustration for me?" When a fan approaches, how could one possibly dismiss them? Chen, without much thought, casually sketched a skill he had previously created. Although he was unsure of the reason behind the request for the skill demonstration, today he was in a good mood and was thus prepared to pocket an easy 2,000 yuan. When the event coordinator received the skill book, he was at a loss for words. Was it truly this effortless to obtain? What, then, had they spent so much time and effort organizing this exhibition for? Fortunately, they had achieved their goal, acquiring the skill book. Chapter 37. The Radiant Dawn of Construction. Although the skills acquired in this manner may elicit a mixture of amusement and exasperation, they do not diminish the intrinsic value of this skill book. In a frenzied attempt to avert any potential issues, the package was dispatched with the utmost care. This is a veritable hot potato. No one in the bustling metropolis of Magic City dares to take on such a burden. The utilization of this skill book must await deliberation from the higher-ups before any distribution can occur. After all, it pertains to the potential of a man-made divine beast, an ambiguity that cannot be taken lightly. Once the art exhibition concluded, Chen eagerly traversed various scenic spots. Indulging in culinary delights, he would depart in the morning and return at night, with both himself and his companion, Wang Kai, having gained considerable weight during this period. Meanwhile, the authorities not only received the skill book dispatched from Magic City, but also completed discussions regarding its allocation. In a clandestine location, a soldier clad in military garb observed as his summoned beast underwent a series of inspections. He was aware that his mission was to facilitate the evolution of his beast. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that it was destined to evolve into a divine beast. As he watched a plethora of resources being delivered into the room, his curiosity was piqued by the sight of high-quality materials. Judging by the current supplies, it appeared they were on the verge of evolving into a flame-explosive dragon beast, a legendary-grade creature. However, when the researchers produced the skill book, he felt a twinge of confusion. Was it truly necessary to learn skills for evolution? Yet, there was no opportunity for him to voice his thoughts. He could only observe from the observation room. As preparations drew to a close, the light of evolution began to shimmer, not in pure white, but in a dazzling gold. Although the final form remained unseen, the room erupted in celebration. It was golden, a quality befitting a divine beast. Thanking the heavens, they acknowledged that Master Su's theories had proven correct. They were genuinely curious about what type of summoned beast would emerge. The atmosphere was charged with applause, and the soldier gradually realized he was witnessing a successful experiment in divine beast evolution. As the radiant light gradually faded, a creature emerged, a sleek, entirely black beast adorned with an obsidian-like texture, its dorsal fin pulsating with waves of energy. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a towering lizard standing upright. The detection device was promptly placed before the newly evolved beast. XXX, not recorded. Species talent value, 12,330. Qualification, 22. Level, 91. Physical attributes, 142560. Mental strength, 95040. A divine beast, with a species talent value exceeding 10,000. Moreover, the evolution did not require the nearly irreplaceable resources typically associated with divine beasts, as they utilized legendary-grade evolution materials this time. The savings in expenses and resources were significant. The implications of successfully navigating this path were profound, as it held the potential for replication in the future. On the same day, News of the successful creation of a man-made divine beast spread among the upper echelons of various organizations. The next consideration was how to extract benefits from this venture. Master Su's interventions were infrequent and seemingly random. To gain favor, one must cultivate proximity to the master and foster a rapport. The current exemplary case involved Zhao Yuyu and Yu Xueqiao, who had benefited from their amicable relationship with the master to acquire skills. However, their summoned beasts had yet to grasp the profound essence, rendering the awakened skills ineffective. Master Su remained in Magic City, having visited nearly all notable locations and indulged in the local experiences. As time passed, it was anticipated that he would return to Huiguang City soon, having spent just over half a month in Magic City, aligning perfectly with the travel plan. Huiguang City was a battleground of strategic significance, not for its mineral wealth or unique summoned beasts, but for the presence of the master himself. Preparations were already underway, especially among major organizations, as graduates of this year were applying to Huiguang University. They eschewed other prestigious institutions in favor of this second-tier university. This was merely the first step. Further investments would be necessary. Huiguang City needed to establish its own industries to facilitate operations. Financial resources began to circulate, and the signs of impending prosperity were evident as property prices began to soar. After several days of exploration, Su Chun had visited numerous towers and buildings, even taking rides on sightseeing summoned beasts, capturing countless photographs. He informed Feng Kurue to relay a message to the individuals at Magic City University to cancel the accommodation. Then, he boarded the train back home. Upon learning that the master would be returning to Huiguang, Feng Kurue felt a profound sense of relief. The recent period had been fraught with unease, as he fretted over the possibility of the master deciding to remain in Magic City indefinitely. With his return, Feng Kurue felt reassured and treated himself to a hearty meal. The journey to Magic City had been somewhat interesting due to the influx of tourists, but returning to the quieter locale of Huiguang was a different experience altogether. Su Chun resumed his previous routine, indulging in meals and sleep, groggily leading Wang Kai out of the station. What greeted him was not the familiar sight of a row of small houses, but rather two towering buildings under construction. Upon witnessing this unfamiliar landscape, he spun around in shock. Huiguang Station. It was indeed Huiguang. Yet what were these imposing structures? He had never witnessed any renovations in the city. During his studies, these old houses had always been present. After many years of stagnation, he returned only to find them demolished and replaced with new buildings. Rumor had it that this land was exorbitantly priced. He wondered who had acquired it. Hailing a taxi, he returned to his shop. The streets were nearly unrecognizable, filled with construction sites, and several well-known old neighborhoods had been razed. It seemed a massive renovation was underway. Perhaps he could partake in this venture, but ultimately, he decided it was wiser to remain passive. Back at the shop, Su Chen first set about tidying up, as the place had accumulated a layer of dust during his absence of half a month. Just as he finished cleaning, the doorbell rang, prompting him to look up. It was the landlord, a balding gentleman with a Mediterranean appearance, brandishing a set of keys. "Boss Su, shall we have a word?" His demeanor suggested ulterior motives. Su Chen's expression shifted. The unscrupulous landlord had arrived. When he had initially rented the space for his shop, he had invested a considerable sum. This old rogue had laid a myriad of traps, waiting for him to stumble. Despite having lived 2 lives, he still fell victim to such schemes. The seller's wiles far surpassed his own experience, especially since this was his first foray into business. However, the landlord had come knocking, and he could not simply ignore him. Mustering a forced smile, he responded, "Let's talk." As soon as they sat down, the landlord produced the contract. "Boss Su, you must have noticed the changes in Huiguang City. Property prices have skyrocketed, and I must raise your rent accordingly." Noticing Su Chen's sullen silence, he continued, "Particularly in our area. The price hikes have been severe, almost daily fluctuations. Increasing your rent by 50 is already quite lenient." Su Chen remained silent, indifferent to the landlord's words. As for the rent increase, 3 words summarized his stance: not a chance. His modest business could not bear such exorbitant rent. If the increase were to occur, he would vacate immediately, demanding compensation for breach of contract. The landlord, calculating with his fingers, realized that although the reasons for the soaring rents were unclear, he must seize this opportunity. Evicting this tenant would allow him to earn even more. As for the penalty for breach of contract, he could simply delay it, claiming he had no money to enforce anything. The 2 parties exchanged few words, swiftly reaching a consensus. The contract was terminated. Chapter 38. No more renting. Closing the door and leaving. Stepping out of Su Chen's shop, the landlord felt an exhilarating sense of relief wash over him. He was poised to make a substantial profit. Despite not understanding why this area was so in demand for rentals, particularly among the affluent, he set his price, and the other party did not hesitate, providing a generous deposit. This was a boon from the heavens. Among the nearby establishments, Chen's was the only one with a comparatively low rent. If he did not capitalize on this, he would be at a loss. With that thought, he hurriedly contacted others to expedite renting out this prime location. Earlier that morning, someone had expressed interest in leasing a shop, a prominent businessman from the bustling metropolis. He promptly sent a message. I have a vacant shop available. Are you still interested? Almost immediately, he received a reply. Yes, price is not an issue, preferably close to that beast-keeping service. Oh, you won't believe it. That's the very shop. No need to be near it. Just go to a place that suits you. After a considerable wait without a response, he was met with a barrage of question marks. At that moment, he was oblivious to the implications and continued his fervent sales pitch. The current tenant has vacated and can leave at any time. You mean, that young tenant has indeed terminated his lease? Exactly, your timing is perfect. He was eager to finalize this deal. For this wealthy businessman was offering several times the market rate, unimaginably generous. Yet, it was not long before he received a message. Let me think about it. At that moment, the landlord sensed a shift. The other party should have been eagerly throwing cash at him to secure the lease or purchase the shop. Why the sudden hesitation? He pondered for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion. Shortly afterward, his phone buzzed incessantly with a flurry of messages. We're reconsidering. We won't be renting for now. Forget the deposit. I'm backing out. Only then did he begin to grasp something was amiss. There had been inquiries about Chen's shop, which he had assumed were mere curiosities. He never thought they were genuinely interested in him. But why would anyone go to such lengths for this inexperienced young man? What could they possibly gain? Setting aside those thoughts, he focused on his own business. To maximize his profits amid the rising rental trend, he had hastily acquired nearly all the shops near the high school, many of which were financed through loans. If he could not lease them out, his cash flow would undoubtedly suffer. Without delay, he rushed back to Chen's shop. Haha, boss, I have good news. I want to be raising your rent. You can stay. Although Chen was unaware of the landlord's sudden change of heart, he sensed that this miserly man was not acting out of goodwill. There must be some ulterior motive at play. If the price were right, he would not stay. Let me stay? What do you take me for? I've already arranged for people to come and move my belongings. He tossed a disdainful glance at the landlord. Upon hearing this, the landlord's heart sank. I'll reduce the rent by 100. You stay, and I'll cut it down by 100. Fine. His initial inclination to leave became even more resolute. A mere 100 reduction? He had hoped for a decrease of 1 or 2,000. Truly, he was a miser. No way. I want to rent it for any price. With that, he forcibly ushered the landlord out, at least until the end of the month. The shop would still be his. While his declaration of not renting was bold, the subsequent dilemma of where to open another shop loomed large. Should he venture near the experimental high school? That would entail moving again. After much contemplation, he had no clear plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him, Yaoi Feng. Though he had transitioned from district leader to a clerk in the street office, his connections remained intact. It would not be difficult for him to inquire about a location for opening a shop. After some thought, Chen took a precious item from his shop and set off to seek Yaoi Feng. To appear more presentable, he also purchased some fruit nearby. Upon arriving at the security office, he inquired, Hello, I'm looking for Yaoi Feng. The dozing security guard, initially ready to scold, suddenly perked up upon recognizing the visitor as the esteemed master he had been instructed to treat with respect. Of course, I'll contact him right away. Flustered, he hurriedly dialed the number. Before long, Yaoi Feng rushed out, flustered. Master, you could have just let me know you needed to see me. I would have come to your shop. Oh, I'm just an ordinary citizen. I came to seek your assistance, hence my visit. The first thought that crossed Yaoi Feng's mind was whether some bureaucrat was abusing their power to interfere with the master. He led the master into his office, eager to understand the situation. Upon learning that it was a matter of leasing a shop, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was not an official matter, but rather an issue arising from the market. The master, now enjoying life, likely wouldn't be overly concerned. However, the landlord was indeed blinded by greed. He understood all too well why that businessman had suddenly changed his mind. Surely, the patrons who sought out the master had all dispersed. Rumor had it that the landlord had taken out considerable loans. He was truly in for a rough ride. It was well known that this individual had never engaged in good deeds. Perhaps this was divine retribution. Nevertheless, the master's situation was somewhat complex. Without a shop, he felt a spark of inspiration. Since the master had come to seek him out, it indicated that the situation was now manageable. If he exercised some careful maneuvering, the master could venture into various places, and as long as the master was present, those organizations would be eager to invest and revamp their establishments. Yet, he quickly brushed aside the thought of manipulating the master. If the master caught wind of any deceit, he would surely be condemned. Master, do you have any particular places in mind? I shall do my utmost to arrange it. Chen contemplated before responding. perhaps near or within the school. As long as the business is decent. A school? Yao Yifeng suddenly thought of a lucrative opportunity, opening a beast supplies store near or within the prestigious Huiguang University. This year, due to the master's influence, the university's admission scores were approaching those of top-tier institutions, which was alarming. It was clear that those in the know were sending their children there, and the newcomers were affluent individuals eager to indulge the master's entrepreneurial spirit. I mean, what if I were to arrange for you to open a shop within Huiguang University? Would that be acceptable? Su Chen had initially thought to settle for a location near a high school. Yet, the suggestion to be placed within Huiguang University was simply too enticing to refuse. How could I possibly say no? I was merely looking for a place to stay, and you've offered me a villa. To decline would be madness. Is it possible? It is not that Su Chen is unwilling to participate, but rather that this matter poses certain difficulties. Can he secure this position? Being merely an ordinary citizen. He has no connections, and he fears being overshadowed by an unexpected superior. Fret not, master. I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. Just prepare a customized skill for me when the time comes. Yu Yifeng had also heard whispers regarding the evolution of certain skills, and the mayor had approached him, suggesting that if there were opportunities to acquire valuable items, one should seize them. Chapter 39. Truly, the district chief commands respect. Su Chen hesitated not. After all, his artwork holds little monetary value. Although it is a custom skill, it merely requires a bit of creativity. In exchange for this, he stands to gain significantly. Without a moment's thought, he readily acquiesced. However, merely offering the painting would not suffice. He must also contribute something of his own. Early on, he had placed precious beast taming materials into a fruit basket, which would reveal their worth at a mere glance to Yu Yifeng. The two conversed briefly, and, wishing not to disturb Yu Yifeng further, they concocted an excuse to take their leave. Before departing, he made sure to emphasize that the fruit should be consumed while fresh, as it would lose its appeal over time. He assured him that he would deliver the completed painting soon. What was Yu Yifeng's previous occupation? He was the district chief. Having heard such remarks repeatedly, it was evident what the master was implying. If it were an ordinary individual, he would have reprimanded them sternly and instructed them to take their items back. Yet, in the presence of a master, he found himself more amused than anything else. The master had long since retreated from the world, expertly navigating social intricacies. The gifts were presented with the intent of maintaining appearances, and should he reject them outright, it would be he who appeared ignorant of social norms. Once the master departed, he promptly reported the matter to his superiors. At this juncture, the officials had begun to savor the fruits of their endeavors. Divine beasts, indeed. They were now eager to procure skill books directly from the master. Upon receiving joyous news from Huiguang City that the master had contributed another skill book, one can only imagine the excitement among the higher-ups. The average combat power had seen an increase, and now, elite combat capabilities were soon to be bolstered. The human race shall rise. Did the master not wish to establish a shop within the school? Let it be so. Such a trivial matter should not pose an obstacle. Not only should it be opened, but it should flourish abundantly. Should the master be pleased, perhaps he might provide another awakening-level skill book, resulting in yet another divine beast. Since the master was opening a shop at Huiguang University, it became apparent that the previous principal was somewhat unworthy of the position. Primarily, their strength was lacking, rendering them ineffective in times of crisis. In light of this, it was decided to appoint a formidable individual as the new principal. After extensive internal deliberation, they ultimately chose the person who had successfully evolved a beast into a divine creature. This was due to the fact that a level 91 designation does not qualify as particularly elite, even for a divine beast. However, this divine beast required a degree of protection until it reached its pinnacle. To put it plainly, it would not be feasible to place them on the front lines. They must remain slightly further back, serving as a high-end combat asset. Thus, having them assume the role of a mascot principal was deemed appropriate, while administrative responsibilities would fall to the vice principal and their staff. On that day, the appointed military officer boarded a plane bound for Huiguang City. The following morning, Su Chen received a call from Yu Yifeng, who informed him that the necessary paperwork had been completed, and he was welcome to visit the school to inspect the designated location. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the university. His rented accommodation was somewhat distant from Huiguang University, necessitating a bus ride to reach it. If he were truly to open a shop at the school, residing in close proximity would be advantageous. Otherwise, the commute would disrupt his leisurely lifestyle. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was approached by a young lady. "Are you Mr. Su? I am the representative arranged by the school. Please follow me." Gazing at the somewhat anxious young woman before him, he felt a peculiar sense of discomfort. Perhaps he was not even older than she, yet she addressed him with such formality. "There's no need for that. Just call me Su Chen." "Very well, Mr. Su. I shall heed your wishes." One party was unaccustomed to being treated so ceremoniously, while the other felt compelled to maintain such decorum. The receptionist, though unaware of this individual's precise strength or background, understood that this task had been specifically entrusted by the newly appointed principal. Moreover, she had been told to regard this person as a figure of considerable importance. If the principal were likened to fire, then this individual was akin to the sun. A ninth-tier title holder barely equated to fire. One could only imagine the magnitude of this person's prowess. Hence, it was imperative to treat him with the utmost respect and to avoid any semblance of error. Seeing that he could not alter the situation, Chen decided to let it be. He would allow her to address him as she wished. Following the young woman, they traversed the university grounds. Being a second-tier institution, it was no match for the renowned universities in Modu. Not only was the architecture lacking in grandeur, but even the expanse of the campus was incomparable. A stroll through Modu University could easily consume an entire day, whereas a few hours would suffice for Huiguang University. After a brief walk, they paused near the teaching building, and the receptionist gestured toward a shop occupying at least several hundred square meters. Mr. Su, this is the shop the school has arranged for you. What do you think? Chen was taken aback. He recalled that the materials he had provided were far from rare treasures. How could Yue Feng have arranged such a spacious establishment for him? His previous shop was barely 80 square meters. How could he possibly afford such a place? What is the rent for this space? The situation felt exceedingly awkward. He sought assistance, only to find himself potentially unable to afford it due to financial constraints. But who could have anticipated that Yue Feng would be so accommodating? Initially, he had only desired a modest shop to facilitate a leisurely existence. Yet here, he was with an expansive opportunity. The receptionist, perceptive to his demeanor, interpreted his inquiry as discontent with the shop. You see, someone of your stature surely does not lack for funds. It must be that you have reservations about this space. However, this shop was already the largest available on campus. Therefore, she cautiously added, the school has stated that the first 3 months are rent-free, and thereafter, it will be a monthly fee of 100,000. Chen had initially expected to pay at least 200 to 300,000 per month. Yet here it was only 100,000, and rent-free for the first 3 months. Was this a benevolent gesture? Yet, upon reflection, something felt amiss. There was something deeply uncharacteristic about such generous terms. However, the receptionist's subsequent words alleviated his concerns. This arrangement was specifically requested by Mr. Yu. It was indeed Yue Feng's doing. Had his contributions been deemed exceedingly valuable, perhaps they were considering the worth of his artwork? This seemed plausible, for his paintings were renowned even in Modu. Given the favorable conditions, he decided to reluctantly accept the shop. Under the guidance of the receptionist, he successfully signed the contract. Strangely enough, the shop was already nearly furnished, allowing him to commence operations without incurring renovation costs. Shelving was not excessively expensive, and he still had some savings. Once he received the previous landlord's penalty for breach of contract, he would find himself with additional funds. The news of Chen leasing a shop at the university quickly spread throughout the campus. Many individuals opt to arrive early, yearning for an opportunity to engage with the masters. However, there exists a formidable figure, a beast master of divine caliber, who has resolved that such organizations or affluent families must not act indiscriminately. Moreover, the master's establishment had previously fallen victim to theft, and should any misbehavior be detected, the official authorities would undoubtedly pursue accountability, potentially implicating the forces behind them. Chapter 40. I am not talented, it is I. Chen resolved to open a shop within the university and promptly contacted a rental agency as soon as he left the campus. He casually rented a property and immediately reached out to a moving company to arrange his relocation. After managing these affairs, a multitude of tasks awaited him. Following that, he busied himself with various procurement operations. Establishing this shop necessitated a departure from his previous lackadaisical approach. He must meticulously stock his inventory, avoiding the prior carelessness and emptiness. Quality merchandise was imperative. Once all was settled, he surveyed the shop. It appeared formal and tidy. However, it felt somewhat lacking. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly realized it lacked decoration. While renovation was unnecessary, the shop still bore a somewhat haphazard appearance. Although the premises were orderly, they risked feeling excessively barren. He promptly decided to acquire some artwork to enhance the ambience of the shop. The walls would serve as canvases, and with his exceptional skill, he had no fear of producing anything askew. Yet, the following days would be filled with busyness, and the walls of the shop were quite extensive. Nevertheless, the thought of the finished product invigorated him. Perhaps others would appreciate it and inquire about the creator. Within the school, upperclassmen suddenly received notice that a considerable number of freshmen were arriving early and required reception. The upperclassmen were immediately agitated. The campus forum buzzed with discussions about the matter. Which village do these early arrivals hail from? Laughable. Do they think this is a prestigious university? Let us not forget. This year the admission scores are exceptionally high. There might be some trickery afoot. Though the uproar persisted, someone still needed to welcome the newcomers. Many were eager to earn credits, as the school had inexplicably been generous with this task. Early in the morning, an array of luxury vehicles had already congregated outside the school: Rolls-Royces, Bugattis, Maseratis. The school security and the upperclassmen stationed at the entrance were left astonished. Some even glanced back at their own school, confirming it was indeed Glorious University, not a first-rate or even top-tier institution, but rather a second-rate university. Furthermore, the individuals disembarking from the vehicles did not appear to be the type to rent cars. They resembled the affluent and powerful. Certain upperclassmen, who were particularly attentive to the college entrance exams, cast a quick glance at the incoming students. They were all notable figures. What merit did Glorious University possess to attract such applicants? Did this imply that the admission scores for Glorious University were nearing those of top-tier universities? A girl with chestnut hair emerged from a black Maybach, gazing at the university gate as she voiced her discontent to the driver. "Uncle Wong, my father is not jesting. Is he? He truly expects me to study here?" The driver exhaled. "Miss, you have already asked 7 times. Your father is indeed sending you here." Despite receiving the same answer repeatedly, she still found it hard to believe. As she approached the school gate, she continued to murmur her frustrations. "Why don't they tell me the reason, insisting I come here? It's maddening with all these secrets." Upon reaching the entrance, the upperclassmen were nearly speechless. This girl appeared to be this year's federal top scorer. Her beauty was striking, and her prowess was unparalleled, leaving little room for envy. "Junior, allow me to assist you with the formalities." Many upperclassmen offered her their guidance. She was indifferent to who would accompany her and casually followed one senior. As they walked through the campus, the senior continuously introduced various aspects of university life. Yet, with each passing word, the girl became increasingly perplexed about why she had been sent to this school. After all her efforts to achieve the top score, she had hoped to attend a university closer to home, specifically one in the Magic City. As the daughter of the federal richest individual, she had no desire to study far away. To her astonishment, her family had insisted she fill out her application for Glorious University. Truth be told, she had never even heard of this university until her family mentioned it. Coming to this remote corner seemed utterly unhelpful to her ambitions. However, her family had issued strict orders. Attendance at Glorious University was non-negotiable, or her allowance would be cut off. Initially, she had assumed there must be some exceptional qualities about the place, but after hearing the introductions, she found nothing remarkable. In her social circle, many others were similarly coerced into attending this institution. The thought left her bewildered. Why? The senior guided her through the campus before finally dropping her off at the dormitory entrance. The best rooms were merely shared quarters of 4, a far cry from the villas of elite universities. Reluctantly, she tidied her bed, contemplating a stroll. To her dismay, she realized she had forgotten to pack supplies for her beast. This had become the final straw for her dwindling patience, prompting her to drag herself to the only designated beast supply supermarket on campus. She had already resolved that if she found anything unsatisfactory, she would demand an explanation for why she was sent to this school. Otherwise, she would withdraw. The sensation of being trapped was unbearable. As she neared the supermarket, her beast space began to resonate with various fluctuations. Intentions? Initially perplexed, she suddenly recalled a rumor from the Magic City. There was a master whose casual paintings were imbued with profound meaning. Even sculptures were adorned with beastly armaments, not to mention the melodious tones that accompanied his rhythm. However, that master seemed to have departed from the Magic City, whereabouts unknown. Surely, he would not be found in this obscure locale. The recent fluctuations might have been the result of someone experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Upon entering the supermarket, her beast space felt an overwhelming impact. Although it suffered no harm, the sensation was far from pleasant. Outside the building, the intensity of the intentions she had sensed was magnified a millionfold, relentlessly washing over her beast space. It felt akin to plunging into an ocean of meaning. An endless stream of intentions surrounded her, ripe for her to learn and comprehend. When she finally regained her senses, she discovered that the source of this profound energy emanated from the paintings adorning the walls. Some were imbued with ancient charm, others rendered in realism, while some were abstract. Yet, without exception, they represented the pinnacle of their respective fields, with their meanings only hinting at the true depth of their artistry. In the realm of beast mastery, these works were nothing short of the finest. The master, the artist of these paintings, was truly an exceptional talent. At that moment, she understood why her family had insisted she attend Glorious University. The master was indeed located here, the very one whose presence had stirred the entire Magic City University. She glanced around and noticed only a young man in his 20s standing at the cash register. "Hello, may I inquire who painted these artworks?" Is it possible to get in touch with them? Since the artist was painting within this supermarket, he must have connections with the proprietor. She had begun to grasp the tasks her family wished her to undertake, to approach the master and learn from him. Even if it was merely the essence of these intentions, it would suffice to impart valuable lessons. Although Su-chun was unaware of the young girl's thoughts, he felt a swell of pride when asked about the creator of the artworks. After all, to inquire specifically must indicate admiration. It cannot be merely an act of tainting one's eyes with the intent of reporting. With this thought, he immediately straightened his chest and raised his head, responding with confidence. It is indeed I, a mere underachiever. Chapter 41, Left Behind Children. Upon hearing this reply, the daughter of the federal magnate initially contemplated dismissing it, as it sounded like sheer nonsense. However, in the next moment, she suddenly recalled that several seniors from the prestigious Magic City University had mentioned that the master was not an elderly man, but rather a youthful figure, characterized by humility and charm. There seemed to be some semblance of truth to this. Yet the notion that such a formidable being could exist among her peers was somewhat overwhelming. Despite being the top scholar in the Federation, the emergence of someone of such caliber felt utterly unreasonable. Yet, reality was as it stood. What could one do? She selected goods with a heavy heart. Su-chun did not perceive any praise. Rather, he felt a pang of disappointment. He had engaged the artist, and having spoken up himself, shouldn't he receive a few compliments in return? Perhaps they deemed him too youthful and assumed he was merely jesting. It was highly likely, given the skepticism reflected in the young lady's gaze. With new students continually arriving on campus, those who had checked in early were all well-informed individuals. However, for various reasons, while they sensed something was amiss, they could not grasp the particulars. A multitude of individuals were persistently seeking out the unusual within the university, yet they found nothing. From teachers conducting investigations to the scrutiny of school facilities, they could not fathom why their elders insisted they attend Huiguang University. Most had outright dismissed the shops within the institution. The monk who swept the floors was, after all, affiliated with the temple. Yet when it was suggested that the master was not the floor-sweeping monk, but rather one who sold water in the temple, it was a notion that left them momentarily stumped. While the daughter of the magnate was still contemplating which feed to purchase, Su-chun, feeling unoccupied, decided to fulfill a promise made to Yu Yifeng to customize a skill book. Previously inquiring about the requirements, this time he needed a healing skill, specifically of the plant type. With the walls now painted and no customers in sight, it was the perfect opportunity to complete this task. Since he was appealing to someone, he had to demonstrate sincerity. A4 paper would not suffice. He needed to use quality drawing paper. Furthermore, the artwork could not be hastily done. It required thoughtful design. This endeavor demanded his full concentration and would take considerable time, during which the energy he released would also be significant. As someone was selecting goods, she had become attuned to the ambience, only to be met with an even stronger, more terrifying pressure. The all-encompassing oppression emanating from his energy made it difficult for her to stand upright. Could it be that the master was displeased with her lack of praise for his work? She had merely been contemplating how to initiate a conversation while purchasing her items. Peering through the shelves, she observed that the master was not fixated on her, but rather engrossed in his painting. Painting? Was it the display of ambience on the wall? No, it was not that kind of fluctuation. It resembled the creation of a skill book. The master did not care that she had not complimented him. He was solely focused on crafting the skill book, while she was caught in the reverberation of his energy. This was an opportunity. Although she was unsure why the master was exuding such powerful waves, if she could resonate with them, it would be akin to embarking on the master's path of beast mastery. While she pondered, an earthy dog suddenly appeared, navigating effortlessly between the shelves. Unaffected by the tumultuous energy fluctuations, it confirmed her suspicion that the individual earlier was indeed the master. The fabled Wonkai had made an appearance. However, how could such a common dog traverse unhindered amidst such potent energy? She, with a higher level, felt akin to a cruise ship while the dog resembled a yacht. Yet, under the tempestuous waves, it was she who first displayed signs of fatigue. The only conclusion was that this earthy dog, Wonkai, had entered the realm of understanding amidst such fluctuations, having learned something substantial rather than superficial. It transcended from yacht to fish, unperturbed by the incoming tide, instead flowing with nature. In this state, Su-chun painted for an entire hour, while she too comprehended for the same duration. With the final stroke, a life-infused plant-based healing skill was freshly created, ginseng fruit. The prestige of this skill undoubtedly matched the undertaking that Yu Yifeng had commissioned him for. Once he completed the painting, he suddenly remembered that there had been a customer prior to his work. Yet, as he painted with such fluidity, he was undisturbed. Had she fled without paying? He quickly checked the surveillance, discovering she was still in the shop, merely squatting on the ground, seemingly unable to rise for quite some time. Alarmed, he rushed over. Classmate, what's the matter?" The terrifying waves dissipated, but having squatted for too long, her circulation had suffered, leaving her unable to stand. Upon seeing Chen approach with concern, she hesitated to disclose that it was the commotion from his painting that had caused her discomfort. Although her family had not explicitly mentioned their purpose for her visit, they had informed her of the master's appearing in the Magic City, currently in seclusion. She needed to be cautious with her words. Thus, she concocted an excuse, stating, "I just had a bit of low blood sugar. I didn't eat much this morning." Chen assisted her to a chair and even offered her a piece of candy. As she sat, the blood began to flow back into her legs, and she felt significantly better. Although somewhat uncomfortable, the rewards she reaped were substantial. Her beast mastery level surged from level 13 to 15. In the early stages, level was of utmost importance. She could now firmly establish her title as the foremost among the youth, second only to the master. With only the two of them in the shop, a conversation was in order to alleviate the awkwardness. During their casual exchange, Chen learned that the young lady's name was Luo Qingyu, and she appeared to be a left-behind child. Her parents were often away, engaged in business ventures. Given this preconceived notion, it seemed to him that her family was not particularly well off. Could wealthy families raise their children in such a manner, constantly separated by several cities? In reality, Luo Qingyu's parents flew home daily on their beasts. Aside from her parents, there were likely no others at home. In truth, they employed numerous servants. Most importantly, Huiguang University was hardly a top-tier institution. It was merely a second-rate academy. If her family were affluent, why would she attend such a school? While they possessed similar knowledge, the actual circumstances were worlds apart. Thus, Chen casually remarked, "So it's like that at your home. Would you like me to offer you a job at the supermarket? I can pay you 4,000 a month." The notion of working struck Luo Qingyu as the master extending an olive branch, inviting her to stay and learn by his side. Having just witnessed the master's prowess, what reason could she possibly have to refuse? She would undoubtedly agree. Seeing her excitement, Chen felt increasingly certain. Although 4,000 a month was not an exceptionally high salary, her relation indicated that her family's situation was indeed less than favorable. Chapter 42. Who truly has seen the world? With everything neatly packed away and finding themselves with idle time, they decided to seek enlightenment in the presence of the master by nurturing their beast mastery. After agreeing to assist in the shop, they refrained from stepping outside and instead engaged in conversation with the master. A few senior students, having purchased items, sensed the distinct atmosphere of the place. Just as they were about to voice their thoughts, a recollection of their instructor's words struck them. At the newly opened Beast Mastery supermarket, one should neither inquire nor speak of anything. Violators would face the military tribunal. Initially perplexed, the students gradually grasped the meaning of their teacher's admonition after making their purchases. It was indeed a surprising revelation. No inquiries, no discussions. At the school gate, in addition to the seasoned students having their perceptions reshaped, there were also two individuals coerced by their families into attending school, experiencing a similar awakening. One, backed by official power yet struggling to adapt. The other, devoid of any influence, an innocent civilian. Zhao Yuyu and Yu Xueqiao were those two. Once comfortably settled at home, they found themselves abruptly expelled and compelled to report early. Unlike others who arrived early due to distance or the allure of the prestigious Huiguang University, they were baffled by the sheer number of people arriving ahead of time. The entrance was filled with luxury vehicles all morning, leaving them utterly bewildered. Had they truly arrived at Huiguang University? Aware that news of the master would inevitably spread, inciting unrest, they were nonetheless unprepared for the magnitude of the turmoil, especially for Zhao Yuyu, whose family was entrenched in construction and had been overwhelmed with recent contracts. Although unaware of the exact reason for their summons to school, it seemed they were beginning to piece together the puzzle. "Have you visited the master's shop recently?" Yuyu inquired. "No, it's closed," replied Xueqiao. A shared glance led to a conclusion. The master must be on campus. They promptly sought out senior students for information. Upon learning of the newly opened beast materials shop, realization dawned on them. The master had relocated his establishment. After organizing their belongings in the dormitory, they eagerly made their way to the supermarket, intent on finding the master. As they approached the materials supermarket, they were enveloped by a palpable aura of artistry, further confirming their belief that this was indeed the master's shop. Upon entering, they quickly scanned the checkout area, only to be met not by the familiar visage of the master, but by a striking young woman. "Are you looking to purchase something?" she inquired. As the daughter of a wealthy magnate, although she had never personally worked as a service staff, she was well acquainted with the concept, having been served daily. Her experience allowed her to adapt swiftly, devoid of any entitlement. The absence of the master elicited a twinge of disappointment, but the shop's decor assured them of his presence. Just as Yu Xueqiao was about to ask for Su Chen's whereabouts, Zhao Yu interjected, Luo Qingyu? Upon hearing her name, Luo Qingyu was not taken aback. She had a modicum of recognition. A simple nod sufficed in acknowledgement. This revelation astonished both Zhao Yuyu and Yu Xueqiao. The daughter of the wealthiest family? Here in the shop? At that moment, Su Qian emerged from the back, carrying several empty boxes, and spotted the two. Ah, Yuyu and Xueqiao? The two snapped back to their purpose, seeking the master, not Luo Qingyu. Nevertheless, they inquired, is the master working here? Indeed, but not full-time. She comes when she doesn't have classes, came the reply. They exchanged incredulous glances. Is that even an option? They exclaimed in unison. Are you hiring? Su Qian blinked, weighing the potential income against expenses and foot traffic. After a brief contemplation, she concluded, if you two are willing to work part-time, I can offer a maximum of 3,000 a month. What? Under such an artistic influence. The possibility of working closely with the master and potentially receiving skill books was irresistible, especially for a mere 3,000. Without a moment's hesitation, they agreed. However, Su Qian's immediate thought was that she may have overoffered. Yet, recalling the assistance Zhao Zhiheng had provided during her distress and the significant help from Yu Yifeng, she considered it fair enough. With 3 or 4 people, they could effectively manage the supermarket, and if more help was needed later, they could hire additional staff. With that, she pulled out a skill book intended for Yu Yifeng, wrapped it up, and handed it to Yu Xueqiao. This is for your father, since you're here. Could you pass it along? I've been quite busy with the shop opening. Under the incredulous gaze of Luo Qingyu, Yu Xueqiao accepted the skill book. Aware of its significance, she understood it was likely a skill book her father needed to submit to higher authorities. She dared not let it go awry, immediately informing her father before stepping outside to make a call. After a brief wait, the new principal of Huiguang University collected the skill book. Zhao Yuyu could surmise the scenario, given her understanding of the familial circumstances. However, Luo Qingyu was left dumbfounded, witnessing the transfer of such a powerful skill book right before her eyes. While she was unsure of its level, it was undoubtedly not low. Skill books worth hundreds of millions, perhaps even billions, were casually gifted away. Even her family, being the wealthiest, would not dare to act so frivolously. Before she could think, she exclaimed, Manager, I also want one. Only when her mind caught up did she realize the impoliteness of her outburst. She was unaware of the context. Perhaps this was a significant favor for the master, and her offhand comment was rather inconsiderate. Just as she began to apologize, she heard Su Qian say, If you want one, work well this month, and I'll give you one. Su Qian had long observed that this girl had a passion for art. Though her time at the checkout had been short, her focus remained on Su Qian's artworks. It was evident that she had an appreciation for artistry. Moreover, having noticed Luo Qingyu's rapt attention when she had drawn for Yu Xueqiao, Su Qian felt inclined to reward her. A left-behind child surely craved affection, and Su Qian was determined to provide some societal kindness. Truly, she was a good person. Unfazed by Luo Qingyu's astonished gaze, Su Qian nonchalantly returned to the back to continue her work. Observing that Luo Qingyu had already received a skill book, Zhao Yu chimed in, Master, if I perform well, will I also receive a painting? Certainly. If you excel, I shall provide you with some other remarkable works, Su Qian replied. Luo Qingyu, upon hearing this, felt as though she had lost her grip on reality. High-level skill books were so casually distributed. Was she genuinely the daughter of the wealthiest family? How is it that these two appear more like individuals from a bustling metropolis, while I seem to be a naive country bumpkin? Chapter 43. Too indifferent to open the door. Inside the shop, 3 individuals chuckled and bantered, surveying the store before assisting in arranging the merchandise. Su Qian dashed outside to handle procurement matters. Meanwhile, the scene outside was abuzz with activity, as various small groups sought out unusual spots within the school. Even the elderly sweepers were subjected to a casual inquiry. Yet, despite their efforts, they could uncover no discrepancies. The reason why the organization had assigned them to this institution remained an enigma. Within each group, information began to circulate. A thorough personnel check of the entire school revealed no issues. Don't even mention the personnel. I scrutinized even the non-human structures for quite some time. By the way, where has Luo Qingyu disappeared to? I haven't seen her around at all. Indeed, Luo Qingyu was among the earliest arrivals. Yet her absence was conspicuous amidst the leisurely wanderers in the school. It was as if she had vanished entirely. Something was amiss. Indeed, it felt overwhelmingly out of place. Logically, someone of her status should be actively engaged, not shrouded in obscurity. Those at the pinnacle of their true identities, who had intersected with Luo Qingyu, quickly sensed the anomaly. The search for any irregularities within the school ceased. Instead, they focused on locating her whereabouts. The absence of an issue had become the most significant concern. Ultimately, they inquired with a senior student, who mentioned she had gone to the Beast Master Supplies supermarket. Upon reflection, it dawned on them that none had ever visited that establishment. After all, It was a location outsourced by the school, typically devoid of noteworthy items. That was their immediate response. However, with Luo Qingyu heading there and subsequently falling silent, it implied that trouble might indeed lie in that direction. With newfound clarity, they exchanged information and promptly made their way to the supplies supermarket. The waves of aura emanating from the Beastmaster space confirmed their suspicions. This was indeed the place. Upon entering the store, they were met with an overwhelming influx of aura that filled them with exhilaration. They were no fools. Upon recollection of the information, they understood precisely why the organization had directed them to Huiguang University. The master, the one who had stirred a tempest in Modu. He had established a Beastmaster supply shop at Huiguang University. Here, they also spotted Luo Qingyu, though the master was absent, having stepped out for supplies. With the master not present, mingling in the supermarket seemed inconsequential. Now aware of the organization's intent, they dispersed to their respective dormitories. Progress was to be gradual, after all. This matter was under the watchful gaze of not just one organization, but the vast powers of the entire human federation. After completing formalities at the Supplies Management Bureau, Chen found himself with some free time. He resolved to confront his former landlord regarding the overdue breach of contract penalty, which had yet to be reflected in his statements, despite several days having passed. The landlord's phone was unreachable, a clear indication of their shamelessness. He could forego the penalty himself, but if the landlord refused to pay, he would demand what was rightfully owed. Although not in dire need of the money, he disdained such an attitude. Despite the phone being out of reach, he knew the landlord's residence, which sufficed for his purpose. After a half-hour journey on public transport, he arrived at the landlord's doorstep. Knocking politely twice, he heard the landlord's voice from within. "Who is it?" "It's me, Chen." A brief silence ensued before a noticeably feigned voice replied, "The person you seek is not here." Did they take him for a fool? Politeness was cast aside as he knocked forcefully. "I know you're in there. If you don't open the door, I'll call the police." At the mention of the police, the door finally creaked open, albeit just a crack. "What do you want?" "The breach of contract penalty. When will you pay?" "I've been trying to reach you." Upon hearing this, the landlord's expression soured. This was not the expected script. The young man should have been too embarrassed to confront him. Why was this 20-something so insistent? The typical sequence would have been for Chen to shy away from such a discussion, allowing the matter to fizzle out. Even if he did bring it up, the landlord assumed he could simply delay and everything would resolve itself. Now that Chen had come knocking, it hardly seemed like a typical behavior for a young person. What if he did confront him? The landlord could still employ his usual tactics of evasion. "Oh, I'll get it to you in a couple of days. I just need to manage my finances first." One does not strike a smiling face. As long as he maintained a low profile, the other would surely feel too awkward to press the issue. However, this tactic was futile against Chen, who had lived 2 lifetimes. "Then just give me an IOU, and I won't bother you further." "An IOU? If I provide that, it's practically a done deal. I won't be able to stall for long." This fellow not only refused to rent out his shop, causing the landlord significant losses, but now he sought to strike a final blow. Although he was unsure why others were drawn to Chen, it likely wasn't of substantial importance. Even if he had to await a lawyer's letter, he felt no fear. In the end, he would merely have to pay the penalty, but if he could successfully delay, he could save a considerable sum. He doubted Chen would truly press the issue. To put it bluntly, the landlord had time on his side, while Chen might not possess the same luxury. So what was left to say? The crack in the door was abruptly shut. As the conversation dwindled, the door was firmly closed. Outside, Chen found himself dumbfounded. The refusal to provide an IOU was a blatant dismissal. Just 2 simple words. No way. Good heavens. He had encountered many a rogue, but this was a new breed of scoundrel. He knocked again, but there was no response from within. Before long, the community security guard arrived. Recognizing the situation, he understood that the landlord intended to play dirty. He couldn't be bothered to escalate things further here. Instead, he would devise a plan to ensure the landlord would be compelled to pay. Even if it wasn't solely about the money, he needed to reclaim his dignity. After confirming Chen's departure, the landlord slowly lit a cigarette inside. He glanced at the funds he had extracted from various banks and contemplated his next course of action. Chen's interference had derailed his previous plan, significantly depleting his assets. Withdrawing funds from the bank would allow him to play the deadbeat, ensuring a comfortable life in his later years, provided he avoided attracting the attention of powerful entities. Ultimately, he was not a formidable beastmaster and lacked the necessary backing. If the borrowed funds went unexamined, he would be fine. His only concern was if someone high up took notice and refused to let go. In that case, no matter his capabilities, he would find himself in a bind. Nevertheless, there was no need for alarm. He had connections within the bank, and the president was an acquaintance. The likelihood of him being scrutinized was slim. Among the numerous indebted deadbeats, he doubted he would be singled out. Chen did not return to the school immediately. Instead, he visited a law firm. He intended to deliver a formal lawyer's letter to the landlord. The authorities, specifically Yu Yifeng's side, had already been made aware of the situation. Bound by social conventions, they were unable to directly assist the master in reclaiming the owed funds, as it would be too conspicuous. However, once the court convened, a fair judgment would undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 44. Preparations for Court. After much delay, he finally returned to the shop in the afternoon. Although the majority of visitors were there to help their beasts comprehend the essence of their surroundings, lingering without making a purchase felt rather awkward. Inevitably, some items would be acquired. As the number of transactions increased, so too did the sales figures. Upon returning to the shop, Chen glanced at the revenue report and gasped softly. What a marvel! Indeed, location is paramount. Would such profits have been attainable in his previous establishment? A sense of gloom that had lingered began to dissipate slightly. Yet the thought of the unscrupulous landlord rekindled his irritation. Beside him, Luo Qingyu observed his demeanor with curiosity. Is it possible that the master is still troubled? Upon returning to the shop, Chen appeared somewhat more at ease only while reviewing the figures. For the rest of the time, he seemed to harbor a palpable frustration, akin to encountering a rogue one could neither strike nor scold. Were he an ordinary individual, she could empathize, yet this was no common man. He was, after all, the foremost figure in the human federation. How could he be vexed? What could possibly trouble him? Surely it was not the trivialities of domestic life or a girlfriend threatening to break up. She found herself at a loss. Could it be the broader woes of humanity? That seemed implausible, for he had only adopted such a demeanor after his departure. Undoubtedly, something had transpired that she was unaware of. Just as she instinctively considered enlisting someone to investigate, she suddenly recalled that the man before her was a master, not just any random person. To take it upon herself to investigate would surely jeopardize the rapport she had painstakingly cultivated. Luo Qingyu's mind raced as she pondered how to glean information. Qingyu, have you ever encountered a rogue? Chen asked, leaning back on the cashier's stool. Noticing Luo Qingyu's bewildered expression, he sighed and continued. Today, I encountered a cad. With a bit of time, he recounted the events of the day, and as the sole audience, she found herself oscillating between clarity and confusion. Clarity came from understanding the circumstances. It was indeed a troubling matter that had soured the master's mood. Yet, confusion arose from the thought. Was this truly the cause of such discontent? Come now, you are the foremost figure in the human federation. How can such trifles ensnare you? However, as he continued, realization struck her. Of course, the master had chosen a life of seclusion. He could not summon his beast to take action against the landlord. That was hardly in keeping with the life of a recluse. Thus, the master was grappling with how to justly penalize this former landlord. Surely, he was aware of his own status by now. He must be. Why else would he confide such matters to her? This meant that his lamenting was not merely for his own sake, but also a call to action for her. She felt a surge of resolve to ensure this matter was handled impeccably. Yet, work awaited her, and she would attend to this pressing issue once her shift concluded. After all, the master had said that if she performed well, there would be rewards. His masterpieces, whether skill tomes or artistic displays, would be a tremendous boon. By 9 o'clock that evening, Chen sent the 3 girls back to their dorms. They could not be expected to toil indefinitely. Once outside the shop, Luo Qingyu immediately contacted her family's influence in Huiguan. To ensure the matter was handled adeptly, she opted to have them investigate this landlord. The teams on standby were momentarily taken aback upon receiving the message. Investigating an ordinary individual? What was the young lady thinking? Though puzzled, they swiftly compiled the necessary information. Upon returning to her dorm, Luo Qingyu received a comprehensive dossier on Chen's former landlord, detailing his various relationships and affairs. As she sat on a stool poring over the information, it became evident that he was no virtuous individual. Recently, he had resorted to various schemes to siphon cash from the bank, likely attempting to evade his debts. Such behavior must not go unaddressed. If the master could not smile, then neither would he. She dispatched orders to her family's network to take decisive action against him by the following day. When 10 o'clock arrived, Chen returned home, ready to retire for the night. While scrolling through her phone, she received a message from her lawyer. They had completed the litigation materials, and inexplicably, the court had already accepted the case, with a hearing set for the next day. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed such swiftness a fortuitous turn of events. It would allow her to entrust the shop to Qingyu and feel a measure of ease. All right, I shall ensure my timely arrival tomorrow. Having returned home, Chen enjoyed a restful night's sleep. In contrast, her former landlord found himself restless. Upon receiving the lawyer's letter at noon, he had not even flinched, dismissing it with disdain. It's merely a lawyer's letter. I could send one myself. However, when he received notice of the court date, he was taken aback. Is it already time? Shouldn't there be preparations and a queue? The rapid acceptance of the case left him bewildered. Could it be that this young man had some connections? He did not seem like the type with substantial influence. It must simply be a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. If Chen truly had a powerful background, would he have chosen to rent from him? Would he be so anxious over a mere breach of contract? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The advantage lay with him. Delaying tactics were his forte, a strategy unmatched in efficacy. The following morning, within the city court, the former landlord arrived early. Though he vocally dismissed the notion of concern, internally he was apprehensive. As he awaited the proceedings, he noted the unexpected number of people in the audience. Typically, one might find a few onlookers in cases like these, but this crowd was packed. Moreover, many donned administrative jackets or sharp suits. These were observers from various influential factions, including a significant number from Luo Qingyu's circle. Matters involving the master were no trifles. The last incident concerning the shop was deemed minor. Yet the outcome, an innovative evolution plan for beasts, had dramatically enhanced humanity's foundational strength, a moment etched in history for those present. This time, who knew what unforeseen developments might arise? Hence, all had come to witness. As Chen and her lawyer entered, the sight of the densely packed audience left them momentarily stunned. Where did all these people come from? While she had heard of individuals attending court for leisure, the sheer volume was beyond her expectations. Her lawyer's expression shifted. Realizing that the crowd did not appear to be common folk, they seemed to belong to formidable factions. As the master entered, the audience instinctively rose to acknowledge him, but then hesitated, recalling his reclusive nature. They merely nodded in Chen's direction. Although she felt perplexed, she returned the gesture. The former landlord was now drenched in sweat. When he had arrived, these individuals had not acknowledged him, indicating that they were here for Chen. This was dire. Could it be that this young man truly possessed some background? Perhaps he was playing the part of a naive fool, while in reality, he was a formidable adversary? Chapter 45, a performance unwanted. Before the former landlord could contemplate further, the time for the hearing arrived. With the judge entering alongside various officials, the proceedings officially commenced. Chen and his former landlord found themselves occupying the distinct roles of plaintiff and defendant. Chen's attorney, having meticulously prepared a plethora of documentation, stood poised for the proceedings. In such drawn-out disputes, it was evident that the opposing party would likely seek to prolong the matter, necessitating a readiness for a protracted battle. Clearly, both parties had steeled themselves for this eventuality. The judge glanced over the materials, acknowledging their thoroughness. Indeed, the law firm engaged by the master was quite commendable. Thus, much time was saved. Clang. The defendant was ordered to pay the plaintiff a penalty of 10,000 yuan for breach of contract, in addition to covering the expenses incurred due to the court proceedings. The session concluded. Every individual present, aside from the officials privy to the inner workings, appeared bewildered. Was that it? The court session lasted barely 5 minutes. Materials were submitted, the judge perused them, and just like that, the matter was resolved. When did court proceedings become so effortless? There have been inquiries followed by drawn-out arguments, culminating in a painstaking decision. Although the audience was aware that the authorities would favor the master, a semblance of theatrics was expected. Yet now, it seemed, even that pretense had been dispensed with. Initially, the officials had anticipated that if the materials were incomplete, the matter would drag on. However, upon reviewing the impeccably comprehensive documentation, the judge deemed further debate unnecessary, fearing it might appear biased toward the opposing side. The former landlord, seemingly struck by an electric shock, wore a sullen expression, rendered speechless. Was this right? He had faced numerous penalties for breach of contract before and had contended with several obstinate litigants. Yet this case felt utterly absurd. It was as if he had unwittingly stepped into a trap. From the moment he entered the courtroom, he had already lost the case. I object. You didn't even consult with me or ascertain the situation. I refuse to accept this verdict. A palpable silence enveloped the room for a brief 2 seconds. The judge, perhaps sensing the haste of the decision, cleared his throat. Do you have any objections to the materials submitted by the plaintiff? I have objections. Objections denied. The original ruling stands. The judge appeared uninterested in even feigning consideration, given the authenticity and completeness of the materials. What could possibly warrant an objection? The entire institution had taken the master's case with utmost seriousness, allowing for no room for dissent. The former landlord, now utterly incensed, found himself at a loss for words. Objections denied. What an international farce. Can we not engage in some semblance of theatrics? I've lost my money, and now I'm to lose face as well. I'm already broke. What can you do to me? He shot a glance at the equally astonished Chen, scoffing in disdain. What are you feigning ignorance for? As if you weren't aware of the outcome. It's clear you orchestrated this entire affair. No matter the maneuvering. I am destined to lose. Well then, I shan't play any longer. What can you do to me? I have no assets under my name. He dismissed the judgment with nonchalance, confident as long as he operated within the confines of the law. "But Your Honor, I have no money. What am I to do?" The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of absurdity washed over the courtroom, reaching a new crescendo. Those present had thoroughly scrutinized his financial status. Aside from the master and his attorney, everyone else was well aware of the situation. No money? Is this merely a case of asset concealment? The judge had thought the matter concluded, only to be confronted with the defendant's insolence. "Contempt of court, is it? Fail to remit payment, and you shall find yourself imprisoned." Even Chen, standing nearby, was taken aback. Was this truly contempt of court? He had prepared himself for a long-term battle against the former landlord, even anticipating the post-judgment asset transfers. Yet, he had not foreseen the judge's straightforward decree: failure to pay meant imprisonment, under the charge of contempt. This maneuver seemed to align the entire judicial apparatus against him. But as soon as this thought emerged, it was swiftly dismissed. Who am I, and what is my stature, to have the entire judicial system revolve around me? He cast a glance at the former landlord, who was now fixated upon him, their gazes locking in a charged exchange. The intensity of that stare made him momentarily uncomfortable. Yet recalling the unscrupulous acts of the former landlord, he mustered the resolve to return the glare. The former landlord's eyes shifted from avoidance to defiance, clearly indicating a newfound strength. It was evident that he had bribed officials, and his earlier timidity had evaporated. Now he was feigning composure, realizing that whether he liked it or not, he would have to pay up. "I will pay, and I will do so now." The words were spoken through gritted teeth, filled with reluctant determination. Was it really necessary to use such considerable force against a mere landlord over a trivial sum? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he completed the transaction. Chen successfully retrieved the penalty, while the attorney achieved what was likely the swiftest resolution of an economic dispute in his career. Suddenly, the attorney seemed to recall something. It appeared that this landlord had recently received a legal notice, likely to arrive that afternoon, concerning an unlawful loan. The opposing party wielded considerable influence and ample financial backing. It seemed that while this matter had concluded, the landlord's misfortunes were only just beginning. Though the resolution had unfolded in a rather absurd manner, the outcome was favorable. Chen had reclaimed his funds, his spirits lifted at witnessing the landlord's discomfiture. While the judge struggled to collect his dues, the attorney found it a straightforward task. After a moment's reflection, Chen decided to present a banner to the opposing party. Upon returning to his establishment, he procured a piece of fabric for the banner and, with a flourish, inscribed a golden phrase: "The law illuminates and alleviates public concerns," warming the hearts of the people. As he wrote, Shui, Xiao, and San observed curiously. "Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Why is the master's writing so ordinary? There's no depth." They noted that whenever the master wrote with earnestness, there was always an underlying essence. Yet, the inscription on the banner lacked any such quality. How peculiar. Chen was, however, thoroughly satisfied with the simplicity of his script, as it concealed its brilliance within. He was presenting a banner, not showcasing his talent. After allowing the ink to dry, he carefully rolled it up and delivered it to the law firm. Just as Chen departed, officials arrived, presenting their credentials to inspect the banner. Initially, the attorney feared there might be an issue, but the officials merely took a cursory glance before departing. There were no problems. The absence of issues was, in itself, the biggest issue. There was no depth. Perhaps the master deliberately eschewed imbuing the banner with profound meaning to prevent it from being confiscated. That seemed plausible. If that were the case, the master had indeed intended to simply present the banner. Their examination felt somewhat inappropriate. However, when the banner was hung upon the wall, a powerful surge emanated from it. It radiated outward from the law firm, sending ripples throughout the city. Inside the firm, the staff quickly sensed something amiss. The characters glowed. Chapter 46, The Beginning of Term. Aside from the personnel of the law firm, the official instruments were the first to detect the fluctuations. Various data points were thrown into disarray, leaving observers bewildered. Although the specifics of the event remained unclear, experts from various fields recognized it as an unequivocally positive occurrence. This wave of energy bore no malice. At this moment, within the confines of the law firm, every gaze was fixated upon the banner. The golden light flickered continuously, and despite the stillness of the air, the banner itself quivered incessantly. The initial wave of energy radiated outward, swiftly followed by a second wave. At this juncture, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded atop the law firm. A golden lotus suddenly emerged, illuminating the surroundings. Members of various powerful factions had already pinpointed the source of this energy and mounted their respective beasts to hasten to this location. However, only the most formidable individuals could approach. Upon witnessing the golden lotus, an informed observer exclaimed, "Is this the acknowledgement of heaven and earth?" Hearing this exclamation, The crowd suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The master was no ordinary figure. That banner served as a conduit, brimming with diverse energies. Once the opportune moment arrived, it would resonate with the cosmos, unveiling the essence contained within. This would manifest as various phenomena and tangible items. The golden lotus epitomized this, as the energy it harbored was sufficient to significantly enhance the abilities of the summoned beasts. What a grand gesture from the master. Gratitude was due to this law firm for employing such methods. Even more astonishing was the master's profound comprehension of the rules. Capable of invoking a resonance with the universe, a privilege typically reserved for high-tier divine beasts, and even then, it exploited various rule-based skills. How could a mere human achieve such heights? As the radiance of the golden lotus reached its zenith, the concentration of energy escalated to an unprecedented level. Drops of rain began to fall from the sky, pulled by gravity, landing upon the earth. Members of various factions exerted every effort to collect these droplets. Energy rain. This was a precious resource for summoning beasts. Some individuals even resorted to competition to secure prime positions. Initially, it was thought that this rain would only fall near the law firm. However, as time progressed, the rain began to spread, and other areas of the city were soon drenched as well. With the urgency of the situation unfolding, everyone hastily summoned their associates to gather the precious resources. Unbeknownst to Chen, although the morning had progressed splendidly, he remained mentally strained. After delivering the banner, he intended to return to his shop for a restful sleep. Listening to the sound of rain outside, he succumbed to a deeper slumber. The entire city was abuzz with excitement. This was a jubilant celebration for summoning beasts. The rain continued for a full 10 minutes, saturating the city. In some areas, various golden-hued plants began to sprout, emanating a dazzling brilliance. During the brief time Chen dozed, the city effectively came to a standstill, with everyone outside collecting rainwater and harvesting the golden plants. As the rain ceased, society gradually returned to its routine, and only then did he awaken. After a brief moment of reflection, he recognized the benefits of his rest. Rising from his bed and tidying himself, he returned to his shop, where most matters had been attended to. As Chen opened his store and tended to the fish, he awaited the impending school season. During this period, the city of Radiant Light underwent constant transformation, with new buildings springing up sporadically. Numerous brands had begun to establish a presence in Radiant City, though the reasons remained unclear. Nevertheless, the advent of the school year signified an influx of new students, promising a prosperous business opportunity. He contemplated organizing an event to encourage increased purchases. While deep in thought, the figure of the vice principal appeared at the entrance. "Mr. Su, may I have a moment? I have something to discuss." Seeing that the store was devoid of customers, Chen followed the vice principal outside. They stood at the entrance, where the vice principal explained, "Mr. Su, the school has extended an invitation for you to attend the opening ceremony. It would also serve as an excellent opportunity for advertising." Attendance? Advertising? It wasn't that the proposition was undesirable. Rather, it seemed too favorable for him to be involved. "Vice principal, let us not beat around the bush. What is it that you need me to do?" He assumed they required his assistance. Otherwise, the school would not offer such a valuable opportunity. "Oh, there's no need for you to do anything. Just your presence will suffice." This left Chen somewhat bewildered. What did that mean? So, he was merely required to show up? The vice principal, noticing Chen's confusion, promptly clarified, "You see, the products you sell are well-regarded, affordable, and branded. The school wishes to foster such an environment, so they'd like you to take the stage and serve as a role model." Ah, that seemed to make sense. But aren't my prices just normal? Well, one should seize opportunities when they arise. If this was a good fortune, he ought to accept it. After all, they weren't attempting to trick him. "All right, vice principal, I'll definitely be there." Once outside the store, the vice principal exhaled deeply. The pressure was immense, and he had briefly lost his train of thought. It was crucial to provide a reasonable justification for the master's seclusion. Otherwise, the master would not attend. He quickly devised a rationale, and soon received affirmation. Now, he merely awaited the morrow. The following morning, on the playground, Chen surveyed the rows of benches and his designated spot. He had been informed of his attendance, but not that he would be seated beside the principal. Now, positioned in the front row, clad in casual attire, he glanced at his peers. None were in casual dress. At the very least, they wore shirts, projecting a sense of formality. Here he was, in his laid-back outfit, akin to something from a street vendor. His feet began to awkwardly tap against the ground, an agonizing ordeal. Yet, having arrived, he couldn't simply flee. That would be even more embarrassing. But with his attire in such disarray, it was futile to worry. After all, embarrassment was inevitable. Realizing he could not change the outcome, he resigned himself to the situation. This mindset was a significant factor in Chen's continued existence in this world. Otherwise, He might have succumbed to despair during the summoning phase. It was better to be alive. Not only was Chen feeling out of place, but others were also uncomfortable. The master sat in the front row, and the mere thought of the master's abilities compelled everyone to sit up straight, fearful of leaving a poor impression. However, the attention of the crowd remained fixated on Chen, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. But the circumstances had already unfolded. As the final moments of anticipation passed, the opening ceremony commenced. The customary speeches ensued, and as the newly appointed principal, he was expected to speak at length. Despite being a recent appointee, no one within the school dared to contest his authority. A renowned figure, a divine beast, and an active military personnel, who would dare provoke him? The only individual likely to challenge the principal would be the master, but Chen had no intention of provoking him. Once the principal concluded his remarks, the vice principal promptly invited Chen to the stage. He had mentally prepared for this moment, given that the vice principal had indicated it was an excellent opportunity for advertising. Chapter 47, The Son of the School. Let us welcome our school's supplier, Mr. Su, as the representative of the school's merchants to deliver a speech. The audience was divided into two groups, those in the know and those less informed. The informed were aware of the master's circumstances, an enigmatic recluse of terrifying prowess, while the less informed merely recognized the store owner's reputation. However, the extent of its prowess remains uncertain. Yet, from the ambience depicted in the store's artistic renderings, one can surmise that it is certainly not a trivial affair. Regardless of the circumstances, there exists a shared understanding among them. A master is indeed a master. Before Chen even graces the stage, applause erupts, harmonious and unchaotic. He had steeled himself for the possibility of slight embarrassment, yet this applause seemed merely a ploy to unsettle him, did it not? As he ascends the stage, the applause persists unabated, compelling him to offer an awkward smile and gesture for silence, urging the audience to quell their enthusiasm. Had the master not made this gesture, the students might have applauded for an eternity. However, with the master's cue, the clamor dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving only faint echoes to attest to the earlier ovation. Excluding the reverberations, the playground fell into a profound silence, with no hint of movement or hushed whispers among the crowd. Everyone was poised to absorb the master's wisdom. Observing the transition from a thunderous ovation to a tranquility so profound that one could hear the whisper of the wind, Chen marveled at his newfound command over the audience. He dismissed any further contemplation, retrieving a speech that, as a representative of the merchants, necessitated a modicum of formal discourse. Yet, with each segment, he found himself straining to maintain composure. Thus, he urged everyone to savor their meals. For health is the foundation of all endeavors. The audience erupted in applause once more. Following the applause, silence reclaimed the atmosphere. It felt as though he were on the precipice of exclaiming loyalty, and eagerly awaiting the crowd's reaction, pondering whether they might leap to their feet. Yet, in such a formal setting, levity was not permitted. Every time he paused, a wave of warm applause greeted him, only to vanish as he began to speak again. The atmosphere was charged with energy. Although Chen initially felt a twinge of nervousness, he gradually acclimated to the ambience. He extended a warm welcome to patrons, announcing a back-to-school promotion, a discount of 20 on purchases over 100. The promotion was commendable. Upon concluding his announcement, the audience erupted into applause, which continued until he returned to his seat. Goodness, these students are remarkably astute. He found himself momentarily taken aback. Interestingly, during the principal's earlier speech, such fervor had not been exhibited. Why was he afforded such preferential treatment? The host on stage proceeded to outline the subsequent agenda. Yet it was evident that the students were less inclined to listen at this moment. Who do you think you are? Merely the vice principal. The principal cast a sidelong glance at Chen, leaning in to whisper, Mr. Su. Shortly we will have a competition for the new students to identify the strongest among them. Might you consider offering a prize? Upon hearing the principal's inquiry, Chen first waved his hand dismissively. Principal, you jest. I possess nothing of worth to contribute. I was referring to calligraphy or paintings, perhaps as minor awards. The principal clarified. Calligraphy and paintings? While he had no precious materials to offer, he certainly had enough of his own works. Since the principal merely requested such items, he deemed it acceptable to acquiesce. Initially, he had anticipated a demand for something valuable, only to discover it was merely a request for artwork. However, could he truly present such items? Should he present a valuable artifact, it might garner some intrigue, but calligraphy and paintings? They could be as trivial as tissue paper. Nevertheless, he had no precious artifacts to offer. He hoped the school wouldn't disdain his artwork. Principal, I can only provide one painting. I trust it won't be met with disdain. Chen's remark was not particularly subdued, and those seated nearby could discern his words. The moment he mentioned his willingness to present something, The audience first glanced at the principal. 3 words prompted the master to offer a skill book. Remarkable. Their second reaction was to realize the master was about to produce something. Ever since the Celestial Appreciation event a month ago, the master had been rather inactive, spending most of his time in the shop, merely adding to his artworks on the walls. The retrieval of a skill book now was certainly a positive development. Initially, the principal had only intended to make a casual suggestion, never anticipating a genuine offer. Yet, when the master assented, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by overwhelming elation. However, he had to temper his exuberance. The master was still in seclusion. No disdain, no disdain. Mr. Su, your calligraphy and paintings are unparalleled treasures. How could anyone possibly disdain them? Perhaps fearing Su Chen might retract his offer or brimming with impatience, the principal disregarded decorum. He stepped onto the stage, the vice principal casting a puzzled glance as he took the microphone. Mr. Su has graciously offered to provide some of his works as prizes for this new student competition. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd, quickly giving way to exuberant celebration. No way. Is that for real? Works? Surely, it should be awakening-level skill books. Cheers erupted as it became evident that the audience did not view his works with disdain. Rather, they were filled with anticipation. Su Chen felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. Was this what it felt like to be acknowledged by the masses? Given the audience's enthusiasm, he felt compelled to reciprocate. He declared that the top 3 winners would receive a customized skill book, and if they wished, they could exchange it for a landscape painting. The first-place winner would additionally receive a long-lost beast armament wood carving. As he announced the prizes, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Initially, they had expected only a skill book, yet now there were 3. Furthermore, the first prize included a rare beast armament. Those vying for a top 3 finish were now eagerly preparing for the competition, determined to seize these rewards. Even if the prizes were destined for others, they held immense value. Yet, with such generous rewards, the competition could not be trivialized. Fairness must be assured. However, a fair competition could lead to prolonged duration. Ultimately, after discussions between the school and the master, a chaotic battle format was chosen, providing an opportunity for those of lesser strength. The new students gathered in the playground, with those who stepped off the grass being eliminated, and those severely injured being taken away by medical personnel would also be considered out. The last individual remaining would be crowned the champion of this new student competition. The rules were straightforward. The simpler they were, the more they tested one's abilities. This arrangement prominently underscored the supremacy of strength. Alliances would not be deemed problematic. The art of social maneuvering was also a form of strength. The senior students vacated the playground, eager to observe the spectacle. All the new students summoned their beasts, a dazzling array of creatures gracing the playground. The space was barely sufficient. As a key contributor to the main rewards, Su Chen held a semblance of authority as a referee. Everyone awaited his command to commence. Once he discerned that all were prepared, he gestured grandly. Let the competition begin. Chapter 48, Senior Students Trembling. The arena erupted with a cacophony of skill fluctuations, an overwhelming surge of energy manifesting in chaotic forms. The initial wave was when the medical personnel felt the greatest pressure, as numerous weaker individuals could be reduced to mere pulp, necessitating their assurance that students' beasts would at least remain unharmed. Surviving, with current technology, could ensure recovery. However, should a beast perish, resurrection would not be so easily accomplished. Those on stage and outside the playground regarded the unfolding events as if they were watching fireworks. After all, the initial surge of chaos bore no semblance of order. One could hardly discern whose ultimate move would ignite the spectacle. Su Chen observed with amusement. It was indeed quite a visual feast. In a one-on-one arena, one might have to consider the lack of spectacle posed by weaker competitors, but now, such concerns were entirely irrelevant. The entire venue resembled a dazzling display of fireworks, leaving spectators unsure of where to direct their gaze. As every corner offered a new point of intrigue, the upperclassmen, engrossed in the unfolding drama, wore expressions of complexity. This generational gap was striking. They felt like mere fodder, overshadowed by an assembly of prodigies, each more exceptional than the last. Huiguang University, previously regarded as a second-tier institution, now boasted newcomers of unparalleled caliber, rendering the once-feared elite freshmen nearly inconsequential. What was happening? They had initially intended to showcase their skills, only to realize that their juniors surpassed them in prowess. They had been metaphorically cast aside, as the newcomers were all representatives of formidable factions, each more fearsome than the last. With the reality laid bare, there was little to be done but to observe this enthralling display. Wow, Luo Qingyu truly deserves the title of the Federation's finest. Her strength is astonishing, exclaimed a bystander. Zhao Yuyu's superconducting Thunder Mouse is incredibly swift. I hear it has connections to Master Su. A pang of envy struck those watching the new students. They longed for advanced skill books themselves. Those skills could easily outmatch two of me. The cacophony of the audience's chatter was entirely drowned out by the barrage of explosions within the arena. Particularly notable was Yu Xueqiao's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, whose power was nothing short of terrifying, eliminating dozens in a single blow. As the noise began to subside, the dynamics of the arena became clearer. What remained were the elite, for only those possessing true skill could have survived this far. The rest had been obliterated like cannon fodder. Even the current top contender, Luo Qingyu, appeared somewhat fatigued. The sheer number of participants was overwhelming. The vast expanse of the playground was teeming with competitors. At the onset, it was merely a sea of bodies, with dangers lurking from every direction. Out of over 1,000 newcomers, fewer than 100 had yet to face elimination. Unable to endure the pervasive atmosphere of paranoia, Luo Qingyu boldly declared, Yu Xueqiao. Let us form a trio and share the rewards. The three exchanged knowing glances and instinctively gravitated toward one another. During their time together in the shop, they had forged a close bond, and Luo Qingyu recognized that both possessed extraordinary abilities. Three of the finest young talents, indeed a formidable alliance. As the first small team coalesced, hundreds began to form their own groups. Those unable to find partners would likely face swift elimination. Su Chun, observing from the stage, found himself puzzled. This isn't right. During the entrance exams, everyone was still inexperienced. How have they suddenly become so formidable? Is it the accelerated growth from high-quality beast taming? Such a phenomenon is uncommon. The current cohort undeniably surpasses the previous one. The last cohort had lacked the myriad artistic representations of concepts available for free in the school, nor had they benefited from the guidance of a master artist creating skill books. This time, in pursuit of skill books, everyone had put forth their genuine abilities, resulting in an unprecedented intensity. As students began to be eliminated for failing to find teammates, the excitement among the spectators intensified. The scene was now dominated by small teams, primarily consisting of 3 members, though some groups had 4 or 5. The atmosphere had reached a boiling point, with the action becoming increasingly chaotic. Unexpectedly, the team that persevered to the end was comprised of individuals with military backgrounds. Even Luo Qingyu and her companions had not endured until the final moments. They had been targeted and eliminated midway through. This military squad had efficiently organized themselves into ranks, and as only one member remained standing, Su Chun announced the conclusion of the competition. The triumphant trio, all hailing from military backgrounds, stood atop the stage. Su Chun, pen in hand, inquired about their desired skills. Upon understanding their needs, he began to sketch on the stage. However, the pressure of performing before such a crowd caused his composure to waver. This fluctuation in mindset made it challenging to maintain focus, leading to unintentional variations in his artwork. Upon the first stroke, a palpable tension enveloped all present. Was this the power of a master? When I met the 120-level super-evolved beast, I did not feel such intensity. The perfect embodiment of intent manifested as an awakening-level skill. Above the master, a throng of beasts surged forth. Unseen by Su Chun, various phenomena began to materialize like rain, with each manifestation amplifying the weight of pressure felt by those in attendance. Strangely, this pressure, while ever increasing, failed to break anyone's resolve. Instead, under this strain, their beast taming spaces grew tighter and more resilient. Not a single individual crouched or sat. All stood firm against the mounting pressure. Before long, 3 vividly detailed skill representation drawings appeared on the paper, accompanied by annotations penned by Su Chun. 3 awakening-level skill books had thus come into existence. The 3 military youths were elated. Although they understood that these treasures could not be retained, the benefits would undoubtedly be significant. This could very well pave the way for a smooth career path, provided they avoided any grave missteps. Su Chun, pleased with the 3 skill books, inscribed his signature and handed them over. Study diligently and strive to contribute to humanity. Do not stray down the wrong path. The trio nodded earnestly. Nearby leaders, overhearing this exchange, were struck by a different sentiment. Why had the master chosen to retreat from society? Was it not due to the treachery of humanity in the past? Thus, the master's words seemed tinged with disappointment regarding humanity's failure to learn from history. Yet now, standing before him were the most malleable youths, prompting him to speak further. What a headache. How could the master be persuaded to emerge once more, to distribute skill books and refine evolution strategies? If that were to happen, the myriad factions would be obliterated in an instant. Although no overt conflicts were occurring at present, the undercurrents of danger remained palpable. Until humanity possessed absolute power, such fears would persist. Chapter 49. The Art of Alchemy. How could we have lost? Upon returning to the shop, Luo Qingyu began to vent her frustrations, while Zhao Yu facepalmed beside her. Ayu, you've been lamenting nonstop. Let us just move on. What's done is done. Yet, Luo Qingyu paid no heed. Instead, leaning against the cashier's chair, her thoughts clouded. Why did we lose? How could we have been targeted right from the start? She found herself in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Although they had been the first to form a team, they were not the most vulnerable. Typically, even if they fell short of the top 3, they would at least secure a spot within the top 10. Yet here they were, all 3 placing in the 20s, while the military trio had clung on to the end, leveraging their unbreakable camaraderie to seize the top 3 positions. And these were awakening level skills, no less. Yo-Yo and Xueqiao are not particularly esteemed, for it is highly probable that they have already attained their abilities. They simply have yet to grasp the essence of their skills, rendering their demonstrations akin to those of an SSS-level technique. However, as the daughter of a wealthy magnate, I find myself bereft of such talents. After all, I am the one who possesses the most wealth. Did my father not assert that there exists nothing one cannot procure with sufficient funds? What, then, is the current predicament? Tell me why. The confusion eludes me entirely. Already spiraling into melancholy, Luo Qingyu leaned back in her chair. Upon entering, Su Chun immediately sensed a palpable aura of resentment. With a hint of jest, he remarked, "What a strong atmosphere we have here." Beside him, Luo Qingyu weakly twitched her nose, having detected nothing. "Nothing, master. Hasn't the store always been this way?" A scent of failure. No jest intended. Hearing this, Luo Qingyu turned her head away, her eyes brimming with tears. I didn't wish for it to be this way. Initially, he had intended to tease the girl, yet it seemed he had inadvertently brought her to tears. Observing her distress, Su Chun felt a pang of anxiety. The child was already irritable from her defeat, and now he had become an additional source of annoyance. Do not cry, do not cry. Haven't you always wanted one of my paintings? I shall create one for you now." At this, Luo Qingyu's expression transformed instantly, her sorrow vanishing completely, replaced by the most genuine smile. "Master, you promised. We cannot go back on our word." Although Su Chun felt as though he were ensnared in a trap, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Initially, he had offered to paint for her, promising a reward for good performance. Yet now, he had not delivered a single piece. While she diligently fulfilled her various tasks, never once complaining, even when lifting heavy objects, it was indeed time for some encouragement. However, since he intended to provide a painting, it would only be fair to include Yo-Yo and Xueqiao as well, offering each of the 3 apiece. The items provided in this instance would not require submission. Yo-Yo had no one to whom she could submit her share. She would simply utilize it for herself. Xueqiao, on the other hand, had not utilized any public resources, rendering it somewhat unreasonable for her to submit her share, although if she wished to exchange it for resources, the authorities would be more than accommodating. As for Luo Qingyu, she was the heir to her family's fortune. What harm could possibly arise from her possessing a skill book of awakening level? Even if submission were required, it was highly probable that the book would ultimately remain in her possession, allowing her to use it for herself. Once Su Chun completed these works, Wang Kai nuzzled against him, letting out a call. Following the direction of Wang Kai's paw, he noticed that the food bowl was once again empty. His expression shifted. Had Wang Kai perhaps been consuming too much recently? The dog's appetite had evidently increased. He had been providing low-tier universal beast feed, one bag after another. Just yesterday, he had replenished the food, and now it was gone again. Yet Wang Kai showed no visible change in weight, indicating that he was managing to expend all the food consumed. This raised a concern regarding the quantity. Was the feed simply insufficient in energy? Good heavens, this seems rather alarming. He had not facilitated Wang Kai's evolution, meaning the dog was effectively capped at level 10. The low-tier feed should have been more than adequate. Now, to claim that the low-tier feed was insufficient and that he required mid-tier feed, where would the energy come from? The dog had not transformed into a half-breed. Such perplexing matters were not typically worth his contemplation. If the low-tier feed was inadequate, he would have to switch to mid-tier alternatives. However, the price posed a significant issue. Mid-tier feed was not comparable to the low-tier in cost. Being in this business, he was acutely aware that his financial resources could not sustain Wang Kai's voracious appetite. Surely, he could not rely solely on low-tier feed. The cost-effectiveness of the low tier appeared to dwindle, as he seemed to be spending even more. The dilemma was inescapable. Moreover, this issue needed resolution. Otherwise, could he continue to care for Wang Kai? When the 3 part-time workers left for their classes in the afternoon, leaving the store to himself, Su Chen began to delve into this matter. He scoured the internet for various resources, searching for solutions to the feed conundrum. Ultimately, he discovered that the issue was nearly unsolvable. According to the law of conservation of energy, energy does not simply vanish into thin air, hence the impasse. Even the latest evolutionary divine beast, Godzilla, required nuclear materials for sustenance. However, amidst the myriad responses, he stumbled upon an intriguing reply. As long as materials are paired and refined to their optimal state, absorption rates will greatly increase, allowing for low-cost production of feed. Pairing refining? Is that not akin to alchemy? Does this world possess such a concept? Strangely enough, no one continued the discussion on this reply. Yet, could this avenue bear fruit? Theoretically, it posed no issues, yet practical application might harbor complications. After all, what constitutes a reasonable pairing and an appropriate level of refinement? Such definitions remain elusive. Nonetheless, the thought of Wankai consuming the exorbitantly priced mid-tier beast feed sent a chill down his spine. Though uncertain as to why Wankai had developed such a hearty appetite, he could not allow the dog to go hungry. What kind of situation was it to be unable to satiate one's hunger? He resolved to embark on a journey into the realm of nutrition, beginning to concoct feed himself. However, during this learning period, expenses for feed would be inevitable. Throughout the afternoon, Chen immersed himself in a sea of knowledge. His academic prowess from years past was not that of a slacker, but rather that of a top-tier student. By the end of the afternoon, he discovered that the so-called study of beast feed was an extraordinarily simple discipline. All he needed to do was memorize the nutritional values of various materials and combine them appropriately. Yet, to Chen's eyes, this was merely akin to the principles of evolution. After just one afternoon of study, he found himself disinclined to continue. He rummaged through the storage to extract some beast-related materials, ready to commence his experimentation. As a true Eastern individual, he felt a compelling need for a sense of ritual. Thus, he began to construct an alchemical furnace beside the shop using a small mound of earth. Since he was engaging in alchemy, he resolved to do it properly. Once he produced this product, it would surely resolve Wankai's food predicament. With the food issue settled, he could save a considerable sum of money. Who knows? Perhaps he could even profit from this feat. Chapter 50. The True Recluse. However, where would the fire come from? In the practice of alchemy. While the raw materials were not overly critical, the control of heat was of utmost importance. As for the ratios, he would rely on instinct. After all, the dog would not perish from a miscalculation. It was merely a matter of adjusting energy levels, adding a bit more or a bit less. The fire posed a significant concern. He could not simply utilize ordinary flames. What purpose would the alchemical furnace serve then? It would be no different than heating food in a microwave or frying pan. After pondering for a considerable time, he suddenly recalled that Wankai possessed the ability to breathe fire. Given that Wankai could indeed unleash flames, this would at least qualify as skill-based fire, rather than mundane flames. However, controlling the heat would be a challenge. He lacked a contract. Yet, considering that this was food for Wankai and not for himself, Chen felt less inclined to fuss over it. There was care, but not excessive. Wankai, come here and bring the fire. Upon hearing his master's call, Wankai scampered eagerly to the side of the alchemical furnace. Chen, unperturbed by the notion that Wankai might not comprehend his words, proceeded to elucidate the matter at hand. After all, Wankai was remarkably perceptive. Though he could not articulate human speech, communication posed no challenge whatsoever. Upon realizing that this was a matter concerning his sustenance, Wankai's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Recently, his levels had surged dramatically, yet his energy remained insufficient, necessitating a continuous intake of food. Initially, he perceived this as a fortunate occurrence, given the endless feasting. However, the relentless consumption had begun to induce soreness in his cheeks. Now, with his master poised to remedy this predicament, he pondered why the choice was not to procure intermediate beast-feeding fodder. Perhaps his master harbored a different intention? Once Chen concluded his explanation, he observed Wankai nodding in agreement. Thus, the endeavor could commence. Generally speaking, the absorption rate of beast fodder is merely around 10%, with a significant portion rendered waste. In contrast, the production of beast fodder boasts an absorption rate of approximately 50%. This implies that a mere 5% of the resources devoted to beast nourishment is genuinely beneficial. By skillfully adjusting techniques and controlling the heat, Chen aimed to enhance both the efficiency and absorption rates, thereby creating high-grade fodder at a minimal cost. Wankai, ignite the flames. Upon receiving the command, a plume of true fire shot straight towards the earthen mound beneath the alchemical furnace. Were it a mere mound constructed by an ordinary individual, it would have been reduced to ashes by the flames. However, this mound encapsulated Chen's myriad insights. To describe it, one might say it served as an armament for beasts. Though it was merely a small earthen furnace, Chen had meticulously crafted it, adorning it with numerous inscriptions. As the flames began to lick the furnace, the inscriptions radiated a formidable aura, perceptible to any beast space. Yet, lacking a beast space himself, Chen could only discern the considerable heat emanating from the flames, accompanied by waves of scorching air. He began to wonder if this modest earthen furnace might crack under the intense temperature. As the heat intensified, Chen retrieved the prepared beast resources from the ground. The Qixiao root, which required a higher temperature and was highly combustible, was the first to be placed within. Whoa, the flames are too fierce. Wankai, temper the fire. As the fire subsided, he noted that the Qixia root had begun to char slightly, causing him a twinge of regret. The price of beast resources was no trifling matter. That small piece alone cost several hundred. Wankai, do exercise caution with the flames. This is your food. Hearing this, the dog's gaze turned resolute. He too wished to avoid the discomfort of sore cheeks or a mouthful of charred flavor. Next, he added ice silkworm cocoons and cloud pattern amber, among other ingredients. Following the rhythm of a fantastical narrative, he employed various techniques to precisely control the heating of the materials. However, lacking any fighting spirit or mystical energy, he pondered how to execute this step. Thus, he produced a small twig and prodded it into the furnace. Upon encountering a liquid-like substance, he began to stir. Whether due to the evaporation of steam or some other reason, he felt the resistance increase as he stirred. Once the mixture congealed into a cohesive mass, Su-chan instructed Wankai to extinguish the flames and allow the residual heat to finish cooking the concoction. When he finally opened the furnace, the contents had transformed into granules. Su-chan hesitated to sample it himself and instead looked toward Wankai. Can you consume this? While its appearance bore resemblance to ordinary fodder, the fact that he had crafted it himself, rather than it being mass-produced, left him somewhat uncertain. Wankai took a tentative taste and immediately sensed a vast and pure energy radiating from his stomach. It was non-toxic and possessed an astonishing absorption efficiency. Nodding in affirmation, Wankai reassured Su-chan that the concoction was indeed edible. Relieved by Wansai's reaction, Su-chan felt a sense of accomplishment. Although the product appeared somewhat rudimentary, Wansai's response indicated it surpassed standard beast fodder. Thus, had this issue been resolved, gazing vacantly at his humble earthen furnace and the unevenly colored dog food, he acknowledged that he had indeed addressed the dilemma. He felt compelled to express gratitude to the anonymous online user who had provided such an ingenious idea. He liked the post and left a comment to inform them of his success in crafting the concoction. In an obscure village, an elderly man with a white beard idly scrolled through his phone. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a reply to a message he had sent years prior. You actually made it? He exclaimed in disbelief, recalling the post he had made regarding beast fodder. After all these years, someone has experimented with it? He couldn't fathom that it had truly been accomplished. He had half-jokingly suggested that if it were so easy to create, he might as well eat his phone. This technique had been known since before the Great War of Races. How could anyone have managed to produce it? However, in the next moment, he found himself unable to remain seated. Su-chan had posted a photograph online, showcasing the completed product. The old man sprang to his feet upon seeing the image. Though the creation appeared somewhat crude and the technique less than refined, it undeniably resembled the embryonic form of a medicinal pill. With a little rolling, it could indeed become a pill. What a genius! Though I have secluded myself due to the Great War of Races, encountering such brilliance compels me to seek an exchange. Without hesitation, he glanced at the IP address, pinpointing it to Huiguang City, and set off at a brisk pace, gathering his belongings and purchasing a ticket to Huiguang. Meanwhile, local officials were puzzled by the news. This elderly man had been in seclusion for decades. Why the sudden urgency to travel to Huiguang City? Moreover, his haste suggested an impatience that was unusual for someone of his stature. Could it be that he was preparing to emerge from his reclusive existence? If so, this was indeed fortuitous. This esteemed master, as per the records, was a grandmaster of alchemy. Should he re-enter society, the resources related to beast cultivation could be further utilized, and many long-lost formulas might resurface. To illustrate, the price of beast fodder could be significantly reduced, enabling more individuals to cultivate beasts, thereby enhancing human strength. For now, it remained mere speculation rather than a certainty regarding the alchemist's intentions. The officials could only reach out to their counterparts in Huiguang, where it was rumored another master resided. One of unparalleled prowess. Chapter 51. A feeling, less than that of a master. Later that day, upon returning to work at the store, Zhao Yuyu was taken aback to see the new beast fodder Wankai had produced. Master, what is this? I've never seen such beast fodder on the market. Su-chan briefly explained the events of the afternoon, detailing how he had learned to craft the small earthen mound and how he had created this substance. Initially, she had intended to merely enjoy the tale, but the realization struck her that nothing the master undertook was ever simple. Whether it was painting, sculpting, or evolving in any direction, seemingly casual actions were likely the result of immense accumulation and effort. As for the formulation of the fodder, it was certainly not a trivial matter. The master must have mastered the materials to such an extent that he made it appear effortless. If she were to attempt to replicate it, she would undoubtedly fail. Either it would be reduced to charcoal, or it would refuse to cook properly. Even if she managed to produce a finished product, Could the energy and nutrients truly amalgamate effectively? It would surely result in an explosive outcome upon consumption. It is essential to give this matter some attention, particularly as it pertains to the Master's latest creation. Generally speaking, the Master's works are nothing short of extraordinary. The skill books of Awakening level, along with Beast Armament, are prime examples. So what exactly does this newly crafted feed represent? A medicinal elixir, perhaps? However, isn't that substance said to have been lost during the Great War of the Races? How could the Master still be capable of concocting such potions? Nonetheless, she finds herself genuinely intrigued by the extraordinary qualities this feed purportedly possesses. At present, it appears to be merely ordinary feed. With Su Chen's permission, she took a small cup, intending to deliver it to the testing facility for analysis. When the Master instructed her to return to her dormitory, she did not comply immediately, but instead made her way to Luo Qingyu's quarters. Given the robust background of Luo's family, the analysis conducted there would likely be more comprehensive. Upon learning about the situation, Luo Qingyu readily agreed and arranged for her family to collect the samples, for a product of the Master is undoubtedly a masterpiece. When Zhao Yu mentioned it, she too was curious about the remarkable qualities this feed might possess, especially considering it is the Master's latest creation. Once the order from the young lady was received, a select group began their operations, analyzing the composition and various properties of the substance within the testing facility. Before long, a plethora of data appeared on the computer screen. They were experts in beast feed and had initially prepared for the possibility that the Master might enhance the efficiency of energy utilization. However, they were utterly unprepared for the Master's astonishing breakthrough. The results revealed perfect utilization and absorption rates, devoid of any impurities, a true paragon among products. From the perspective of medicinal elixirs, this substance could indeed be regarded as a flawless potion. The room fell into a profound silence, as no one dared to speak. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Could such a phenomenon truly exist in reality? Setting aside their astonishment, they promptly transmitted the data to the young lady, who was likely awaiting the results. The personnel in the testing room nodded in agreement and began to organize the data, ensuring that it was presented in a manner comprehensible even to an ordinary individual. Yet, as they compiled the information, an increasing sense of disbelief enveloped them. Had they not conducted several experiments themselves, they would have hesitated to document such astonishing findings. The price was alarmingly low for a product that approached the nutritional value of high-tier feeds, a truly terrifying revelation. As Luo Qingyu lay down to rest, her phone chimed, signaling the arrival of the testing results. The data was so astounding it elicited exclamations of disbelief. If beasts were to consume this feed regularly, their rate of advancement would skyrocket, with minimal bottlenecks to hinder progress. The harmonious coordination of various energies was flawless, devoid of any residues or impurities. Sustained consumption of such a substance would even enhance one's innate potential, a feat that is notoriously difficult to achieve and profoundly impactful on one's strength. Although her beast possessed a commendable racial talent, its potential was, frankly speaking, rather mediocre. However, selection was not an option, as this breed was exceedingly rare. Locating one was already an arduous task, compounded by the element of luck. Aspiring for an enhancement in potential had seemed a distant dream. Little did she expect that the Master, in addition to skill books and beast armament, had also ventured into this realm. She resolved to devise a means to procure this feed, with the Master customizing a badge for her. The current feed, tailored for Wang Kai, was unsuitable for her beast, which struggled to keep up with the nutritional demands. Various vitamins and the unique needs of each type of beast varied greatly. Meanwhile, a renowned alchemist was en route. Unable to fly due to the lack of nearby airports, he opted for a train. Arriving at Huiguang Station in the dead of night, a sense of being watched washed over him. Yet, he remained unfazed. Complete seclusion in the modern world was an impossibility. The government could locate anyone in an instant. If not today, then eventually. Unless the Human Federation were to dissolve, there would be no person so hidden that the authorities could not find them. Acknowledging the presence of his watchers, he decided to engage them in conversation. Upon being exposed, those who had been monitoring him awkwardly emerged from their hiding spots. Before long, the alchemist was escorted to a designated meeting place. He felt no discomfort as he casually plucked a biscuit from the table meant for his hospitality. My purpose here is to locate an individual. Should you provide me with this person's information, I will grant you a potion. He placed his phone on the table, awaiting the other party to pick it up and examine it, while he leisurely munched on the biscuit. The official picked up the device, but upon seeing the ID, their expression shifted dramatically. Isn't this Master Su's account? He seeks Master Su? The presence of two reclusive masters raised questions about their intentions. Perhaps they were simply looking to reconnect, as both had been isolated from others of their caliber since retreating from society. For an ordinary citizen, such a transaction would be challenging, given the need to protect privacy. Yet, With Master Su, anyone with a modicum of strength would be aware of his existence, and those slightly more powerful could even ascertain his whereabouts. This meant that within the upper echelons of humanity, such matters were hardly regarded as secrets. Moreover, the opportunity to receive a potion without cost was too good to pass up. Upon receiving the potion, the officials followed protocol, submitting it for testing. However, it appeared that the finest testing center in the city belonged to the Luo family. When the results were revealed, the faces of the testing personnel reflected a complex mix of emotions. It seemed that this alchemist's abilities were not even half those of Master Su. Once the data was relayed to the officials, they felt they had struck gold. A fourth-tier potion with 70% efficacy, particularly one designed to enhance the breakthrough of beasts, had an even greater value. After confirming the potion's integrity, they relayed Master Su's location to the alchemist, who eagerly anticipated visiting the following day. He was keen to meet this genius who had, through sheer understanding of principles, managed to produce semi-finished potions. The next day, the alchemist arrived at the gates of Huiguan University, following the address provided by the officials. The guards did not impede his entry, having already been informed of his arrival. He made his way without obstruction to the materials supermarket. At this moment, Su Chun was still pondering the feed issue from the previous day. The simplicity of its success felt somewhat amiss. Observing Wang Kai, who had eagerly consumed several mouthfuls of the feed, he wondered if it might not be as detrimental as he initially feared. In fact, it seemed to be quite acceptable. The familiar chime of the entrance bell was absent, as the establishment had evolved into a supermarket, rendering such alerts unnecessary. As the alchemist entered the store, he did not peruse the shelves for goods. Instead, he fixated intently on Su Chun. Initially, Su had not noticed the elderly gentleman, but the prolonged gaze soon drew his attention. "Sir, may I inquire why you are staring at me?" Su Chun asked politely, feeling he had maintained a commendable level of courtesy under the circumstances. Yet, the elder appeared oblivious to social boundaries, continuing to scrutinize him with a fixed gaze, nodding and shaking his head in an odd manner. "Ah, what a pity." Upon hearing those words, he felt a chill run down his spine. What a pity. Could this old man possibly be a gay? How utterly inappropriate. However, upon entering the shop, he could hardly eject him. After all, he was in the service industry, and the man had not behaved excessively. To dismiss him would be a fault on his part. Thus, he maintained a modicum of politeness and inquired once more, "Who are you? Are you here to purchase something?" The alchemist chuckled lightly. "Purchase something? No, I am here to find you." What? Truly an inappropriate old man, he thought. I must call the police. Seeing Su Chun frantically reach for his phone, the alchemist chuckled again. "Call. I am quite curious to see who you might summon." "Worry not, young man. The authorities cannot intervene in my affairs." "Intervene? You think you can just flaunt your arrogance?" "Principal, there's an old man here trying to take advantage of me. Come quickly and save me." It was clear that summoning the police would be futile. Such individuals could not be dealt with through conventional means. Reporting directly to the principal was the most effective course of action. Unexpectedly, he had the principal's contact information, and the principal had instructed him to reach out directly in times of trouble. Now was indeed such a moment. While sipping tea, the principal received the message from Su Chun and promptly leaped through the window. Before long, the principal had arrived at the scene. The alchemist was still feigning ignorance. "Who are you? It matters not. Dare you to lay a finger on me?" Upon the principal's arrival, he initially assumed there was a dire situation, only to discover the peculiar circumstances. Goodness, two masters, one being the alchemist and the other a master of skill books, specializing in beast mastery. Offending either would be inadvisable. However, Su Chun is on my side. Besides, 3 titles cannot compare to a single alchemist. "Master Lin, I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing Su Chun." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingqing, the alchemist, appeared slightly displeased. "You claim to be the principal. Do you not recognize my status?" "I am aware." "Then what now?" "Master Lin, I must insist you step aside and cease your interference with Su Chun." Lin Jingqing, having failed to maintain his facade, looked less composed upon realizing the seriousness of the situation. "Very well, I shall not jest with this young man any longer. I am the individual you spoke with online." "Online acquaintance?" Su Chun began to reminisce. He had scarcely been active on the internet recently. The only time he had engaged online was when he posted something. "You are the one who made that post." "Indeed, I am. You opened a box for me." He had long heard whispers of a powerful weapon known as the Box of Armaments, famed for its immense power and fearsome reputation. Through various channels, it was said to acquire personal information was akin to opening a box. Having spent years surfing the web in his past life without encountering such a phenomenon, he now found it utterly terrifying to be boxed in this world where he had barely ventured online. The thought of his personal information careening through the digital ether overwhelmed him. "I haven't done anything warranting a visit from you, have I?" he said, his confidence faltering. "Oh dear, please tell me my adolescent browsing history hasn't been exposed." I can't seem to perform. It's utterly impossible. Forget about that. Let me see the elixir you concocted yesterday. The elixir? What elixir? He could only recall preparing some dog food, though he had indeed approached it with an alchemical twist. He retrieved the dog food he had made and handed it to the odd old man. The alchemist took the box of dog food and casually opened it. However, as the aroma wafted out, his body jolted. This fragrance bore the essence of a perfect elixir. Skeptically, he touched the substance. Although uncertain, he sensed no residue or impurities. Even if there were traces, they were minimal, remarkably so for a novice. The melding of materials was thorough, indicative of a flawless formula. To produce a perfect elixir required not only skill and talent, but also an extensive accumulation of knowledge and gradual modifications over time. Ensuring the harmonious integration of ingredients demanded precise ratios. Could a mere novice truly achieve this? Even he, as a master alchemist, could not suppress a gasp of awe. How did you create this? Seeing the old man somewhat composed, Chen had little inclination to dismiss him, yet his patience was waning. How did I make it? I followed your instructions from the post and heated it. Heated it? Where's your furnace? Surely, you didn't just heat it without proper equipment. Turn left at the entrance. I made the furnace yesterday. Ah, there's a furnace? But what do you mean by made? Can one truly make such a thing? Isn't it typically a relic of the Federation? Although perplexed, it became evident that further inquiries would yield no answers from the so-called Chen. Thus, he decided to venture outside and turn left to investigate. What he found was merely a small patch of greenery and a modest mound of earth. However, this mound bore a striking resemblance to an alchemical furnace, and a fantastical notion began to form in Lin Jingxing's mind. Could this Chen have indeed used this makeshift structure to produce a flawless elixir? Approaching the mound, he noticed it was adorned with inscriptions and signs of fire. As an alchemist, he recognized at a glance that this was no ordinary flame. It was beast fire, and not just any beast fire but one infused with various essences. Yet how could this humble mound withstand such temperatures? Pondering this, he summoned his fire beast and ignited the makeshift furnace. The inscriptions flared to life, and even the principal, standing awkwardly nearby, felt the surge of power. After conducting his experiment, Lin Jingxing's astonishment lingered. Was this truly the work of a novice? Chapter 53. The pitiful left-behind child unable to afford feed. He examined the furnace. While it appeared somewhat crude, it possessed all the necessary components: vents, openings for beast supplies, and various inscriptions. Though the inscriptions were hastily inscribed, their effectiveness was remarkable. Even a slight increase in his fire beast's flame could not damage it. Clearly, this was a high-quality alchemical furnace. What astonished him further was the realization that this furnace seemed to be a creation of Chen himself. Mastery in the crafting of alchemical furnaces indicated a path toward higher-tier alchemy. This insight signified a profound understanding of alchemical processes and would ensure greater stability in elixir production. This young man was undeniably on the path to becoming a high-tier alchemist. Yet, to create such an elixir, labeling him as a novice felt increasingly inaccurate. What novice could produce such a remarkable elixir? Thus, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this truly the work of a novice?" Encountering this individual, one could hardly dismiss him as merely a recluse. Surely, such a path should have been barred from him. His curiosity piqued. He yearned to uncover the secrets behind the creation of this elixir. It was utterly extraordinary. Without the inheritance of alchemical techniques, how could he amalgamate the liquid ingredients? How could he control the positioning of the materials within the furnace? Most importantly, how did he succeed in forming the elixir? His eagerness to know was palpable. After all, this matter was steeped in mystery. With a notable shift in demeanor, he corrected his previous insolence and, standing upright, addressed Chen. "May I inquire about the method of crafting your elixirs? My curiosity is piqued." Truth be told, while he relished the artifice of pretense, the current circumstances rendered such theatrics futile, as he felt on the verge of exposing his facade. It was imperative to adopt a serious approach if he wished to uncover the secrets behind Chen's elixirs. Chen observed the elder's return to normalcy, albeit belatedly. His patience had already worn thin. Regardless of the situation, he could not afford to extend a cordial demeanor towards someone who had initially disrespected him. This matter was of considerable gravity. The elder had strutted in with an air of superiority, yet now demanded a demonstration. If he insisted on a showcase, what of Chen's dignity? The principal found himself in an awkward position, caught between two esteemed masters, neither of whom he dared to offend. Yet, he too harbored curiosity about how Master Su concocted his elixirs. According to Master Lin, Chen's achievements were astonishing, surpassing even his own, despite Lin's status as a pinnacle of elixir crafting prior to the Great War among the races. Could Chen truly be more proficient than Master Lin? Intriguing indeed. However, He could not simply stand by and offer sardonic commentary while the masters demonstrated their skills. Thus, both he and Lin Jingsheng felt a sense of urgency. The situation had become precarious. The elder was intent on maintaining his facade, yet it was becoming increasingly untenable. Principal, a voice rang out from the entrance, belonging to Luo Qingyu, who, after greeting the principal, bypassed him to stand before Su Chen. Master, could you do me a favor? Speak. I desire a custom-made beast-feeding formula. As she spoke, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, yet the thought of the advantages brought by long-term consumption of Master's crafted feed made her resolve firm. After much internal deliberation, she decided to voice her request directly. The master was generally accommodating. Even if he declined, she could seek another opportunity in the future. The principal remained silent. Although Luo Qingyu was not someone he could afford to offend, neither could he antagonize Su Chen. As long as basic etiquette was observed, he felt it inappropriate to interject. Regarding the possibility of obtaining the beast-feeding formula, he considered it plausible. After all, having worked in the shop, she had the advantage of proximity to the master. The daughter of the wealthiest man was no fool. She must have had some confidence before approaching. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxing scoffed softly. Humph, this girl clearly lacks manners. How can a master be so casually approached for assistance? If I can manage it, I will eat. His words were barely audible, meant only for his ears. As someone with exceptional technical prowess, he understood that no one would casually accept requests without due consideration. In his own secluded days, he had never accepted orders without first assessing the worthiness of the requester and the price involved. Su Chen's expression grew troubled. He had crafted beast feed due to financial constraints, unable to afford mid-tier formulas, which had led him to this makeshift solution. Moreover, as Wang Kai was his own dog, any repercussions from poor feed would ultimately fall upon him. However, if he were to prepare the feed for another, it would no longer be a private affair, and any ensuing complications would not be easily dismissed. Yet, upon realizing that Luo Qingyu was a child left behind, he felt a twinge of compassion. Could it be that she could not even afford low-tier feed? It was entirely plausible, as she had come into his shop in such a state of hunger that she appeared to be suffering from low blood sugar. Ah, poor child, Su Chen mused. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Jingxing nodded in agreement, as expected. Yet, in the next moment, Su Chen spoke up. Very well, I shall prepare a batch for you. However, if any issues arise, I cannot be held accountable. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu nodded vigorously. What problems could possibly arise from the master's work? If need be, I can test it myself first to ensure its safety. Seeing her delight, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. Ah, once again I find myself performing a good deed, aiding a struggling student with her beast feed dilemma. Yet, one individual remained unamused. Having not yet consumed his previous meal, he found himself in debt once more. Regardless, no one would be the wiser. His not eating was of no consequence. Having familiarized himself with the energy and nutritional requirements for the beast feed, he turned to retrieve the essential materials. Cradling several items, he approached a small mound of earth at the entrance. Had Luo Qingyu not brought this matter to light, he would have had no desire to demonstrate his alchemical skills in front of the elder. Meanwhile, the principal and Lin Jingxing exchanged a glance, both realizing the serendipity of the situation. Just moments ago, they had been pondering how to persuade Su Chen to commence his alchemical work, and now they would witness it firsthand. They were grateful to the young lady for facilitating this fortunate turn of events. Su Chen remained silent, summoning Wang Kai to ignite the flames. He meticulously arranged the necessary materials as one would tend to a garden, ensuring that the proportions remained under his control. This step left the onlookers perplexed. Shouldn't he be using electronic scales? How could human hands achieve such precision? Even Luo Qingyu, standing nearby, remarked, Master, shouldn't we weigh this? My eyes serve as my measure, and my hands as my scale. Moreover, relying on a scale lacks the necessary feel. Do you understand? The trio stood bewildered, questioning this reliance on intuition. Wasn't precision paramount in alchemy? Wang Kai, ignite the fire. A single breath of true fire caused Lin Jingxing to nearly exclaim in astonishment. He recognized the flames were extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated their exceptional nature. The temperature was uniform, adaptable to both heat and coolness, consuming all without a hint of fluctuation even in the presence of wind. This was nothing short of a celestial flame. The inscriptions on the alchemical furnace began to glow once more, though under the radiant fire, they were nearly imperceptible. The myriad fluctuations stirred excitement among the three onlookers. The sole individual devoid of a beast space felt no disturbance, only noting that the flames burned hotter than usual. Gradually, Su Chen introduced the herbal materials, deftly commanding the size of Wang Cai's flames as he did so. Initially, he may have lacked finesse, but now he was skilled. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. At least the time taken to place the materials into the furnace is brief enough to avoid burns. Su Chen relied on this humble yet effective technique to transfer the herbal components into the furnace. To those unversed in the art, the process seemed rather mundane. However, those with knowledge were left numb. There were no techniques involved, only numerical values. Was this correct? Typically, this step required either beasts or skillful techniques, as the flames capable of alchemy were exceedingly fierce, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, here was someone who not only reached into the flames, but did so repeatedly, as if challenging them to burn hotter. In all his years of alchemical practice, Lin Jingxing had never witnessed such a display. This was not merely eye-opening. It was akin to awakening a new perception. This individual relied on an extraordinary ability to withstand the beastly flames. This was a feat beyond imitation. Yet, the next phase involved introducing the beast materials. How would he extract and eliminate impurities? Suddenly, Su Chen produced a small wooden stick, the end of which was slightly charred, and inserted it into the small opening designated for beast taming supplies. He then began to stir gently, using the stick to separate the contents for even roasting. Finally, he blew gently, dispersing the various black residues. This approach was not merely rudimentary, it was devoid of any semblance of sophistication. He opted for the most primitive method to resolve the issue. There were impurities, and he resolved to eliminate them by any means necessary. As for the method employed, that was of no concern to him. Was blowing away the impurities not a form of removal? The idea of separately purifying and meticulously roasting each section was entirely superfluous. At this juncture, Lin Jingxing began to harbor doubts. He suspected that this young man was merely toying with him. He claimed to be preparing feed, yet it seemed nothing more than a charade. If this method truly yielded results, he would gladly consume the furnace. Although he had previously been deceived into partaking in frivolous activities that was outside his area of expertise. Now, however, he was within his domain, alchemy. In the entire human federation, who could rival his prowess? No one. And thus he felt confident in asserting that this was nothing but a ruse. It was clear that he was not genuinely concocting elixirs. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt his temples throb with frustration. He was the one demonstrating his craft. Yet Lin was the one putting on airs. Did he truly think Su Chen was made of clay? If he were to present a genuine creation, he would relish witnessing Lin's reaction. Ignoring his counterpart, Su Chen continued his work. At this point, the extraction and separation of impurities had been completed, and he commenced the technical aspect, fusion. This step was exceedingly challenging. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences, such as a charred pot or an exploded cauldron. Yet, Su Chen was undeterred. He was in tune with the process. It was a peculiar state of intuition that enabled him to navigate many complexities, including the current task. He thrust the wooden stick inside, stirring with relentless vigor, sometimes swiftly, at other times more slowly. There was no discernible pattern. He was guided solely by instinct. Gradually, an enchanting aroma began to permeate the air. This fragrance was detectable only within the beast taming space. Outside of it, one would remain oblivious. Although the two onlookers had no understanding of where this would culminate, it was evident that they were on the brink of something significant. The scent had emerged, surely. It could not be a harbinger of misfortune. A glance at Lin Jingxing revealed an expression akin to witnessing the extraordinary. It seemed that Master Su was on the verge of success. Once the mixture reached a paste-like consistency, he promptly instructed Wang Kai to extinguish the flames. After allowing it to dry for a moment, a batch of beast taming feed was successfully produced. As Su Chen opened the furnace, confirming the success of his endeavor, he stood tall and turned towards the pretentious elder. Feast your eyes, it is complete. This is hardly alchemy, not in the slightest. Lin Jingxing was left in shock, akin to being told that spaghetti was to be paired with concrete, mix number 42. Everything he had learned over his lifetime seemed to crumble into absurdity. One building was dedicated to beast taming studies, and another to alchemy. Today, the two had collided in an unforeseen manner. He could accept eating, but he demanded an explanation of how this was accomplished. I have already informed you. It is all about intuition. Intuition? You claim alchemy hinges on intuition? Ridiculous. Intuition. Indeed. He pondered briefly. In his own practice of basic elixirs, he too often relied on instinct rather than rigid formulas. Was it possible that such a flawless outcome could also stem from mere intuition? While he could perform simple arithmetic in his head, he required pages of rough calculations for complex problems, and Su Chen suggested it was all about instinct. This demanded an immense accumulation of experience and formidable skill. It was unfathomable. He dared not even contemplate it. In light of this revelation, his previous posturing seemed trivial. It became evident that Su Chen was no ordinary individual. Lin Jingxing soon realized that the official channels had kept this knowledge hidden from him. This matter required careful scrutiny. Chapter 55. Su Chen was not a recluse. In the principal's office, though it bore the title of office, the principal stood while Lin Jingxing occupied the chair. By protocol, external parties were not permitted to view official documents. However, when one's power reached a certain threshold, strength supersedes protocol. Lin Jingxing sat at the computer, perusing various files regarding Su Chen. Something was amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of incongruity. The documents suggested he might be a disciple of a reclusive master. Yet Lin could not fathom who could nurture such a prodigy. In his early 20s, he had mastered the art of skill book creation, surpassed Lin in alchemy, and could effortlessly fabricate beast taming armaments. It was absurd. He racked his brain, unable to identify anyone capable of imparting such knowledge. For Su Chen's technical prowess eclipsed their own. Lin believed himself to be the foremost alchemist, yet Su Chen's alchemical skills had not been imparted by him. As for the creation of beast taming armaments, that was well beyond the capabilities of anyone he knew. His mentor had long since passed, leaving little more than a grave overgrown with grass 2 meters high. Under such circumstances, how could one teach another? Was it through dreams or the whispers of the deceased? To add to the incredulity, prior to the Great War among the races, humanity had steadfastly believed that awakening-level skill books were impossible to produce. Not the omnipotent entities they were now perceived to be. He acknowledged that their seclusion had precipitated a decline in societal standards. After all, it was not merely the absence of people that was concerning. The treachery of humanity had obliterated a plethora of advanced materials, effectively severing the pathways to progress. Take, for instance, the specialized field of beast mastery. It was already a niche discipline, and this calamity had rendered it utterly extinct. Yet, there exists an enigma. From whom did Su Chen acquire such knowledge? His various operations, though absurd, were imbued with a certain logic. Were they mere fabrications? The very essence of beast mastery would be non-existent. One could only conclude that this phenomenon embodies the principle of profound simplicity, a return to authenticity. Thus, this individual was not merely a product of some secluded mentor. It almost seems as if he emerged directly from the earth itself. The air is thick with secrets. There is undoubtedly something clandestine at play. Although the reasons remain elusive, it appears that the authorities are still oblivious to this matter. Given their ignorance, the situation has become rather amusing. He could not be bothered to explain. It would be best if this misunderstanding persisted, leading everyone to believe that those in seclusion possessed such capabilities. Ding! An email from Luo Qingyu arrived on his computer, containing a customized analysis report for Beast Feed. Herein lies the crux. This is the opportune moment to discern Su Chen's alchemical prowess. Upon opening the email, a plethora of parameters flashed before his eyes. Lin Jingxing scrolled to the bottom. While the average person might need to cross-reference with standard parameters, he required no such assistance. Data, to him, was instantly comprehensible, its implications immediately apparent. As he reached the end, he fell into deep contemplation. The principal, standing nearby, awkwardly wiped his forehead. Master Lin, you have reviewed Master Su's credentials. What shall I report to my superiors? I have made a decision. The principal's expression turned peculiar. You can decide as you wish, but why the loud declaration? I have decided to re-enter society. He was somewhat uncertain, for this marked the first instance of a recluse emerging into the world. For years, these old-timers preferred to entomb their knowledge rather than share it for the benefit of the human federation. Despite the conclusion of the Great War among the races years ago, tensions lingered, with several powerful factions still coveting human territories. Anxiety and sleepless nights plagued them. If humanity possessed the strength to dominate all, they could easily lead the myriad races. Achieving this goal swiftly would necessitate the revival of long-lost techniques of beast mastery, alchemy, beast armaments, and the crafting of skill tomes. The declaration of the Master's emergence signified that this objective was now within reach. Seeing the principal remain unresponsive after his proclamation, Lin Jingxing felt a surge of irritation. I cannot flaunt my prowess before Su Chen, and now you too remain speechless? I require a foil for my performance, yet you stand there like a statue, devoid of insight. Indeed, he was a soldier, so straightforward and lacking in guile regarding worldly affairs. However, without a partner for his act, he could not afford to falter. Thus, he feigned gravitas. My emergence is indisputable, yet I have stipulations. At last, the principal grasped the cue and hurriedly responded, Speak. I assure you, we shall accommodate your requests. Under his guidance, they finally fell into a productive discourse, and Lin Jingxing began to articulate his conditions, covering a myriad of topics. Though only a few were truly significant. 1. He desired to reside in Huiguang City and serve as an instructor. 2. He required a new identity, one severed from his past. 3. He would accept commissions, but could only concoct 1 batch of elixirs per month. These 3 stipulations were hardly excessive. The remaining concerns regarding basic living needs were trivial matters that could easily be resolved with financial resources. It was merely a question of money and resources, nothing more. The principal readily acquiesced, Despite lacking the authority to finalize such arrangements, he was confident that the higher-ups would surely consent. Now, it was imperative for Master Lin to stabilize his emotions, as he sensed the master was somewhat agitated due to the principal's earlier silence. That evening, all the students learned of the new instructor. Although the reasons for the school's announcement were unclear, none paid it heed. Their thoughts were solely preoccupied with how to spend more time at Su's establishment the following day. What was one more alchemical instructor? Could he even concoct elixirs for them? Yet, the demonstration of the master's profound intent was undeniably tangible. The following morning, Lin Jingqing, having no classes, rushed to the shop early, eager to employ his tenacity to seize a sliver of opportunity. For him, matters pertaining to beast mastery and skill tomes were secondary. The art of alchemy and the formulation of elixirs were of paramount importance. The recipe from yesterday remained impeccable. He found himself reluctant to acknowledge this fact, as it necessitated conceding that what he had produced the prior day was indeed an elixir. Were not all elixirs perfectly round and flawless? To admit that a mere amalgamation constituted an elixir was somewhat embarrassing. Yet, the efficacy and various parameters left him no choice but to concede. Yes, this was indeed an elixir. Thus, he arrived with a singular purpose. Lin Jingqing, here to seek the secrets of alchemy. At this moment, the shop was bustling. Surely, such a loud declaration of his desire to learn would garner Su's attention. However, as Su Chun was busy ringing up students at the cash register, he merely clicked his tongue in annoyance. What is this old man up to now? I demonstrated everything to you yesterday. Is this not sufficient? Must you continue to seek knowledge whilst I am occupied with transactions? Chapter 56. I have become the alchemy master. Su Chun, disinterested, set the old man aside and resumed attending to customers. Each day, throngs of patrons visited the shop, while many were merely browsing. A considerable number made purchases. The revenue was significant enough that he could afford to buy mid-tier feed for Wonkai. Yet, parting with such a sum felt somewhat regrettable. Wonkai thrived on the feed he had crafted himself, and there seemed little reason to switch. After all, saving money for personal indulgences, food, leisure, and entertainment was entirely reasonable. Lin Jingqing stood nearby, head bowed, convinced that his earnestness would surely resonate with Master Su, and that he would ultimately glean genuine knowledge. He waited patiently until the shop emptied, forcing Su Chun to confront the old man. Why bother? What I concocted was merely a haphazard creation. Even the principles were yours. While this statement held truth, the reasoning was flawed. Who could know of his capabilities, formidable as they may be? Even with his utmost effort, he could not make a dent. Seeing that the old man remained unmoved despite his assertions, Lin Jingqing felt a headache coming on. You truly are my elder. What a predicament. Such an aged figure, impossible to strike or shoo away. Even the principal had to plead for his appearance. If the police were to arrive, they would be just as helpless, given his age. How could I possibly mount an offense against such a solid defense? Yet, to claim that my work was mere folly, how can he not believe? It seems I have accomplished something rather remarkable. Yet it was merely the creation of a batch of feed. Is it truly necessary to pursue knowledge to such an extent? Nonetheless, my current demeanor is quite amiable, and my frustration has significantly abated. If he truly possesses something of value, I would not mind if he were to divulge even a morsel of it, but alas, there is nothing. His reliance is purely on intuition, devoid of any theoretical foundation. Perhaps I should concoct a few tales to deceive this old man. He does not strike me as particularly astute, appearing rather daft. Merely through a whimsical endeavor yesterday, I have garnered his admiration to such an extent. Thus, if I fabricate a theory of similar caliber, I should be able to mislead him effectively while enjoying my own leisure. Very well, let it be so. Ahem. Given your apparent sincerity, I shall reluctantly impart some knowledge to you. How much you grasp is entirely dependent on your own capability. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master Su is willing to teach him. Indeed, his sincerity has made an impression. Drawing upon my years of pretentiousness, I surmise that Master Su could use a compliment at this juncture. Thank you, Master Su. Your teachings will be etched in my mind. Please do not hold my lack of talent against me. Though this statement lacks overt flattery, it significantly lowers my own status, creating a palpable sense of hierarchy that pleases those in positions of authority. Such is the sentiment of Su Chun at this moment. However, a pang of guilt gnaws at him, for the knowledge he has fabricated feels rather unscrupulous. Yet, since the old man insists, he offers it, compelled by his desire for tranquility. Ahem, 3 mysteries transform the 5 elements. Yin and Yang reverse the fire's birth. Qi flows through the 100 bones. The spirit wanders through the void and condenses. Fierce flames refine true essence. Gentle flames nurture the empty clarity. 9 transformations witness chaos. Elixir formed, the heavens astonished. This encapsulates my humble insights into alchemy. It remains to be seen how much you can comprehend. In the flow of words, profound truths emerge. The myriad fluctuations of the universe, invisible to the naked eye, are captured entirely within Lin Jingqing's beast mastery space. The words of heaven and earth. Indeed, the words of heaven and earth. Such utterances can only arise when one speaks absolute truth, possesses a certain level of mastery, and is aligned with the laws of the world. Acknowledging Master Su's prowess, I am astonished by its depth. To invoke the words of heaven and earth is no trivial matter. Typically, merely engaging the supervision of world rules is a daunting task. Moreover, beyond affirming the veracity of the spoken words, it also serves to enlighten one's understanding, facilitating swift entry into the knowledge at hand. Not only has the master spoken, but he has also provided guidance. This establishes a bond akin to that of a mentor and disciple, a favor granted through his instruction. Reflecting on my earlier rudeness, I am astounded that Master Su not only holds no grudge, but has also bestowed upon me an opportunity. Such grace is indeed befitting of Master Su. A person harboring great secrets, though the nature of these secrets remains unknown, does not hinder my pursuit of opportunities. As for seizing them, what a jest! Do you comprehend the magnitude of invoking the words of heaven and earth? Even a super-evolved divine beast would struggle to achieve this feat, yet Master Su effortlessly manifests it. What chance do I stand against him? A super-evolved creature would likely falter. Such a person becoming a recluse elevates the status of all the old timers among us. Thank you, Master Su, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now. Eagerly, he anticipates returning to digest this incantation. He already senses a budding understanding. Surely, a period of study will yield fruitful results. After witnessing the old man depart following his fabricated incantation, Su Chen lets out a sigh of relief. At last, he has successfully deceived him. His talent for pretense remains as formidable as ever. With the old man absent from the shop, he can conduct business in peace. Lin Jingqing exits the establishment, heading directly to the alchemical chamber set up for him by the government within the school. He embarks on a series of experiments. While his studies were based on ancient methods of alchemy, those techniques that Su Chen had devised, reliant on beast fire and various approaches, this does not preclude him from embracing modern advancements. Contemporary alchemy employs high-temperature furnaces, precise temperature control systems, input parameters, and fully automated processes. The only aspect that remains unchanged is the reliance on beast fire, for it alone possesses the essence and energy that mundane flames lack. Typically, the elixirs produced are of inferior quality. For commercial scalability, one might resort to mundane flames, but for any semblance of quality, beast fire is indispensable. Although the incantation may seem grandiose, lacking specific alchemical techniques, it is of little consequence. As a major figure in alchemy, what I require is no longer mere technique, but rather this expansive conceptual framework. Whether termed a philosophy or foundational theory, at this level, such matters tend to become somewhat abstract. Meanwhile, within the shop, Su Chen is indulging in a midday nap when a tremendous explosion reverberates, followed by a cacophony of alarms. Boom! Su Chen, bewildered, rushes out from the break room into the shop. At this moment, the students are equally perplexed, gazing towards the entrance. Soon, their phones buzz simultaneously, and Su Chen receives a message from the vice principal. It is nothing of great concern, merely that an alchemical chamber at the school has exploded. Alchemy? He is taken aback. Can alchemy truly result in an explosion? By that logic, my previous actions could hardly be deemed alchemical, or else I would have triggered an explosion long ago. Speaking of which, the old man had just sought my counsel this morning. Surely, this explosion cannot be attributed to me. Amidst the wreckage, the president of Huiguang University, observing the devastation, is left with a sooty visage, while Lin Jingqing, his beast injured, shouts in exuberance, "I've done it. I have succeeded in alchemy." The president, momentarily at a loss for words, senses that Lin Jingqing has lost his mind. After all, similar proclamations have been made in the past. Yet, is he not a master of alchemy? How could he have caused an explosion, particularly with a modern furnace? Logically, the probability of an explosion in contemporary alchemical furnaces should be significantly diminished, especially when the alchemist is not an ordinary practitioner, but a master of the pre-war alchemical sect. This raises doubts. Has Master Lin's skill diminished? Has he deteriorated to the level of a mere alchemist? If so, all their efforts to coax a recluse into the limelight would become a farce. Lin Jingqing, however, is not preoccupied with such thoughts. He is simply exhilarated by his newfound insights. As for the explosion, what of it? Having gained insight, what is a mere explosion? After all, it was not he who incurred the costs. Should he require a new furnace, surely the authorities would oblige? Observing the president approach him step by step, he shakes off his euphoric state. Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? A master of alchemy should not be causing explosions. Lin Jingqing's expression darkens. His face, already darkened by the explosion, appears even more so. What nonsense. I merely experienced a moment of enlightenment, and the alchemical process became somewhat radical. Somewhat radical? Though he lacks knowledge of alchemy, he understands its fundamental principles. Generally, modern alchemical furnaces are equipped with program locks to prevent alchemists from executing overly radical procedures that could lead to explosions. If Master Lin's process was indeed radical, there should have been safeguards in place to prevent such an outcome. Unless, of course, he had disabled the program lock. It is akin to unlocking the temperature control of a mobile device in pursuit of enhanced performance. Such an action may result in catastrophic failure, leading to the device's demise. If the phone were merely for evaluation or if one possessed ample resources, one might indulge in such recklessness. However, the alchemical furnace is not a matter of wealth. High-tier furnaces are exceedingly precious, with limited production capacity. Each explosion signifies a loss. Yet, the financial burden is not borne by him, but rather by those above him. With this thought, he chose to disregard the matter and promptly reported the information to his superiors. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jingsheng was taken away for a discussion. Although the specifics of their conversation remained unclear, it appeared that the authorities did not intend to hold him accountable. Rather, they provided him with an even superior alchemical furnace. Just a few days after the furnace was completed, an enchanting aroma wafted through the campus, detectable only by those with beast taming abilities. This fragrance permeated the entire city, bringing comfort and vitality to all who inhaled it, including the beasts themselves. Some beasts even transcended their limitations and ascended to a higher level, while others gained newfound insights and learned new skills. "I have truly succeeded," he exclaimed, gazing at the latest batch of elixirs within the furnace, overwhelmed with joy. After years of toil as a 10th-tier alchemist, he had finally broken through the barrier with a succinct incantation from Master Su, enabling him to concoct an 11th-tier elixir. He had now achieved the status of an 11th-tier alchemist, a feat accomplished by a mere handful throughout history. He was now worthy of inscribing his name in the annals of alchemical mastery. Only by successfully refining an elixir can one truly comprehend the level of a master. Yet, at this moment, he had merely grazed the surface of Master Su's profound knowledge, having only overheard a fragment of his teachings, which were so elegantly distilled. What, then, must be the true extent of Master Su's abilities? It was unfathomable, perhaps even terrifying. Even if he did not reach the legendary status of a divine-tier alchemist, he undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of the 12th tier. Surely, Master Su must have sensed the elixirs he had created. It was time to flaunt his achievements. Even if he could not rival the master, he could still boast modestly. What about the insights he had seemingly grasped? Clearly, his talent was exceptional, as evidenced by his ascension to an 11th-tier alchemist. Most of this batch of elixirs was required to be submitted to the authorities, yet he had deliberately requested one for himself. He wished to demonstrate to Master Su that there were still areas needing improvement. The elixirs he had concocted this time were not made from low-tier beast materials, but rather from a variety of high-quality ingredients, which had enabled him to produce an 11th-tier elixir. After submitting the elixirs to the officials, he took the one he had applied for to the beast materials supermarket. This time, he had learned his lesson. He waited until someone came to the register before approaching. "Master Su, I have had a few minor insights recently. You must have sensed them, correct?" Upon seeing the old man approach again, his face turned pale with frustration. It seemed that the incantation he had fabricated had not occupied the old man's thoughts for long. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had hoped his elaborate fabrication would deceive the old man for at least a month. Yet, less than half a month had passed, and the old man had already tracked him down. He was unafraid of being called out for fabricating the incantation, for how formidable could this old man truly be? A 10th-tier alchemist? What a jest! Thus, he felt no trepidation. Moreover, the so-called insights the old man spoke of went unnoticed by him. He had felt nothing at all. What could I possibly sense? Was it the explosion from that day? Lin Jingxing hurriedly denied this. If Master Su learned of his furnace explosion, how could he continue to boast? It would be a miracle if he was not laughed at, having refined elixirs for a lifetime only to explode at the 10th tier. Those who heard would surely die of laughter. "Did you not sense any commotion just now?" Master Su pondered. What commotion? What could possibly be stirring? "I was merely in the supermarket, feeling nothing at all." Neither sight nor sound had registered in his awareness. "What commotion? Your stirrings must be too subtle." "I felt nothing at all. The aroma of the elixirs that enveloped the entire city was too faint." The intensity of an 11th tier elixir's presence could be sensed by anyone. Unless one lacked a beast taming space, such a person could not exist. Throughout the world, countless individuals had been born and passed away, yet none had been reported as lacking a beast taming space. Typically, awakening occurs at birth. If one lacked a beast taming space, Master Su would not have achieved his current stature. Thus, there was only one conclusion. The master simply did not regard his achievements as significant. To confirm his suspicions, he retrieved the elixir he had applied for. Since you felt no commotion, perhaps Master Su would appreciate my creation. Master Su, still unaware of the situation, accepted it. A small pill, nearly 1 centimeter in diameter. Freshly concocted, still emitted a hint of warmth. Could this old man truly have taken my alchemical incantation seriously and produced this elixir? In all honesty, he could discern nothing about it. With his ordinary vision, merely not being nearsighted was already commendable. How could he possibly assess the state of this elixir? It appeared rather dull. That was the only assessment he could muster. However, despite its classification as an elixir, Master Su did not regard it as such. The reason was simple. This concoction contained an exceedingly high level of technical complexity and was composed of precious materials. Yet the old man had casually handed it to him, inviting him to analyze it, which suggested it was merely a haphazardly concocted feed. Unable to discern anything further, he merely shook his head and called out, "Wankai, come here." While he could not identify any specifics, he believed that a dog's palate could discern the quality of feed. If Wankai consumed it, he would understand the feed's merits. He harbored no fears of toxicity. Although the old man's temperament was questionable, he was not malevolent enough to poison a dog. There was no need for such an act. Chapter 58, Yi Fan's Rebirth, aiming to annihilate the void-contemplating canine. Upon hearing Master Su summon Wankai, Lin Jingqing momentarily failed to grasp the implications. It wasn't until Master Su tossed the elixir into the dog's mouth that he realized what was happening. Oh no. The master is feeding the elixir to a dog, and not just any dog, but a mere mutt. An 11th tier elixir, wouldn't that overwhelm the dog? The master should have been aware of this, so why proceed to feed it to a dog? Did this canine possess some unique quality? It seemed unlikely. The dog appeared to be an ordinary mutt without any discernible mutations. That flame had likely been acquired from a skill book. Thus, he felt a sense of urgency, hoping that the mutt had a high enough level to avoid bursting apart. Observing Lin Jingqing's anxious demeanor, Master Su remarked nonchalantly, "What's the rush? Isn't feed meant for beasts?" Upon hearing this, the once frantic old man suddenly calmed, for he had not witnessed the mutt's explosive demise. This dog harbored a secret. Master Su was indeed extraordinary. Even an unevolved mutt possessed such capabilities. Though he had uncovered this fact, he could not bring himself to rejoice. As the master had fed his finest creation to a dog, and a mere mutt at that. This is indeed an 11th tier elixir. Yet the other party seemed to regard it with utter indifference, casually tossing it to their pet. What does this signify? An 11th tier elixir, before Master Su, is akin to refuse. Initially, he felt a swell of pride, thinking to flaunt before the master, but now, that arrogance has dissipated. With a sharp clap, he suddenly struck himself across the face. This pretentious facade must be maintained, otherwise, he would feel utterly miserable. "Master, I have grasped your mantra, but you just fed my creation to the dog," he stated. Su Chen observed the old man deliver a swift slap to his own face, momentarily taken aback. Surely, it was merely dog food. It shouldn't warrant such a reaction. He almost offered to compensate, but before he could speak, the other party interjected. Upon hearing the claim of enlightenment, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "You say you have comprehended the mantra?" he retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. What insight could one gain from a mantra concocted from mere imagination? The result is fundamentally flawed. No amount of deduction could alter that truth. Lin Jingqing had anticipated accolades, only to be met with this outcome, stirring a sense of indignation within him. "What do you mean? You doubt my understanding?" he challenged. Yet, he quickly realized that the master is not so superficial. If he had indeed grasped the mantra, he would have produced an elixir worthy of acknowledgement. The master could discern at a glance whether one had truly comprehended it, excluding any fault on the master's part. The only conclusion left is that he has not fully internalized the mantra. He remains but half-versed. This realization sent a chill down his spine. Having received the master's teachings, he had failed to delve deeply enough, parading his half-baked understanding before the master. It was indeed fitting that his elixir was dismissed without a second glance, fed to a dog. If his own disciple exhibited such superficiality, he would certainly administer a reprimand. But had he not grasped the mantra? No, he had not. If he truly had, the master would not exhibit such a demeanor. "Master Su, I have learned much. It seems my skills are still lacking," Lin Jingqing conceded. At this moment, Su Chen was even more perplexed. "I shake my head, and yet you claim to understand?" However, since the other party had begun to indulge in their own assumptions, he opted for a facade of profundity. "Now that you claim to know, why linger here?" His words were incisive, prompting Lin Jingqing to flee hastily to the alchemical chamber to further study the mantra. Su Chen surveyed the supermarket interior, noting the throng of students awaiting checkout. An epiphany struck him. Relying solely on himself and 3 part-time girls would not sustain this enterprise. He needed several long-term employees. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Xueqiao was still present, he set off to the market in search of workers. Given the recent high turnover of goods in the supermarket, he required physically capable laborers, and time was of the essence, as customer traffic was steadily increasing. Thus, he refrained from posting on recruitment websites and opted to scout in person, ready to hire suitable candidates on the spot. At that moment, within the restroom of the recruitment market, a pallid and somewhat frail youth sat upon the toilet, suddenly erupting with fervor. Tai Su Xiandog, you shameless creature. As he surveyed his surroundings, confusion washed over him. Nearby, a male voice chimed in. Dude, just take care of business without all the dramatics. Where am I? Wasn't I battling the Tai Su Xiandog? This wretched mutt, relying on its extraordinary wisdom and insight, had employed various skills to compensate for its innate racial talents. Most infuriating was its betrayal, aligning with foreign entities while preaching about the trials of others. This led to a catastrophic downfall in their final confrontation. It seemed he had been reborn. Rebirth was a boon. In this life, he would alter the course of fate and save humanity. With that thought, he hastily donned his trousers and exited the restroom. Now that he had been reborn, all he required was a modicum of startup capital to soar. With a wealth of knowledge as a transcendent beast master from his previous life, he pondered the city's name, Huiguang City. The foremost skill book creator, Yin Bo, the one who dined at Zhao Yuyu's home, would serve as a springboard for his newfound capital. He resolved to work for a month in the market. As he wandered, he sensed something amiss. Unlike his former life, there was a significant crowd gathered. Hiring. Strong individuals preferably young. Following the direction of the voices, he spotted an unfamiliar young man. Someone who had not appeared in his previous life, an anomaly. Su Chen scrutinized the gathering for some time, noticing only a group of elderly men. Though some possessed strength, their advanced age rendered them unsuitable. Moreover, their generally low education levels suggested they would struggle with cash register operations. He had been careless. He should have sought workers in the evening, until he spotted a youth pushing through the crowd, eyes aglow. Young man, are you looking for work? If so, I have a position available for you. Though slightly frail, the boy exuded an extraordinary aura. He was articulate and pleasing to the eye. Having come this far, he felt compelled to recruit someone, lest his visit be in vain. The boy recognized that this recruiter was an anomaly, someone who had not existed in his former life. Moreover, he detected the lingering scent of the Tai Su Xiandog from its youth. A brief mental probe into his Beastmaster space confirmed the sensation. Even if the Tai Su Xiandog were reduced to ashes, he would recognize it. Given the divine opportunity of rebirth, he resolved to seize it. His first step would be to eliminate the juvenile Tai Su Xiandog. I need work. Su Chen smiled faintly, pleased to have found a suitable candidate. He cleared the crowd, announcing that he had found someone. Disappointment flickered across the faces of those seeking employment, for this was a coveted opportunity within Huiguang University. With excellent pay, Su Chen escorted the youth to Huiguang University. Before we proceed, may I ask your name? Yi Fan. Ah, a name befitting a protagonist. Chapter 59. Is this still rebirth? What has brought me here? Yi Fan. Such a name resonates with exceptionalism, reminiscent of the narrative of rebirth. Yet, it remained a mere thought. The concept of rebirth felt too fantastical, akin to my own unpredictable journey through time. As the saying goes, the odds of encountering a bomb while flying are exceedingly slim. Yet, if one were to bring a bomb aboard, the probability would diminish further still. Having already traversed realms, the likelihood of encountering a reborn individual was infinitesimal. Hence, Yi Fan could not possibly be a reincarnate. Moreover, how could he possess such fortune? The very moment he laid eyes on someone, they turned out to be a harbinger of fortune. Su Chen provided a brief overview of the salary and benefits, noting that the pay would be higher for full-time positions. In this modest locale, he offered a generous salary of 7,000. Who among employers would be so benevolent as to share profits with their employees? The high pay was, in part, due to the youth's apparent malnutrition, revealing signs of hardship. One might think he had endured a great deal. Upon reaching the school gate, Yi Fan expressed mild surprise. He had once visited the Glimmer University town. In his previous life, he had wandered around this place, so it could be said that he had been here. However, the entrance in his past life was not like this. Could this also be a variable? Why were there so many uncertainties? Wasn't he supposed to be reborn? Was it possible that he had traversed into a parallel world? Contemplating this, he decided to continue observing, as the variables surrounding his rebirth seemed overwhelmingly abundant. This could influence his judgment, and any missteps in his plans could lead to significant issues. He proceeded further into the campus. By the way, were the students at Glimmer University truly of such high combat quality? Several students passed by, emanating waves of profound intent. Such fluctuations typically manifested in beasts on the verge of comprehending a profound essence. Once they grasped it, their aura would become subdued, imperceptible if not utilized. Generally, only the most elite universities produced individuals with such innate talent, regardless of their level. Those who could comprehend profound essence had already attained a certain level of mastery beyond the 60th rank. As he approached the vicinity of the supermarket, the fluctuations of intent became even more pronounced. If the space for beast mastery were too fragile, it would be subjected to immense pressure. Yet, from where did these waves of intent emanate? Upon reaching the store's entrance, he was utterly bewildered by the myriad of sensations within. Had such things existed in his previous life? Glancing at the seemingly indifferent Chen beside him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Why was this person unfazed? He appeared to be the proprietor of this establishment. Could it be that Glimmer University had grown so formidable that even a small supermarket housed such high-level displays of profound essence? No. Such advanced manifestations of intent were something he had never encountered in his past life. They were far beyond his comprehension. If these displays of profound essence had existed, understanding them would have been significantly easier. Now he finally understood why the students outside exhibited waves of profound intent. Seeing such displays daily, how could they not comprehend them? Chen, observing the young man staring blankly at his artwork, felt no stir within. Was there truly someone so taken aback by his art? Now, as a master painter, it was only natural for others to react in such a manner. It's all my work, nothing remarkable. Come in, let me familiarize you with the job. In his mind, Fan was incredulous. Had he truly traversed into a parallel world rather than being reborn? Why were the uncertainties so vast? Upon seeing the cashier, he became even more perplexed. Luo Qingyu? What was she doing here? Wasn't she supposed to be at Magic City University? Why had she appeared at Glimmer University? Wait. It seemed that many people in this supermarket were affiliated with various organizations. There were future military heroes and key figures from different factions. Yet, during this time, they should not be present at Glimmer University, but rather at various elite institutions. Some had even foregone schooling to receive specialized training from different organizations. Regardless of the scenario, they should not all converge here. Chen glanced at the dazed young man, unsure of what to say. Why did he wear such a shocked expression? It was merely his paintings. Moreover, he appeared to be in a state of disbelief with everyone he encountered. This child couldn't he possibly be a fool, could he? However, their previous conversation suggested he was not. Feeling a headache coming on, he hoped this young man wouldn't be like this during work hours. Finally, Fan snapped back to reality. He confirmed that he was not reborn, but rather had traversed into a similar world. This world had simply introduced a new variable. The extraordinary author of the profound essence displays before him, who appeared ordinary yet was anything but. If he could enable his beasts to comprehend such essence during the initial stages, it would significantly enhance his own strength. It was likely that these organizational figures were drawn here by Chen's displays of profound essence. However, where was the Taishu Kenshin hound? He had already caught a whiff of its scent. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at Chen's feet, though slightly different from his memory of the Taishu Kenshin hound. This figure was one he would never forget. If he seized the opportunity to eliminate the Taishu Kenshin hound and allow his beast to comprehend the essence displayed on the wall, he could then make a swift escape. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to blend into the environment of this store. Seeing that the young man had finally regained his composure, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't a fool. He guided Fan through the workings of the store, covering tasks such as cashier duties, stocking shelves, and feeding the pet. He didn't scrutinize the details of the feed, merely noting its location. Otherwise, he might be astonished once again. After completing a round of training, he and Fan took turns overseeing the store until it was time for dinner. He left Fan to manage the shop as he went to eat first, planning to return afterward. Once Chen departed, the store was relatively empty, leaving only Fan and the pet. Awakened, it was time for a hunt. No, it was not yet the time for hunting. First, he needed to assess the current strength of the dog. Spending every day in such an environment, with his level of comprehension, he likely grasped quite a bit. Yet, what good would that do? Even if he comprehended profound essence, when it came to beast mastery, skills, levels, and attributes were paramount. Even if one possessed extraordinary talent and comprehension, able to learn countless skills, what stage was he at now? He was still in the juvenile phase. And what skills could his current master provide him? Thus, he remained merely a fledgling. However, he currently had no beasts of his own. He would first observe the dog's strength before devising a plan. Fan extended his hand toward the neck of the pet. Given the Taishu Kenshin hound's profound hatred for humans, it would undoubtedly resist fiercely. Sure enough, as he grasped the Taishu Kenshin hound, it began to struggle. However, the pet mistook his intentions for playfulness and responded with a couple of yelps. Yet, to Fan's ears, Those barks sounded threatening, just as he had anticipated. At this stage, the Taishu Qinshian hound had no capacity for resistance. His hand at its neck elicited its most significant protest, just a few barks. Did you not expect this? Taishu Qinshian hound? I have traversed back to the past. However, it was not yet time to strike. If the owner discovered him, there would be no chance for the beast to comprehend the essence. He released the pet, ensuring everything appeared as if nothing had occurred. The Taishu Qinshian hound, realizing the human was merely lifting him and not playing, ran off in disappointment to entertain itself with a toy. Chapter 60. A Great Variable, Despairing Yifan. After testing the Taishu Qinshian hound, Su Chun returned from his meal. He refrained from making any significant moves, choosing instead to wait for payday. After all, a little startup capital was necessary, and he was not yet fully acquainted with this parallel world. Many typical schemes might not hold up here. Thus, he opted to proceed with caution rather than attempting to achieve something without resources. He had already devised a plan. Once he received his wages from Su Chun, he would immediately head to the abandoned car lot. If the variables remained minimal, the car he sought should still be there. It was his first beast, the Thunderfire. Upon arriving at the abandoned car lot, at that familiar spot, he discovered a nearly scrapped red sports car. Though it may appear that this car has reached the point of no return, its interior remains largely unscathed. With the right components, it can be restored to its former glory. The salary I earn is dedicated to purchasing these essential parts. After exhausting various methods, the red sports car finally emitted a low hum. Although the Thunderfire seems somewhat obsolete at present, the mechanical realm possesses a remarkable trait, the ability to be transformed. In my previous life, I had already modified the Thunderfire into a quasi-divine beast, and with the blueprints in hand, the path ahead is unobstructed. With the road laid beneath my feet, why should I seek assistance from others? When the intelligent system of Thunderfire was still in disarray, I had already forged a pact with it. Now, I am nearly prepared. It is time for the Thunderfire to comprehend the essence of its being, thus forging its intelligent system before vanquishing the Taishu Qinshian hound. Upon returning to the shop, everything appeared as usual. After lying in wait for half a month, the system of Thunderfire has been successfully reconstructed, and it has grasped a fragment of profound understanding. Indeed, it is an extraordinary insight, having taken half a month to achieve merely a sliver. However, there is no time to squander. My animosity towards the Taishu Qinshian hound has reached its zenith. On a seemingly ordinary day, devoid of darkness or storm, I found my opportunity. The Taishu Qinshian hound was leisurely wandering the campus, having ventured into an area devoid of surveillance. Meanwhile, I was on a break and happened to spot it. If not now, then when? I immediately summoned my Thunderfire. Although it lacked substantial abilities at this moment, it was sufficient. Thunderfire, charge. Responding to the command, Thunderfire transformed into a sleek sports car, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 15 seconds, hurtling towards Wang Kai. Oblivious to the impending danger, Wang Kai was busy in the restroom, feeling invincible, having grown far stronger than the frail pup it once was. To it, this speed was nothing more than child's play. Void phase. Thunderfire passed through Wang Kai, nearly colliding with a nearby building. I felt a tremor in the fabric of space, my heart racing in alarm. What sorcery is this? How does this dog wield such formidable skills? Nevertheless, it mattered not. It could only evade, lacking any offensive capabilities. To slay it would be as simple as pie. Thunderfire, unleash the blade of might. No sooner had the words left my lips than a colossal blade, reminiscent of a green dragon crescent blade, cleaved towards Wang Kai. Yet, it was merely a playful display of power. Wang Kai had not even considered that the approach was lethal. It assumed we were merely engaging in a game. For this level of strength was far too feeble to be a genuine threat. Immovable king body. I watched in astonishment as a spectral figure emerged behind the Taishu Qinshian hound. When the blade struck this apparition, it felt akin to slicing through cotton, meeting immense resistance that rendered the weapon powerless. Following this, Wang Kai executed a gentle touch upon Thunderfire's chest with its great wilderness prison sky finger. The impact was so severe that it seemed as if a 100-ton truck had collided with it, leaving Thunderfire's front end deeply dented, suffering significant damage. Wang Kai glanced back, confirming its survival, and proceeded to adopt a playful posture, inviting me to join in its merriment. I stood frozen, my eyes wide in disbelief. A skill of awakening. Have you achieved level 120 super evolution? No, this dog-s form clearly resembles its initial state, having undergone no evolution whatsoever. How could it possibly be associated with super evolution? There must be only one explanation. It has inexplicably learned an awakening level skill from somewhere. The heavens truly have a sense of humor. What a trivial matter for me to contend with. Moreover, the Thunderfire, which had been painstakingly repaired, was now on the verge of ruin once more. Repairing it would require another substantial sum, a classic case of losing a chicken while trying to catch a hare. Seeing Thunderfire's lack of response, Wang Kai turned its gaze toward me. Despair washed over me. Was this truly the end of my life? The Taishu Qinshian Hound would undoubtedly eliminate me. Thus, I closed my eyes, awaiting my demise. After what felt like an eternity, I sensed something brushing against my pant leg. Opening my eyes, I found it was none other than the Taishu Qinshian Hound. At that moment, I felt utterly defeated. Was this a mockery of my existence? In that instant, I experienced a despair greater than any in my previous life. Unable to kill it, unable to fight back, was I to simply watch as this loathsome creature betrayed humanity? Such a fate was intolerable. I resolved to leave the future to time. As long as I grew stronger, perhaps I could still slay the dog. The following day, I trudged to work with a heavy heart. Upon unlocking the shop door, I was greeted by the voice of an elderly man. Master Su, I have attained enlightenment once more. The voice was familiar, though I struggled to place it. Su Chun then inquired, have you truly achieved enlightenment? As the old man entered, realization dawned upon me. It was Lin Jingqing, the reclusive 10th-tier alchemist. What was he doing here? Before I could ponder further, Su Chun urged him to assist with unloading goods. Wait, how could this elder possibly be in Huiguang City? Perhaps he, too, had come due to the manifestation of profound insights. Indeed, this world is rife with uncertainties. I must tread carefully. I had intended to seek out this elder, yet who could have anticipated his presence in Huiguang? My plans would need to be revised. Cursed parallel worlds, with Su Chun introducing such variables. Nevertheless, in my previous life, I had stumbled upon a fragment of a missing alchemical formula within a certain ruin. Perhaps I could use this to intimidate Lin Jingqing. Moreover, it would serve as preparation for the elixir of my second tamed beast. A flawless plan. What was that formula again? Ah, yes, 3 mystical transformations of the 5 elements, yin-yang reverse fire creation. Never mind. I am not an alchemist and cannot grasp the intricacies of this formula. However, the ruins indicated that this mantra was aimed at the 12th tier alchemist. It must hold an irresistible allure for this elder. Inside the shop, Su Chun was engaged in theatrics with Lin Jingqing, claiming he had yet to comprehend the formula. However, Lin Jingqing was unconvinced, insisting he had already grasped it. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened as he feigned profundity. What do you know? Who comprehends better? You or I? Upon hearing this, Lin Jingqing attempted to retort, but after a moment of contemplation, he could only leave the shop in a huff. Meanwhile, I had been waiting patiently. As soon as Lin Jingqing exited, I approached him, feigning gravitas. Master Lin, allow me to present you with an opportunity, and in return, perhaps you could assist me with a few minor tasks? Witnessing a mere child attempting to impress me, my frustration surged. Although I could tolerate the elder's pretentiousness, this child was pushing my limits. Turning away to leave, I remained unfazed, merely uttering 3 mystical transformations of the 5 elements. Chapter 61, Identity Exposed. During this period, Lin Jingqing had been diligently studying the formula, almost instinctively continuing with the subsequent lines. 3 mystical transformations of the 5 elements, yin-yang reverse fire creation. Qi flows through the 100 bones, spirit travels through the void. Fiery flames forge true essence, gentle flames nurture the ethereal brightness. 9 transformations witness chaos. Elixirs astound heaven and earth. I gazed at him as he recited the formula almost mechanically. At first, my mind was momentarily blank, but suddenly it struck me. He had recited the formula perfectly. I had only reached the second line, and I had no knowledge of the latter part. The ruins should still be sealed, with no one having entered. Moreover, how could he possibly know the latter half of the formula? I found myself utterly perplexed. The elderly gentleman across, Lin Jingqing, was equally perplexed. How did this young lad come to know the incantation? Could it be that Master Su had divulged it to him? No, that seemed unlikely. If Master Su had informed him, he should have mentioned it to me as well. Yet, his demeanor earlier clearly suggested that he was unaware. Moreover, he seemed intent on flaunting his knowledge before me, the old man. It irked me, for I have always detested being outshone by others. However, it was Yi Fan's subsequent utterance that left me utterly bewildered. How did you come to know the incantation for the 12th tier alchemy? The 12th tier? This incantation pertains to the 12th tier? If that were indeed the case, then it seemed I had merely skimmed the surface and had not truly delved deep. What the master had said about my lack of comprehension was evidently true. Yet, how did this young fellow ascertain that it was the 12th tier incantation? In a swift motion, I approached the young friend directly. Young lad, shall we have a word? The intense gaze of a grandmaster of alchemy bore down on Yi Fan, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. Yet there was an unspoken implication that refusal was not an option. Observing the respect he displayed towards Boss Su, Yi Fan sought a way to extricate himself from Lin Jingqing's grasp, citing his obligation to continue working at Su Chen's establishment. Although he managed to evade the immediate danger, he knew he could not escape indefinitely. The old man had already sensed that something was amiss. No matter how he responded, he found himself ensnared. Primarily because he had failed to deceive Lin Jingxing. Had he succeeded in doing so, all would have been manageable. He could have manipulated the discrepancies in their knowledge to his advantage. Yet, it was evident that he was the one ensnared by the very information gap he sought to exploit. Upon returning to the shop, Yi Fan appeared lost in thought. He could not afford to dismiss these matters. The secret of his rebirth might very well be at stake, and without any power to defend himself, he could soon find himself embroiled in a multitude of complications. While Su Chen noticed that the young man was somewhat preoccupied, he did not press the issue. After replenishing the supplies for Wang Kai, he planned to engage Yi Fan in conversation. After all, as a boss, it was only natural to extend a helping hand when a young employee appeared to be facing difficulties. It was at this juncture that Yi Fan cast a glance at Wang Kai, who was munching away at his meal. Having spent considerable time here, he had never taken a close look at the dog food, but today, he scrutinized it briefly. At that moment, Su Chen was busy refilling the bowl. This fleeting glance revealed to Yi Fan that the quality of the feed was extraordinarily high, akin to that of elixirs. No, it was elixirs. He found himself puzzled. Could it be that Lin Jingxing had prepared this? Yet, contemplating the old man's standards for alchemy, he hesitated. Would Lin Jingxing truly craft such a concoction? It did not seem like something he would engage in. As he pondered these thoughts, Su Chen approached him. What troubles you, young man? He asked casually. Boss, where does Wang Kai's feed come from? Su Chen considered various possibilities, surprised that the young lad's line of inquiry would lead him here. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he had no choice but to respond truthfully. I made the feed myself. Now it was Yi Fan's turn to feel a flush of embarrassment. Wait, aren't you an artistry designer? How is it that you can also concoct elixirs? An absurd thought suddenly crossed his mind. The incantation of the 3 mystical transformations and the 5 elements. Was it you who revealed it to Lin Jingxing? How do you know this incantation? Su Chen replied, indeed. I did share it with him. The variables had shifted, and the magnitude of these changes was staggering. This meant that due to this individual's presence, the world had transformed into a shape he no longer recognized. The world remained the same, yet it was no longer the world he was familiar with. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy, while Su Chen looked on in confusion. What was wrong with this young man? He had scarcely uttered a few words, yet he appeared deflated, as if he had been punctured like an inflatable doll. Are you short on funds? Why do you seem so despondent? Boss, I have been targeted. Targeted? By whom? Has this young man stirred up trouble, catching the attention of some gang? After a brief inquiry, it became clear that it was Lin Jingxing who had set his sights on him. However, the information that reached Su Chen was incomplete, omitting many crucial details, such as the matter concerning the incantation. This lack of clarity led Su Chen to believe that Lin Jingxing was merely seeking a reason to trouble his employee. The situation escalated. The old man, known for his pretentiousness, had now crossed the line into harassment. Consequently, Su Chen assured Yi Fan that he would handle the matter. Without delay, he made a call in front of Yi Fan, directly confronting Lin Jingxing, declaring, Yi Fan is under my protection, regardless of whether the other party heard him. He hung up with an air of confidence. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lin Jingxing was staring incredulously at his phone. Master Lin, what did Master Su just say? Something about Yi Fan being under his protection? Yi Fan. The authorities wasted no time in investigating this individual. After all, if a master claimed to protect someone, they needed to know exactly who that person was. It turned out to be an ordinary orphan, and Lin Jingxing soon recognized the lad, the one who had raised suspicions. Though it struck him as odd, no one delved deeper into it. The authorities were first to gather this information, swiftly followed by various factions. They had to know about the person under Master Su's protection. Failing to do so could lead to severe repercussions. While it was true that Yi Fan had protection, it did not preclude the authorities from investigating him. A cursory examination should pose no issues. However, upon conducting a thorough investigation, they were astounded. Multiple sources indicated that Yi Fan was far more complex than he appeared. The investigation suggested that the Yi Fan encountered before meeting Master Su and the one after were 2 entirely different individuals. Armed with big data, they uncovered many hidden details, including information about the Thunderfire. How did he know about the existence of a certain automaton in the abandoned car factory, and that the necessary repair parts had been procured beforehand? How could he identify the faulty component of an almost scrapped automaton? Based on a comprehensive analysis, officials and representatives from various organizations arrived at an astonishing conclusion. Yi Fan was a reincarnate. Chapter 62, Community Warmth. Had this been earlier, finding a reincarnate would surely have led to schemes for maximum profit. However, now that he was under Master Su's protection, they were left wondering how to approach him without overstepping. Thus, caution was advised. After all, this reincarnate had powerful connections. Yet, for several consecutive days, Neither Su Chun nor Yi Fan exhibited any signs of engagement, as if they had both retreated into silence. One morning, Su Chun lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, indulging in his leisurely existence. With Yi Fan, a capable assistant at his side, he enjoyed a life of ease. The young lad truly was diligent. Occasionally, he would even play with Wang Kai, though Su Chen noted that Yi Fan seemed to be grinding his teeth during these moments. With nothing pressing on his mind, he chose to avoid the internet. When 3 young women arrived to take over their shift at noon, they invited Yi Fan to join them for lunch. However, as they passed by a lottery shop, Yi Fan suddenly halted. "What's the matter? Do you want to buy a lottery ticket?" "Yes." As Yi Fan passed by the lottery shop, a sudden thought struck him regarding the numbers for the latest draw. The initial funds he had set aside had already been spent on repairs for the plunderer, which was currently out of order and had yet to deceive anyone. After probing several individuals, it became evident that they were all on guard, rendering his attempts futile. In a state of anxiety, he found himself scratching his head in frustration. However, as he approached the lottery store, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He could buy a lottery ticket. Yet, before he could step inside, he overheard the proprietor's voice. "Don't place your faith in such things. They are all predetermined. Ordinary people never truly win the grand prize." Such conspiracy theories seem to permeate every realm. Su Chun, evidently more inclined to believe this notion, reflected on his own experience of transmigration. Despite the improbability of his situation, he had yet to strike it rich, having only won minor prizes on a few occasions. "You seem rather lean and financially strained. Perhaps it's best not to gamble." "Just one ticket, please," Yi Fan replied. The owner, feeling somewhat obligated, refrained from further protest, having already voiced his concerns. He was relieved that Yi Fan's wager was merely a single ticket, rather than the potentially ruinous scratch cards that could cost him hundreds each month. So, he waited outside while Yi Fan entered the shop and input the numbers that lingered in his memory. This time, he was certain he would acquire the necessary funds. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment his ticket was printed, various organizations had already set their sights upon him. Numerous factions promptly contacted officials, inquiring, "What are today's predetermined lottery numbers?" The response was a series of digits, Yi Fan's very own chosen numbers. Had this occurred previously, people might have attributed his luck to mere chance. Yet with suspicions regarding his identity swirling, it became evident that this was no ordinary stroke of fortune. A reincarnator. This revelation was definitive. The organizations, grappling with the implications of a reincarnator's emergence, were left in a haze of confusion. They pondered the nature of the original future and speculated on the wealth of information that could be gleaned from this young man, all while ensuring that he would incur no significant loss. Upon returning home on a moonless night, Yi Fan opened the door to find a crowd gathered within. One could only imagine the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind at that moment. By the time he regained his composure, he found his escape blocked by an array of high-ranking beastmasters. "You needn't be alarmed. We harbor no ill will. We merely wish to inquire about your situation." One of them spoke, casually polishing his state-of-the-art X-95 rifle. Ironically, it was Yi Fan himself who felt intimidated. Observing the features of those present, he recognized members from various major organizations. Despite his trepidation, he steeled himself, refusing to show fear. "What do you seek from me?" he asked, convinced that his fate was sealed, uncertain of the intentions behind their visit. The official representative, leading the group, continued to polish his weapon. "Ahem. We are here to understand the trajectory of the future human world." At that moment, Yi Fan was utterly bewildered. This gathering, of such magnitude, clearly indicated they believed him to be a reincarnator, and they were resolute in that assumption. Yet, he thought to himself, how could they possibly think him significant? He currently felt utterly inadequate and hardly a target for scrutiny. If they were indeed watching him, magnifying his every action, they might discover his true nature as a reincarnator. But when had he ever been under such surveillance? Observing his perplexed expression, one of the individuals chimed in, "Master Su has been shielding you. We conducted a brief investigation." A variable, indeed. Not only had he nurtured the elusive Tai Su Qian Hound to its current state, but he had inadvertently exposed his own identity. Yet, a sense of calm washed over him. Since they referred to the proprietor as master, his safety seemed assured. Judging by their demeanor, it was clear they sought knowledge. Thus, he decided to be forthright. "I am a reincarnator, and I report to the state from the outset." Without hesitation, he recounted the events that would unfold in the future, articulating everything with clarity. As he spoke, the expressions of those present shifted towards confusion. "Excuse me, but why is Master Su absent from all these events?" "He is a variable. He did not appear in my previous life." This statement left the representatives of the various organizations dumbfounded. A variable? Based on typical developments, the Human Federation would surely meet its demise within a century. If variables exist, the outcome is uncertain. At least, the military's foundational strength, as represented by the X-95 in their possession, suggested they were no longer what they once were. Once Yi Fan concluded, thoughts began to coalesce among the crowd. They would still need to rely on the master. As for depending on a reincarnato, in truth, a single 12th-tier powerhouse could hardly alter the course of fate. But the master was an entirely different story. Up until now, no one had managed to ascertain the depths of his capabilities. They had initially believed that the skill books and evolutionary paths were all that the master could offer, only to witness the emergence of beast taming armaments. In recent times, the potency of elixirs had also come to light. Not to mention, with the frailty of mere mortals, he had managed to invoke the very rules of the universe, manifesting the words of creation. Watching as these organizations engaged in fervent discussions and exchanged information, he posed a question. Now that you are aware of the Tai Su and Xianhound's significance, why not consider eliminating it? His query elicited a mixture of laughter and incredulity. At present, it belongs to Master Su. One must consider the owner before striking. After all, the creature's abilities were crafted by Master Su, who undoubtedly had his own plans. This revelation provoked Yi Fan to pose a seemingly absurd question. Is the proprietor truly a skill book creator? You have been by Master Su's side for nearly 2 months. How could you not know he is a skill book creator? Upon grasping the situation, the representatives of the various organizations departed Yi Fan's residence, leaving one individual in a state of existential doubt. How could Boss Su possibly be a skill book creator? Chapter 63, The New Students' Grand Competition. As various factions extended their support within their communities, discussions began online regarding this year's New Students' Grand Competition. In previous years, the focus had been on the format of the competition. However, this year, tensions ran high. In past years, each faction had their top universities, leading to evenly matched contests. But this year, those with power had all flocked to Radiant University. The remaining students in other prestigious institutions were either not top-tier talents or were from impoverished backgrounds, lacking vital information. This disparity seemed to seal the fate of this year's competition, essentially determining the ultimate victor. Particularly, the students from Magic City University and Imperial Capital University had been evenly matched for years, each struggle resulting in a stalemate. But unexpectedly, Radiant University emerged as the clear frontrunner this year. If a meticulous principle had gradually led them to this point, they could accept it. But was the rise of Radiant University truly attributable to the principal? Look into my eyes. The principal is nothing but a fortunate opportunist. Regardless of his background, he remains impervious to criticism. They laboriously seek investments and attract students, yet due to a single master. The prestigious Magic City University has lost both a professor and a research institute director. If one must attribute credit, it is Master Su who deserves the title of MVP. However, adhering to tradition, the annual freshman competition cannot be overlooked. Thus, this year's regulations have been rendered rather lackluster. Ultimately, it is destined for Radiant University to triumph, rendering the exam questions inconsequential. Why not escalate the excitement for viewership and turn it into an all-out brawl? And so it was. Consequently, within a mere 15 minutes, this matter was resolved. The following morning, observing a somewhat tense Yi Fan, Su Chen casually inquired. Yet the response was merely that something frightening had transpired yesterday. He could hardly be bothered to delve into the nature of this frightening event. Today marks the day for announcing the rules of the long-standing freshman competition. If one were to speak of excitement, it would undoubtedly revolve around beast battles. While he may not possess the ability to command beasts, that does not preclude him from being an avid spectator. He still harbors dreams of becoming a beast master. However, such events are typically hosted in major metropolitan areas, particularly first-tier cities. Previously, he had exerted tremendous effort to attend, and even then, securing a ticket was not guaranteed. Tickets for the freshman competition are exceedingly precious, and he saw no reason to squander his funds unnecessarily. Yet upon glimpsing this year's regulations, he hesitated. Mass brawl in a grand arena. Reflecting upon the chaotic skirmishes that characterized the commencement of the academic year, a spectacle of dazzling effects, the thunderous roar of skills, and the palpable sensation of blows landing, he felt a surge of excitement. However, reality had a way of crushing his enthusiasm. Why could he not be a beastmaster? If he were, he could indulge freely without the burdens of cost. As frustrated as he was, he could only vent his grievances in the comments section. Desiring to attend but lacking a ticket, and the location is too far, I can only watch the live stream. This message was promptly delivered to the table of the committee overseeing the freshman competition. Among those present were officials who understood the importance of timing when it comes to offering skill books from masters, and perhaps this was such a moment. Having already acquired several skill books and nurtured divine beasts, they found it was still insufficient. After all, humans thrive in numbers. Additional individuals who had not yet reached the pinnacle of first-tier combat power offered little utility. Therefore, further efforts were essential. The master must be pleased. It would not do for the master to withhold skill books out of discontent. Thus, 1 hour after Chen disseminated this message, the media announced a change in venue from the capital to Radiant City. It was only after half an hour that Chen caught wind of this news. His immediate reaction was, "No way. Is my dream coming true?" However, he soon pondered the availability of tickets. Upon accessing the ticket purchasing platform, he discovered there were indeed tickets available and promptly placed an order. The fact that tickets were still available at this hour was purely coincidental. Regardless of when the master chose to look, a ticket would be waiting for him, ensuring his attendance. Though the process had its flaws and was indicative of underlying issues, would this not showcase Master Su's brilliance in seeing through the entire official FAAD? Having secured a ticket, Chen saluted with a French military gesture and exuberantly proclaimed "Long live," in anticipation of the competition. Meanwhile, others from different schools were left bewildered. Just that morning they had been instructed to gather in the capital, yet by noon, the location had mysteriously shifted to Radiant City. Moreover, what was Radiant City? A small place, perhaps? They had never even heard of it. Such abrupt changes in orders were perplexing, especially with the sun still high in the sky. Only the individuals from Radiant University sensed the invisible hand at work. Radiant? Could it be mere coincidence? Surely it must be linked to the master. Regardless, this year promised to be intriguing, with nearly all top talents aligning on a unified front, Radiant University. Following this competition, Radiant University would ascend beyond second-tier status. Aside from some infrastructural shortcomings, it bore no distinction from top-tier universities. In fact, it surpassed them, as Master Su was affiliated with Radiant. Their superficial understanding of the essence had already significantly enhanced their prowess, elevating their previously elite status to new heights. Although students from various universities were puzzled as to why they were converging in Radiant City, they nonetheless complied. Upon arrival, they marveled at the newly erected skyscrapers and modern architecture, glancing at the signage that read Radiant. The leading professors from top universities all spoke in unison about the remarkable opportunities present in Radiant City. As for the instructors from non-top-tier institutions, they remained oblivious, likely waiting for the principal to elucidate such matters. Originally, Radiant City had been a hub for various organizations, undergoing substantial transformation. Now, with an influx of outsiders, all the revitalized areas were activated, and the spectators had ignited interest in Radiant City. Once the students from top universities arrived at their hotel and completed the check-in process, they were summoned by their respective lead professors. Although their speeches varied and were often cryptic, without exception, all instructed their students to explore Radiant University the following day. For a grand opportunity awaited them. Though perplexed, the students complied the next day. 5 representatives from each school ventured to Radiant University. Upon arrival, they were surprised to find themselves surrounded by peers from various top universities. "Hey, what are you all doing here? Did your teachers send you to this grand opportunity? Could it possibly belong to you?" At the entrance, they gathered all the top universities, each well represented. This was indeed curious. Only top universities were present, with no sight of any first-tier institutions. What kind of opportunity could produce such a phenomenon? The group entered the university using their identification cards and pre-approved applications prepared by their schools. Uncertain of their destination, they formed groups according to their institutions, all in search of the so-called opportunity, establishing a gentleman's agreement to notify each other upon discovering anything noteworthy. Within the campus, some students observed these newcomers as if they were on a quest for something elusive. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over them, as if they had seen this scenery before. At this moment, it was akin to the unfolding of Chapter 64, Discovering the Opportunity. The team from Magic City University navigated Radiant University with ease, but struggled to find any opportunity. Far from opportunities, the university seemed lacking compared to their own, devoid of secret realms and various rewards. The finest dormitory was a mere 4-person suite. While that was satisfactory, it still paled in comparison to Magic City University, which boasted single-person villas. Having explored the teaching areas to no avail, someone suggested they simply inquire for assistance. At that moment, they spotted 2 attractive individuals hauling small cargo nearby. "Excuse me, can we ask if there are any unique places at Radiant University?" The 2 charming figures were Chen and Yi Fan. Upon being approached, Chen set down his cargo and regarded the group adorned with Magic City University insignia. Pondering their question briefly, "Not really. Radiant University is quite ordinary, not even on par with your Magic City University." This statement elicited a subtle sense of pride among the group. Of course, this was Magic City University, a top-tier institution. Not at all. Radiant University is quite commendable. I've heard their admission scores are exceptionally high this year, so they must have numerous promising talents. Upon further reflection, one must ponder the peculiarities within the confines of the university. After spending considerable time at Huiguang University, he remains utterly oblivious to its distinctive features. As a rather lackadaisical individual, his exploration of Huiguang University has been rather superficial, limited to the route from the supermarket to the cafeteria. If one were to assess who has ventured more extensively, it would undoubtedly be Yefan, who daily frolics with Wang Kai and should possess greater knowledge of the locale. Oi, Xiaofan, are you aware of any notable spots? While he may be privy to certain information, he is hesitant to divulge much. According to official sources, the master remains in seclusion, thus limiting the extent of what can be revealed. He can only allude to the fact that there is little of interest on campus. By the way, would you care to visit our supermarket? We offer exceptional quality at reasonable prices, perfect for stocking up before the upcoming academy competition. Surprisingly, as the proprietor, he had not considered enticing customers, yet his employees exhibited a greater awareness and promptly engaged in the conversation. Indeed, the items in my store have garnered much praise, and we experience a high volume of foot traffic daily. The students from Moda University exchanged glances, feeling somewhat bashful at the invitation, pondering whether to take a look. It was not until the team leader expressed, "We shall forego the visit. The school provides designated supplies. Thank you," that they departed with their group. Su Chun let out a sigh, lamenting the missed opportunity. Had he succeeded in establishing his business among the students of Moda University, he would have had some bragging rights. After all, his supermarket had been frequented by the Crme de la Sarme of Moda University. Alas, it was not meant to be. Casting a glance at Yefan, who also exhaled a sigh, he inquired, "I sigh due to the lack of business. What burdens you?" It was a moment of reflection, realizing that some opportunities had been right at their doorstep, yet they were overlooked. Sensing the confusion in the other's response, he refrained from continuing the conversation, opting instead to load a small batch of goods onto a cart for transport to the store. With just a few items to transport, it was simpler to wheel them over. The Moda University team made their way to the training center, where the supermarket staff were unaware, yet the students likely knew more. However, given that Huiguang is considered a second-tier institution, its overall strength appeared rather mediocre. Upon arriving at the training hall, they were struck by the dazzling array of skills on display, prompting them to rub their eyes in disbelief. Those who gain admission to Moda University are no fools. Fiery Crimson Tiger, Thunderwing Falcon, and Luminous Butterfly. Each skill showcased belonged to formidable, seasoned beasts, many of which were of epic quality. The minimum racial talent scores exceeded 400. At the collegiate level, such prowess is impressive, and the levels of these individuals were comparable to their own, if not higher. Wait a moment. Observing merely the quality, it was evident that the entire venue comprised individuals of similar caliber. In Moda University, there are distinct disparities among freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Yet here at Huiguang University, the training hall seemed to host individuals of nearly equal standing, all within the 18 to 23 range. While some levels were indeed elevated, why did those with higher levels possess comparatively inferior beast qualities? Despite keen observation, he could draw no conclusions. This was not due to a lack of insight. Rather, who would have anticipated that such a convergence of top-tier talents would occur at Huiguang University? When blending these prodigies among the third and fourth-year students, the disparity in strength appeared negligible. However, this seeming parity was only superficial. In a real confrontation, the top-tier talents would undoubtedly hold the advantage. As for why the older students' beast qualities had also improved, it was a matter of forming alliances. Provided one is not foolish, joining any organization would yield access to high-quality evolution materials for their beasts. The epic tier is reserved for these elite prodigies, but the quality of the beasts is more accessible. At least for these colossal factions, territory is their primary concern. Within the venue, some had noticed the presence of Moda University students. Certain factions, already intertwined with Moda University, felt compelled to assist upon witnessing their search. What could one hope to find at Huiguang University? This scene had played out during the beginning of the semester. One individual approached the small team and inquired, "Are you in search of opportunities?" Upon hearing the question, the group's eyes brightened. Could the mystery finally be unveiled? Yes, indeed. Do you know where we might find such opportunities? Well, the items at the supplies supermarket are of exceptional quality at reasonable prices. Perhaps you should consider a visit. The students from Moda University quickly discerned that this individual was merely promoting sales. How could an opportunity at the university manifest within a supplies supermarket? Shouldn't they be seeking various secret manuals, hidden realms, and the like? Surely, an opportunity cannot be found amidst wholesale beast supplies. A mere $1 for an energy bar? Is that what one calls an opportunity? Beyond this, they could conceive of no other possibilities. It was akin to someone proclaiming, "I am Qin Shi Huang. Pay up." It was absurd. Being students at Moda University, would they truly lack such resources? Thus, they were disinclined to visit the supermarket. "Brother, if you wish to remain silent, You need not resort to such tactics, one of them remarked, giving a pat on the shoulder before they turned to leave. The five departed, leaving the gentleman behind, who shook his head in disbelief at their retreating figures. In this day and age, some hints seemed to go unrecognized. However, while the organization may have ties to Modi University, their connection to him was tenuous at best. Having extended the invitation, it was their choice to decline. Later that evening, at the campus entrance, the top university students gathered, their faces marked with confusion. Have you discovered any opportunities? None. Such exchanges persisted. Surely, the instructors could not be leading them astray. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait a moment. You all are preoccupied with opportunities, yet you have overlooked the strength of Huiguang University. The new students this year are nearly on par with the top universities." Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. Could it be that the so-called opportunities were non-existent, serving merely to reveal each other as strengths? Reflecting on the individuals they encountered in pursuit of opportunities, a cold sweat broke out. Had no one realized that they were brought here to gauge their opponent's capabilities? At this moment, the instructors also sent messages to the team leader. Have you found any opportunities? We have discovered an opportunity. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. With that, the new students' academy competition now faced an additional contender. In a battle, one must wield full strength even against a rabbit. Having grasped the instructor's message regarding opportunities, the group no longer underestimated Huiguang University. Poor Huiguang University. Your ambush tactics have been thoroughly deciphered. Chapter 65. Which university is Huiguang? Early in the morning, after ensuring the store was adequately managed, Chen left Wangkai and the staff in charge. Today, he had a significant recreational activity planned, watching the new student academy competition. His store was situated within Huiguang University, so he felt compelled to lend his support, albeit modestly. How would he show his support? By purchasing lottery tickets. In his previous life, he had often bought sports lottery tickets, albeit more for the thrill than for profit. He didn't invest much, merely 500 yuan, despite never recouping his investment. This did not deter him from supporting the national football team. While he would often grumble, he sometimes fancied himself a masochist. Now, with a bit of extra cash, his method of support was even more straightforward. He went directly to the store and purchased 2,000 yuan worth of tickets, all betting on Huiguang to clinch victory. As a second-tier university, the odds for Huiguang are astonishingly high. Those privy to the inside information do not mind the money, while those struggling financially remain oblivious to the details. This has led to the current state of the odds. In stark contrast, the odds for top-tier universities, especially those in the capital and the magical metropolis, differ by nearly 100-fold from those of Huiguang University. After purchasing his lottery ticket, he proceeded to the newly constructed sports arena in the city, rumored to be expansive and excellent, fully capable of accommodating the requirements for this chaotic brawl. Due to the nature of the event being a free-for-all, there would only be one match, and ticket prices soared to unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, the turnout was far from lacking. Gazing at the long line of eager attendees, Chen found himself at a loss for words. How long would he have to wait in line? Upon glancing at the electronic ticket on his phone, he noticed the prominent inscription, includes fast-track access. Did his original ticket purchase really come with this privilege? He hadn't noticed it at the time of buying, but it was clear now at the entrance. Moreover, he had secured a premium seat, affording him a view of the entire arena. Was he truly this fortunate? Yet, acquiring the ticket was a testament to his skill. Those unaware might even think it was insider knowledge. Only he knew that, as an ordinary citizen, he had no such advantage. Let others envy him. His ticket purchase was purely a stroke of luck. Striding confidently toward the fast track, he entered the arena with ease. One must admit, the newly constructed venue was impressive. The dome was crafted from countless interwoven steel beams, presenting a magnificent sight. The new blue plastic seats bore no signs of wear, freshly painted and awaiting the spectacle of the impending chaos. Chen quickly located his seat and settled down. However, as soon as he did, he sensed something amiss. Although the audience was not fully seated, appearing somewhat sparse, it was evident which institutions they supported, primarily two, the capital and the magical metropolis. How could he tell? They were all clad in corresponding t-shirts, making their allegiance unmistakable. Although Huiguang was the host, it bore no semblance of a home advantage. Even the locals were skeptical of Huiguang University, mingling instead among the supporters of the two elite universities. Admittedly, there were a few supporters of other prestigious institutions, but they were relatively few. It seemed that in the entire arena, he might be the sole supporter of Huiguang. Hey, which school do you support? I don't see you in the corresponding attire. A nearby individual, seeking to alleviate the monotony, struck up a conversation with Chen. After all, those who could secure tickets were generally fans of the match, likely with a favored school. If one were not a fervent admirer, they wouldn't be present. Yet, Chen was merely there to observe the spectacle. I support Huiguang University. The collective gaze of the crowd turned towards Su Chun, posing a rather profound question. Does Huiguang City even have a university? While the statement was not entirely untrue, it still struck a nerve. Others quickly realized their faux pas. I meant to say, I forgot for a moment, my apologies. Lies may not wound, but the truth is indeed a sharp blade. That remark about Huiguang City having a university nearly broke Su Chen's composure. Yet, it was accurate. As a second-tier institution, Huiguang's recognition was admittedly lacking. Once the majority of attendees were seated, the voice of the host resonated throughout the venue. Welcome to Huiguang City for this year's Freshman Academy competition. Before we commence, allow me to introduce the rules of the competition, particularly as this year's event is quite special. The champion university has almost been predetermined among the higher-ups. There's no suspense. Who could possibly defeat Huiguang? Unless they launch an all-out assault from the start. However, it was disheartening to note that the master had wagered on Huiguang's victory, indicating a clear stance that Huiguang stood invincible. Who among the university heads would dare to be so audacious as to jeopardize their future? After outlining the rules, students from each university entered the arena. As the elite institutions made their entrance, waves of cheers erupted, particularly for the universities from the capital and the magical metropolis, with nearly half the audience rising to their feet. In contrast, the second-tier universities received no such treatment. The almost guaranteed champions were met with silence, and the 5 competitors exhibited little reaction. No applause was necessary, for their prowess was self-evident. Once they achieved victory, the cheers would surely follow. The team comprised 2 males and 3 females. The 2 Beast Tamers were combat specialists from the military, while the 3 females were familiar faces, frequenting Su Chun's establishment and representing the strongest contingent. If they couldn't secure a top position after spending so much time honing their skills at the shop, it would be better to throw themselves against a wall in despair. As each contestant took their designated place, the noise within the arena diminished. Then, with a commanding announcement from the host, the competition begins. The arena was not a flat expanse, but rather filled with numerous barriers, effectively separating the contestants from each university. The top-tier students were positioned at a considerable distance from one another, their primary concern not being their elite counterparts, but rather the second-tier university, Huiguang. After all, this was a crucial opportunity that the instructors had emphasized should not be taken lightly. Amidst the fray, Su Chun observed the Huiguang team striding confidently, utterly unconcerned about potential threats. Who among them could pose a challenge? Especially with the ultimate weapon, Yu Xueqiao, ready to unleash chaos. At the onset, she initiated the casting of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. The strategy was straightforward: strike anyone in sight with a Buddha's Wrath Lotus and deal with the aftermath later. The skill, crafted by a master, was immensely powerful yet low on mana consumption. Casting 10 or 8 of them would pose no problem, aside from a slight wind-up time. Approaching a corner, she spotted a beast's silhouette. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a wide-area Buddha's Wrath Lotus, igniting the arena in a blaze of 9 colored flames accompanied by a resounding explosion. Initially focused on their own schools, the audience's attention was abruptly drawn to the commotion. What a fierce display! Which school's combatant is this? As the flames subsided and clarity returned, they discerned the source of the disturbance: a student clad in an unfamiliar uniform. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Which school is this? I've never seen it before. Chapter 66. XXX, Refund. Even the professional commentators were momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly resumed their duties. The first blood belongs to Huiguang University. Competitor Yu Xueqiao has executed a large-scale skill, devastatingly powerful, that has eliminated the elite university, Tianfu University. As the smoke cleared, 5 blue gel beasts protected their occupant, having absorbed a significant amount of damage, but thereby indicating their disqualification. Despite the commentary echoing outside, the sounds within the arena were drowned out by the audio-manipulating beasts, leaving only the visuals on the large screen for the audience to grasp. The sole piece of information they could ascertain was the explosive noise and the subsequent elimination of Tianfu University. As the spectators learned that Huiguang University was responsible, the name registered in their minds, many encountering it for the first time. The individual beside Su Chen remarked, "Brother, Huiguang University is impressive." Even he was left in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, how could they be so formidable? That small skill resulted in an entire team's annihilation. I confess, I too am uncertain whether you believe me. Yet, why do you support Glimmer University if not for its proven prowess? My allegiance stems from my establishment within Glimmer University itself. My reasons are quite unembellished. It is simply my fondness for the place that fuels my support. Upon hearing this, the other parties ceased their inquiries, accepting my rationale without further probing. After all, the championship is destined to be contested between either Magic City University or Imperial Capital University. As the competition progressed, esteemed universities were systematically eliminated, yet Glimmer University remained steadfast, occasionally creating spectacular displays that captured the audience's attention. As the contest neared its conclusion, a startling realization dawned upon the spectators. Only the elite universities and Glimmer University were left standing. The second-tier institutions had remarkably persevered until now. While Chen maintained his composure, the rest of the onlookers were visibly agitated. The first-tier universities had fallen, yet the second-tier institution continued to thrive in the arena. What remarkable effort and tenacity this must entail. It is likely that Glimmer University possesses scant resources. Do they have access to the artistic displays of the top-tier institutions? What of the esteemed faculty members? They have none, absolutely nothing. With a complete lack of resources and guidance, how has their survival thus far been nothing short of miraculous? However, fortune and diligence can only carry one so far. The disparity in strength between the top-tier and second-tier institutions is insurmountable. The prowess of the foremost universities far exceeds that of their second-tier counterparts. Thus, no one paid Glimmer University much mind. Their very presence at this stage was commendable, and no one mocked them. Then came the unexpected announcement. Xiaohai University has been eliminated. Instantly, the audience's focus shifted from the perspectives of Imperial Capital and Magic City universities. What transpired? There was no apparent commotion. How could Xiaohai University, a mid-tier competitor even among the elite, be ousted so suddenly? Supporters of Xiaohai University wore expressions akin to those who had tasted bitter defeat, for their elimination mirrored that of the first and second-tier universities. It was as if they had been struck down by a divine wrath, vanishing without a trace. Refund. Is this how you repay us? These supporters were disheartened by the performance of this year's newcomers. It was one thing to forfeit the championship. It was another to be ousted by a second-tier institution. The indignity was palpable. Chen, at this moment, glanced at the lottery ticket nestled in his bag. Years of unwavering faith. Could this year finally yield a profit? Considering the recent rapid development of Glimmer City, even Glimmer University had soared to new heights. With this thought, he could only attribute the success to the mayor's initiatives in attracting investment. He could afford to merely bask in the rewards of good fortune. While he mused, the competition continued unabated. As Yu Xueqiao and others realized that the power of the Fire Lotus was nearly unmatched, they surged ahead with determination. They would seize the Fire Lotus and target anyone who dared to survive its onslaught. Even Magic City University had been ravaged by a single strike, leading to their downfall. When Magic City University was eliminated, the arena erupted with cries of refund. Many had treated this tournament as a financial investment, and the outcome was far from what they had anticipated. It was difficult not to feel despair. Just when the audience presumed the contest was drawing to a close, a new development unfolded. What? Imperial Capital University has withstood the Fire Lotus? Employing a sacrificial strategy, they had evaded its impact. Despairing fans of Imperial Capital University suddenly straightened in their seats. Could they be the champions? With fervent excitement, the crowd erupted. 3,000 thunders, 3,000 thunders, 3,000 thunders. A bolt of golden lightning, moving at an untraceable speed, descended upon the Imperial Capital competitor, eliminating them with a single strike. Just as the Imperial Capital fans had begun to regain hope, they were swiftly dashed once more. How can anyone possess such strength? Only the students of Glimmer University understood that even if Zhao Yuyu faltered, there was still Luo Qingyu. This match was a testament to victory from both sides. It was merely a matter of how they would achieve it. Chen stood frozen, unable to quell the tumult of emotions within him. Incredible. A windfall. According to the odds, a 2,000 yuan wager on Glimmer's championship would yield a staggering 400,000 yuan. After enduring losses in his previous life, could he finally rise to prominence? He paid no heed to the aftermath of the event. What did award ceremonies matter now? He dashed forward, eager to claim his winnings. Once the data was released, he exchanged his ticket for the promised 400,000 yuan, an astonishing 200-fold return. With the earnings from his shop during this period, he now boasted nearly 600,000 yuan in liquid assets. With newfound wealth came the desire to indulge. Recently, he had become somewhat reclusive, rarely venturing out. Now that he was a man of means, the world was his oyster. Yet, to be candid, his idea of indulgence revolved around travel. However, this time, he intended to forego urban exploration for a more rugged adventure, trekking through the mountains. He yearned to venture into the wilderness, accompanied by his loyal companion, to explore the less trodden paths. Embracing his adventurous spirit, he promptly purchased trekking gear online. Once he assembled a team, he would embark on this expedition. Aware of his limitations, he recognized the need to travel in a group, without formidable beasts at his command. Venturing alone could lead to dire consequences. Upon returning to school, filled with excitement, he awaited the arrival of his equipment, eager to embark on his adventure. As for the shop, he would leave it in the capable hands of Yi Fan as the assistant manager. This young man had settled into his role quite well, markedly more composed than before, which put Su Chen's mind at ease. Xiao Fan, you've been doing well lately. If there is anything you desire, let me know. I've struck it rich. Before departing, he wanted to grant Yi Fan a small benefit, considering he might be away for half a month. Being the acting manager was no easy task, though it would be a breeze for him. At the cash register, Yi Fan, overhearing Su Chen's words, was overcome with excitement. His face flushed. I want a painting from the boss. Chapter 67, The Thunderous Half-Moon Slash. My painting? Su Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated that Yi Fan would request something more tangible, yet here he was, asking for one of his artworks. However, upon reflection, it made sense. During quieter moments, Yi Fan had often admired the pieces adorning the walls. When he first visited the shop, he had been thoroughly impressed by Su Chen's talent. This young man had a genuine appreciation for art, and it was entirely reasonable for him to desire one of Su Chen's creations. Speak your wish. Yi Fan had long awaited this moment. After several months, he had finally encountered a skill book. Since learning that his boss was a master craftsman, and an awakened one at that, he had eagerly anticipated such an opportunity. Now, at long last, it had arrived. Boss, what I desire is the Thunder Crescent Slash. Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment. What? Is there truly such a skill in this world, rather than something as awkwardly named as Charge? Thunder Crescent Slash, a splendid title. As he was about to put pen to paper, he was halted by Yi Fan. Boss, I haven't even described what the skill is yet. Are you suggesting that I create something new, when there is already an idea at hand? I am most curious to hear what kind of skill could possibly live up to the name Thunder Crescent Slash. It requires a battery to summon the thunder, infusing it into the great blade to form the primal lightning patterns, then channeling it into the engine to activate all its power, delivering a single strike. It was a commonplace concept, yet the creativity was priceless. Su Chen was taken aback. In such a world, there existed someone who could manifest creativity at such a level. It was truly terrifying. He set down his pen and grasped Yi Fan's hand. Young man, would you like to learn to draw? You possess remarkable creativity. Draw? Yi Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment as the boss held his hand, for the inspiration behind the skill was not his own, but rather derived from a relic. He lacked the innate talent to craft skill books. Boss, this idea came from a friend of mine, not from me. Hearing that it was not Yi Fan's own conception, Su Chen felt a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to encounter a promising talent, but alas, it was not the case. At least it wasn't a mere fluke. With a name and a concept in hand, Su Chen's pen flowed with divine inspiration, swiftly sketching a skill demonstration and adding a few annotations. Some aspects were slightly modified by him, yet the overall framework remained true to the original's description. In less than a minute, the rapid sketch was complete. It seemed his foundational skills still held strong. The sketch was both quick and precise, though the style was indeed that of a rough draft. The effect of the skill book would not diminish. Gazing at the freshly minted skill book, he could not suppress his excitement. This was an awakened level skill book. In his previous life, the Thunder Crescent Slash he had acquired was merely of SSS rank. Now, its power had significantly increased. Although he had long abandoned his vendetta against the mutt, this matter could not simply be overlooked. Repairing the Thunderfire had cost him 2 months' salary, and due to the lottery incident, he had drawn the attention of the authorities. All of this was the fault of that wretched mutt, and he would seize the opportunity to deliver a thorough beating. After completing the drawing, he informed Yi Fan that he would serve as the acting store manager for half a month. He then proceeded to indulge in his mobile device. As Su Chen browsed his phone, the authorities were already apprised of the expedition team's developments. The master had already registered for the expedition. His comrades should be kept in the loop as well. With the master's prowess, he certainly did not require protection from their side. However, it was essential for the master to be informed of the situation and movements. Should another Zhang attempt to show off, it would be disastrous. To preempt such chaotic occurrences, someone needed to keep watch. Moreover, this individual could not possess too low a social standing. Upon reviewing the team roster, the person in charge discovered a familiar name, Zhao Jiang. Ever since the Glow City underwent extensive renovations, Zhao's social standing had soared. And coupled with his prior act of reporting, he had become a favored figure under the mayor. Any construction projects were likely to go to his company, unless they simply could not handle them. He feasted while others sipped broth. Since Zhao's rise, his workload had eased, and he had taken to indulging in hiking and mountain climbing. Encountering Master Su now made things considerably more convenient. There was no need to assign someone else. Zhao Zhiheng could serve as the observer. After all, most had already been pacified. Assigning someone unfamiliar would be impractical, as it would be inappropriate for them to be too close to Master Su. Should they be mistaken for a gay individual, it would complicate matters further. Familiarity was advantageous. A known acquaintance could draw closer without issue. albeit they would need to be equipped with recording devices to facilitate their understanding of the first-hand situation. Otherwise, in the event of complications, verbal accounts could easily miss crucial details. A lack of certain specifics could potentially lead to the omission of a skill book. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. After contacting Zhao Zhiheng, the latter initially expressed confusion upon learning that there was an official task associated with the outdoor hike. However, upon hearing that Master Su would also be present, he understood his role was to keep an eye on the master. For this seemingly trivial task, he confidently asserted that it would be no problem. He was still somewhat recognizable in the eyes of the master, and this minor responsibility was well within his capabilities. Once Su Chen's equipment arrived, he tried it on and found it to fit perfectly. A few days later, the day for the outdoor hike assembly arrived. The location was in the vicinity of Glow City, though vicinity in geographical terms still implied a considerable distance from a human perspective. They first gathered within the city before traveling together to the wilderness, where they would embark on a mountain trek. The destination for this expedition was a previously abandoned city, steeped in history. After all, during the Great War among the races, that city had still been in use before it fell into disrepair. Su Chen, equipped with a backpack filled with necessary supplies, arrived early at the assembly parking lot. To his surprise, there was someone who had arrived even earlier, none other than a familiar face. Zhao, what a coincidence! Hearing the long-missed voice of Master Su, Zhao Zhiheng feigned ignorance of Su Chen's presence. What a coincidence indeed, Master Su. It's nice to see you again. I hear you've moved your shop to Glow University. Business must be flourishing. Not too bad. Just making a bit of pocket change, certainly not as impressive as you. Zhao. The two exchanged pleasantries, one addressing the other as boss, while the other referred to him as master. This outdoor hike was a high-end affair, not because the participants were particularly elite, but due to the demanding nature of the activity. Aside from Su Chen, all the participants were quite seasoned. As the two conversed, the team gathered and completed their assembly. There were not many participants, including Su Chen. There were only 4 in total. All were male, as such activities typically attracted fewer females. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate was debatable, but at least they were all comrades. Having women present might have made things less convenient, especially since this trek could last quite a while. Once the team leader confirmed that everyone had arrived, he promptly arranged for them to board the vehicle. Chapter 68, The Eye of Erebus. Holding onto Wankai, they boarded the vehicle. The initiator of this expedition, who also served as the team leader, sat in the front passenger seat and said, "Okay. Since we will be together for several days, let us begin with some self-introductions. My name is Gujie, and I specialize in leading outdoor hikes. Under my supervision, there have been no incidents." He then turned to the next person. Zhou, a hiking enthusiast with considerable experience. Zhao Zhiheng, I've recently taken a liking to the thrill of adventure, having participated in a few similar activities, though my experience is still relatively limited. I am Su Chen, a novice. This is my first time participating. After everyone had introduced themselves, Gujie nodded. Well, it seems we have only one novice, which is manageable. However, Su Chen, you must pay attention and follow instructions in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Do not panic. Understood. As a rookie, he understood his position clearly. Lacking any notable beast taming skills or significant power, he recognized his role as that of a support. Simply put, he was there to cling to the strong. Fortunately, everyone was quite amicable, and there was even a familiar face among them. On the journey, they were not particularly close, and conversation was sparse. Only Zhao Zhiheng inquired of Su Chen why he and T placed Wankai into the beast space. This question left Su Chen at a loss for words. To admit he lacked a beast space would only invite ridicule. Thus, he merely offered an awkward smile, claiming he wanted Wankai to get some fresh air, as it wasn't particularly large anyway. After 2 hours of travel, they arrived at a secluded villa, beyond which lay only a series of mountains. Su Chen and Wankai alighted from the vehicle, inhaling the crisp air deeply, as if awakening every fiber of their being. Wankai, in particular, felt the primal instincts surging within its genes, yearning to run and roll in the wilderness. However, if it actually rolled around, its master would surely scold it. Yet, that was inconsequential. After so many days, it would inevitably get dirty anyway, at which point it could roll to its heart's content. The 4 of them checked their supplies and were about to set off from the village when a villager approached them. You intend to enter the mountains, correct? It would be wise to delay your journey for a few days. There have been reports of high-level beasts in the area, making it quite perilous. Although this is human territory, wild beasts often traverse through, and they are not easily eradicated. It's akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Clear them out here today, and they reappear there tomorrow. Though humanity constantly laments its weakness and suffering, few ponder why, amidst the territorial disputes among the myriad races. The human race occupies the largest expanse of land. All they do is grumble that the territory remains insufficient and that humanity is still not strong enough. Regardless, the entire world belongs to humanity. Prior to the emergence of the beast era, the realm was unequivocally human. Currently, those beasts are merely encroaching upon human territories, a truly tragic chapter in history. Upon hearing of the high-level beasts, Gu Jie was momentarily taken aback. He then inquired about the levels of the beasts within their party. When Zhao Zhihing mentioned a level 63 beast, everyone felt reassured. Wild beasts rarely exceeded level 40. A level 63 beast would be more than capable of handling the situation. When the villagers learned that there was a 6th-tier beast master in the team, they ceased their objections. After all, a 6th-tier beast master is an unattainable height for ordinary folk. Just the daily feed required for their beasts is a considerable sum. Nevertheless, Gu Jie expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, but it's quite all right. We have formidable experts on our side." Zhao Zhihing felt equally assured, confident that there would be no issues, not due to his own prowess, but because Master Su was among them. Despite the fact that Master Su's beasts had yet to make an appearance, one could only assume they were of unparalleled caliber. The reasoning was simple: the Awaken level skill book. How could a master ascertain that the combination of Awaken level skill books and beast evolution materials could yield divine beasts? If he had not conducted experiments? It was evident that he had, and thus it was indisputable that the master possessed divine beasts. And they couldn't possibly be of a low level, lest they not match the master's own stature. In the presence of Master Su, one was undoubtedly in the safest of havens. The four entered the mountains, vanishing into the wilderness. Two sleek black cats darted through the forest, their bodies a deep ebony, with their formerly white eyes now gleaming with a regal gold. The ruins should lie in this direction, yes? Indeed, Your Highness. This is what has been recorded in the documents seized from humans. The younger of the two cats, upon receiving this confirmation, quickened its pace. After all, these ruins belonged to a 12th-tier alchemist, and humanity would likely never fathom that such invaluable information lay within the very documents they had plundered. Their mission was to seize opportunities while simultaneously desecrating the ruins. Indeed, that was their task. However, it seemed that the foundational strength at the human border had recently surged, preventing the entry of even stronger beasts. Trusting others to enter was too risky. Thus, it fell upon the prince of the Erebos Dark Star clan to undertake this journey personally. This was also crucial for securing his inheritance. Otherwise, with each of his brothers gaining merit, he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, this operation could not afford to fail. As the prince pondered these matters, a faint sound caught his attention, one that typically would not resonate in this area. The voice of humans. The two cats exchanged glances, confirming they had both heard it, and they paused to assess the situation. Following the sound, they spotted four figures. The pupils of the cats narrowed to pinpricks. Indeed, there were humans, and a dog as well. Moreover, these individuals were advancing toward the direction of the ruins. They appeared to be explorers, as suggested by the records, and likely were not seeking the ruins themselves. However, the path they tread led directly toward the ruins. If they were to activate the ruins, it could stir unforeseen consequences. They needed to ascertain the true intentions of these four humans. The two cats, both around level 50, were quite formidable in their own right. Yet, they hesitated to act, as they were still somewhat close to human territory. Should their initial strike fail and alert the humans, it would be prudent to avoid raising alarm. Even if they were to act, they would need to bide their time. A mere scare could suffice, as there was a chance these humans were of a lower level and could be frightened away. As a prince, he unleashed a dual pressure. Not only did he invoke his divine beast bloodline, but he also channeled the essence of kingship. Under the weight of this dual pressure, any inadequately strong opponents would feel as though a great terror was looming over them. The pressure closed in, first enveloping the nearest mutt. Wang Kai sensed something amiss. Was this the pressure of a beast? Assessing its quality, it seemed to emanate from a divine beast. But how could a divine beast reside in such a secluded nook? It squinted its eyes, but soon relaxed upon glancing at Su Chen. Ignoring the pressure, it continued to follow its master. However, when the pressure enveloped Su Chen, a discernible aura surged forth, targeting the cat that had released the pressure. The once proud black cat was instantly brought low by this force, as a powerful, corporeal shadow materialized above it. An embodiment of strength capable of shattering its skull at any moment. Yet, this did not occur. It felt merely like a warning before dissipating. One cat was left shaken, while the other was filled with dread and apprehension. Was this power truly something humans could wield? Chapter 69, Delivering Ingredients. As a creature of divine beast lineage, it possessed a fair understanding of humanity. It knew that even with the ability to summon beasts, a combatant of the same level would still be rendered ineffective. Though the records contained numerous fantastical tales of martial prowess and spiritual energy, these were likely mere fabrications by humans. Yet now, That notion wavered. If such phenomena did not exist, how could that human have accomplished what he just did? The older cat, with a tone of gravity, remarked, "Your Highness, I fear this is not merely a matter of spiritual energy." "Oh, what insight does the Dark Sun Guard possess?" "According to human records, I believe I have deduced the most plausible explanation. That shadow was likely a stand." At this revelation, the black cat, previously crouched low, was overtaken by a fleeting glimmer of fear. Could this be the infamous stand system established by that so-called Iraqi the Old Thief? It reflected for a moment, realizing that the recent apparition had emerged from a human form, and moreover, it possessed the capability of remote manipulation. This was not merely a stand user. What could it possibly be? Did the narratives chronicled in human literature, encompassing novels and comics, hold an ounce of truth? It seemed evident that the might of humanity was far more formidable than it appeared. Perhaps a congregation of ancient deities lay in ambush nearby. Had it inadvertently revealed its presence? Why had that formidable being refrained from striking? Perhaps it was a warning. Should it dare to engage again, the foreseen outcome would likely result in its skull being shattered. That would indeed spell true despair. Although drenched in perspiration, it at least managed to keep its presence undisclosed to the human authorities. It resolved to distance itself from the vicinity of humans before deliberating further. What it remained unaware of was that its presence within a certain range had already been detected by the authorities. The recording device on Zhao Zhiheng was no ordinary gadget. It was a mechanical beast of the beast mastering kind. This device could transmit visual data in real time to its central unit and possessed a certain local storage capacity, along with a plethora of assorted functionalities, such as thermal and energy sensing mechanisms. From a specific standpoint, pressure could be regarded as the exertion of one's intangible energy upon tangible entities, an action that would inevitably unveil a substantial amount of energy. Once this energy was detected, it would be relayed back to the authorities' central unit. Through the analysis of various energy wave reports, the authorities had by now discerned the identity of the intruder, the Eye of Erebus, the Dark God's mechanical beast, one of the antagonistic divine beast races, and a formidable lineage at that. At this juncture, the officials had begun to cultivate curiosity regarding this black feline, which, alongside the Path of Kings, indicated a royal lineage. What could possibly be the purpose of venturing into human territory? However, based on the information at their disposal, they were left in the dark, hearkening back to the treachery of yesteryears. Initially, the authorities had contemplated a direct encirclement of the two cats, but upon considering their likely ulterior motives, they opted to bide their time. A specialized team was dispatched to maintain a safe distance and follow discreetly. The two cats remained oblivious to the fact that they had already been ensnared like cheese between two slices of bread. Moreover, the officials had communicated with Zhao Zhiheng, informing him of the two divine beasts trailing behind them. Upon hearing of the divine beasts, two fifth-tier entities, an air of concern enveloped him. Yet, the thought of Master Su's presence steadied his nerves. After all, what was there to fear when a master was by his side? The four individuals traversed until nightfall, eventually locating a clearing where they decided to rest. The sun had nearly vanished, leaving only a hint of twilight. In the enveloping darkness, two pairs of eyes gleamed with a faint golden light. "Your Highness, what should we do? These individuals are heading towards the ruins." "Do not panic. Since we have confirmed our inability to confront them, let us instead gather more intelligence." "What do you propose?" The black cat smirked, its mind already concocting a plan. Given the certainty of their incapacity to overcome that terrifying human, the prudent course of action would be to amass intelligence, which could later be deemed a noteworthy accomplishment. As for the ruins, that prospect was likely dashed. With such a stand user present, what chance did they have? The chilling sensation it had previously experienced was not one it wished to endure again. The strategy for intelligence gathering involved allowing the local wild beasts to engage this group of humans. Once that individual made a move, they would be able to collect valuable information. Without hesitation, the two pairs of golden eyes vanished into the wilderness. Su Chen, being a novice at pitching tents, took nearly 15 minutes to set it up under the guidance of his teammates. The two uninformed onlookers found amusement in the rookie's blunders, while Zhao Zhiheng refrained from laughing, opting instead to offer assistance. Once they had settled their belongings, they prepared to eat. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from the mountains, followed closely by a low growl. Su Chen leapt up, exclaiming, "National treasure." Without regard for cleanliness, he hurriedly retrieved a clean spot and dashed behind Zhao Zhiheng. "Is anything going to happen, Zhao? I'm scared." Witnessing Master Su's reaction startled him momentarily. However, recalling that the master was currently pretending to be an ordinary person, it was only natural to feel fear. "Fear not, master. A mere little tiger. I shall handle it." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's trepidation eased considerably. If Zhao had confidence, then there was no cause for alarm. In the darkness, a colossal tiger, entirely crimson and adorned with dark red patterns, suddenly emerged. A pinnacle ordinary beast, the crimson tiger, boasting a level around 50. Although they were deep within the mountains, they were still within human territory. Where did such a wild beast of level 50 come from? Moreover, the state of this crimson tiger was peculiar. It was evidently under the influence of some substance. Zhao Zhiheng sensed something amiss and immediately deduced that this was no mere coincidence, but rather a schemed occurrence. It was undoubtedly the work of the two black cats. Fortunately, it was only of level 50. He could manage it. Come forth, Frost Dragon Wolf. A flash of light emanated from Zhao Zhiheng's brow, and in an instant, a wolf-like beast materialized. Although Su Chun had witnessed this numerous times, he still felt a twinge of envy each time. Breath of ice. Although the absence of light hindered a clear view, he could feel the temperature in the vicinity plummeting significantly. Seizing the initiative, he immediately charged forward to engage in combat. The quality and prowess of Zhao Zhiheng's beast were incomparable to that of the Crimson Tiger. The battle concluded in less than 2.5 minutes, culminating in victory. In the darkness, the two cats seethed with frustration. What on earth? We provided a treasure, and that Crimson Tiger was defeated in an instant. Furthermore, why is there a 6th-tier beast master within their ranks? The plan had utterly unraveled. The two cats relinquished their struggle. They could not rely on speed to reach their destination ahead of time, for they remained ignorant of the precise location of the ruins, compounded by the need for exploration. Upon their arrival, they would only be halfway through their investigation. Would they now expose their position? They had no choice but to lie low until the humans departed. This time, they completely vanished into the wilderness. Su Chun, gazing at the relatively intact Crimson Tiger, inquired of his companions, "Can we eat this?" Chapter 70, A Hearty Feast. Su Chen's soul-searching question opened a gateway for the three others. They had yet to dine, and encountering the Crimson Tiger was fortuitous, as it provided an opportunity for a taste of wild game. However, the trio exchanged glances, yet none took the initiative. Although they possessed experience in exploration, they lacked any relevant skills for roasting a beast. Observing their hesitance, Su Chen's expression darkened. Could it be that none of you know how to do this? Well then, it seems the time has come for me to showcase my talents. Retrieving a knife from his backpack, he approached the Crimson Tiger to begin the process of bleeding it out. Just wait, I'll roast it for you all. Zhao Zhiheng, displaying keen insight, stepped forward to assist. He watched as Su Chen skillfully butchered the Crimson Tiger, placing each cut of meat on chunks of ice produced by the Frost Dragon Wolf. Ribs remained ribs, and ribeyes remained ribeyes, with not a hint of excess meat clinging to the bones. This is indeed a remarkable technique. One might mistakenly believe that the individual before them is a seasoned butcher. Yet, one cannot help but ponder why Master Su possesses such skills. Su Chun was wholly absorbed in his task of butchering, oblivious to the world beyond. Little did he anticipate that the knowledge of muscle structure acquired during his artistic pursuits would prove invaluable today. While he had culinary skills, his proficiency in cutting meat remained rather rudimentary. The three onlookers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were utterly captivated. Before long, a magnificent red tiger was reduced to mere chunks of meat. Most of the flesh was far from pristine, having been ravaged during the struggle, resulting in some parts being quite mangled. These pieces were swiftly discarded, along with any inedible entrails, leaving behind a substantial quantity of relatively intact and edible tiger meat. Wang Kai, ignite the flames. Out in the wilderness, without a pot to stew the meat, roasting was indeed the most fitting method. A burst of flame erupted, igniting the pile of wood assembled on the ground, ensuring that no forest fire would ensue. Su Chun produced a small wooden rack crafted from the logs and placed the meat upon it, commencing the roasting process. Although devoid of seasonings, the group foraged nearby for some herbs to serve as condiments. Wang Kai squatted beside the fire, wagging his tail, occasionally releasing a burst of flame that crackled against the wood. The rising white smoke carried the tantalizing aroma, infiltrating the nostrils of the onlookers. Zhao Zhiheng's monitoring device detected an unusual energy signature. The group was astonished to discover that the energy within the tiger meat was being continuously stimulated. The flames meticulously refined the meat's structure, enhancing its digestibility. Is this alchemical technique? They mused. However, unlike the process of refining substances in alchemy, this was more akin to an exquisite culinary art. Utilizing flames to refine matter transformed the notoriously tough and unpalatable beast meat into a true delicacy. Generally, tiger meat is considered unappetizing due to its excessive muscularity, making it excessively fibrous. Yet, after this treatment, the texture was transformed dramatically. Those knowledgeable in gastronomy began to salivate, while the uninitiated merely marveled at the impressive data, acknowledging Master Su's prowess. We have yet to uncover even a fraction of Master Su's capabilities. One wonders what other skills remain undiscovered. Was this technique known prior to the Great War among the myriad races? The thought left the overseer momentarily stunned. Surely, there must have been some prior knowledge. Master Su could not have developed it entirely on his own. As the roasted meat began to sizzle and exude juices, Su Chen deftly sliced open a section. The succulent juices seeping from the tender white fibers captivated the 3 pairs of eyes. Although tiger meat might not appear as appetizing, the sight was simply irresistible. Master Su, is it ready? The trio and their canine companion swallowed in unison, overwhelmed by the intoxicating aroma. Just a moment. We are almost there, he replied, as he deftly crushed some wild mint leaves, evenly distributing them over the tiger meat. Done. Go ahead and taste. Without hesitation, the 3 reached out, eager to seize the meat from the roasting rack. Wang Kai, watching intently, lamented his lack of hands as tears of frustration welled up. As Zhao Zhiheng took the first bite of tiger meat, the crispy outer layer crumbled between his teeth, quickly followed by the succulent juices within. Delicious. How is this tiger meat so incredibly delectable? His mouth was so full that words failed him. Witnessing this, he felt an immense pride. It seemed his companion was not merely ornamental after all. He used his knife to cut down another piece for Wang Kai, joining in the feast. After indulging, they refreshed their palates with wild fruits. Once they finished, a warm sensation enveloped their bodies. Su Chen, why do I feel so invigorated after consuming this tiger meat? It feels as if I have untapped energy surging within me, Gu Jie remarked, the first to finish. He sat for a moment, sensing something was amiss. Su Chen, contemplating the remaining half of the tiger, was lost in thought. How could 4 individuals and a dog possibly consume half a tiger? Nevertheless, Gu Jie's inquiry prompted him to set aside this puzzlement. It seems we may have overindulged. We've certainly replenished our strength. It was not only the 3 beast masters who felt discomfort. Su Chen too was ablaze with energy. It felt as if he could run for dozens of kilometers before feeling fatigue. Tiger meat is inherently nourishing, and combined with his unintentional culinary mastery, the absorption rate skyrocketed. With each person consuming roughly an eighth of the tiger, sleep was the last thing on their minds. They sat in restless vigil until the clock struck midnight. Yet not a hint of drowsiness lingered. Observing this, Gu Jie concluded that sleep was futile. They might as well traverse the night. They could rest during the day, with their beasts on guard. Sharing his thoughts, the others nodded in agreement. Zhou Jie summoned his deer-type beast to carry the remaining tiger meat. It was too valuable to abandon. Having traversed for an entire day, the 2 weary cats suddenly sensed an impending threat. Someone was approaching them. After a brief assessment, they were horrified to realize that the terrifying substitute wielder was racing toward them at an alarming speed. However, the other 3 individuals were also part of the group. The fearsome 6th-tier beast master led the charge. This is bad. They are coming for us. The 2 cats took flight. As they fled, pursuers were hot on their heels, rendering escape nearly impossible. The 4 humans, fueled by an excess of tiger energy, felt an uncontainable vigor. I feel as though I might explode. Enough chatter, let us run. I suspect if we stop, we might burst. Had I known, I wouldn't have feasted on tiger meat. You were the one who enjoyed it the most. Let us not dwell on that, run. Although the 5th-tier beast masters possessed moderate racial talents and could consume the meat without issue, the manner of preparation had been excessive, especially since 4 of them had devoured half a tiger. The excess energy, compounded by their naturally energy-efficient human physiology, resulted in this predicament. They ran through the night until dawn. Waves of energy continued to surge from their stomachs. None of the 4 felt a hint of sleepiness, shouting and laughing as they dashed forward. The 2 cats, however, were not as fortunate, relying solely on their inherent attributes to endure. Despite there being only 4 of them, it felt as though they were being pursued by an army. Forget about it, Your Highness. They are definitely after us. We must flee. Chapter 71. A fortuitous location. Surely there are great treasures. The quartet and their canine companion raced fervently toward their destination. Wang Kai fared relatively well, as his base attributes surpassed those of the humans. Though he had consumed a fair share of tiger meat, he managed to digest it without the same level of discomfort as the humans. What was originally a 7-day journey was completed in just 2 days. However, upon arrival, they found themselves devoid of any fatigue, merely returning to normalcy. If there was any reaction to note, it was perhaps some mild muscle soreness from their excessive exertion. It remained uncertain whether this was a result of the tiger meat, but the soreness was still within tolerable limits. Physical resilience does not equate to mental endurance. They were on the verge of collapse, with Gu Jie maintaining some semblance of composure. Is the tiger meat truly this potent? I have consumed various types of beast meat before, yet none had such an effect. As soon as he posed the question, he noticed that no one responded. They were all sprawled on the ground, brimming with energy yet utterly disinclined to move. Even the thought of conversing seemed too much to bear. Having reached this point, he was too weary to utter a word. unleashing his summoned beast to guard him, collapsing on the ground in utter stillness. As the pursuers, both human and canine, ceased their relentless chase, the cats in the front also came to a halt. For 2 whole days. 2 days. Surely, such a pursuit is not meant to be conducted in this manner. Do you not require rest? They had run at an astonishing speed for 2 consecutive days, far exceeding the limits of what they understood about human endurance. At that pace, covering several dozen kilometers should have been the utmost limit. Remarkably, they traversed mountains and valleys without exhibiting the slightest sign of fatigue, continuing to run unabated. He acknowledged that he possessed a significant advantage in attributes, allowing him to outpace them considerably. However, just as he created some distance, they caught up with him again. Such a scenario would soon become unbearable, especially over the span of 3 days. It was imperative to rest. The 2 cats being pursued also seized the opportunity for respite. While both parties took a breather, the official personnel arrived in the vicinity, but their approach was far less dire, as they rode in on their summoned beasts. Their exhaustion was not akin to that of mere humans. This particular task force was there for backup. Although the 2 cats were unaware of their purpose, it was evident they could no longer run. Chen was the first to regain his composure, while the other 3 lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. He had already fully recovered. He even had the audacity to pose the question of whether they should have another meal of tiger meat. The trio on the ground, already feeling somewhat unwell, had no desire to respond to his inquiry, their furrowed brows betraying their unspoken answer. Gazing at the half-skinned crimson tiger draped over the back of a deer, he felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, it was his own handiwork, and it was a nutritious ingredient like the crimson tiger. Despite 2 days of travel, the meat showed no signs of spoilage. As long as the outer layer was peeled away, the interior remained delectable. However, the 3 before him appeared disinclined to partake in another meal. Sighing, he decided to reserve it for Wonkai as dog food. With that, he cut a sizable chunk from the thigh and tossed it to the still-jumping Wonkai. Indeed, summoned beasts were remarkable. Their innate physical prowess was unparalleled. While the rest were nearly driven to madness from exhaustion, Wonkai continued to bounce around as if unaffected. Originally, they had planned to stay for a week, but they now found themselves ahead of schedule by 4 to 5 days. His teammates were still incapacitated. Wonkai, let us go for a stroll while these 3 rest, he commanded. Upon hearing Chen's directive, Wonkai swiftly devoured the meat from the thigh and trotted along behind him, observing the nearby landscape of steel and concrete interspersed with greenery. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Was this what a city looked like after humanity's departure? Skyscrapers served as supports for various plants to cling to. The interplay of gray and green evoked a sense of burgeoning life, yet also bore a hint of desolation from the wasteland. Climbing to the rooftop of a tall building, he scanned the area from above. The city was not vast, but a second glance revealed something amiss. This locale, with its mountains and water, seemed to harbor a gathering of energy, a continuous range of mountains, truly a dragon vein. Moreover, with protective formations on either side, the energy would not dissipate. In simpler terms, this place was a treasure trove of geomancy. If it were the past, who knew what grand tomb might lie hidden here? Did such beliefs exist in this world? He focused on a location that was backed by mountains and faced water, a high and dry terrain. If there were indeed something nearby, that place would be the most likely candidate. Scanning the vicinity intently, he noticed the absence of any summoned beasts, indicating a semblance of safety. Observing the 3 still lying down, he decided to investigate further. Chen descended the stairs, relying on his exceptional sense of direction to arrive at the spot he had viewed from the height. However, even though it was a treasure trove of geomancy, the precise location remained a mystery. As he pondered, he jokingly produced 2 sticks, striking a pose of divination. To seek the dragon, one must traverse the mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a new challenge. If the gates are locked with 1,000 bolts, surely a noble lord resides here. He muttered nonsensical phrases he had picked up, crafting the sticks into a makeshift divining rod. He was taken aback when the rod began to move on its own. Whether it was due to his assembly or true divination, it twirled around before finally halting, pointing decisively in one direction. Could it truly be effective? Not deterred by the supernatural, he followed the direction indicated as he walked. As he progressed, the makeshift divining rod suddenly snapped, the leaves breaking apart, and the branch that had pointed the way plunged into the ground. At that moment, he felt a surge of trepidation. Heaven help me, wealth and prosperity. No, grant me safety, he muttered, feeling a sense of the uncanny. Just as he contemplated fleeing, curiosity gnawed at him. After all, having come this far, could there truly be something buried beneath? Wonkai, it's your turn to dig, he called. Woof. They began to excavate in the area marked by the stick. Initially, all seemed normal until they struck something metallic, a lid-like object. Could it be real? This defied scientific explanation. No. It should be classified as a phenomenon of the summoned beasts. However, at this juncture, he hesitated to dig further. It felt too eerie. This place couldn't possibly be a grand tomb, could it? After all, this was a world of summoned beasts, and in his materialistic mindset, he was unafraid of such things. A song like the strong army battle song echoed in his mind, banishing any malevolent spirits. Yet here, he knew there were spectral summoned beasts. Who knows? He might even encounter a Zongzi. He did not believe that in this world, a Zongzi could be defeated merely with black donkey hoof and black dog blood. Moreover, he didn't even have a black dog. Wonkai was a yellow mutt. Even if he remained a virgin, he felt powerless. The wind howled ominously, beckoning danger. With 3 companions still present, they could discuss the matter later. Upon Su Chun's return, the 3 had nearly recovered, at least regaining their spirits. They had consumed some compressed biscuits and adamantly refused to eat any more tiger meat. Seeing that they seemed to be doing all right, Su Chen boldly declared, "Brothers, guess what I've discovered?" Chapter 72. I contemplate for a moment. The 3 had just regained their composure and were about to seek out Su Chen when, unexpectedly, he returned on his own. Being out in the wild alone was relatively perilous, which left them somewhat uneasy. Gujia, having explored with many newcomers, understood their inclination to share their experiences upon encountering any unusual events. Nevertheless, he always met such moments with a welcoming smile. What happened? I think I found a tomb. A tomb? What is so frightening about a little mound of dirt? No. I mean a tomb that could be filled with various mechanisms. The trio paused in their packing. What do you mean, a tomb with various mechanisms? Isn't that an archaeological site? The detection equipment transmitted this scene back to the official base, leaving them equally perplexed. They had thoroughly explored the area, except for digging. And there should be no archaeological sites present. Could it be that Master Su, in his boredom, stumbled upon something while digging? Reflecting back, the 2 cats had also been heading in this direction. Could their destination be the relics hidden here? There is a considerable likelihood, even to the extent of near certainty, that this is indeed the case. Otherwise, why would 2 eyes of Erebus, one of which possesses royal blood, venture into the human realm? Surely not merely to admire the scenery. And what manner of relic could capture the attention of the eyes of Erebus? However, a complication has arisen. Although the authorities are eager to explore this relic, they cannot make an appearance. A sudden elite military unit emerging from the depths of the forest, proclaiming an intent to investigate a newly discovered relic, would only serve to substantiate the persistent scrutiny of Master Su. They may have the capability to proceed in this manner, perhaps even aware of the implications, yet such brazen audacity is wholly unacceptable. Should the master become incensed, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they must refrain from intervening, waiting instead for the master to depart. Yet, given the current pace, it seems the master is inclined to explore the relic, and one can only hope that this exploration is not of a destructive nature. Gujia pondered for a moment. Relics often hold great potential, and he harbored no desire to return to the city merely to receive a banner and a modest monetary reward. Perhaps the relic harbored numerous treasures. If his beast's strength were to significantly increase, it could lead to a leap in rank. This opportunity, he resolved to seize firmly. However, Zhao Zhiheng's expression was somewhat peculiar. He too wished to explore, yet he could not exhibit his enthusiasm. After all, he bore responsibilities upon his shoulders, having spoken words that perhaps should not have been uttered. Should the influential figures fall from grace, he would inevitably have to account for his share of the spoils. As for the remaining Zojia, his thoughts mirrored those of Gujia, albeit with a heightened concern for potential dangers. Silence enveloped the group. Yet an inexplicable atmosphere seemed to facilitate a silent exchange among them, ultimately converging on a shared desire to venture forth and explore. Su Chen hesitated to enter immediately, feeling a twinge of apprehension. After finally attaining a semblance of a good life, to perish in such a place would be a misfortune of the highest order. Gujia, observing the lack of initiative, cleared his throat. Su Chen, I am quite eager to take a look. Does anyone else wish to accompany? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhiheng, quick to adapt, realized he could not remain isolated. It was only reasonable for him to join. Should the authorities inquire later, he would present this as his rationale, feigning a reluctant demeanor while releasing a sigh of relief. I cannot simply wait here for you all. I shall accompany you. At the very least, I will contribute to the team's strength. The 4 exchanged mischievous smiles, gathering their belongings and trailing behind Su Chen as they proceeded to the recently unearthed site. Meanwhile, the 2 cats, having recovered from their earlier exertions, noticed the quartet and their canine companion heading beyond the city limits, piquing their curiosity. Were they not coming for them? Thus, they followed, intent on observing the situation. Upon arrival, they observed that the soil atop the metallic cover remained slightly damp, confirming it had indeed been recently excavated. This area contained but a single pit, devoid of any others. indicating a fortunate strike directly at the entrance of the relic. Master Su, how did you discover this location? Feng Shui, he replied. The officials and the 3 others present were unfamiliar with the term, prompting Su Chen to offer a brief explanation. This treasure-seeking technique left the listeners astounded. Beyond utilizing beasts to locate treasures and open secret realms, such a method existed. The notion of employing human intellect to discern patterns was utterly unprecedented, leaving the audience in awe. The pride of being a traveler from another realm surged within him as he reveled in the moment. While he had felt a thrill when adapting songs, now he was reshaping their worldview with theories from an alternate universe. It was indeed possible to resolve issues with human effort rather than relying solely on beasts. After elucidating the concept of feng shui, he refrained from elaborating further. To delve into additional topics would likely require days of discussion. However, the recently unearthed cover revealed its true dimensions to remain uncertain, having only been slightly disturbed. With ample provisions, the group dispatched their beasts to commence digging. The black cats, observing from behind, were bewildered. How could these 4 ascertain the relic's location when they themselves were unaware? Countless hours of research had yielded less than the serendipitous discovery made by these individuals. In that moment, it was not just the 2 cats, but the entire lineage of the Eyes of Erebus experienced a profound sense of despair. Who could fathom the effort required to extract such significant information from a sea of literature? Yet, despite employing various methods to infiltrate human territory, they had garnered no credit. Unable to compete with their adversaries, one a 6th-tier beast master and the other an enigmatic stand user, what could they do? The thought of allowing others to reap the rewards left them discontent. They had arrived first, after all. As they fretted, the feline prince suddenly recalled that this relic was bound by certain restrictions, necessitating specific techniques for access. Their clan had deciphered the code through textual analysis. Fear not. When these 4 unearthed the entire portal, they would likely be unable to enter, ultimately abandoning the effort. At this juncture, they need not dig further. Simply entering through the door would be an exquisite delight. Before long, the soil surrounding the cover had been entirely cleared, revealing a surface adorned with intricate patterns. Viewed through the lens of energy concentration, the designs held profound significance. The surface exhibited no seams, rendering it impossible to open as one would a conventional door. Moreover, the edges of the cover were affixed with various adhesives, making it impenetrable. If only they had access to modern tools, they might have been able to blast it open. Alas, such resources were unavailable. The 4 stood in stunned silence. Master, can your feng shui resolve this predicament? Su Chen shook his head, and while the 3 felt a twinge of disappointment, the subsequent statement rekindled their hopes. Allow me to ponder. With this, he began to feel around the cover indiscriminately. Surely, there must be some mechanism. A sudden click resonated, illuminating the patterns upon the cover, and in the next instant, the cover vanished as if it had never existed, revealing a series of descending stairs. The 2 cats, initially relaxed and merely spectators, were taken aback. Had they truly unlocked the entrance? Wasn't a specific technique required for this? How could the others achieve this with such seemingly casual efforts? This made little sense unless they had inadvertently uncovered a critical point of the array. However, such formations typically involved intricate interlocking patterns, suggesting that what appeared to be a focal point was, in fact, a trap. The true focal point of the interwoven array was notoriously elusive. Even the most adept array masters, armed with the finest computers, might struggle for days to identify it. Yet, the stand user had taken merely 10 minutes, casually probing until success was achieved. In that moment, the plans of the 2 cats collapsed entirely. Should the humans gain entry, they could only follow in their wake. Their best hope lay in seizing the opportune moment to snatch something and make a swift escape, leveraging their speed to procure a prize. To confront them head-on would undoubtedly be futile. After contemplating the 2 days of pursuit, it became evident that these individuals were not in pursuit of them. Otherwise, they would have caught up and rested, rather than allowing them a moment to regroup. Having fled for 2 days, they were mere moments away from being overtaken. Thus, the objective of these individuals must also pertain to this ancient relic. Currently, the enemy is in the light while I remain shrouded in darkness. Although the odds are 4-2, the advantage lies with me. Upon encountering the master, I pondered for a moment before opening the door, prompting the 3 others to exclaim in admiration. At the base of the staircase, a faint glimmer of light was visible. Without a second thought, the 4 of them descended, followed closely by 2 black cats. The staircase was rather dim, but upon reaching the bottom, they discovered numerous luminous pearls. In truth, these were the remains of nocturnal luminescent insects, crystallized over time. In the past, such pearls would have been exceedingly valuable, yet now, with the mastery of modern beast taming techniques, they had become mere industrial products. The existence of these luminous pearls indicated a history steeped in antiquity. The passage was lengthy, It took the four of them a full 5 minutes before they finally reached an exit. Upon arriving, they found themselves in an expansive chamber, adorned with numerous doors. Despite the years that had passed since the relic's inception, not a speck of dust marred its surfaces. Everything appeared pristine. The light from the luminous pearls was not particularly intense, barely illuminating their surroundings. In the center of the room stood a large wooden coffin, remarkably well preserved. The four gazed into the empty chamber. Where are the treasures? A relic should house a wealth of riches, yet this place was devoid of any such bounty. The group resolved to split into 4 teams to investigate the room's contents. Chen approached the coffin, feeling a twinge of moral ambiguity. Yet he was convinced that this wooden sarcophagus was indeed a valuable find. As he examined it, he noticed inscriptions on the stone tablet before the coffin, written in an ancient script that he could not decipher. The authorities had already utilized Zhao Zhiheng's detection device to conduct a brief scan of the entire chamber. It could be said that they were the first to discover the inscriptions on that tablet. Moreover, the deciphered results soon appeared on the desk of the lead official. 3 transformations of the 5 elements, Yin and Yang reverse fireborn. Qi flows through the 100 bones. Spirit roams in the void. Fierce fire refines true nature. Gentle fire nurtures clarity. 9 transformations witness chaos. Elixir formed. The world astonishes. Lin Jingsheng had previously reported this incantation, attributing it to Master Su. The incantation matched precisely with what Master Su had articulated. The emergence of a 12th tier alchemist incantation in this place made it evident who the relic's or tomb's owner was. Historical records indicate that there were few 11th tier alchemists, and 12th tier ones were exceedingly rare. If they could narrow it down to this extent and still not identify the individual, then the officials would indeed be rendered useless. Though the information was somewhat fragmented, it was not so incomplete as to leave them in the dark. Within 3 minutes, all available data on this alchemist was presented before the decision-making committee. The volume of information was considerable. As a 12th tier alchemist, his deeds and various legends were readily uncovered. However, most of the information held little value. While it was gathered, it was not particularly useful. The authorities realized at this juncture that this so-called relic likely contained little of worth. It was presumed that the most valuable item within the tomb was merely that incantation. Surely, the old man believed that by passing down the incantation of a 12th tier alchemist, he would bring joy to those who came after him. But the reality was stark. Knowledge may be priceless, yet its repeated value is nearly non-existent. Once one grasps the incantation, its worth diminishes entirely. Was this not a cruel deception? The 4 individuals stood there, dumbfounded. How could such a grand relic contain nothing of substance? Just a coffin and a tablet constituted the entirety of it. What purpose did such a grand entrance serve? Even grave robbers would leave behind a couple of coins in disgust. It was simply too meager. Chen was equally astonished. He had discovered a grand mausoleum, yet found it barren. This was unacceptable. They could not depart empty-handed. Resolving this, he prepared to open the coffin, reasoning that surely there must be some burial goods inside, something that could be worth a little something. The other 3 followed suit, approaching the coffin's edge. Even if no burial goods were present, they could at least take the coffin itself. What sort of return would it be to leave empty-handed? As the coffin was opened, they found it entirely devoid of a corpse, revealing instead a staircase. This individual was truly cunning. The genuine treasures must lie below. However, entering the coffin felt somewhat ominous. Yet, without venturing inside, there would be no treasures to claim. The 4 of them, along with a dog, descended into the coffin, discovering several rooms filled with various disarrayed items, at least from Su Chen's perspective. A collection of broken bottles contained dark, unidentifiable pills, a few sheets of drawing paper with some scribbled notes, and several small stone carvings. Nothing seemed particularly noteworthy. Where were the valuable beast taming materials? This tomb occupied such a prime location, yet yielded only these trinkets? The other 3 were left speechless in astonishment. Upon entering, they utilized their beast taming space and were met with a plethora of medicinal fragrances, an array of aromas that surged into their minds. Were there skill books as well? They had certainly come to the right place. If not for the overwhelming scent of the medicinal concoctions, which made their beast taming space uncomfortable, 2 of them would have rushed over to collect items. As for why it was only 2, one person was aware of the surveillance cameras. Su Chen appeared visibly displeased. The items before him paled in comparison to what he could create himself, especially those dark pills, which he feared were long expired. Nevertheless, having come this far, he still tucked a few items into his bag. The 4 began to rummage through the contents, seeking what they deemed valuable. As they brushed past a piece of paper, Su Chen halted in surprise. Clearly written on the paper was Thunder Half Moon Slash. In that moment, Su Chen was taken aback. Was it not just days prior that he had drawn a Thunder Half Moon Slash for Yifan? This one bore a striking resemblance to his own, except it bore the label SSS. Ah, how modest. I've always claimed that my drawings were of awakened level skills. To label it as SSS, such boastfulness, yet so timid. Chen did not consider this to be a skill book. In his view, a skill book should at least be a proper tome. Chapter 74, Haha. I laugh at the ignorance and cowardice of humanity. Gazing at these drawings, adorned with pretentious skill annotations, he noted their similarity to his own youthful exuberance. He never imagined that a kindred spirit would exist in ancient times. He pondered why this predecessor had not produced more. Had it not been for that scoundrel pilfering his skill book, filling a bookshelf would have been a breeze. His drawings he gazed at the skill books before him. Thunder half-moon / Bodhi / celestial freshness. There was indeed something of note. Each was quite imaginative. Particularly the celestial freshness. The use of the character for freshness was quite clever. If he took it, Yi Fan would likely appreciate it. He resolved to bring him one. The rest could be distributed among the others. Despite their antiquity, they were not to depart empty-handed. And that stone sculpture, it seemed not to be carved from ordinary stone, but rather from a peculiar material, an enigma to behold. Why not pocket one of them, leaving the rest to be divided? Each of the four could take a handful of small pills, a couple of skill books, and a miniature carving. Gujia and Zojia were brimming with excitement. However, the remaining two maintained an unusual calmness, suppressing their enthusiasm. How could they remain so composed when we are in possession of SSS-level skill books worth billions, yet practically unavailable in the market? And what of that stone sculpture? Could it possibly be the legendary Beastmaster armament? As for this pill, its aroma alone suggests it is no ordinary concoction. The precise tier is uncertain, but it undoubtedly surpasses the lower ranks. Yet, these two individuals, seemingly unfazed, restrained themselves from exuberant outbursts. After rummaging through their finds, they stumbled upon a book titled Alchemy Insights. Upon seeing it, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The entire ruin yielded little of value, merely this trifling item claiming to be insights on alchemy. Do you truly deserve the title of alchemist? The internet has proclaimed that potent pills exude rich fragrances, yet this black pill bears no scent, akin to mere candy. An alchemical treat, indeed. I suspect this so-called alchemy insight is likely a fabrication. However, the eyes of the two black cats glimmered with a fierce light. This was the insight of a 12th-tier alchemist. Should it fall into human hands, what revelations might arise, creating a considerable dilemma? Such a scenario was unacceptable. The skill books, while beneficial, only marginally influenced the larger scheme. Yet, a rise in overall strength could significantly alter the course of battle. The alchemy insights must not be permitted to leave the hands of humans. At that moment, the officials, upon catching sight of the alchemy insights, erupted into a cacophony of excitement, their efforts finally recognized. Particularly, the head of the operation, typically expected to be the most composed, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his poise as he anxiously monitored the latest updates. The alchemy insights were a treasure that humanity must secure. As the four deliberated on the fate of the alchemy insights, a shadow darted past. The surrounding light was momentarily swallowed, plunging them into a darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand. When the light returned, Chen's alchemy insights had vanished into thin air. In unison, the four exclaimed in disbelief. The two cats swiftly dashed toward the exit, one clutching the precious tome while the other kept a vigilant eye on their rear for any pursuers. Upon reaching the long corridor, the latter ceased its watch. Now, victory was within their grasp. They had triumphed in this contest between humanity and beasts, securing yet another victory. The observing guard cat suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha." The leading prince cat, still clutching the book, inquired in a murmured feline dialect, "What provokes your laughter, Dark Sun Guard?" I find it amusing how foolish humans are, entirely unaware of our entry into their domain. Even if they did, they would be clueless as to our location. If I were them, I would have stationed sentinels at the entrance, effectively trapping us. The Dark Sun Guard's sentiments resonated deeply, inciting further laughter. Yet, as they approached the exit, they noticed the lighting appeared dimmer. Perhaps it was nearing dusk. Surely, no one would be stationed at the entrance. How laughable that the human officials remained oblivious to their presence. Upon reaching the exit, they were met with a line of sophisticated beast-controlled firearms pointed directly at the two black cats. A human, utilizing a translator, taunted, "Why the silence? Have you lost your capacity for laughter?" The two cats stood frozen in shock. Just moments ago, they had laughed heartily. Now, it was a struggle to maintain composure. What sorcery was this? How had the official military arrived here? And judging by the arms they wielded, these were no rudimentary weapons. They were undoubtedly the arsenal of elite rapid response units, averaging a tier of 7. The two cats, at tier 5, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, outnumbered and outgunned. Instinctively, they began to retreat. Upon reaching the first chamber, they found that no one had pursued them from behind. This realization was more distressing than comforting. They feared an advance from the front while dreading a chase from the rear. The greatest fear was that both might occur simultaneously. Heart racing, they awaited further developments. But after a moment, neither direction yielded any sign of pursuit. How peculiar, one mused. While it is understandable that those inside have yet to emerge, why has the rapid response team not followed suit? At this juncture, the officials experienced their own discomfort. Chen was inside, and they could not afford to draw too near. Any hint of discovery would lead to complications. Thus, they could only remain stationed at the rear, confident that the two Aribo's dark star eyes would not escape. A comprehensive trap had been laid in the vicinity, and even the surrounding area of Glimmer City was mobilizing, capturing a divine beast of royal lineage. What treasures could such a prize yield? The officials rejoiced at the prospect. Meanwhile, Chen and his companions searched for what felt like an eternity. Alas, the alchemy insights had indeed vanished without a trace. The sudden darkness had startled everyone. Zhao Jiang, knowing the most about the situation, remained the most anxious. Not only did he understand that divine beasts were involved, but he also grasped the immense value of the alchemy insights. Had the officials not reassured him, he would have been the most distraught of them all. Losing such a priceless tome from his grasp would be catastrophic. Realizing their search was futile, they resolved to abandon the pursuit. Though they were uncertain of who had taken the book, it was lost, and fretting over it proved pointless. The two cats, noticing the people inside preparing to advance, could only retreat to a position out of sight. Though escape seemed impossible, they lacked the courage to confront their predicament. Suddenly, the guard cat observed that the exit's light had returned to normal, summoning the prince cat to investigate. To their astonishment, there was no sign of any rapid response team. The scene before them was devoid of life, an eerie emptiness that sent chills down their spines. What then had threatened them with firearms moments ago? The humans within the ruin were now catching sight of them, leaving no time for contemplation as they fled. After sprinting a couple of 100 meters, they encountered no one else. It seemed the earlier scare had been a mere illusion. There was no rapid response team. Observing this, the two cats hastily continued their flight, though the circumstances remained unclear. Upon reaching a spot unseen by the 4 humans and a dog, the guard cat erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha ha. I find it amusing how cowardly humans are. Even upon spotting us, they chose not to act. If I were human, I would have strategically laid traps and awaited our arrival. Just as the prince cat was about to respond, a hand emerged from the nearby bushes and snatched the book from its mouth. No worries, continue your laughter. Chapter 75. What leverage do you possess to threaten the officials? Neither cat had anticipated such an event. They had heard whispers of humans possessing hidden talents, yet they had not expected to be caught off guard so readily. The officials had initially intended to eliminate the two cats on the spot, but any act of aggression would surely create a disturbance. There was no telling what Chen might deduce from such a commotion, so they opted for caution. The foremost objective was to secure the 12th tier alchemists, alchemy insights, at all costs, followed only by the need to deal with the two cats. As long as the position of the opponent can be ascertained, it remains within the realm of control. In the wilderness, their concerns are minimal. However, in the city, vigilance regarding civilian safety is paramount. For instance, the long-term mortgage of 30 years and a 10-year car loan demand utmost caution. A moment's negligence could result in compensation. Yet, the two cats remain oblivious to all this, overwhelmed by sheer terror. There seems to be no safe haven. Frightened and slipping on the ground, they tumbled and hastily fled, relying on their power to consume light to evade capture. Dark forces struck unexpectedly, allowing one cat to escape with a swift maneuver. Moreover, they found themselves fleeing in the direction of Master Su, creating a dilemma whether to pursue or refrain. The ability to devour light is indeed quite unscrupulous. A moment's inattention could allow it to slip away. Nevertheless, it matters not. We may err countless times, but you can afford only one misstep. With this thought, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the nearby thickets. The overseer, upon receiving the intelligence that the alchemy insights had been secured, was met with a wave of celebratory sounds throughout the base. The mission was largely accomplished. However, the concern remained that this cat might discover some clues and follow Master closely. Its direct escape was the best outcome. Setting a long line to ensnare this cat would not be in vain. Yet, remaining near Master seemed innocuous. Surely, Master would not permit this cat to wreak havoc. A dual layer of security was essential, as they could not ascertain Master's intentions. A minor disturbance could escalate into a significant crisis. The two cats, thoroughly frightened, continued to run, only to realize that no one was pursuing them. Ha ha, I laugh, proclaimed the prince cat, playfully swatting the guard cat's head. Still laughing. I suspect you have colluded. This is the signal. The guard cat, clutching its head, pondered and realized that it indeed felt like a spy. Laughter had drawn attention. Curbing its mirth, it refrained from further humor. In human parlance, this would be termed a crow's beak. It is a cat, unwilling to be a crow. However, the two cats were so preoccupied with their flight that they failed to heed their direction. Upon regaining their senses, they found themselves once again confronted by 4 individuals and a dog. Goodness gracious, is this some sort of curse? Either we encounter officials or this quartet with a canine companion. Oddly enough, we've never been caught in a pincer movement. Was this the manifestation of some bizarre rule? The sensation of being devoid of intelligence was utterly discomforting, akin to navigating in darkness, blindly colliding with walls. With no option to hasten their pace, they could only proceed cautiously. Yet, upon reflection, there seemed to be a semblance of pattern. Recalling their first encounter with the officials, it appeared that they were too distant from the quartet and the dog. Upon returning closer, the officials vanished. The same occurred during their second encounter. Was there a secret lurking within? The official military certainly existed, yet for some reason, they could not approach the quartet with the dog. This implied that proximity to the 4 individuals and the dog was a zone of safety, albeit temporarily. After all, they were already encircled. The notion of safety seemed a mere illusion, a fleeting reprieve. As for the reason behind the avoidance, a small idea began to form. The rapid response unit was undoubtedly present to protect someone. Among the 4 who warranted such protection, the powerful stand-in could not be the one requiring safeguarding, nor could the 6th-tier Beastmaster. This left only 2 possibilities, both rather feeble and in need of protection. Yet, it was unclear who exactly it was. If they could take a hostage, perhaps escape was not out of reach. The Prince Cat shared this notion with the guard cat, who wholeheartedly concurred. After all, it could not be that such a grand display was solely for the formidable stand-in. They must have someone to protect. The 2 cats, each selecting a target for abduction, were left to gamble in the absence of intelligence. The victorious cat would survive, while the defeated would meet their demise. However, being a prince, it took the liberty to choose first. The target of abduction was Gu Jie, as the cat discerned that this individual had been leading the group, indicating a higher status. The guard cat reluctantly chose Zhou Jie. Once the quartet and the dog dispersed, the 2 cats sprang into action, determined to carve out a path to survival. In the ensuing days, the 2 cats remained ensconced within a certain safe perimeter, awaiting the arrival of opportunity. The officials, too, had noticed this issue. The Aribo's Dark Star Eye clan was indeed astute, and matters had grown increasingly complex. Yet, thankfully, everything remained within manageable bounds. These 2 cats, unless possessed of extraordinary abilities, were destined to be captured. Finally, after 7 days, Su Chun and his companions returned to the village, re-entering human society with a surreal sensation. However, before venturing into the city, they first required a bath. After nearly 10 days in the wilderness, they had become quite odorous, and after spending a bit of money, they washed up in the residence bathing facilities. Following this, they took a vehicle back to the parking lot in the city. The 4 individuals returned to their respective homes. Once they had sufficiently distanced themselves, the 2 cats commenced their plan. Each cat placed a paw upon their respective hostage. We know this person is significant to you. Let us negotiate. This maneuver left both teams momentarily stunned. Civilians were indeed vital, yet the act of hostage-taking felt rife with absurdity. Do you not comprehend your worth? Taking a civilian hostage? The first to react was the guard cat squad. This cat was not of royal lineage, and without hesitation, they aimed to eliminate it. The guard cat could scarcely fathom the reason behind such decisiveness. It seemed it had lost the gamble, yet one could only hope that the prince would survive. Meanwhile, the prince watched the stunned rapid response team with unbridled elation. The gamble had paid off. This individual was indeed crucial. Although the rationale for the team's willingness to confront this person remained elusive, yet such details were inconsequential. The victory was his. Little did he know that in the next moment, the rapid response team's members prepared to pull the trigger. Sensing this, he was instantly engulfed in panic. Had he lost the bet? There was no time for hesitation. He had to reveal his trump card swiftly, lest he be captured. Teleportation room. A wave of spatial distortion ensued, and the Aribo's Dark Star Eye Prince vanished. The military remained unperturbed, having long suspected that the adversary possessed an escape mechanism, and began calculating the Prince Cat's potential teleportation destination. The area was rife with military presence. The entire city was now swarming with elite guards, no matter where he teleported. It would spell death. Yet, upon observing the teleportation destination, the commander felt a twinge of discomfort. Wait, how did he end up at Master Su's shop?